The hardest part of the black armored bee is the stinger at the back of its tail. The hardness of 19.8 and the toughness of 19.6 make it both hard and tough. With the speed of 44 and the innate skill of penetrating thorns, the destructive power of the bee's stinger reaches a very terrifying level. Even the crystal-based Zhou Lao had his head pierced directly. Although Zhou Lao did not use the crystal-based body at that time, it was enough to show how terrifying the destructive power of the black armored bee with the angel wheel could be. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the alloy level cannot withstand the force of a blow. In the worst case, both will be broken in the collision. However, the stinger of the black armored bee hit the mushroom cap of the black-capped mushroom beast hard, and a strange scene appeared. The body of the black armored bee seemed to have changed from an extremely hard alloy to a vulnerable tofu dregs. After hitting the mushroom cap, it was twisted and deformed and then exploded in all directions. The mushroom head that was shining white like a light bulb did not have any scars. Old way. Let's go. Seeing such a strange scene, Lin Shen turned his mount around without thinking and left. At the same time, he shot at the black-capped mushroom beast to buy time for Wei Wufu to escape. Almost at the same time when Lin Shen said this, Wei Wufu had already flown onto his mount and ran wildly behind Lin Shen. This was no longer a question of whether he could win or not. Before he figured out what the strange ability of the black-capped mushroom beast was, it would probably be a waste of time to continue fighting. The black-capped mushroom beast's deep black gemstone eyes stared at Lin Shen, and it seemed that it had transferred its hatred to him. He wanted to rush towards Lin Shen, but was hit by the second bullet. Although the black-capped mushroom beast's ability was strange, it was only alloy level after all, and its speed was obviously not fast enough to avoid the bullets fired by the angel revolver. The pet capsule that was fired flashed in the air and turned into an alloy-level crosshorned horse, which hit the black-capped mushroom beast. The crosshorned horse looks like a horse, but like a rhino, it has a horn on the front, and that horn is cross-shaped. The rest of this thing is not very hard, but the crosshorn is extremely hard, not inferior to the poisonous needle of the black bee. Lin Shen specially found it from the fourth brother's small treasury. With the angel revolver, the attack power is also amazing. In order to get this pet, the door lock of the fourth brother's small treasury was broken by him. The crosshorn of the crosshorned horse hit the black-capped mushroom beast, and Lin Shen saw it clearly this time. The horn, which was obviously very hard, seemed to soften suddenly after hitting the body of the black-capped mushroom beast. And it was even bent by the collision. Not only the crosshorn, but the whole body of the crosshorned horse seemed to soften. The strong impact force squeezed the body of the crosshorned horse into a pancake like a balloon, and then exploded instantly, turning into fragments and splashing base transformation liquid. The body of the black-capped mushroom beast was still intact, but it was knocked back a few steps by the strong impact force. After stopping, the black-capped mushroom beast made a strange cry and chased after Lin Shen angrily. Bang 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 bang. Lin Shen urged his mount to run wildly while twisting his waist to shoot at the black-capped mushroom beast continuously. One pet capsule after another was ejected like lightning, and transformed into a basic pet in the air and crashed into the black-capped mushroom beast. Of course, these pets were not alloy grade but steel capsules filled by Lin Shen. Steel pets were naturally less likely to cause harm to the black-capped mushroom beast, but the speed given to them by the angel revolver gave them a strong impact force. Every time they hit the black-capped mushroom beast, they could push it back a few steps, making it impossible for it to catch up. After all 7 capsules were fired, Lin Shen touched his pocket and took out a few steel PET capsules from his pocket to fill them in. Pulling the butt of the gun, the key compartment also opened, and the previous keys had automatically broken into slag due to the death of the pets. Put the corresponding PET key in, the whole action was done in one go, and then another round of shooting was fired at the black-capped mushroom beast chasing behind. The black-capped mushroom beast was furious, but it couldn't catch up and was soon thrown away. Just when Lin Shen thought he could successfully escape, he saw the mushroom cap on the mushroom beast's head emitting white light, and the light suddenly became stronger. It was originally just a hazy white light like an energy-saving lamp, but now it was shining like Asmal's sun. Then Lin Shen heard it make that strange cry again, which was hard to tell what it sounded like the roar of an animal, and like the sound of an insect, very strange. When Lin Shen was wondering what the purpose of these actions was, he suddenly heard Wei Wufu shouting, in front. Lin Shen retracted his gaze from the black-capped mushroom beast and looked forward. He found that on the bare and dilapidated asphalt road in front, red mushrooms, with red backgrounds and white spots, as big as pot lids, appeared one after another. The red mushrooms appeared very quickly. In a blink of an eye, the road ahead was full of red mushrooms. There were also red mushrooms constantly popping out in the forests on both sides of the road. There was no end in sight, and no one knew how many there were. Pop! Pop! The red mushrooms popped up one by one and turned into red-capped mushroom beasts, shouting and rushing towards Lin Shen and Wei Wufu from all directions. Go! Lin Shen knew that he couldn't stop. If he was surrounded, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. He would probably be trapped to death, so he could only rush back to the Yashan base desperately. Wei Wufu rushed to the front and cleared the way for Lin Shen, knocking away the mushroom beasts that rushed over, and at the same time waved his fists to smash the mushroom beasts that flew over. Lin Shen jumped up, turned around and rode on the back of his mount, and from time to time he quickly made acupuncture points on the red-capped mushroom beasts that rushed over from behind. After being acupunctured, the red-capped mushroom beasts that flew over fell to the ground and were trampled by the mushroom beasts behind them and soon disappeared. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and then the two saw a head with a huge blue mushroom cap on it in the forest in front of them. It was a blue-capped mushroom beast with a body comparable to that of a real Tyrannosaurus rex, or even larger. Every time it moved, the ground seemed to shake. What was even more desperate was that in the forest on the other side, a huge blue-capped mushroom beast also came out, blocking their way back to the Yashan base on the left and right. The black-capped mushroom beasts behind him were still chasing him relentlessly. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, the red-capped mushroom beasts around him also surged up like a tide. Oh my God, what's going on? There are so many mutant creatures here that I rarely heard of before. What kind of shit luck do I have? Lin Shen activated the super base transformation, and the shell on his body gradually burned red. He was ready to fight to the death. Wei Wufu jumped up without hesitation and rushed to one of the blue-capped mushroom beasts in the air. I'll open the way, you go. The blue-capped mushroom beast directly crashed down, like a giant hammer falling from the sky, and collided with Wei Wufu's fist. With a loud bang, the body of the blue-capped mushroom beast was actually hit by Wei Wufu and staggered back, and the blue metal mushroom cap on its head sank into a pit. Wei Wufu's figure was also shaken down by the terrifying force, and fell into the group of red-capped mushroom beasts, and immediately started killing. Seeing another blue-capped mushroom beast rushing over with earth-shaking momentum, and the black-capped mushroom beast already rushing behind him, Lin Shen had to abandon his mount. As a capsule shot out of the angel revolver, his figure quickly passed through and rushed behind the blue-capped mushroom beast. He pointed at the acupuncture point of the blue-capped mushroom beast, causing the blue-capped mushroom beast to freeze instantly. Lin Shen turned his head and saw the black-capped mushroom beast tearing his alloy mount in half, and chased him angrily again. After the blue-capped mushroom beast froze for a moment, it also turned around and strode towards him. It's not that he didn't want to point at the black-capped mushroom beast, but he hadn't found the acupuncture point on the black-capped mushroom beast. The red-capped mushroom beasts around him also came in waves. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The power brought by the superbase allowed him to punch a mushroom cap of a red-capped mushroom beast, and there was no need to point the acupuncture point, so he continued to rush forward, stepping on the corpse. Fists were like blazing fire, sparks of steel flew everywhere, and one red-capped mushroom beast after another lay dead at Lin Shen's feet, but this also stopped him from escaping. Seeing the black-capped mushroom beast and the blue-capped mushroom beast catching up again, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and prepared to shoot again. Suddenly, he felt the backpack behind him move, and the fat bird woke up by the shaking, pushed the lid open with its head, and jumped out. Lin Shen didn't bother to retrieve it, and rushed out while shooting, pulling away from the black-capped mushroom beast. When he was about to continue rushing forward, he found that the originally irritable beast group suddenly became strangely quiet. All the mushroom beasts stopped moving, staring at Lin Shen. This strange scene made Lin Shen and Wei Wufu stop and look behind them. They were both stunned. The mushroom beasts behind them also stopped attacking, including the black-capped mushroom beast. The difference was that on the mushroom cap on its head, there stood a pigeon as fat as a snowball. The black-capped mushroom beast stood there motionless, and the glowing mushroom cap returned to its original black color. Lin Shen seemed to be able to see that its expression was a little stiff, and the corners of its eyes were twitching uncontrollably. "Fatty, what's going on?" Lin Shen was surprised and happy. For a moment, he couldn't be sure what this strange white bird, Fatty, had done to stop the entire group of mushroom beasts from attacking. What is certain is that the mushroom beasts have not lost their ability to move. They glared at the fat boy on the top of the black-capped mushroom beast, and their eyes seemed to be about to spit fire, but none of them rushed up. Coo, coo. Fatty made a pigeon-like sound, and the black-capped mushroom beast under its claws suddenly moved. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both retreated subconsciously, but found that the black-capped mushroom beast was not rushing towards them, but was moving forward step by step, not very fast. The mushroom beast in front slowly made way, still glaring at them. "What's going on? Holding hostages?" Lin Shen and the others followed the black-capped mushroom beast and walked forward in the group of mushroom beasts. Wherever they went, the mushroom beasts reluctantly made way, and even the two blue-capped mushroom beasts, after roaring angrily, moved their huge bodies to make way. Under the watch of countless mushroom beasts, the two followed the black-capped mushroom beast that seemed to be held hostage and walked slowly forward. Fatty stood on the black mushroom cap, occasionally making a cooing sound, as if warning the mushroom beasts not to act rashly. After walking for several miles, they finally passed through the mushroom beast herd. The herd behind them began to stir and seemed to want to rush up again. The black-capped mushroom beast stopped moving forward, staring at Lin Shen and his group fiercely. Goo goo. Goo goo. Fatty called Lin Shen a few times, as if telling them to go first. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and at the same time ran towards the direction of the Yashin base. While running, Lin Shen couldn't help but look back at Fatty, thinking about how it would get away later. Fatty still stood on the head of the black-capped mushroom beast without moving, until Lin Shen and his group ran a long distance, and then suddenly flashed away. Lin Shen felt his backpack sink, and Fatty didn't know how to get back into the backpack. The strange cry of the black-capped mushroom beast came from behind, with extreme resentment and unwillingness in the voice, as if warning Lin Shen and his group not to appear in front of it again, otherwise they would be dead. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu ran desperately without looking back. The fat boy in the backpack stared coldly at the black-capped mushroom beast, with red eyes through the gap of the backpack. He looked cold and fierce in the shadow, like the blood eyes in the dark hell. After running for more than 10 miles, they stopped to breathe without seeing the mushroom beasts catch up. The shell on Lin Shen's body had retreated, and he felt sore all over. He took off the backpack, opened the lid, took out another genetic mutation egg and fed it to the fat boy, saying happily, "Fatty, you did a good job." The fat boy stretched out his round head, opened his mouth, and swallowed the small genetic mutation egg. He also rubbed his head on Lin Shen's palm twice, looking very cute. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to imagine that this cute pet fat boy with flesh and blood can suppress the weird black-capped mushroom beast. Without it, it would be difficult for Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to escape unscathed. I just wanted to stay away from this place, but I didn't expect to run into such a big trouble. Putting on his backpack again, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu, "That black-capped mushroom beast has already hated us. It will be very dangerous to leave the Yashin base now. It seems that we can only hide in the Yashin base for a while." Okay. Wei Wufu had no objection. Summoning 2 iron-horned horses of the steel level, there are no alloy mounts available, and the 2 can only make do with it. Returning to the Yashin base again, Lin Shen was thinking about what to do next. All the way. The beast tied in the green tree sea is not ordinary, and it is unknown how many terrifying mushroom beasts there are in it. Once a beast tide is formed, it is unknown whether the Yashin base can withstand it. Fortunately, there are crystal-based strongmen in the Yashin base, which is much stronger than the Suanio base. Relying on the defense works of the base, it should not be massacred. The premise is that there are not many crystal-based mushroom beasts among the mushroom beasts. At least Lin Shen and his friends did not see crystal-based mushroom beasts. However, thinking about the weird black-capped mushroom beast and the countless mushroom beasts, people still feel scared. We have to find a safe place to stay. The number of mushroom beasts is too terrifying. Lin Shen feels that the outer defense line of the Yashin base is difficult to withstand. There may be street fighting at that time. We have to find a safer place to live. The places with the best defense engineering in the Yashin base are naturally the Liu family and the Su family. There is no need to consider the Su family, as Lin Shen is afraid of being tricked by them. The Liu family is a good choice, but it is a pity that Lin Shen is too embarrassed to go to the Liu family. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to buy some pets first. The previous battle almost consumed all his pets. If the beast tide really rushed in, a close battle would be inevitable, so at least the angel revolver must be able to be used normally. With the little money Lin Shen he could not afford alloy pets at all. He bought more steel pets as bullets. If the Yaoshan base could not be defended, he would have a chance to rush out and escape with the Angel revolver and the 7 steps armor. Because he did not have much money, Lin Shen could only go to the stalls in the market and try to buy some cheap goods. Anyway, they were all used as bullets, and it was fine as long as they were pets. The level and attributes did not matter. After shopping for a while, Lin Shen, who did not have much money, could only compare prices. While shopping, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in front of the stall opposite, talking to the boss. Why is Yi Yuzhen here? Lin Shen felt a little surprised. As Lu Qing's best friend, Yi Yuzhen, although not from the Lu family, was not from an ordinary family either. How could she go to a street stall to buy genetically modified eggs? Today's Yi Yuzhen was completely different from the day of the blind date. She was wearing the sportswear she usually wore, which completely covered her good figure. However, her figure proportions were still very eye-catching, coupled with her white and tender skin like a baby and her black and shiny hair, it was still worth seeing. The only flaw was that Yi Yuzhen's appearance was not the kind of sweet or pure beauty in the traditional sense. If she became an actress with her appearance, she should only be able to play the kind of beautiful, strong, and cruel villain scheming woman who could kill the protagonist group until only the title of the play was left. Lin Shen subconsciously moved closer to listen to what she said to the boss. After listening for a while, the surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. He seemed to have heard an incredible secret about Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen seemed to sense something, turned around and saw Lin Shen, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. Lin Shen smiled, turned around and prepared to leave. Yi Yuzhen immediately rushed over, stopped Lin Shen, adjusted his mood, and asked as if nothing had happened, "When did you come back? I heard that you left the Asian god base, didn't you?" "Not too early or too late, just when you said to throw, steal, head, and penetrate. How many sounds are there in that word? Why can't I remember it a little bit?" Before Lin Shen finished speaking, Yi Yuzhen covered his mouth and pulled him to a place where no one was. "Why are you pulling me? Pay attention to your image, you are a military advisor, and a military advisor can only talk but not do things. How can you personally go down and do it?" After Yi Yuzhen let go of his hand, Lin Shen said seriously, "I warn you, if I hear a word related to this matter outside, I will definitely not let you go." Yi Yuzhen threatened viciously. "I'm a soft-hearted person, but someone wants to threaten me. I have to print some flyers," Lin Shen said jokingly and was about to leave. Yi Yuzhen quickly reached out and grabbed him, biting his lip and said, "What do you want? Take me home." Lin Shen restrained his smile and said seriously, "What do you mean? Take you home, to whose home?" Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a puzzled look, not understanding what he meant. "Of course I'm taking you home," Lin Shen said. "Why should I take you home? Are you crazy?" Seeing that Lin Shen's face was gloomy, and he was about to leave, Yi Yuzhen quickly grabbed him again and whispered, "You have to tell me why you want to go to my house, right? I'm quite satisfied with my blind date with you. It's reasonable to meet your family, isn't it?" Lin Shen said. "Reasonable, your sister. I've already apologized to you, can you stop playing with me?" Yi Yuzhen said depressedly. "Just tell me whether you will take me back or not." Lin Shen made up his mind to go to Yi Yuzhen's house. The defense works of her house should be very good. After the beast tide attacked the base, it should be a relatively safe place. Now that he has caught Yi Yuzhen's braid, how can he not make good use of it? Impossible. I will never take you to my house, you can forget it. Yi Yuzhen gritted his teeth and said. Impossible. Right? What should be written on the flyer later? Someone threw, stole, had, penetrated. Lin Shen pretended to think hard. And slowly turned around to leave. Hui hui hui, I will take you to my ancestral tomb if you want. 2. Yi Yuzhen held Lin Shen and said hatefully. I won't go to your ancestral tomb for now, let's talk about it when we are buried together in the future. Lin Shen paused and said, I will go to see my parents. What gifts should I bring? Who and your parents? Yi Yuzhen was so angry that he laughed. Throw. Steal, head, penetrate. Lin Shen started chanting again. Okay, it's yours, it's all yours, everything is yours, okay. Yi Yuzhen said depressedly, no, what do you want to do? If you don't feel relieved, can you just beat me up? You can beat me up as much as you want, I will accept it even if you beat me to death. How can I bear to beat you? I finally found someone I like, and I'm waiting to marry you. It would be bad if you disfigure me. Don't think about it, let's buy some gifts to meet our parents. Lin Shen put his arm around Yi Yuzhen's shoulders and walked into the market. Yi Yuzhen twisted his waist and tried to push it away a few times, but he didn't bother to care about him anymore. When they arrived at the gift shop, Lin Shen bought a few things directly. You are so generous, these things add up to more than 100 yuan, it really cost you money. Yi Yuzhen saw the things Lin Shen brought out clearly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. A gift of goose feathers from 1,000 miles away is worth more than a token of friendship. Lin Shen was really broke. After buying the pet, he didn't even have money for food. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind spending more money. Now that Yi Yuzhen is his big shot, he has decided to stick with him. At least he can get food and shelter. If you take these things to see my parents, do you believe they will break your legs and throw you out along with the garbage? Yi Yuzhen said, grabbing the things from Lin Shen's hand and throwing them directly into the trash can, then walking to another high-end gift shop. Don't throw it away. These are all money. If you don't like them, you can return them. Lin Shen quickly picked up the things from the trash can and went to the boss to return the money. After a while, Yi Yuzhen came out with a few exquisite handbags and handed them to Lin Shen. Take this. Lin Shen took it and handed it to Wei Wufu. Hold it for me. No, you still want to take him to meet my parents? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen as if he was looking at a lunatic. Who doesn't bring a bodyguard with them if they are rich? This is a symbol of our noble status. Let's go. Let's go back quickly, our parents are waiting anxiously. Lin Shen half hugged and half pushed Yi Yuzhen forward. I don't know what sins I committed in my previous life. Yi Yuzhen twisted a few times reluctantly, complaining as he walked forward. When they arrived at the door of the house, Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a guilty conscience and said, Are you really going in? Of course I really went in, otherwise what would I do here? Lin Shen looked at the castle-like home of the Yi family and felt particularly satisfied. Okay, you're so cruel, don't talk nonsense later. Yi Yuzhen said as he walked towards the gate. Not long after he pressed the doorbell, someone opened the door from the inside. The castle with white walls and blue roofs looked like a fairy tale from The outside, it can't be seen that it was built with base materials, but the gate alone is half a meter thick, which shows how well the castle's defense works. The Yi family is safer than Lin Shen imagined, and it's probably not worse than the Liu and Su families. Of course, in terms of scale, the Liu and Su families are much larger, but in terms of configuration, they may not have the high configuration of the Yi family. It seems that Yi Yuzhen's parents are more profound than I thought. Although Lin Shen has rarely been out, he knows that Yi Yuzhen's parents are not simple by looking at the architectural specifications of the castle. Before Lin Shen and Yi Yuzhen entered the castle, a beautiful lady who looked only about 30 years old and dressed very decently saw the two of them clearly on the surveillance camera. Is that Lin Yin's youngest brother? The lady looked at the two people who seemed awkward and ambiguous in the surveillance video and asked the old man beside her. Yes, madam, his name is Lin Shen. He ranks the youngest among the 5 siblings of the Lin family. When he was in the Suanio base, his reputation was not very good. However, this time the Lin family caravan was robbed. And the 3rd and 4th masters of the Lin family were not in the base, so Lin Shen had to come forward to solve it. According to the information sent back by our spies in the Su family, although this little 5th master is not very capable, he has a pistol that can shoot crystal-based level. It should be a pet launcher, and the level and origin are unknown. The old man was very detailed, and even told Lin Shen and Yi Yuzhen what they talked about when they met, word for word. How do you think he compares to Lin Yin back then? After listening, the lady just asked lightly. Of course, they are far apart. One is in the sky and the other is on the ground. The old man answered without hesitation. A world of difference? Not necessarily. I think he's quite interesting. The lady smiled meaningfully. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Shen followed Yi Yuzhen into the castle. The castle was not very large, so the structure inside was quite compact. There was no big garden or anything like that. There were all kinds of buildings and defensive projects everywhere. It was obvious that the owner of the castle was a cautious person who prepared for a rainy day. In such a compact layout, there were many amazing small designs in the details. A touch of elegant flowers in the corners made the steel castle more warm and beautiful. A strict male host and a gentle female host, a tiger and a rose, this is a perfect match. The iron wall and the green leaves and flowers made Lin Shen have a good impression of the owner of the castle before he met him. He liked this safe and comfortable place the most. There were almost no servants or maids in the castle. Those who came and went were all mutants, and each mutant wore a very exquisite uniform. Lin Shen saw a very special flower mark on the left chest of the dark blue uniforms worn by those people, but it was a pity that Lin Shen did not recognize what flower it was. Yi Yuzhen took Lin Shen all the way to a building in the center of the castle. Yi Yuzhen glanced at Lin Shen, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open and went in. The entrance was a living room with a very retro decoration. A lady who looked about 30 years old was sitting on the sofa, holding a black cat without a single stray hair in her arms. Her slender fingers gently fiddled with the kitten's ears. Lin Shen, let me introduce you. Yi Yuzhen brought Lin Shen to the lady and was about to introduce her to Lin Shen, but was interrupted by Lin Shen. Do I need to introduce? You? You look so similar and so beautiful. I can tell at a glance that you are Yuzhen's sister, right? My name is Lin Shen, and I am Yuzhen's boyfriend. Lin Shen said first. The lady smiled and said nothing. Yuzhen scolded angrily, "Sister, you big-headed ghost, this is my mother." Sorry, I really didn't see it. I didn't expect you to be so young and you are Yuzhen's mother. Lin Shen apologized quickly. Yuzhen, your boyfriend is quite interesting. Stay at home for dinner tonight. The lady smiled and said. Yuzhen was about to say that Lin Shen was busy, but Lin Shen said first, "Thank you, Auntie. You guys play, I need to go out for something. If I'm not back before 6 o'clock, you can eat first and don't have to wait for me. Xiao Shen, if you have nothing to do, stay at home for a few days. We can have a good chat when we have time." The lady stood up and said. He has something else to do and will leave soon. Yuzhen said first, not giving Lin Shen any chance. Auntie, you are Yuzhen's mother. If you asked me to stay for a few days, I have to put it aside even if there is something big. Besides, I don't have anything important to do. Auntie, just don't mind my noise. Lin Shen was secretly happy. He didn't expect that he could hold the thigh so smoothly. This Madame Yi is really a female bodhisattva who saves the suffering. I'll ask the housekeeper to clean up 2 guest rooms for you. You can stay here first. The lady said as she walked out. When she reached the door, she took a hat with a veil from the coat rack and put it on her head, covering her face with the beauty of a mature woman. When she pushed the door open and was about to go out, the lady suddenly stopped, turned her head slightly and said. To Lin Shen, you can also call me Sister E. After that, the lady turned and went out. Lin Shen and Yuzhen were both slightly stunned, not knowing what the lady meant by this sentence. Yuzhen glared at him fiercely. Who asked you to agree to live here? What do you want to do? It was Sister E who asked me to stay here. You can ask her. Lin Shen sat down on the sofa and said tiredly. Or, you can help me clean up the guest rooms first. I'm a little tired and want to sleep for a while. He had just experienced a big battle before, and used super base to overdraw his energy. In addition to escaping and shopping in the market, he was indeed very tired. If it weren't for Yuzhen's family, he would have wanted to lie down as soon as he touched the sofa. Don't even think about it, get out of here. Yuzhen picked up a pillow and threw it at Lin Shen, saying angrily. What, a few times? Lin Shen pretended not to remember. Can you say anything else besides this? Yuzhen's red lips were almost bitten. If you think it's inconvenient for me to stay in the guest room, then I'll take a loss and stay in your room. Lin Shen said as he caught the pillow. Are you daydreaming? Take them to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Yuzhen glared at Lin Shen fiercely, then called the old housekeeper and said. The old housekeeper politely asked Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to go upstairs, where there was actually an elevator. After settling in the guest room, Lin Shen fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed. He was too tired today. This sleep was really hearty, and it was already dark when he woke up. It was still a knock on the door. That woke Lin Shen up. If no one had knocked on the door, Lin Shen would have been able to sleep until tomorrow. Mr. Lin, it's time for dinner. Miss, please go downstairs to eat. Lin Shen opened the door. And the old housekeeper, standing outside the door, said very politely, "Is Madame Yi back?" Lin Shen thought for a while and asked, "Madame is not back yet." The old housekeeper replied, "Got it, I'll wash my face and go down right away." Lin Shen returned to the room, closed the door, and did not go to the bathroom to wash his face. Take out the backpack and take out the spiral snail-based egg with mosaics. Sure enough, the mosaics on it are gone. In fact, without looking, Lin Shen also knows that the mosaics on it should have disappeared. Because after he woke up, a new fire information has appeared in his mind. Failed superbase evolution fire, gun. Fighting, shake the wrist at the moment of shooting to give the bullet a centrifugal force, so that it flies along an arc trajectory. Isn't this a bullet that can turn? After thinking carefully, Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Gunfighting only exists in previous film and television works. In actual use, almost no human has done it. In fact, a team has done experiments before. Not only can humans not shoot arc-flying bullets by shaking their wrists, but even using a mechanical arm that is much stronger and faster than humans cannot make bullets fly along an arc. This is another skill that seems to make sense, but there is no actual application and only exists in imagination. This skill is not very useful for ordinary people, but Lin Shen has a 44-speed Angel revolver in his hand. So gunfighting is still very useful for him. Without gunfighting, he must shoot head-on, which means he will face the danger of being attacked by the opponent. With gunfighting, he can hide in the dark without showing his face, and use this kind of curved bullet to shoot the enemy. Others can't even see how and when he fired the gun. It is simply a necessary skill for sneaking up on people. With gunfighting, who would be willing to be a close combat gunman and shoot stupidly face to face? Isn't it good to stand in a place where the enemy can't see and shoot cold guns? It's a pity that although Lin Shen likes gunfighting very much, this fire seed ability can't make his strength qualitatively improved. Go back to the market and see if you can find a few more genetic mutation eggs with fire seeds. Lin Shen knew that these were not enough to control his own destiny. After washing his face, Lin Shen called Wei Wufu to go downstairs to the restaurant together, and saw Yi Yuzhen already sitting at the dining table waiting. In addition to Yi Yuzhen, there is another person, but he is not Mrs. Yi, but a man. "Brother, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Lin Shen, he is very powerful." Yi Yuzhen suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, came over and hugged Lin Shen's arm very intimately, with a happy expression on his face, leaning on Lin Shen's side, as if the two were really a couple in love. Lin Shen felt his arm sinking into a soft elastic, warm and comfortable. But he couldn't help but frowned, thinking in his heart, something is wrong, Yi Yuzhen is not right, there must be a conspiracy. Lin Shen, right? You have good courage, I admire you very much. But one horse is another horse, although I admire you very much, but I made a vow at the beginning, dare to hit my sister. You have to pass me first, this oath cannot be broken, since you dare to come, you should be ready. Right? The man came to Lin Shen and said with a smile. Sorry, I don't know how to fight. Lin Shen pulled out a chair and sat down, took a sip of the water cup, he didn't want to accept any test, this was too old-fashioned. What a coincidence, I can't fight either. The man still had a smile on his face. Then what can you do? Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this, and asked subconsciously, which seemed a little different from what he thought. I can play the flute. The man said seriously. Cough, cough. Lin Shen almost spit out the water he drank, choking his nose, and it was so sour that he burst into tears. Playing the flute horizontally and the shao vertically, when the man took out a shao and put it to his mouth for demonstration, Lin Shen was completely stunned. He didn't know what other people saw. From his perspective, a big man who was as tall as Wei Wufu, but a little thinner, held a mosaic strip in his hands, and slowly put it to his mouth. This scene made Lin Shen feel a little hot, but his eyes continued to look at the shao, blocked by the mosaic. A shao, there was actually a fire on it, which surprised Lin Shen very much, but it was a pity that he couldn't see what the shao looked like. Have you ever played the shao? The man said while fiddling with the shao. No. Lin Shen shook his head quickly. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you when I have the chance in the future. The man said lightly, the rules are very simple, you sit there and listen to me play the shao. After a song is over, if you can still sit there, I will consider you to have passed this level. Can I not listen? If someone said this to Lin Shen before seeing the shao, Lin Shen would definitely think he was crazy. But there was a fire on that flute, it must be something special, so be careful. Okay, leave now, and don't show up in front of my sister again. The man said lightly. If Lin Shen didn't show up in front of Yi Yuzhen, he might still be able to do it, but it was absolutely impossible for him to leave. There was such a safe place to survive the beast tide, how could he bear to leave? Since you can't bear to leave my sister, then listen to my song. The man mistakenly thought that Lin Shen couldn't bear to leave Yi Yuzhen, and was willing to take the risk to listen to his song for her, so he nodded secretly and put the flute to his mouth. Yi Yuzhen's eyes were bright when she saw Lin Shen doing this. I haven't agreed yet. Lin Shen didn't have time to say this, because the flute in the man's hand had already made a low and melodious sound. The moment the flute sounded, Lin Shen felt that all the pores in his body trembled all of a sudden, and his heart twitched violently. What the hell is this? Lin Shen was secretly shocked. He only knew that music could affect people's emotions, but how could the sound of a man's flute actually cause his body to have a physical reaction? It's not an illusion. The sound of the flute can really directly affect my body. As the sound of the flute continued to sound, Lin Shen could clearly feel the changes in his body. Shock. Lin Shen felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be shaking, making him feel like he was a piece of glass that was about to be shattered. Is there really such a thing as sound wave power in the world? Could the fire on the flute be the sound wave power? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. If he could get the flute and the fire on it, would he be able to kill people invisibly in the future as long as the music could reach the place, which would be safer and more efficient than shooting? Unfortunately, now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Shen felt that his brain was buzzing. If he continued, even if his body could hold up, his brain would be damaged and concussed. When Lin Shen was about to change his genes and use his steel shell to resist the sound wave vibration, the theory of evolution in his body actually led the power in his body to flow. That force actually flowed with the rhythm of the song, and also produced vibrations of the same frequency. Because of the resonance, Lin Shen's body vibrated even more. Use the power of base mutation to resist the sound wave attack. Yi Yuzhen on the side couldn't help but remind him. Wei Wufu's calm eyes always focused on Lin Shen, and one hand held the handle of the knife. Once Lin Shen's life was in danger, he would draw the knife without Hesitation. Although they were in the same room, Yi Yuzhen and Wei Wufu were not affected by the sound waves at all. Lin Shen did not have base mutation, and his body shaking gradually weakened after a while. Evolution was unexpectedly mysterious. With the power of sound wave vibration, it refined his body and made Lin Shen gradually adapt to that kind of vibration. Under the baptism of the vibration of the power in his body, Lin Shen felt that some tiny impurities in his body seemed to be discharged, and his flesh and blood became purer and more able to adapt to the vibration brought by the sound wave. His body was actually mutating to adapt to the vibration of the sound wave, instead of eliminating the vibration. Suddenly, a strange idea emerged in Lin Shen's mind. The evolution theory he practiced was a base change technique. In addition to the base change technique evolution theory, there was also a famous theory called evolution theory. Lin Shen roughly knew that the theory of evolution was about adapting to nature, natural selection, and survival of the fittest, and it was a process in which life was forced to mutate and evolve. Lin Shen only had a general understanding of it, and his understanding was not necessarily correct, and the evolution theory itself was also controversial. This was not the point. The point was that the base change technique evolution theory he practiced seemed to coincide with the theory of that evolution theory. In the vibration of the sound wave, evolution theory used the power of the sound wave to cleanse his flesh and blood, allowing him to gradually adapt to the vibration of the sound wave. This was really a bit similar to the theory of another evolution theory. However, as far as Lin Shen knew, evolution theory, as one of the 5 classic base change techniques, had a very wide range of dissemination, and there were also many people practicing evolution theory. He had never heard of evolution theory having such an effect. Could it be that I have really mastered this wrong version of the theory of species? Lin Shen was surprised. As the power in his body vibrated and circulated, constantly baptizing his body, Lin Shen felt that his flesh and blood body had obviously become stronger. Every time a base changer changes, his flesh and blood body will become stronger, but the main part that becomes stronger is the outer shell. The upper limit of hardness and toughness is also mainly reflected in the shell, and the hardness and toughness of the flesh and blood body itself cannot reach the upper limit. With the baptism of vibration, Lin Shen obviously felt that his flesh and blood body had become stronger, especially the resistance to sonic vibrations. Seeing that Lin Shen had not changed his base, he actually used his flesh and blood body to withstand his sonic attack, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The sonic attack generated by his flute is very special. The flute itself does not actually have destructive power, but converts the man's own power into the power of sonic vibrations. The stronger the man's own power, the stronger the sonic vibration power blown out. The flute is equivalent to a power converter. Although the man only used 30% of his strength, he was a top-level crystal base with a strength value of 40. Even if it was only 30% of his strength, it was not something that an ordinary steel base changer could withstand. That was when the steel base changer used the base change power and fought with a steel body. The man had already had a certain understanding of Lin Shen from Yi Yuzhen. He knew that Lin Shen had not had a base change before he was 20 years old, and now he was at most a steel base changer, so he was still controlled when playing the flute. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations. He withstood his 30% sound wave attack with only his flesh and blood body, and he looked like nothing happened. This kid is a little different from what Yuzhen said. The man looked at Lin Shen while playing the flute, secretly amazed in his heart. Yi. Yuzhen's eyes looking at Lin Shen were also a little complicated. Lin Shen made her feel more and more unfamiliar. At this time, Lin Shen was in a very complicated mood. The base mutation technique of evolution has a sense of déjà vu that the worse the environment, the more comfortable I am, the harder I hit, the more addictive it is. Isn't this just a masochistic base mutation technique? Lin Shen is a person who has not suffered much. And he doesn't like to suffer. He can enjoy life, so why should he suffer? What's more, the worse the environment, the more dangerous it is, and the higher the possibility of losing his life. If possible, Lin Shen feels that it is necessary to change a base mutation technique. The problem is that except for this wrong version of evolution, other base mutation techniques cannot be practiced. It seems that I have to find a few more base mutation techniques to try. If I can't find them on this planet, I can only go to outer space to find them. Lin Shen thought to himself. Although he thought so, even Lin Shen himself had to admit that this masochistic base mutation technique was really useful. Although his whole body was still shaking, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. His body really adapted to the vibration brought by the sound waves under the cleansing of evolution. This made Lin Shen very doubtful. If he fell into the sea, would evolution give him the ability to breathe underwater? If I go to a planet without oxygen, can evolution help my body adapt to an environment without oxygen? Lin Shen thought secretly. Seeing that Lin Shen remained indifferent, the man changed his mind and no longer limited his strength to 30%, but increased the output of sonic attacks. Evolution is obviously not omnipotent. It can help Lin Shen adapt to sonic attacks. But if the power of sonic attacks exceeds the limit that Lin Shen's body can withstand, then it can't do anything. When the man increased the power of sonic attacks to 40%, which is equivalent to about 16 points of power, Lin Shen felt that his body could no longer bear it and felt a severe sense of pain. As a last resort, Lin Shen could only use the power of base change. The mirror-like steel shell wrapped his whole body and made him feel much better. The steel shell, plus his own resistance to sonic shock, allowed him to withstand a 16-point sonic shock attack with only 11 points of hardness and toughness. The man was even more surprised to see that Lin Shen was indeed just a steel-based transformer. He had originally suspected that Lin Shen was not the steel-based transformer that Yi Yuzhen said, but had been promoted to the alloy level. Otherwise, how could he withstand his 40% power sonic attack? The fact surprised him a little. Lin Shen was actually just a steel-based transformer. He could withstand his 40% power sonic attack with his steel body. Even he couldn't figure out how Lin Shen did it. How much more can he withstand? Lin Shen aroused the man's curiosity and desire to win, and added another 10% of his strength. Lin Shen's whole body immediately trembled violently. He could no longer withstand such power and almost stood up without thinking. He wanted to stay to save his life, not to die. If he continued, he would die. What's the point of staying? Oops. Seeing Lin Shen's situation, the man also realized that he was too reckless. It was a miracle that Lin Shen could withstand 40% of his power. How could a steel-based transformer withstand 50% of his power? Seeing Lin Shen was about to stand up, the man quickly reduced the power of the sonic attack and stretched out a hand to hold Lin Shen down, preventing him from standing up. Just kidding, Yi Yuzhen asked him to help act, but didn't really ask him to drive Lin Shen away. If he really drove Lin Shen away, there would be no way to end it, and there would be no way to explain to Yi Yuzhen. If he got hurt again, Yi Yuzhen would have to turn against him. Lin Shen, who was about to stand up, was suddenly held down by the shoulder. His face suddenly changed, thinking that the man wanted to hurt him. He was about to draw his gun, but found that the power of the sonic attack was greatly reduced, and he couldn't help but be full of doubts. It's true that the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. Yuzhen, you have a good eye. Lin Shen is not only handsome, but also gifted, and his strength is unfathomable. He is much stronger than me. I was a little reckless just now. The man was afraid that he would hurt Lin Shen, and Yuzhen would turn against him. After the song ended hastily, he immediately frantically tried to make up for it. Lin Shen looked at the man suspiciously. The man's strength was obviously much stronger than his. Why did he suddenly restrain his strength to let him pass, and even said such words? After a little thought, Lin Shen seemed to have figured something out, and looked at Yi Yuzhen with a strange look. Are you okay? Yi Yuzhen was obviously not so easy to fool. He had already seen the trick. He glared at the man, walked quickly to Lin Shen's side, and asked worriedly while checking Lin Shen's physical condition. It's okay. I have to thank you for showing mercy. Lin Shen lifted the base change and said with a smile, I have passed this level. Is our relationship settled? What is our relationship? Yi Yuzhen asked in confusion. Getting married. Lin Shen thought it would be good to marry Yi Yuzhen if they had children. In the future, if he died, with such a family, no one would be able to bully Yi Yuzhen with the child. It seems that the lesson I just gave you was not enough. Yi Yuzhen glared at him unhappily, with 3 points of anger and 7 points of coquettishness in the corners of his eyes, which was quite charming. I think this matter is settled. Brother Lin Shen is a real man and a responsible man. The man smiled. Aside. If you think so, then go and marry him. Yi Yuzhen glared at the man fiercely, and that look was really fierce, which was completely different from the previous glare at Lin Shen. Ahem. The man pretended to cough and dared not speak again. This is my elder brother Yi Tianjin. Seeing that Lin Shen was indeed fine, Yi Yuzhen was relieved and introduced the man to him. From now on, we are all family members. You can call me Tianjin or elder brother. Yi Tianjin smiled. Brother Tianjin, you can actually use sonic attacks, which is amazing. Lin Shen was thinking about how to get Xiao to sleep over, and he climbed up after answering. It's not that I'm strong, but this Xiao is strong. It transforms my strength into sonic power that can hurt people. Yi Tianjin said with some pride. There is such a magical thing in the world? Brother Tianjin, where did you find such a treasure? Lin Shen felt a little troubled. Such a precious treasure, if he said he borrowed it to sleep. Could Yi Tianjin lend it to him? Speaking of this Xiao, it is related to your Lin family. Don't you know it? Yi Tianjin said. Is it related to my family? Lin Shen was slightly startled. He didn't know when his family had a relationship with this magical Xiao. Your second brother is called Lin Yin, right? Yi Tianjin asked. Yes. Lin Shen nodded. That's right. This Xiao originally belonged to your second brother Lin Yin. Later, he lost the bet to my family, and this Xiao stayed in the Yi family. Yi Tianjin slowly told the whole story. This Xiao was originally my second brother's thing? Lin Shen was more and more confused. Why had he never heard his family talk about it? Hearing that the Xiao originally belonged to his own family, Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter that he is shameless, but he can't ruin his second brother's reputation. Unless he can win back the things that the second brother exported in an upright manner, how can he ask to borrow them? Brother Tianjin, can you tell me about this Xiao? Lin Shen could only ask about the origin of this Xiao first. It might be helpful for him to study the origin of fire, and he could make plans later. Yi Tianjin thought for a while and said, actually, I don't know much. I just heard from Sister Yi that this crystal Xiao was won by her from Lin Yin of the Lin family in a bet. It seems to be made from a certain part of the crystal-based creature. It has the effect of converting power into sonic damage. Wait a minute, you are Yu Shen's eldest brother, right? Lin Shen looked at him strangely and asked. That's right. Yi Tianjin understood Lin Shen's doubts and said with a smile, Yu Zhen is the only daughter. My father is her uncle. Because he died early. I have lived with them since I was very young. Sister Yi doesn't like other people. She's too old. Besides, Yu Zhen, most people call her Sister Yi. But you're different. It's better to follow Yu Zhen's call. Lin Shen turned around in his mind several times before he figured out the true relationship between Yi Tianjin and Yi Yu. Their fathers were brothers. Brother Tianjin, do you know what kind of creature this Xiao's material comes from? Lin Shen asked again. You have to ask me. When Sister Yi gave me the crystal Xiao, she didn't say what kind of creature it was made of. I really don't know. You have to ask Sister Yi or your second brother. Yi Tianjin replied. A few people sat down to eat and chatted while eating. Yi Tianjin looks tall, but he is quite gentle, and he is very good at taking care of others. He is always full of witty words, so this meal can be considered a pleasure. Lin Shen thought of several ways to use crystal Xiao, but in the end he felt it was inappropriate and did not speak. By the way, what bet did my second brother make with the Yi family? Lin Shen thought about it, but he still had to find a way to win Jingshuang Xiao back. But it is inconvenient to borrow it. If he can borrow it, he can give up crystal Xiao and just sleep for one night and then return it to the Yi family. But for this Xiao, he had to get it in an upright manner. I don't know. Yi Tianjin shook his head again. He didn't know what bet he made or how he won it back. It seems that if you want to know the inside story, you can only ask Mrs. Yi. Lin Shen thought helplessly. After dinner, Yi Yuzhen suggested going out for a walk, but Lin Shen refused directly. He was not in the mood to go out for a walk now. He just wanted to find out whether the correct way to open theory of evolution was what he thought. Back in the room, Lin Shen entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet in the bathtub, filled it with water, and then lay down in it. The water submerged Lin Shen's whole body. Lin Shen in the water was running the theory of evolution to test whether the theory of evolution was what he thought. The suffocation came over him in waves, making Lin Shen feel as if his chest was about to explode. He couldn't bear it anymore. Theory of evolution has been running, but unfortunately it has not evolved the ability to breathe in water as he thought. Wow. Lin Shen stood up abruptly, sat in the bathtub, shook the water off his face, and gasped for air. If it was later, he felt like he would be suffocated to death. Can't it? Did I think wrongly? Lin Shen still refused to give up. After getting out of the bathtub, he thought of a new trick. The process of flooding is too slow, and the stimulation is not strong enough. It may require extreme stimulation to stimulate the mutational evolution effect of the theory of evolution. Lin Shen found an iron rod and burned one end red. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his pampered white arms. With a cruel move, he pressed the red-hot end of the iron rod onto his arm. When the iron rod was about to touch his skin, Lin Shen's hand stopped. After all, he still couldn't stop hating himself. What can I do? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and tried several times, but it was difficult to be cruel to himself. Forget it, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't do such things as self-harm. Lin Shen thought for a while and called Wei Wufu over. Old Wei, take this. Lin Shen handed him the red-hot iron rod. Lao Wei looked at him with confusion, not knowing what he meant. Old Wei, like this, you take the iron rod and burn my arm, ah. Lin Shen rolled up his sleeves to reveal his white and tender arms. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Wei Wufu directly poked the red-hot end of the iron rod on top. A sound was heard, accompanied by the smell of burnt incense and Lin Shen's screams. Lin Shen threw away the iron rod and tried his best to shake his scorched arm. He felt that it was still very hot and painful. He quickly ran into the bathroom and directly immersed his arm in the bathtub. The water he just put in was not wasted. Fortunately, he still carried a few bottles of medicine in his bag. He took out the medicine and poured it on the wound, and the blackened and blistered skin gradually healed. Looking at the shocking burns on his arm, Lin Shen said depressedly, Old Wei, I'm not ready yet. Why are your hands so fast? No, call me, what are you doing? Wei Wufu said. Okay, let's not talk about this first. You put the stick down first. Lin Shen felt that this was not possible, it was too painful. And he really couldn't bear it again. And it seems that the burns did not stimulate the evolutionary mutation effect of evolution, so this trick still doesn't work. Too slow won't work, and too fast doesn't seem to work either. Does it need to be as long-lasting as a sonic attack to be effective? What kind of method is needed to stimulate and last? Lin Shen pondered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of a training method he had heard of before. Before the mutation technique, humans wanted to enhance their ability to resist blows, so they would choose to have people hit their bodies with suitable tools to train their ability to resist blows. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that this method should be feasible. Ordinary humans can use this method to enhance their ability to resist blows. As a mutationist, he also has the theory of evolution, so it should be effective anyway. He looked around the room and it seemed that there was nothing suitable, so he had to pick up the iron rod and hand it to Wei Wufu. This time Lin Shen learned his lesson and said, Don't do it yet. Listen to me. When I say start, you can do it. Okay. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. The only flaw was that because he rarely went out, his skin looked a little too white. Old Wei, when you hit me with the iron rod, remember, don't hit me too hard. I have to be able to bear it and not get hurt. Don't hit me too lightly either. It won't work if it's too light. Lin Shen took a horse stance, held his breath and tightened his muscles, gritted his teeth. And after a few mental preparations, he closed his eyes and said to Wei Wufu, cruelly, Come on, hit me. Lin Shen waited for a while, but Wei Wufu didn't hit him. He opened his eyes and saw Wei Wufu standing there motionless. He couldn't help wondering, why don't you fight? No, start. Wei Wufu said seriously. Well, my fault. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but looking at Wei Wufu's face, he felt powerless to refute, so he could only say, okay, let's start again. Bang! As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, the iron rod in Wei Wufu's hand was thrown directly on him. Lin Shen grimaced in pain, his face twisted silently, his hands clenched into fists. And he jumped and turned in circles on the spot. I haven't said start yet, why did you start? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu after he got better. Flexibility. Wei Wufu replied. Brother, I beg you, we don't need to be flexible. You see, you are such a principled person, you should stick to your principles and can't be led astray by those unprincipled and undisciplined people. Let's decide to start after we say start, okay? Lin Shen's eyes were filled with tears. Okay. Wei Wufu nodded heavily while holding the iron rod. Also, Lao Wei, when you attack, use a little less force. It's not that you didn't do well enough, it's that I, your brother, didn't rest well recently, and my physical fitness is a little bit worse. Lin Shen gestured and said. I understand. Wei Wufu looked like I understand. Then let's start. Lin Shen shouted after he was ready. Wei Wufu swung the iron rod and hit Lin Shen's chest muscles directly, causing Lin Shen to grit his teeth and groan. This was not a groan of injury, but the sound of the breath bursting out when the muscles burst out with force to fight against external forces. Wei Wufu's control of force can be said to be perfect, and his grasp of the body structure is also very exquisite. When he hit with the stick, it was the muscles that bore the force, and it would not damage the internal organs and bones at all. Come again. Lin Shen felt that the force was okay. Apart from the muscle pain, there was no big impact on other things. One stick after another, although Wei Wufu didn't understand what Lin Shen was going to do, he still did what he said. In the backpack on the bed, the fat boy's little head stuck out, his eyes curiously looking at the beaten Lin Shen, seeming to be very confused about what he was doing. Change the place, don't just hit one place. Lin Shen seemed to feel that there was some effect. The force of the iron stick hitting made evolution react. The force flowed to the damaged muscles, making those muscles start to heat up, as if they were receiving some kind of baptism. Wei Wufu used the iron stick to hit him all over his body according to Lin Shen's request. Sure enough, there was a reaction. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the heat flow in his body was baptizing the parts of his body that were hit, causing slight changes. But this change was too weak, and no obvious effect could be seen for a while. Okay, Lao Wei, let's stop here today. Lin Shen chose to stop, firstly because the beating was too painful and he couldn't stand it, secondly, he felt that the effect was not very good, and he had to change another method. Through this attack, Lin Shen has been able to determine that the wrong version of evolution is indeed a masochistic mutation technique. When his body is affected by harsh external factors, evolution can make his body mutate and strengthen. However, this mutation and strengthening is still limited. For example, if the stimulation is too strong, Lin Shen's body cannot withstand the force, and evolution is useless. If the stimulation is too weak, the ability of evolution will not work. There must be appropriate external force for evolution to work, which is a long-term process. Of course, this is just Lin Shen's current research. Whether this is all the abilities of evolution or just the tip of the iceberg, he can't say clearly now. After realizing that evolution is unexpectedly useful, Lin Shen is thinking about whether he should continue to practice based on evolution. There are two disadvantages to practicing evolution now. One is that the wrong version of evolution only has the part of mutation, without the content behind it. When I get promoted to a higher level in the future, I wonder if the latter part of the genuine evolution and the latter part of the wrong version of evolution can be used interchangeably. If they can be used interchangeably, it's fine. If not, then Lin Shen can only find a way by himself. Another thing is that practicing this thing is too hard and painful. Lin Shen has never suffered any hardship or pain since he was a child, and he is really a little uncomfortable. There are so many children in the world who are not good at studying. Is it because they have no talent? Of course not. Most of them are because they are lazy and afraid of suffering. Lin Shen is one of them. No matter what, I can't use the strike anymore. I have to think of a better way. Lin Shen felt that the strike method, in addition to being too painful, also had the disadvantage of being incomplete and unable to strengthen every tiny part of the body. The effect of the sonic attack was quite good. And it was not too uncomfortable, but the crystal flute was not in Lin Shen's hand. When he got it back later, he could use it to improve his physical strength. Is there really no other better way? Lin Shen couldn't think of a better way for a while. The next morning, when Lin Shen got up to eat breakfast, he found that Yi Tianjin and Yi Yuzhen were not at home, and Mrs. Yi did not seem to have returned either. All the hosts were away, and only Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were the two guests, eating breakfast under the hospitality of the old housekeeper. Fortunately, both of them were thick-skinned and didn't feel anything wrong, so they had a very pleasant meal. After breakfast, Lin Shen planned to go to the market again to see if he could find a few more fires. Before leaving, Lin Shen also greeted the old housekeeper in order to prevent the old housekeeper from misunderstanding that he was leaving, so that he could open the door for him when he came back. After taking Wei Wufu to the market, he found that the market was particularly deserted today. Not to mention the people buying things, even the vendors selling things were much less. Boss, is the market closed today? Lin Shen asked a stall owner who was packing up. What market is closed? This market is open all year round. The stall owner said while packing up. Where did that person go? Lin Shen asked. Don't you know? Recently, many mushroom beasts in the egg-laying period were found near the sea of green trees outside the base. I heard that some people got alloy-based eggs, and now they are going to hunt mushroom beasts and find base-based eggs. The boss packed up his things, put on his backpack and left. He looked anxious, probably wanting to get some benefits. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After they left the base, the mushroom beasts they encountered were too strong and too many, so they ran back. Those ordinary base changers going out are like seeking death, right? But it seems that not many base changers are in danger, otherwise it would have spread long ago, and how could so many people dare to go out to look for mushroom beasts and base-based eggs? Could it be that high-level base-changed creatures like black-capped mushroom beasts and blue-capped mushroom beasts have not appeared again? Lin Shen was a little confused. Should we go and have a look again? Maybe we were just unlucky to encounter black-capped mushroom beasts before. Now that so many people have left the base, we should not be so unlucky, but we happen to encounter black-capped mushroom beasts, right? Lin Shen was a little moved. It would be best if we could escape before the beast tide forms. After discussing with Wei Wufu, the two decided to go out to check the situation first and not to leave the base too far. If they encounter a black-capped mushroom beast, they can escape directly back to the base for refuge. Walking all the way outside the base, I saw many geneticists hurriedly walking outside the base. After leaving the base, most of the geneticists headed towards the Blue Tree Sea, but Lin Shen and Wei Wufu chose a direction different from the Blue Tree Sea. Sure enough, there were much fewer people here, but the two of them didn't go far when they saw a red-capped mushroom beast lying in the grass. Seeing the two humans appear, the red-capped mushroom beast burst out from the grass with a strange scream and fiercely pounced on Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu raised his knife and chopped off the head of the red-capped mushroom beast, and the headless body fell to the ground. The head that flew out split open from under the mushroom cap at the top and sprayed out a dozen small genetically modified eggs. The mushroom beast hatched genetically modified eggs directly on its own body. This thing is capable of laying eggs. It laid so many eggs at once. No wonder the mushroom beast group developed so fast. Lin Shen picked up a genetically modified egg and was a little surprised. Said, although it is only a steel genetically modified egg, one mushroom beast has given birth to so many genetically modified eggs. I have encountered so many mushroom beasts before. If they can all give birth, how many little mushroom beasts will be born at one time? I forgot to ask how often the mushroom beast lays eggs. Lin Shen collected all the genetically modified eggs and put them in his backpack to serve as snacks for Fatty. Now he doesn't have time to hatch these genetically modified eggs. Even if he has time, he doesn't have an incubator. Under normal temperatures, genetically modified eggs will not hatch. The two of them didn't dare to leave the base too far, so they walked around nearby. The result surprised Lin Shen. After walking around the base for a while, they encountered 4 red-capped mushroom beasts. And the mushroom caps of each red-capped mushroom beast contained anywhere from a few to more than 20 mushroom beast eggs. This made Lin Shen a little frightened. If the black-capped mushroom beast and the blue-capped mushroom beast were so capable, what terrible results would it be? Lin Shen couldn't help but shudder as he thought about groups of giant blue-capped mushroom beasts and groups of black-capped mushroom beasts rushing towards Yashin's base like a tide. It shouldn't be that bad. Steel creatures require less energy and less material to lay eggs, so it is easier for them to lay eggs in large numbers. It may not be that easy for alloy creatures and mutated creatures to lay eggs in large numbers. Lin Shen thought to himself. Mushroom beast. Wei Wufu suddenly pointed in a direction and said. Lin Shen was a little confused. Wei Wufu never talked nonsense. When he saw the mushroom beast, there was no need to tell him. He went up and chopped it off with a single knife. When he suddenly said this, he was probably not an ordinary mushroom beast. Looking in the direction of Wei Wufu's finger, a mushroom beast that looked about the same size as an ordinary red-capped mushroom, but the mushroom cap on its head was purple-red with white spots, was slowly walking out of the woods in the distance. Purple-capped mushroom beast, I haven't seen it before. Is this a steel creature? Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it should be a steel creature, but it was a little different from the red-capped mushroom beast. He didn't know if it had mutated or something. Let me. Come. Lin Shen didn't let Wei Wufu pass, took out the angel revolver, and shot the purple-capped mushroom beast. The capsule turned into a steel creature and struck the purple beast mushroom on like lightning, smashing its head and mushroom cap. Together, the genetic fluid and the genetic egg inside the mushroom cap fell out. Just as Lin Shen thought, this was just a steel creature. The two went over to pick up the genetically modified eggs that fell on the ground and remained in the mushroom caps. There were only 3 genetically modified eggs in total, which seemed to be much less than the genetically modified eggs conceived by the red-capped mushroom beasts. Lin Shen, Little Xingxing. Wei Wufu took out a genetically modified egg stained with genetic mutation from the mushroom cap and brought it over. When he was about to hand it to Lin Shen, he suddenly retracted his hand and said this. Little star? What little star? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu doubtfully. 1, 2, 3, little stars. Wei Wufu pointed in front of his eyes, as if counting something. Throw away the genetically modified eggs. Lin Shen knew something was wrong, threw away the genetically modified eggs in his hand, and shouted at the same time. In fact, Wei Wufu had already thrown away the genetically modified egg in his hand, but his eyes were already covered with a layer of purple mist. Lin Shen also felt something was wrong with his body. He was itching all over his body. He could vaguely see flashes of light spinning in front of his eyes, and little elves were flying in front of him. Poisoned, the purple-capped mushroom beast is poisonous. Lin Shen knew what the problem was, and quickly reached into his pocket and took out 2 potions, one for Wei Wufu and one for himself. These medicines can treat external and internal injuries, but I don't know if they are useful for toxins, at least they are not harmful. Wei Wufu opened the potion and drank it. Lin Shen opened the lid and was about to drink it, but felt that the theory of evolution in his body was starting to work again. The theory of evolution can also resist poison. Lin Shen was delighted and closed the lid of the potion again. As the power in his body circulated, the itching feeling on his body became more intense. There were flickering elves flying around him everywhere in front of him, making him dizzy. But soon, the number of stars in front of my eyes began to decrease, and the itching sensation on my body also weakened rapidly. After being baptized by the toxin, Lin Shen felt that his body seemed to have changed again, and soon returned to normal. Wei Wufu was still counting stars beside him, and it was obvious that the potion had no detoxification effect. Fortunately, the toxin was not strong, but it only caused some hallucinations and itching. When Lin Shen was about to pull Wei Wufu back to the city, the toxin on Wei Wufu had begun to weaken, and after a while, Wei Wufu's condition was much better. Although the effect of this toxin was not very strong, if he was poisoned, when the beast tide came, it would be fatal in just a short time. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to take a rest first, and he carefully picked up a genetic mutation egg, and he was not poisoned again. He applied a little genetic mutation liquid with his fingers again, and this time he felt a little itchy on his body, but there was no hallucination. The theory of evolution took effect again, and soon the itching on his body disappeared again. When Lin Shen came into contact with the genetic mutation liquid of the purple-capped mushroom again, he basically had no feeling. It seemed that his body had evolved and mutated to the extent that it could resist the mushroom toxin. In order to confirm whether the theory of evolution was working, Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, who had recovered, to try to contact the base-changing liquid with toxins again. As a result, Wei Wufu was hit again and had a brief hallucination. Obviously, he did not develop resistance due to the last poisoning, and his resistance was not as strong as Lin Shen's. The effect of the toxin was not strong for Wei Wufu, an alloy base-changing person. It could only make him have some hallucinations, and the duration was very short. Wei Wufu's hallucinations disappeared quickly. Lin Shen was excited. In the future, he could strengthen himself through toxins and have a physique that resists toxins. When he was imagining that he would be immune to all poisons in the future, the fat boy in the backpack suddenly jumped out by himself, stood on Lin Shen's shoulder, and stared sharply at a direction in the forest. Lin Shen looked over warily and saw a black figure standing behind a big tree in the forest, half of his body exposed, staring at him coldly. It's the black-capped mushroom beast. Lin Shen recognized it immediately and couldn't help but feel nervous. The guy was actually spying on him secretly. It seemed that he really had a grudge. This completely frustrated Lin Shen's plan to leave before the beast wave. After being discovered by Fatty, the black-capped mushroom beast stared at Lin Shen and slowly retreated into the forest and disappeared. Looking at the look in its eyes when it left, Lin Shen knew that if he couldn't deal with it, when the beast tide came, it would definitely be the first to come to settle accounts with him. You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Lin Shen frowned slightly, thinking about how he could kill it next time he encountered it. Go back? Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and asked. No, its IQ is not low. It knows that it can't do anything to us. Now, as long as we don't leave the base too far, it shouldn't attack us. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. He also wanted to see if there were other types of poisonous mushroom beasts. Getting some toxin-containing genetic fluid to strengthen himself would definitely be of great help to the upcoming beast tide. Lin Shen took out a water bag and collected all the remaining genetic fluid in the poisonous mushroom beast's body. This kind of genetic fluid could not be swallowed directly by ordinary genetic changes, but it was the best supplement for Lin Shen. Lin Shen increasingly felt that the wrong version of theory of evolution was quite practical. With its ability, Lin Shen could directly swallow various genetic fluids without worrying about harm to the body caused by unprocessed genetic fluids. The two of them didn't go deep, just wandering around the base, hunting mushroom beasts to get genetically modified eggs and genetically modified fluid. The number of poisonous mushroom beasts was obviously relatively small, and I didn't encounter another one after walking around for a long time. While the two were continuing to search for the mushroom beast, they saw a group of well-dressed people riding high-end pets coming towards them. Those people were not coming for them. When they passed by not far away, one of the girls riding a platinum beast stopped and looked at Lin Shen, who was standing aside. When their eyes met, Lin Shen's expression didn't change much, but the girl looked surprised. Lin Shen, why are you here? Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. She got off the back of the platinum beast and walked to Lin Shen. Everyone else also stopped and looked at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Seeing that neither of them had a mount, and Lin Shen had a fat pigeon like a snowball standing on his shoulder, his eyes were somewhat contemptuous. In this day and age, few people keep ordinary pets anymore. Long time no see. Lin Shen smiled and greeted Lu Qing. It's hard to say who was right or wrong when the two broke up. It's just that the distance between them became longer and they couldn't see each other. As time went by, their feelings naturally faded. Although there is Yi Yuzhen's factor in it, if the relationship between the two is really that strong, it cannot be easily destroyed by Yi Yuzhen. Even if there is no Yi Yuzhen, there may be Li Yuzhen and Zhao Yuzhen in the future. As long as the two people are separated for a long time and cannot be together, there will still be problems. Lu Qing was very high-spirited when she didn't meet Lin Shen, but when she actually met him, she seemed to lose her temper all of a sudden. I asked my family to help with the eldest sister's matter before, but because the Lu family and the Su family were very unhappy because of some things recently, the Su family did not agree to release her, nor did they admit that they robbed the eldest sister's caravan. Lu Qing explaining in a low voice. Thank you, it's okay, it's been resolved. Lin Shen didn't want to dwell on the matter too much, which would be of no benefit to anyone. He paused and said, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it first. Resolved? Lu Qing was slightly startled. Lin Shen looked at her expression and couldn't help but feel a little confused, thinking, did you really not tell her that I had rescued the eldest sister? Yes, it's solved. Lin Shen didn't want to get into trouble and didn't say anything more. Lu Qing didn't believe it, and said with a complicated expression, we are still friends. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will definitely help you. Thank you, it's really been solved. Lin Shen still kept a smile and distance. Feeling Lin Shen's alienation, Lu Qing felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She bit her lips and seemed to want to say something else, but she heard someone in the team behind say, Lu Qing, since I don't appreciate my kindness, why bother bothering me so much? Talking. Maybe the Su family has been crying and begging to send him back. The speaker was a young man about the same age as Lin Shen. He obviously knew about Lin Shen and the Lin family caravan, and there was a hint of irony in his words. Jing Yan, this is my business, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Qing glared at the man, then looked at Lin Shen and sighed, I asked Yu Jin to bring you a message before, and she said that you have left the Yashan base. I went back, but I didn't expect you to still be here. If there is anything I can do to help you, go to your number 3 store in Ilu and find me. I'm usually there. I have something to do today. I think I can go back tomorrow at the latest. Lu Qing added. Okay, I will definitely go find you if something happens. Lin Shen sighed secretly and said, Lover Lu is actually quite good. When the two were together in the past, their relationship was indeed very good. However, the past is in the past and Lin Shen no longer wants to have anything to do with her. Lu Qing, business is more important, let's do business first, don't let the Su family get ahead. Jing Yan urged. Lu Qing wanted to say something, but seeing that Lin Shen didn't seem to want to continue, he bit his lip and said nothing more. He just said goodbye, and when he got on the platinum beast and was about to leave, he heard a sound of hooves from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw another team of people riding high-level pets coming here. Lin Shen saw Su Tianga, who was leading the way, from a distance, and thought to himself, why are the Lu and Su families running here? This is not the direction of the Green Tree Sea. Lu Qing subconsciously controlled his mount and blocked Lin Shen, fearing that Su Tianga would cause trouble for Lin Shen. Maybe what he feared would come true, Su Tianga really came here, and he came to Lin Shen with a clear goal. Su Tianga, what do you want to do? Lu Qing looked at Su Tianga, who was already in front of him, and asked, coldly. Miss Lu, I'm not here to look for you, why are you so nervous? Su Tianga turned over and jumped off the back of the mount, walked around Lu Qing and walked towards Lin Shen. Lu Qing wanted to stop him again, but was stopped by Xingyan. He doesn't appreciate your kindness, why do you have to do this? Let's see the situation first, and when he suffers, he will naturally beg you. I said. This is my business, you don't need to care. Lu Qing shook off Xingyan's hand holding her arm, and was about to stop Su Tiange again, but Su Tiange's behavior stunned her. Brother Shen, is there anything I can do for you? In this small piece of land of Asia God base. Whoever messes with you is messing with my Su family. Su Tiange stood beside Lin Shen, facing the people of the Lu family. The mutants brought by Su Tiange also swarmed behind the two of them and confronted the mutants of the Lu family. Lu Qing and others were a little confused. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Why did it seem that they wanted to bully Lin Shen, and Su Tiange came to help Lin Shen? Originally, they all thought that Su Tiange was coming for Lin Shen. Xingyan had already made up his mind that when Su Tiange dealt with Lin Shen, he must stop Lu Qing and not let her interfere. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Su Tiange not only did not make trouble for Lin Shen, but also acted like this is my eldest brother, if you dare to touch him, I will fight you to the death, which caught Xingyan and others off guard and confused about the situation. You guys. Lu Qing was also a little surprised. He looked at Su Tiange and then at Lin Shen. Only then did he believe that what Lin Shen said just now was true. He just didn't know what means Lin Shen used to make the Su family protect him in return. It was hard to figure out. It's okay here. Go do what you need to do, Lin Shen said to Su Tiange. So it was a misunderstanding. That's good. You go first. I have something to say to Brother Shen. I'll find you later. Su Tiange asked his people to leave first. And he stayed. Let's go too. Xingyan was afraid that the Su family would take the lead, so he hurriedly urged Lu Qing. Go. Lin Shen nodded to Lu Qing. When Lu Qing saw that all the Su family members except Su Tiange had left, he believed that Su Tiange was not acting. It seemed that he and Lin Shen had a very special relationship. Lin Shen. See you again if we are destined to. Lu Qing didn't know what to say. He sighed lightly, got on the platinum beast and left with Xingyan and the others. After Lu Qing and the others had gone far away, Su Tiange whispered to Lin Shen, Brother Shen, someone found a mutation box over at Jinshui Lake. We were just about to rush over there. We didn't expect to meet you. Do you want to go with us? There is a mutation box here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Since meeting Wei Wufu and Tian Xian, Lin Shen is no longer the homebody who knew nothing. The mutation box and the mutation point can be regarded as the same thing, which is the starting point of mutation on this planet. In the past, Lin Shen only knew that the mutation point was the source of transmission, infection, and mutation. Mutation boxes were found near some mutation points, but most of them were damaged. Combined with the information obtained from Tian Xian and Wei Wufu, Lin Shen already knew that the mutation box was actually a space transport warehouse. Because space travel takes too long, life forms often need to hibernate in the transport warehouse when they travel in space to survive the long journey. Of course, some transport warehouses are used to store goods, such as mutation eggs, which are goods that need to be stored in the transport warehouse. The mutation boxes that fell in various parts of the world more than 200 years ago were transport chambers carrying mutation eggs. No one knew where they came from or why they fell on this planet. What is certain is that the spacecraft carrying these transport chambers did not crash on this planet. Something must have gone wrong in space, and the transport chambers were scattered. Most of the transport chambers were damaged in space. After falling in various parts of the world, the mutation eggs inside fell out and became the source of infection, which led to the mutation points and mutation zones known to the general public. Those things called original eggs are actually mutation eggs, transported from alien planets. What puzzled Lin Shen was that since that time more than 200 years ago, no transport chambers had fallen again. If there were any transport chambers near the Yashan base, they should have been discovered long ago. Why was it not discovered until now? There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that this transport chamber is one of the batch that fell more than 200 years ago. It is only because the transport chamber was not damaged that the mutation eggs inside were sealed and did not become the source of infection. Because the place where it fell was relatively secret, it was not discovered. Another possibility is that this transport warehouse fell recently and was not the same batch as the one that fell more than 200 years ago. The mushroom beasts in the green tree sea are rampant. Could it be related to the transport warehouse? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that it was not right. The green tree sea and the golden water lake were in two opposite directions. If the mushroom beasts in the green tree sea were rampant and related to the transport warehouse, then the transport warehouse should also be in the green tree sea. Intact? Damaged? Wei Wufu obviously thought of this layer and asked Su Tianga. The base transformation box is intact. Su Tianga actually understood what Wei Wufu meant, but he didn't know that the base transformation box was actually the transport warehouse. Lead the way, Wei Wufu said directly. Lin Shen frowned slightly, but looking at Wei Wufu's expression, it seemed that he was determined to go. After a moment of silence, Lin Shen also nodded to Su Tianga. With Brother Shen and Brother Wei's participation, those bastards of the Lu family are doomed. The genetic transformation box will definitely be ours. If there are original eggs in it, how about I pay a high price to buy it? Su Tianga said. Okay. Wei Wufu didn't seem to care whether there were original eggs in the genetic transformation box. Su Tianga was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He got on his mount and led the way. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu also summoned their mounts to catch up, but unfortunately they were still riding iron-horned horses, and their speed could not keep up with Su Tianga. Su Tianga thought for a while and said, Brother Shen, Brother Wei, I will go first, so that my brothers will not suffer from the Lu family. You can go straight to Jinshui Lake from here, and you will see us there. Okay, you go first. Lin Shen just had something to ask Wei Wufu, and it was inconvenient for him to ask Su Tianga here, so this was exactly what he wanted. Su Tianga repeatedly urged Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to hurry over as soon as possible, and then galloped away. Old Wei, why do you want to go? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and asked. Wei Wufu knew their current situation. The black-capped mushroom beast must be watching them in secret, and he really shouldn't get involved in other things. Wei Wufu said with a firm look, the base change box, unknown, needs to be confirmed, risk, strangled. Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant and smiled bitterly. Have you never thought that you are also in danger? As a generation, we have no choice. Wei Wufu thought for a while and said, You, go back, I'll go. I'd better go with you. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu's expression and knew that it would be useless to persuade him. thinking that Jingguang Lake is not far from the base, and it is so far away from the Green Tree Sea, he is sure that he can escape back to the base if there is danger. It's better to follow Wei Wufu to take a look. He hasn't seen the base change box yet. If there are super base original eggs in it, there is hope for the promotion to alloy. When the two rushed to Jinshui Lake, they saw people from the Liu family and the Su family from a distance. Surprisingly, there was no friction between them. Both gangs stood by the lake, looking at the surface of Jinshui Lake. Seeing Lin Shen and Wei Wufu coming, Su Tianga hurriedly called them over. The Liu family's gene changers were somewhat confused when they saw Lin Shen and Wei Wufu riding over on the iron-horned horses. Everyone here knew Lin Shen's origins. The Lin family of Suanio Base was nothing to the Liu and Su families. How could Su Tianga be so polite to such two people? Lin Shen stood on the lake and saw a strange oval device suspended on the clear lake. It looked a bit like a metal rugby ball. It was 1 meter high from top to bottom and less than half a meter in diameter. There were also rings of shining crystal rings surrounding it, which kept overlapping and running. It looked mysterious and full of technology. Old Wei, can you swim? Lin Shen looked at the bottomless lake, turned his head, and asked Wei Wufu. No. Wei Wufu's answer made Lin Shen breathe a sigh of relief. Wei Wufu suffered a great loss in the battle with mutant creatures in the sea, partly because he didn't know how to swim. I can't either. It seems that we can't participate. Let's go back and rest early, Lin Shen said. Brother Shen, don't worry, I have asked someone to find a boat, and it will be here soon. Su Tianga said hurriedly. What's the use of a boat? If you fall in, you will die. Anyway, I will never get on the boat. Lin Shen pulled Wei Wufu and was about to leave. Lin Shen was a little surprised that Wei Wufu, a stubborn guy, was pulled away by him. He felt very surprised and couldn't help but look at Wei Wufu. No, the transport warehouse, Wei Wufu said. If it's not a transport warehouse, what is it? Lin Shen was stunned. He had never seen what a real transport warehouse looked like. He just heard Tian Xian and Wei Wufu mention the name. When he saw it just now, he thought that the transport warehouse of a spaceship looked like this. Lin Shen had never seen it. And the people of the Su family and the Liu family probably hadn't seen it either. They all thought it was a base change box, waiting for the ship to come and prepare to open the blind box. I don't know. Wei Wufu didn't know what it was. For things he didn't know, Lin Shen felt that he had to stay away from them. What if this thing was a bomb sent by aliens? Whoever was closer would die first. Buzz. When Lin Shen was wondering if it was a big bomb from aliens, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. He immediately subconsciously pulled Wei Wufu, and the two of them lay on the ground. At the same time, they used the base change power, and soon the metal armor wrapped their bodies. Unfortunately, that was not a precursor to the bomb explosion. The Liu family looked at the two people lying on the ground, and their eyes were like looking at fools with contempt on their faces. Although they were also frightened just now, at least they did not fall down like those two people, so they certainly had the qualifications to laugh at them. Lu Qing and Su Tianga both wanted to come over to help Lin Shen, but after walking a few steps, they were attracted by the strange sound that sounded again, and they could not help but turn their heads to look at the thing floating on the lake. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed up, and they did not feel ashamed. In Lin Shen's opinion, even if he did it again 10,000 times, he would still fall down. Those guys did not fall down, which only showed that they reacted slowly, not how brave they were. Even if they were really brave, it was just reckless behavior. After Lin Shen got up, he took a look at the thing on the water. He saw that outside the rugby-like machine, the circles of crystal rings were rotating rapidly, and the speed of rotation was still accelerating. The crystal rings themselves could no longer be seen, only the afterimages were flowing, as if forming a strange light hole. Go! Lin Shen called Wei Wufu to quickly get away from the thing. Unfortunately, he was still running a little too slowly. When he was running desperately, he suddenly heard an emotionless cold voice from behind. The self-inspection of the number 014 Kai King training device has been completed, all projects have passed safely, and the device is safely starting. Buzz. Lin Shen only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He couldn't help but cover his head with both hands. His body was pulled backwards by a huge force. The scene in front of him was instantly blurred, and it became like a retrograde time tunnel. Bang! Lin Shen fell heavily to the ground, as if he was severely seasick. He lay on the ground and retched a few times, but he didn't vomit anything. Hearing the same sound next to him, he turned his head and saw Su Tiange lying on the ground retching. On the other side, Wei Wufu had just stood up and was shaking off the sand on his body. Not far away, Lu Qing was sitting on the beach, covering his chest with his hands, and he didn't look good either. Wait, beach, why does it look so familiar, and this gravity? Lin Shen woke up completely and immediately got up to see if this was the beach he and Wei Wufu had been to before. This familiar strong gravity is not the gravity environment he is used to. Thinking of something, Lin Shen looked down again and saw a watch-like device on his wrist, but it was slightly different from the last time, and it was white. The previous one should be black, and I don't know what the difference is between the two devices. Turning his head, Wei Wufu, Su Tiange, and Lu Qing all had the same white teleportation device on their wrists. Lin Shen glanced at the number displayed on the watch, 71 hours 59 minutes and 4 seconds. Like the black teleportation device, it is a 72-hour countdown, so it should be possible to activate the teleportation device and go back after 72 hours. What is this place? How did we get here? Where are the others? Su Tiange finally reacted and screamed in horror. Where are we? Lu Qing's face was also very ugly. She stood up and stumbled to Lin Shen's side and sat down. It was obvious that she was not used to the gravity environment here. Don't worry, see the watch on your hand? After the countdown is over, we can go back. Lin Shen comforted the bewildered Lu Qing. Brother Shen, do you know where this is? Before Lu Qing could speak, Su Tiange came over first and excitedly took Lin Shen's hand and said, "Let go." Lin Shen shook off Su Tiange's hand and explained to the two, "This is no longer our planet. Don't make such a fuss. This is normal. We humans have already entered the interstellar era. Interstellar teleportation is a normal thing. You just don't know it." Lin Shen spoke as if he had experienced countless interstellar teleportations, just as casually as eating and sleeping. Only Wei Wufu knew that, including this time, Lin Shen had only teleported twice. He himself was a novice among novices. However, after Lin Shen said this, Su Tiange and Lu Qing were obviously not as nervous as before, but they still looked incredible. Brother Shen is indeed knowledgeable. Su Tianga, also have a keen eye for talent and did not recognize the wrong brother. Su Tianga changed the subject and asked carefully, Brother Shen, why? Are there only 4 of us here? Where did the others go? The teleportation is random, but it shouldn't be too far away. If you want to find someone, you can go around by yourself. There are many genetically modified creatures here, and there are also many mutations. Just be careful. Lin Shen said. No, I follow your lead, Brother Shen. I will fight wherever Brother Shen points, and I will go wherever Brother Shen goes. We are brothers of one mind, and our strength can break metal. Su Tianga thought to himself, Lin Shen's identity is indeed not simple, and his origin may be greater than I previously speculated. In such a mysterious place, he is like an old horse who knows the way. Fortunately, I didn't choose to turn against him before. In this strange place, Su Tianga was determined to follow Lin Shen, the old hand. As for those genetic mutations of the Lu family, if they can be found, they will be found. If they can't find them, they will die. It's better than dying by himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Shen had only been here once, and most of his teammates who came with him last time died. It is the most dangerous to be his teammate. Let's find a place to hide first, so as not to be targeted by the genetic mutation creatures here. Lin Shen looked around and didn't find the reef area he had seen before. He estimated that this place should be far away from the reef area. While looking for a place to hide, he suddenly felt the transmission device on his wrist vibrate. The signal is connected, the picture is synchronizing, the training device will synchronously play the image of the trainer and provide it to the observer to determine the correctness and safety of the training, so that the observer can provide timely rescue. The information on the watch was playing slowly. On Jinshui Lake, the crystal ring outside the strange device had stopped rotating, but a beam of aurora shot out directly from the top of the device, as if the sky was a curtain, projecting a huge image occupying the sky, which was many times more real than the naked eye. 3D effect of humans. The entire sky was transformed into a projection screen, shocking the whole world. In bases around the world, people all raised their heads to look at the distant sky, watching this miraculous scene. Even at the peak of human technology, there was no ability to project the entire sky as a screen. Moreover, these images were too real, not like projections, but like the legendary mirage, but mirages were not so clear, let alone close-ups. Most humans regarded this shocking scene as a mirage, and only a few people knew that this was not a mirage at all, but a sky projection system commonly seen in some more developed alien civilizations. Many human mutants who have been to alien planets with more developed technology have seen this sky projection system, and their faces are somewhat uncertain. The sky projection system is only available in advanced civilizations, and it is not something that human civilization can currently create. The sudden appearance of the sky projection system here makes them worry whether aliens have come to this planet. Human beings are not strong enough to fight against alien races of this level of civilization. Once alien races start a war, it is likely to be a war that destroys the family and the clan for humans. Super bases such as Chanchang Base, Cape Base, Wanderer Base, and God's Love Base have sent many people to find the location of the sky projection system. They hope to find aliens, but they don't want to find aliens. Their mood is quite complicated. Who are those people? The place in the mirage looks so strange. Where is this? Look, why is the sun blue there? Why are there so many perspectives? It seems that everyone has an exclusive picture, as if they are following the filming. Can the mirage be like this? What on earth is this? Who are those people? Most people have such doubts, and the people in the Asian god base quickly recognized the mutations of the Liu and Su families, and they were even more confused. The people of the Liu and Su families reacted very quickly and sent people to explore the vicinity of Jinshui Lake again at the fastest speed. Soon they saw the king of the realm cultivation device, but did not see Su Tiange, Lu Qing and others. For a while, no one dared to touch the strange device. Some people tried to approach the device. After a burst of alarms, those who tried to approach the device were directly turned into ashes after a halo burst. People watching the images soon found that the images in the sky were just like a wilderness survival program. Everyone encountered different mutant creatures in that dangerous place. What made them feel incredible was that they had never seen the mutant creatures there, and in just a few hours, several different mutant creatures appeared in different places. My God, is that a mutant crystal base? It's so scary. Why is that mutant running so slowly? Is he really a mutant? 2 people are dead. Bai Shenfei was also looking at the images in the sky, with a very complicated look. She knew where that place was because she had been there herself, but she never thought that the place would be projected. Those old guys should be in a headache now, right? Bai Shenfei seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Bai Shenfei's eyes fell on a familiar figure in the image, and she couldn't help but frowned. Why is he there? In the Suanio base, the faces of the senior executives of the Lin, Wang, and Qi families were not very good. Qi and Wang families originally thought that it was a secret exclusive to them, and only they, who mastered the Suanio, could enter that mysterious place. In the future, all the genetic resources there will be theirs. They can use the resources there to develop and expand their own family. After a few decades, they can develop into a large family like the super base, and may even become the top family. Now not only have other people entered that mysterious place, but they have also been projected out of the void, which makes them both afraid and disappointed and angry. Lin Miao is worried about Lin Shen's safety. He doesn't know why Lin Shen is in that place. The genetic creatures there are too scary. Lin Shen and his companions temporarily found a small forest to hide. This small forest is very close to the beach and the area is not large. They are just hiding temporarily. Old Wei, didn't you say that you have used the teleportation device many times and visited many planets? How come you can't even recognize the teleportation device? Lin Shen pulled Wei Wufu aside and asked him in a low voice. The device is different. Wei Wufu shook his head. Lin Shen thought so too, so he asked again, have you heard of the words King Kai cultivation device and observer? Wei Wufu continued to shake his head. Obviously it was the first time he heard of it. Lin Shen was a little helpless. Even Wei Wufu didn't know anything about it. It was difficult to figure out the origin of the King Kai cultivation device. Of course, Lin Shen didn't care what the King Kai cultivation device was. No matter what the name was, it was just a teleportation device. He mainly wanted to know who the so-called observer was. From the known clues, the King Kai cultivation device should have come from an alien planet. However, Lin Shen had learned from Tian Xian that space travel requires a spaceship. And it is impossible for a single instrument to cross the void. They only saw the King Kai cultivation device. So there are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the spaceship has come near their planet, and the King Kai cultivation device was placed by them. Then the so-called observers should be the aliens in the spaceship. They use this to observe humans, and they must have some intentions. But there is another possibility, maybe the spaceship that transported the King Kai cultivation device had a problem, and the device happened to fall on their planet, just like the transport warehouses that transported the original eggs more than 200 years ago. If that is the case, there will be no observers, so where will the King Kai cultivation device synchronize their images? Lin Shen guessed that it is very likely that it will only be played on the device, and few people should be able to see it. Lin Shen obviously underestimated the ability of the King Kai cultivation device. He didn't know that they were being watched by humans all over the world. Coming to this planet again, Lin Shen is still quite confident that he can survive successfully. Because after coming to this planet again, he quickly adapted to the gravity here. And it's not just as simple as adapting. The theory of evolution took effect again in the gravity environment, allowing Lin Shen's body to be strengthened and mutated, and further become stronger. Under the baptism of the gravity environment, Lin Shen clearly felt that his bone density and strength were increasing with the flow of evolution. Of course, there were also 3 times of sensing. The sacrifice +1 prompt, which also let Lin Shen know that 3 of the people who were sent here with them should be dead now. With the experience of the last time, Lin Shen already knew how to use the fire ability of offering sacrifices to the sky, hiding the halo obtained after offering sacrifices. Of course, the most powerful killer is the fat boy who sleeps the sweetest in the backpack. Now Lin Shen's ability to survive is much stronger than when he came last time. Su Tianga and Lu Qing are both alloy level, and they have crystal-based pets on them, but in this place, they still decided to follow Lin Shen and follow his lead. Brother Shen, there are base-mutated creatures coming out of the sea. Su Tianga, who was responsible for looking out, quietly slipped back and said in a low voice. Several people moved towards the edge of the grove, hid behind the grass and looked towards the beach. Sure enough, they saw a genetically modified creature walking out of the sea. Fuck, what kind of genetically modified creature is that? The one who exclaimed was not any of the 4 people including Lin Shen, but the people who were watching their exclusive videos. Many people who were watching the videos were attracted by this side. In fact, since the projection of the Sky video, many people have been attracted by Lin Shen and his 4-person team. There are handsome men, beautiful women, and strong men. Who doesn't like to watch this? Unfortunately, for half a day, the 4 of them hid in the grove and didn't go anywhere. They were as timid as a nest of mice. There was nothing to watch. However, some other temporary teams had fought several battles with the genetically modified creatures, and there were casualties, which attracted more attention. Originally, there were fewer people on Lin Shen's side, but after the genetically modified creature came out of the sea, it immediately attracted many people's attention, and many people looked over. The genetically modified creature that came out of the sea was dressed in gorgeous golden armor and held a golden harpoon in his hand, like a golden statue of a god. Apart from anything else, the shape of this genetically modified creature is too eye-catching. The whole body is golden, and under the sunlight, it reflects dazzling golden light. More than 2 meters tall, as majestic as the gods wearing golden armor in Greek mythology, who can't be confused when seeing it. This genetically modified creature looks so strong, it should be an alloy creature, right? Is the 4-man team with wretched development finally going To fight the genetically modified creature? Those 4 people look young. I wonder if they have been promoted to the alloy level. Do they dare to fight? This must be a battle. What's the point of fighting? Let's run quickly. Those 4 guys have been hiding. They must be of low level. Maybe all of them are steel level rookies, and they will be sent to eat. Such a gorgeous genetically modified creature, or a humanoid. It would be great if I could keep it as a pet. Don't dream. It is almost impossible for an adult, genetically modified creature to offer a key to become a pet. At this time, people seem to have suddenly found the pleasure of those humans who watched live broadcasts more than 200 years ago, and people all over the world watched a large-scale live broadcast together. Do you have a pet? Send one out to test the waters. Seeing that the genetically modified creatures were already walking towards this side, they must have discovered them, so Lin Shen said to Su Tianga. He was reluctant to use his pet, because those were all his bullets. Su Tianga didn't waste any words and directly threw out a pet capsule. When it landed on the beach, it turned into an iron-horned horse. See, what did I say? Only pets like iron-horned horses must be steel level, so they have been hiding and dared not go out. Some people saw the iron-horned horse and immediately showed disappointment. The plot of several steel-level humans being slaughtered by genetically modified creatures was not what they wanted to see. Some people felt that the people in the video were not very good, so he could go. Under Su Tianga's command, the iron-horned horse ran wildly towards the genetically modified creatures. When it was close, it lowered its head and hit it with the horn on its head. The genetically modified creature, which looked like a golden armored god, did not dodge or evade, and did not even use the golden harpoon in his hand. He stretched out his free hand and grabbed the horn of the iron-horned horse. The iron-horned horse, which was running wildly, stopped its charge instantly. No matter how hard its forehoofs pushed, it could not move forward half an inch, and could not break free from the control of the genetically modified creature. It could only slip on the spot. Crack! The genetically modified creature seemed to have only used a little force to break the iron horn of the iron-horned horse and threw it on the ground. The iron-horned horse retreated with a painful scream. And before it could take 2 steps back, it was pierced directly through the body by the sudden golden harpoon and nailed to the beach. So strong. That golden godlike genetically modified creature is so strong. Strong is secondary, the key is handsome. This shape, this method, is really handsome. The 4-man team is in trouble now. Look, the golden god is walking towards the place where they are hiding, and must have discovered them. Watching the golden god step by step towards the grove where the 4 people are hiding, many people's hearts are in their throats. Old Wei, leave it to you. Lin Shen glanced at Su Tianga, and seeing that his eyes were a little evasive, he said to Wei Wufu beside him. Su Tianga is not unable to beat the alloy genetically modified creatures. He also has the crystal-based pet given by the old man. He can also deal with a few more alloy creatures. The problem is that Su Tianga is not familiar with this place, and does not know what the characteristics of the genetically modified creatures here are, and he is unwilling to take risks easily. Lu Qing usually seems to have a strong personality, but Lin Shen knows her better. She is actually a girl with no opinion. She needs someone to help her make decisions. She is a person who needs to be led. Wei Wufu responded and walked out directly. This person seems to be quite capable. Among the 4 people, he should have the highest combat power, right? I think he may be alloy level, otherwise why would he dare to fight? while the other three are hiding and dare not come out. While people were discussing, Wei Wufu suddenly exerted his strength and ran towards the genetically modified creature. And the genetically modified creature also ran towards Wei Wufu. During the run, a purple alloy shell appeared on Wei Wufu's body. Ding! The moment the two figures crossed at high speed, a crisp sound of metal collision was heard. Before people could see clearly what was going on, Wei Wufu and the genetically modified creature had already crossed and rushed out, rushing back to back for 7 or 8 meters, before stopping. Wei Wufu had an alloy knife in his hand, pointing to the sky. Without even turning his head, the blade slowly dropped, letting the genetically modified liquid on it flow to the ground. The genetically modified creature behind him suddenly fell to the ground, and in the process of falling, the head and body separated. Oh my God, it's so powerful. Who is this person? With such strength, what are you hiding, going to kill genetically modified creatures? That knife, it's so fast. People were amazed at Wei Wufu's fast knife, but soon someone screamed, because in the waves, genetically modified creatures like golden gods came out of the sea one after another. 1, 2, 3, 7, 10, 13. In a moment, more than a dozen genetically modified creatures like golden gods stepped on the sea water and walked onto the beach, and there were more coming out of the waves behind. Brother Shen, should we run or fight? Su Tiange looked at Lin Shen and asked for his opinion. Run. Lin Shen answered without hesitation, wanting to call Wei Wufu to retreat together. But when he looked at the other side of the grove, he found that there were also several genetically modified creatures like golden gods surrounding him. Looking at other directions, there were actually those genetically modified creatures. I don't know when those genetically modified creatures have surrounded the grove, making a plank road in the open, crossing Chinsung in secret. The previous genetically modified creature was just used to attract their attention, and those genetically modified creatures can actually use military tactics. With so many alloy creatures, can they rush out alive? I think it's difficult, unless the other three are as strong as the guy with the knife. Seeing that he was surrounded, Lin Shen said to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, try to use pets to fight. Don't go on your own unless it's absolutely necessary to save your energy. As he said, he completed the genetic transformation first, and the mirror-like steel shell wrapped his whole body. Su Tiange and Lu Qing responded, and each completed the genetic transformation, and the alloy shell appeared on them. Oh my God, there are actually 3 alloys among these 4 young men, so what were they hiding from before? That's not right. Why do I feel that the 3 alloy-based mutators seem to listen to the steel-based mutator? Is he the young master of a big family? Are the 3 alloy-based mutators his bodyguards? It's so cool to come from a big family. A steel with 3 alloy bodyguards, and there is also a beautiful bodyguard. He really knows how to have fun. With so many alloy creatures, can 3 alloys protect him? Rush out. Lin Shen chose a direction, and Wei Wufu took the lead and rushed out. He had no high-level pets to use, so he could only rush out by himself. Lin Shen followed Wei Wufu, while Lu Qing and Su Tiange followed Lin Shen on the left and right. Almost at the same time, they each threw out 2 pet capsules and turned into 2 alloy pets to protect their rear. Wei Wufu was too fierce. He rushed forward alone, moved quickly to avoid being surrounded, and at the same time slashed at an alloy creature with his sword. The alloy creature raised the harpoon to greet it, but unfortunately it was a step too late, and Wei Wufu cut off its arm with a knife. With 1 against 4, Wei Wufu still seemed to be at ease. The alloy creatures from other directions rushed over, but were blocked by 4 alloy creatures and could not rush over 4. A while. Lin Shen held the angel revolver in his hand and was not in a hurry to take action. Because his gun was filled with steel capsules. If it did not hit the vital point, it would not be easy to kill these alloy creatures. Everyone watching the battle was amazed by Wei Wufu's bravery, and also sweated for Su Tianga and Lu Qing's pets. Under the siege of so many alloy creatures, the 4 alloy creatures might not be able to hold on for long. When his eyes fell on Lin Shen, his painting style was a little distorted. Lin Shen is a steel gene changer, and he also holds a small pistol in his hand. They don't know what use the pistol can be against alloy creatures. If you get an anti-tank rifle, it might be of some use. How about making fun of it with a small pistol? Some people even saw a pigeon inside the backpack on Lin Shen's back, with its round head sticking out from the opening of the backpack, looking around curiously. This young master is really amazing. If you go to such a dangerous place and hold a pistol, I can barely understand it as a lack of security and seeking psychological comfort. But you have such a big backpack, even if you don't put more pet capsules with you, you also put food and water on it. What do you mean by pretending to be a real pet pigeon? Do you think this is a holiday? Someone couldn't help but complain. Because Lin Shen has never been seen using pets, many people have this idea. Most people feel that Lin Shen is a burden, and in such a dangerous environment, he is likely to harm his teammates. Especially Lin Shen's behavior seemed so abstract that people couldn't figure out what was going on in his mind. Only a few people who have seen a pet capsule launcher know that the gun in Lin Shen's hand is a high-end product that ordinary people can't get. On the second floor of a tea house in Suanio Base, Wang Tianer and Qi Shuheng were drinking tea while looking at the mirage-like image in the sky. Brother Tian, what do you Wang family think of this matter? Qi Shuheng's face looked unhappy. The place they regarded as a forbidden place was now openly made public, which was a major blow to Qi Shuheng and the Qi family. The Wang family is not like this. Wang Tianer smiled bitterly. What else can I think? Now the whole world knows about the existence of that place. I believe that it won't be long before the big families from the super base come here. This secret must not be kept. That's not necessarily the case. Qi Shuheng glanced at Lin Shen and said, they were able to get in, and I think it was probably because of the Lin family Zuanio. As long as Lin Shen and Zuanio died inside, without Zuanio, who else would be there? Can you find Calabash Mountain? Qi Shuheng obviously guessed in the wrong direction, thinking that Lin Shen really had a black bird in his hand. Lin Shen had brought the Lu family and the Su family in with the black bird. Do you think that if he is dead, those members of the big family will not be able to find out? As long as someone comes out alive, it is the same. We still cannot save the black bird in our hands. Wang Tianer sighed. Qi Shuheng was silent for a moment and sighed helplessly, as if he was discouraged. Our two families have been planning for so long. But in the end we didn't get anything, and we might even be able to make wedding clothes for others. This is too frustrating. Surrendered. Don't think about that now, just think about how to save your life and the safety of your family. Wang Tianer usually looks like a brave and fierce person, but when it comes to things, he sees it more clearly than Qi Shuheng. Those people from the big families will find us sooner or later. The black bird can't be kept any longer. You have to think carefully about how to exchange it for something. Qi Shuing said bitterly, "You're right, it's time to think about this, but I'm just not willing to do it. The opportunity to rise is clearly right in front of me, and it's all because of those bastards from the Lin family. So what if you don't give in? This is how the world is. Only the strong can survive." Wan Tian paused and then said, "Actually, this is an opportunity for us. I don't know how the Lin family caused this commotion, completely exposing that mysterious place to the whole world, but because of this, it is impossible for even those big families to monopolize that mysterious place. Although we can no longer hold the black bird, we may be able to keep it. It will be safer and more rewarding to gain access to the mysterious land by relying on a big family than to go there on our own. I hope so." Qi Shuing still looked at Lin Shen's figure with some reluctance and said, "No matter what, the Lin family really deserves to die. Lin Shen, the damn Lin family member, is not dead yet. His eyes are constantly looking at the alloy creatures rushing over. And the gun in his hand has never been fired. No, I can't stand it anymore. Su Tianga, stop hiding your secrets and take out the pet at the bottom of the box," Lu Qing said, taking out a red jade-like pet capsule and turning it into a battle directly in his hand. Attitude. A red jade lion jumped out with a roar, pounced on the alloy creature that rushed over, and directly killed the alloy creature. The golden creature fell to the ground, and its sharp claws tore its chest apart. The hard golden armor was like paper under the ruby lion's claws. Su Tianga stopped hiding his secrets, stretched out his hand and threw out a gold crystal-like pet capsule, which transformed into a gold crystal giant bull. He rushed towards it, knocking the people who were hit by the alloy creature on their backs. The horns of the bull even directly penetrated the body of an alloy creature and picked it up. Throw it into the air. The appearance of two crystal-based pets immediately changed the situation of the battle. It was like a tiger joining a pack of wolves, killing several alloy creatures in an instant. The golden harpoons of those alloy creatures pierced their bodies, causing no harm at all, only being slaughtered. Holy crap, those two bodyguards actually have crystal pets. Which family does that guy belong to? His bodyguards all use crystal pets? Isn't this the strongest second-generation ancestor? No wonder a steel geneticist dares to go to such a dangerous place with a pigeon and a small pistol. Seeing the two crystal-based pets showing off their power, more people were attracted, and more people looked at the images of Lin Shen and the others. In a short while, the two crystal pets killed 7 or 8 base-mutated creatures. The other base-mutated creatures dared not to attack them anymore, and they turned around and fled to the sea. The ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horned bull chased after them and killed several more base-mutated creatures. The remaining base-mutated creatures fled back to the sea. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Shen took out the water bag and went to collect the base-mutated liquid from the base-mutated creatures. The alloy-level base-mutated liquid is still worth some money. For Lin Shen, who is now penniless, these base-mutated liquids are a considerable fortune. Su Tianga and Lu Qing were a little dumbfounded. They didn't bring anything to collect base-mutated liquid when they went out. Originally, they were just looking for base-mutated boxes. Who would have thought that they would come to such a place? They were not prepared at all. The subordinates did have some, but those people were not here now. Seeing their appearance, Lin Shen knew that they definitely didn't bring anything, so he took out a rolled-up portable plastic water bag from his backpack, gave them 2 each, and asked them to collect the Base transformation liquid. They need to stay in this place for 3 days, and they also need food and drink. When the time comes, Lin Shen will have to distribute it to them. Lin Shen doesn't want to work to provide them with food and drink. Lin Shen is indeed well prepared. It seems that he has long known that. The Kai King cultivation device will teleport us to this strange planet, so he will carry so many water bags. Su Tiange has a preconceived idea and thinks that Lin Shen is well prepared. Lin Shen did not let Wei Wufu collect the base transformation liquid, but let him be responsible for keeping watch at the seaside. In case those base transformed creatures come back, they can issue a warning in the first place. While collecting the base transformation liquid, they suddenly heard a surprised voice from Lu Qing. There is a base transformation egg. Lin Shen and Su Tiange hurried over and saw a golden base transformation egg in the chest of a base transformation creature whose breastplate was torn by the ruby lion. See if there are any in the chests of other genetically modified creatures. Lin Shen walked towards the corpse of a genetically modified creature next to him, but unfortunately the chest of that genetically modified creature was not broken open. So he could not see if there were any genetically modified eggs inside. I'll help you open it. Lu Qing controlled the ruby lion to come over and tear open the breastplate of the genetically modified creature. Unfortunately, there was no genetically modified egg inside. I found one too. Su Tiange over there was lucky and actually found a genetically modified egg. The 3 of them searched all the corpses and found a total of 3 genetically modified eggs. Su Tiange found 1, Lu Qing found 2, and Lin Shen found none. Lu Qing wanted to give one to Lin Shen, but was rejected by Lin Shen. The genetically modified creatures in this place have a high probability of breeding genetically modified eggs. Should we go and hunt some more genetically modified creatures? Lu Qing was no longer as nervous as he had been at the beginning, thinking about the feasibility of hunting. Brother Shen, with the strength of the 4 of us, even if we encounter crystal-based creatures, as long as there are not many, there should be no problem. Su Tiange also said. The probability of the production of base mutated eggs here surprised him a little. It was not so easy to find base mutated eggs in their place. Only a few base mutated creatures can breed base mutated eggs, and after the base mutated creatures breed base mutated eggs, they will find a hidden nest to wait for the eggs to be laid. Basically, they will not come out again, and it is difficult to find. Many people watching the battle here also think that this 4-person team should go out to hunt base mutated creatures instead of hiding like before. There are 4 people in their team, 3 of them are alloys, and 2 have crystal pets. This strength can rank in the top 3 among all temporary teams. The other 2 teams with strengths that are not worse than theirs have been hunting base mutated creatures everywhere, and the harvest is very good, unlike them. After thinking about it, they can only attribute the reason to Lin Shen. It is generally believed that Lin Shen, a second-generation ancestor, is greedy for life and afraid of death, and only wants to grow in a wretched way, so he hides and does not hunt base mutated creatures. Suddenly, a huge wave swept towards the beach, much farther than the previous waves, and Lin Shen and the other 2 retreated. While waiting for the sea to recede, the bodies of the genetically modified creatures that were closer to the sea before had been swept into the sea. When the people watching felt sorry, they saw a golden figure walking out of the waves in the sea. There is still a golden armored sea monster that dares to come out. Su Tiange's eyes lit up, but after seeing it clearly, his face became solemn. When they killed these Genetically modified creatures. Just now, they had learned from their watches that these genetically modified creatures were called golden armored sea monsters, alloy-grade genetically modified creatures. But this creature that came out of the waves was not the alloy-grade golden armored sea monsters they had killed before. The size of this golden armored sea monster was obviously much larger than the previous ones, and its height reached more than 3 meters. The armor on the whole body was like a golden crystal. Under the sunlight, countless golden threads in the crystal armor were shining. His armor was even more gorgeous, with ancient and mysterious patterns on it, and his helmet was like a crown. He was holding a golden crystal trident instead of a simple harpoon. Crystal-based creatures. Lu Qing, who had just become enthusiastic about hunting down genetically modified creatures, looked at the crystal-based golden armored sea monster with a serious face. Lu Qing, how about we join forces to kill him and split the profits equally? Su Tiange hesitated for a moment, thinking that if they were two against one, they should not be afraid of crystal-based creatures. The probability of genetically modified creatures here breeding genetically modified eggs is so high. Killing this golden armored sea monster, maybe we can get crystal-based eggs. Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, you hide in the grove first. When we kill it, we will give you a share of the genetic mutation liquid. The previous battle made Lu Qing less nervous and more confident. Like Su Tiange, she also realized that the genetic mutation creatures here have a high chance of breeding genetic mutation eggs. This is a rare opportunity. No, whoever hunts the genetic mutation creatures will own it. Lin Shen said and gestured, asking Wei Wufu to retreat to the grove with him. Su Tiange and Lu Qing didn't know the situation here, but he knew it very well. There are many mutant creatures here, and the golden armored sea monster may not be just an ordinary crystal-based. Lin Shen didn't persuade them. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Now blocking Su Tiange and Lu Qing, although they may not necessarily turn against each other, they will definitely have some grudges in their hearts, and it will be difficult to get along with each other in the future. Su Tiange and Lu Qing looked at each other, and at the same time ordered the ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horned bull to rush towards the golden armored sea monster. The hardness and strength of the golden crystal giant horned bull are both over 39 points. Although it has not reached 40, it is already a very strong tank-type pet. The ruby lion is more balanced, with all 4 stats above 36 points. In addition, it has tearing claws and fast pursuit speed, making it a very scary attacking pet. The golden crystal giant horned bull rushed forward, and the 2 huge golden crystal bull horns on its head slammed into the golden armored sea monster that had just walked onto the beach. The golden armored sea monster has a smooth mask on its face, no mouth or nose, and only a horizontal bar on the eyes flashing with golden light. Seeing the golden crystal giant horned bull rushing over, the trident in his hand was horizontal, blocking the pair of giant horns. The golden crystal giant horned bull has unparalleled brute force, and a heavy tank will be easily pierced and knocked away with a collision. Ordinary crystal-based creatures would most likely be knocked back if they tried to withstand this collision, or even have their bodies pierced by the giant horns. However, after the trident in the hands of the golden armored sea monster blocked the 2 horns, it remained motionless. Its strength was no less than that of the golden crystal giant horned bull. Almost at the same time, when the golden armored siren held the trident horizontally with both hands to block the impact of the golden crystal giant horned bull, the ruby lion jumped up from the back of the golden crystal giant horn bull and instantly pounced in front of the golden armored siren. With the lion claw's talent skill of tearing claws, it grabbed the head of the golden armored siren like a gust of wind. Successful. We should have done this earlier. With such a powerful crystal-based pet, what on earth were you doing before? The ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horn bull are also top-level pets in the crystal-based level. One is an attack type and the other is a tank type. They are originally a perfect match. People watching the battle from all over the world seem to have seen the scene of the golden armored siren's head being torn apart. With the golden crystal giant horn bull's restraint, the golden armored siren no longer had the extra energy and means to resist the ruby lion's attack. Not good. Wei Wufu, who was watching the battle with Lin Shen in the grove, suddenly said this. In the castle of the Yi family, Yi Yuzhen, who was watching the battle, also shook his head slightly. Lu Qing's temper is still too impatient. The golden armored sea monster's eyes flashed with golden light, and its legs spread apart, like two sea stakes stuck in the sand, and the hands holding the trident suddenly burst out with terrifying power. There was only a terrified cow cry, and the trident was pinned to the horns, and it turned over. Abruptly, turning the body of the golden crystal giant bull horn over, and the halberd blade of the upright trident pierced into the abdomen of the flying red jade lion. The red jade lion pounced down, which was equivalent to hitting the halberd blade on its abdomen, and most of the more than 1 foot long halberd blade went through it. The golden armored sea monster swung the halberd and directly lifted up the red jade lion, and smashed it heavily on the beach. Impossible! Su Tianga screamed. Many of the people watching the battle also shouted out. The strength of the golden crystal giant horned bull is already top-notch among crystal-based creatures. Even a crystal-based creature with a full strength of 40 is not much stronger than it, and it is impossible to flip it over like this. Unless, it is not an ordinary crystal-based, but a mutant crystal-based. Su Tianga thought of this possibility. His face had become very ugly, and he regretted acting on his own and not asking Lin Shen for his opinion. The ruby lion was seriously injured, and Lu Qing regretted it even more, but now there was no time for them to regret it. The golden crystal giant horned bull got up and hit the mutant golden armored sea monster again. Su Tianga knew in his heart that if the ruby lion died, the golden crystal giant horned bull would not be a match. And they would die even more miserably. Facing the golden crystal giant horned bull that was charging over, the mutant golden armored sea monster suddenly withdrew and avoided the impact of the bull's horns, and the trident inserted in the ruby lion's abdomen was also pulled back. The ruby lion got up, and the base mutation liquid flowed out of its abdomen. Lu Qing did not dare to take it back, so he could only let it continue to participate in the battle. The two crystal-based pets fought with the mutated golden armored sea monster, but the situation was not optimistic. It's over. Those are mutated crystal-based. Where the hell are they? Why are there so many mutated creatures? This is the second mutated crystal-based one, right? The second one. The mutated crystal-based one that appeared before killed the alloy duo. There are currently 2 mutated crystal-based, 2 mutated alloys, and 7 or 8 mutated steels. I really want to know where it is. If you have enough strength, it's simply a paradise for mutators. Paradise is shit. For those 4 people, it's hell now. The 2 crystal-based pets can't hold on for long. What awaits them next is a ruthless massacre. Even some big families in the super base were also very surprised at this time. Many of them have been to many other planets. The probability of mutant creatures appearing on some planets is indeed much higher, but such a high mutation probability has never been seen before. We must find a teleportation device to enter that planet. Many families once again added manpower to search for the location of the sky projection system, trying to find a way to teleport into that planet. With such a high mutation rate, such a high probability of producing mutant eggs, and the fact that there are no advanced creatures above the mutation, for human mutants, that planet is simply a huge treasure house. Any superbase that can occupy there and use the resources inside can continuously cultivate excellent descendants. Who wouldn't be jealous? Brother Shen, run away. Su Tiange retreated to Lin Shen's side and said with gritted teeth. He also knew that this time he was in trouble, so he could only cut off his arm and take advantage of the fact that the golden crystal giant horned bull and the ruby lion still had a certain amount of fighting to delay the mutant golden armored sea monster. They still had a chance to escape. If they waited until the two crystal pets were killed, they would not even have a chance to escape. Lu Qing also retreated and said helplessly, "They can't hold on for long." "Don't worry, let's wait and see." Lin Shen was not in a hurry to leave, his eyes fixed on the mutant golden armored sea monster in the battle. He had been observing those golden armored sea monsters before, and ordinary golden armored sea monsters have more than a dozen acupuncture points on their bodies. When he was collecting the base fluid just now, he used the leaf blade to test it. The acupuncture points were all the weak points of the golden armored sea monster. There were not so many acupuncture points on the mutated golden armored sea monster, only 3 in total, 2 of which were not very obvious, and 1 acupuncture point was relatively obvious. The location of that acupuncture point was also the weakest point on the ordinary golden armored sea monster. Through the battle between the ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horned bull, Lin Shen found that the mutated golden armored sea monster was very paying attention to that position. It seems that there must be its weakness. Run now. After the mutated golden armored sea monster kills 2 pets, it may not be able to catch up with them, and its death will only be worse. The speed of the mutated crystal base is beyond what they can compare with. Instead of betting on whether the mutant golden armored sea monster would chase them, it was better to kill it now. While Lin Shen stared at the mutant golden armored sea monster, he pressed out the wheel of the angel revolver and replaced a capsule. The angel revolver is filled with steel capsules. Even with the blessing of 44 speed, it is estimated that it will be difficult to penetrate the weaknesses of mutant crystal-based creatures. Now to penetrate its weak point, a stronger bullet is needed. There is only one capsule in Lin Shen's body that can penetrate the weakness of the mutated golden armored sea monster, and that is the evolving dye fan. Aren't you evolving? Aren't you just ignoring the benefits and evolving on your own? If you don't help me, I will use them as bullets for you. Lin Shen filled the pet capsule and key that the dead powder had turned into. I walked in, thinking viciously in my heart. The movements of his hands were very concealed. Others only saw him playing with the pistol and thought he was loading bullets, but could not see what he was loading. If you don't run away now, are you waiting to be destroyed by the group? Damn it, why is he loading bullets? He doesn't really want to use that little pistol to shoot mutant crystals. Crazy, that guy must be scared out of his mind. He actually wants to shoot the mutated crystal base with a pistol. Let me tell you, that second generation ancestor will definitely do bad things. Even Wang Tianer and Qi Shuing, who were watching the battle, felt that. The boy from the Lin family had lost his mind and was so whimsical. Everyone watching the battle felt it. Was very ridiculous, and Lu Qing also looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. Su Tiange knew how powerful the gun in Lin Shen's hand was, but Lu Qing didn't. She was more or less dissatisfied with Lin Shen's decision to continue watching the battle. Lin Shen saw Lu Qing's thoughts, but did not explain anything. He just sighed. Inwardly, trust is the key for two people to go forward together. Obviously, the trust between Lu Qing and I is not enough to keep us going. Leave after this shot, Lin Shen said softly to Lu Qing. The trident in the mutated golden-armored sea monster's hand moved vertically and horizontally, and the blade shone with a strange golden light. Wherever the golden light reached, the thick and hard crystal body of the golden crystal bighorn ox was easily cut open. To be sure, that is not the destructive power that the trident should have. The upper limit. Hardness of the mutated crystal base is 41, which is harder than the golden crystal megahorn. But it is a bit ridiculous to say that it can easily leave deep marks on the golden crystal megahorn's thick body like cutting wood. Just like, although the hardness of 5 chromium steel is worse than that of 9 chromium steel and 10 chromium steel, you can use 5 chromium steel to make a thick shield and use the harder 9 chromium steel to make a knife. It is impossible to cut through a thick shield with a knife. If the knife is thinner, it may even break off first. The blade of the trident is not thin, but it cannot easily leave such a deep wound on the body of the golden crystal giant horned bull. There is only one explanation. The mutant golden-armored sea monster has special talents on its trident, which enhances the destructive power of the trident to achieve such an effect. Just like the ruby lion's tearing claw, it has a strengthening effect, but the mutant golden-armored sea monster's skill is stronger. The golden-horned bull and the ruby lion had been killed with numerous scars, and there were wounds all over their bodies with visible crystal bones, and the genetic fluid was constantly dripping from the wounds. Lin Shen seemed to turn a blind eye to all this, standing behind a steel tree similar to a coconut tree, holding a pistol and quietly aiming at the mutated golden-armored sea monster that was showing off its power. Brother, please accept your magical powers, stop being a monster, and run away. Brother, what you are holding is a small pistol, not a laser gun. Let's stop making trouble, okay? I can understand being willful when you have money. But I've never seen someone so willful. Brother, hurry up and run away with your female bodyguard. It would be a pity for such a beautiful woman to die. Bang! Gunfire. A small pet capsule flew out at lightning speed that could not be caught by the naked eye. Unlike the pet capsules launched by Lin Shen before, this pet capsule did not turn into a pet state after leaving the launcher, but still maintained its capsule state. The trident in the hand of the mutated golden-armored sea monster pierced the belly of the golden crystal giant horned bull. It didn't notice the flying pet capsule at all. By the time it sensed it, it was already too late. The distance was too close and the speed was too fast. Even with the speed of the mutant golden-armored sea monster, it was too late to dodge. Hearing a strange clang sound, the mutant golden-armored sea monster, who was about to pull out the trident, suddenly stopped his movements. Time seemed to have frozen, and everyone's eyes were focused on the mutated golden-armored sea monster, standing motionless. A bullet hole appeared in the middle of the line-like eyes of the mutated golden-armored sea monster, and golden genetic fluid slowly flowed out of the bullet hole. Along with the slowly flowing out of the genetic fluid, the mutant golden-armored sea monster let go of the trident in his hand, took a few steps back, and then fell down suddenly, hitting the beach heavily, making no movement at all. Lu Qing's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Su Tiange was also surprised and happy. He knew that the gun in Lin Shen's hand was very powerful, but he didn't expect that it was so powerful that the mutant crystal could kill with one shot. Now Su Tiange is even more grateful for his wise power and did not choose to be Lin Shen's enemy. This shot was a mutated crystal base. Although the Su family had many crystal base experts, they couldn't bear to kill like this. How did he know that it is not so easy to kill mutated crystal bases? The angel revolver is only one of the factors. The capsule bullets made of dead powder are also indispensable. Unless they can be replaced with crystal base capsules, ordinary alloy capsules cannot achieve this level kind of effect. What's more, you also need to know the weaknesses of the mutated golden armored sea monster. You also need to shoot accurately, and you have to shoot coldly in secret. These conditions are indispensable. If the mutated golden armored sea monster saw Lin Shen shooting and was prepared in advance, Lin Shen's shot might not be able to hit its weak point. Being able to hit a weak point with one shot is not a fluke. Lin Shen has been fond of playing with street toys since he was a child. He spends a lot of money catching dolls, making hoops, and playing balloons. This precise marksmanship was started by playing balloons when I was a child. From the very beginning of giving money to the boss at the balloon booth, to almost always hitting the target, Lin Shen himself didn't even know how much money he spent during this period. Later, hitting balloons with an air gun could no longer satisfy Lin Shen, so he begged his fourth brother to get him a real gun for target shooting. For this, his eldest sister even scolded him. In order to be able to shoot accurately, I don't know how many bullets were fed at that time. It can be said that Lin Shen's accurate shooting was purely caused by feeding bullets one by one. For fun, Lin Shen spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he had several good brothers and sisters. If it were another family, they wouldn't let him go through such trouble. Unexpectedly, the things I used to play with now come in handy. Being proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun is not necessarily a bad thing. That thing is a gun? That thing is really a gun. Can a pistol kill mutant crystals? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? It's fake, it must be fake. Those images are actually filmed variety shows, right? They must be scripts, all of them are scripts. Human technology has made another breakthrough? Pistols can kill mutant crystals. The spring of mankind is back. What kind of mutant creatures are you afraid of in the future? Give me a small pistol and I will destroy the mutants. The whole family of biology, once again, it is proved that this world is a virtual world. The iron level used a pistol to blow up the mutant crystal base. This is a bug in the virtual program. The whole world was crazy. The scene of Lin Shen killing the mutant crystal base with one shot was too shocking for ordinary people, even a little absurd. At the beginning, humans used missiles to bombard continuously, and even used nuclear weapons, but they could not completely eliminate the mutant creatures. They were killed by a small pistol. How crazy it is. Everyone is thinking about one thing in their mind: where can they buy this kind of pistol? I said, you can doubt the ability of the second-generation ancestor, but you can't doubt his knowledge and strength. You think he is courting death, but in fact he is on the 5th floor and everything is under control. I would like to call him the strongest second-generation ancestor. He has a really deep foundation. The little brother looks so handsome. Does anyone know which family he is from? I want to make friends with him. It's not for anything else, but I like little brothers with good shooting skills. If Lin Shen knew that he was mistaken for a second-generation ancestor with a deep foundation, he would probably feel inferior. His ability to squander money and his family's background are far from those of a real second-generation ancestor. At most, he is just a small rich second generation with some family background. How can he dare to call himself an ancestor? Kill the mutated crystal-based creatures and the mutated sea monster general. The information of killing the base mutated creatures appeared on the watch. Before, those golden-armored sea monsters were killed by others, and there was no prompt on Lin Shen's watch. This prey belongs to me, no objection? Lin Shen's eyes swept across Su Tiange and Lu Qing's faces. Brother Shen, is there any need to say this? It was originally yours. Su Tiange said very cooperatively. Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen with a complicated look. At first, she felt that Lin Shen was too flat and had no ambition. In addition, they were separated for a long time, and there were people around him who fanned the flames, and a relationship ended in vain. But when she saw Lin Shen again this time, she felt that he seemed a little different from before. Seeing Lu Qing nod that he had no objection, Lin Shen walked to the body of the sea monster general and collected the base mutated liquid with a water bag. Call Wei Wufu over, give him the leaf blade, and ask him to help cut open the chest of the Siren God General. The body of the mutated Siren God General was too hard, and Wei Wufu used the leaf blade for a long time before he could remove its breastplate. Seeing what was inside the chest of the mutated Siren God General, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. And even Wei Wufu couldn't help but say, damn it. The structure inside the chest of the mutant Siren God General is very strange. It looks like an organ of a living creature, and also like a mechanical part. In the strange organ, there are 2 identical golden crystal eggs. They are 2 base mutated eggs. There are countless golden threads interwoven in each base mutated egg, which looks dazzling and indescribably charming. Obtained a mutant crystal base egg, a mutant Siren God General. Obtained a mutant crystal base egg, a mutant Siren God General. The mutant Siren God General actually gave birth to 2 base mutated eggs. It's probably the best luck to obtain 2 mutant crystal base eggs at once. No wonder even Wei Wufu cursed. It's really too eye-catching. The spectators saw that Lin Shen actually dug out 2 base mutated eggs from the body of the mutant Siren God General. For a moment, they were so jealous that they couldn't think. Now many people have an impulse to immediately run to where Lin Shen and the others are, killing base mutated creatures and exploding base mutated eggs. There were even some radical people who wanted to kill Lin Shen directly and snatch the pair of mutant crystal eggs in his hand. Lin Shen and his team suddenly became the most popular among all the temporary teams. The whole world was talking about Lin Shen's angel revolver and 2 mutant crystal eggs. Although Su Tiange was a little jealous, he knew that he had to rely on Lin Shen to survive here, so he didn't dare to show it at all, and even stepped forward to congratulate Lin Shen. Lu Qing also lamented that Lin Shen's luck was really good. These 2 mutant crystal eggs, whether for personal use or for sale, are quite explosive. That bastard's luck is pretty good. Yi Yuzhen was actually a little happy when he saw Lin Shen get 2 mutant eggs. However, when he saw Lu Qing walk up to Lin Shen and approached and said something to Lin Shen, Yi Yuzhen's mood suddenly became a little bad again. Wei Wufu reached out and took the trident in his hand, waved it in his hand a few times, and seemed to feel very satisfied, and directly hung it on his back. If you can take it away, it will belong to you. After digging out the dead powder capsule in the head of the mutant sea monster, Lin Shen pointed at the corpse and said to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, "Mutant crystal-based materials are also valuable. But Lin Shen has already eaten the meat, so it's good to give them some soup. The main reason is that this thing is not convenient to carry. In a place with such strong gravity, the steel pet may not be able to drag it, and he has no advanced pets available, which seriously affects his escape speed. Lin Shen does not plan to stay in this place any longer. Who knows what monsters will run out of the sea later? If a few more powerful guys come, it will be difficult to deal with. He doesn't know how far he has to go to find a hiding place, and he doesn't want to waste time on the road." Su Tiange was very happy to hear this. This is a mutant crystal-based material, although it is not as valuable as the 2 mutant eggs in Lin Shen's hand, and not as valuable as the trident in Wei Wufu's hand. It is not low in value. There was a trace of disappointment in Lu Qing's eyes. Lin Shen seemed to have put her and Su Tiange in the same group, which made her completely deprived of the joy of getting high-level mutant materials. Drag it away first, and then we'll discuss how to divide it when we get back. After Su Tiange and Lu Qing discussed it, they got an alloy-grade powerful diamond elephant to drag the body of the mutant sea monster god. The red jade lion and the golden crystal giant horn bull were both taken back by them. These 2 pets were seriously injured, and it would be difficult to recover in a short time. After the 4 people discussed it, they planned to stay away from the beach and find a safer place to stay. The 4 people walked and stopped. The speed was not fast, and they did not encounter any mutant creatures. It looked very boring. But the discussion about them has never stopped. Lin Shen was given the nickname of a second-generation ancestor. People who didn't know it regarded Wei Wufu and the other 3 as his bodyguards. At this time, the popularity of another team quietly surpassed Lin Shen and the other 4. Xing Yan and the other 6 alloy-based mutants formed a temporary team. Because they were all originally from the Lu family, they were very familiar with each other and often worked together in the past, so the cooperation was unusually smooth. Under the leadership of Xing Yan, the 7 people killed a lot of mutant creatures nearby, and even luckily encountered a mutant alloy, but unfortunately no mutant eggs were found. Not long after Lin Shen and his team killed the mutant sea monster god, Xing Yan's great opportunity also came. In a valley, they actually found a nest of crystal-based eggs. The nest of crystal-based eggs was in a stone pit in the valley, with some small metal branches underneath and several huge metal leaves on top. Xing Yan and his team accidentally went to the stone pit, lifted the leaves, and took a look, and the group was stunned. There were actually 3 crystal-based eggs like jadeite inside, 2 of which were green, like imperial green jadeite, and the other was blue-green, which made them even more overjoyed. The blue-green crystal-based egg was likely a mutant egg. "Put it away first, and we'll divide it when we get back." A trace of greed flashed in Xing Yan's eyes. But reason still defeated greed. In order to prevent the team from falling apart and fighting among themselves, Xing Yan repeatedly promised that they would divide their spoils equally after returning, which stabilized the other 6 alloy-based mutators in the team. The spectators were all amazed at their good luck. Lin Shen and his 4 companions at least fought a battle with the mutant sea monster general before they got the benefits. They actually picked up 3 crystal-based eggs, one of which might be a mutation. Xing Yan first put away the 3 crystal-based eggs, and when he was about to leave, he heard an angry roar resounding throughout the valley. One pass a crystal-based creature with green crystal scales on its body, like a giant dragon but without dragon wings, like a lizard but walking upright, screamed strangely and flew down from the top of the valley. It was almost a 90-degree mountain wall, and it was the monster's feet were like flat ground, and it had descended into the valley after a few ups and downs. At that speed, Xing Yan and the others had no chance to escape, and a big battle broke out immediately. The geneticists summoned alloy pets one after another, but they were no match for the genetically modified creature. Just by meeting each other, an alloy pet was torn in half by the monster's bare hands. Its claws were like emerald daggers. The nails tear apart the body of the alloy pet, just like tearing through a paper shell. Everyone was shocked. They were no match at all. It was Xing Yan who summoned a crystal-level ruby lion that stabilized the situation. Xing Yan and Lu Qing's red jade lions both came from the same place, which was also a major resource area controlled by the Lu family. With the addition of the ruby lion, the situation could only be barely maintained. The crystal-based creature was faster than the ruby lion and had a high IQ. Instead of fighting the ruby lion head-on, it adopted a tactic of attacking in the east and attacking in the west. It attacked Xing Yan and the others again and again, and quickly killed several alloy pets. The ruby lion could only run after it, but was always one step away, watching helplessly as the crystal-based creature charged left and right. An alloy gene changer was careless and retreated a little slower, and was directly pierced through the heart by the crystal-based creature that rushed through the pet's defense line like a soft sword. Xing Yan was also miserable. This crystal-based creature had a higher IQ than any other crystal-based creature he had ever seen. It did not confront the ruby lion head-on, which made him very passive. If this continues, I am afraid that all of them will be killed by this crystal-based creature, and the ruby lion will have no effect at all. Xing Yan gritted his teeth and was about to give the order for everyone to escape separately, when he suddenly saw an incredible figure appearing above the valley. God! What did I see? Someone exclaimed. The white wings emit a holy halo under the sunlight, the golden curly hair is dazzling, the white robe and the handsome face that does not look like a human make him look like a kind angel in the legend, who is not worldly and saves the world. Some people from big families change their faces when they see this angel-like creature. The ordinary people are more amazed and amazed that there are angels in the world, and also praise the kindness and love of angels. Why else can a kind and beautiful angel appear at this time? Of course, it is to save the humans who are being killed by the mutants. Some humans with faith have even begun to pray to the angels. Even atheists believe that the angels must come to save humans. There are also several mutants in Xing Yan's team who think so. Unfortunately, what they met was not a real angel, but a celestial being who looked a bit like an angel. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the angel turned into a white rainbow and descended into the valley, covered with holy white jade armor while flying. The crystal-based creature discovered the angel and seemed to be aware of the danger. The roarer jumped up and grabbed the angel's chest with lightning speed. Angel or demon, no matter who came, it could not stop it from taking back its eggs. At the moment when the angel and the crystal-based creature were about to touch, the angel's speed suddenly increased and flashed past the crystal-based creature. The crystal-based creature was directly cut in half in the air, and the genetic fluid and the body fell together. The angel landed gracefully, without any dirt or dust on his body, just like an angel who came to the world to save the world. Angel, thank you for saving us. A believer in the team saluted the angel excitedly. The other few people were also somewhat fortunate to escape the disaster. Only Xingyan frowned and looked at the angel. I saved you, how are you going to repay me? The angel looked at them with interest and suddenly spoke. Several people were stunned. They had never heard that angels need to be repaid for saving humans. Lord Angel, how do you want us to repay you? The mutant who saluted the angel asked suspiciously. I like making friends with people the most. Do you want to make friends with me? The angel said with a smile. Of course. The believer was overjoyed. He felt that he might be the first human in the world to make friends with an angel. Since you are willing to make friends with me, leave all your things and get out. The angel suddenly changed his face. This sentence made all the humans watching the battle open their mouths wide, and those believers felt that their three views were shattered. They were horrified beyond words, as if it was the end of the world. An angel actually wanted to rob humans, and among them were his believers. This world is fucking crazy. God, is it the greed and stupidity of mankind that makes you angry, so you sent down angels to punish ignorant humans? Some believers trembled, as if this unbearable world was about to be destroyed. It seems that you want me to do it myself. The angel looked at the shocked people, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes, and the angel wings behind him vibrated, turning into a phantom and rushing towards Xingyan, who was in the lead. Xingyan was horrified and quickly ordered the red jade lion to meet it. But the red jade lion was no match for the angel. Just a face-to-face, the angel's feet wrapped in white jade shells stepped on the top of the red jade lion's head, and the red jade lion fell directly to the ground, smashing a big hole heavily. Seeing the angel flying towards him, the handsome face was almost touching his face, but the angelic face was no different from a demon in Xingyan's eyes. Angel, take whatever you want. Xingyan shouted loudly, and at the same time raised his backpack and presented it to the angel. That's good. I like obedient friends the most. The angel took the backpack, looked at the things inside, and then looked at Xingyan and continued casually, and your pet. Under the gaze of humans all over the world, an angel robbed 6 humans, looted everything on them, and didn't even leave them a pet capsule. The angel even searched the body of the dead mutant until he was sure that there was nothing left, and then he took all the things and flew away, leaving only 6 penniless humans and a corpse in the valley. Now people realized why the angel killed the crystal-based creature with one blow, but only stepped on the ruby lion, because he wanted to take the ruby lion for himself. The appearance of the robber angel shocked the world. People were discussing where the angel came from and whether he was a real angel. In just less than a day, the information brought to humans by the sky projection system was enough to subvert the worldview that humans had formed over thousands of years. And this is just the beginning. In the next 10 hours, the robber angel frequently appeared and robbed one temporary team after another. Even Zheng Yan and his men were not able to resist, let alone other teams. Fortunately, the robber angel only robbed and had no interest in killing. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to hand over everything on you and make friends with him, but you are not willing to make friends with him. Everyone also saw the fate of an alloy-based transmuter. No one wanted to see it again, and no one wanted to refuse to be friends with the angels. For a time, the attention paid to the robbery angels far exceeded that of everyone else, and almost made Lin Shen, a second-generation ancestor, temporarily forgotten. Occasionally, someone thought of Lin Shen and the other four, and wondered if they would choose to make friends with the angels if they met them. If they didn't want to make friends, I'm afraid the fate would be miserable. The strength of the angels made people feel that they were not on the same level as humans. No one thought that Lin Shen and the others could survive after refusing to make friends. Some people prayed that Lin Shen and the others would not meet the robbery angels, while others wished that Lin Shen and the others would be found by the robbery angels immediately. The things on Lin Shen made a small number of people jealous and crazy. It was not a happy thing that the things they couldn't get were taken away by the angels. If there was no chance, they would like to lead the way for the angels, at least this would comfort them psychologically. If no one had it, they would naturally be balanced psychologically. Unfortunately, there is no exclusive screen for the robber angel on the sky projection system. Unless the robber angel appears near those humans, they can see him. More and more people are paying attention. They all want to know when the robber angel will find Lin Shen and the other four. Those who hoped that the robbery angels could find Lin Shen and his group, when they saw the situation on Lin Shen's side, were so angry that their teeth itched. Since leaving the beach, Lin Shen and his four companions were very lucky to find a relatively hidden cave, and there were no genetically modified creatures entrenched in it. The four people hid in the cave. It has been almost 40 hours, and they have no intention of coming out of the cave. It's really too much to hide. That second-generation ancestor obviously has such powerful weapons and bodyguards, but he has been hiding like this. Don't be silly, he has a huge fortune to inherit. Who knows who will benefit from his death, so of course he has to hide. They are hiding like this. It is estimated that before the countdown ends, it will be difficult for the robbery angels to find them. I really want to see them being robbed by the robbery angels. During such a long time, the genetically modified people of the Lu and Su families have already known the function of the watch, and the spectators naturally know it too. In their opinion, this is more like a variety show. Only a few people know that this is not a variety show at all, and there is no script. If you die, you die. Lu Qing and Su Tianga are now listening to Lin Shen wholeheartedly. Even Lin Shen, who has the ability to kill mutant crystal-based creatures, is so cautious in such a place. Why are they so unscrupulous? In fact, they were led astray by Lin Shen. This planet is indeed very dangerous for humans, but it is not that dangerous. In general, the ocean and some mountains are the most dangerous places, and the probability of crystal-based creatures appearing is the highest. The forest is also a high-risk area, but the plain area is different. It is not that dangerous. It is mainly dominated by steel creatures and alloy creatures. Some people from the Lu and Su families were fortunately teleported to the plain. Now they have hunted a lot of prey, including mutations, and some people have even got mutant eggs. Of course, Lin Shen didn't know these. He came here twice, both times by the sea, and there are mountains nearby, which can be said to be one of the most dangerous places. In addition, he encountered so many terrifying mutations, which made Lin Shen feel that he had to hide here and didn't dare to go out and hunt for base, mutated creatures, casually. Even if he wanted to go out and hunt for base mutated creatures, he had to wait until he was promoted to alloy or crystal base and had the ability to protect himself. In addition, the four of them had already made some gains. And the gains were quite high level, so they lay down with peace of mind. The other three were sleeping, and suddenly heard Su Tianga, who was watching the wind, say that there was movement, so they got up quickly, went to the entrance of the cave, and looked out quietly. Not long after, they saw more than a dozen figures coming here. After a closer look, Su Tianga and Lu Qing were overjoyed. Among the dozen people, there were people from the Lu family and the Su family. Originally, they thought that in such a dangerous place, their base mutated people were already in danger, but there were still so many alive, which was a pleasant surprise. Brother Shen, you see. They are all our own people, why don't you let them come and hide together? Su Tianga learned his lesson this time and did not act on his own. Seeing Lu Qing looking at him pleadingly, Lin Shen agreed directly. First, those people were walking this way. Even if he didn't agree, they might find this cave later. Second, Lin Shen also wanted to get some information from those people to see what the situation was like nearby. These people's strengths were uneven. Being able to survive until now showed that this place might not be as dangerous as he thought. With Lin Shen's permission, Su Tianga and Lu Qing went out of the cave and greeted their own mutants. Those mutants were surprised and happy to see Su Tianga and Lu Qing, and hurried over. Lin Shen stood in the cave, looking at those people coldly. Their situation didn't look too bad, but it wasn't very good either. There were so many people, but none of them had a mount. This was very strange. If all the pets were sacrificed, how could they have so many injuries in such a fierce battle? But it seemed that they didn't have many injuries. Some people didn't even have any injuries at all, and their clothes were clean and tidy. No matter how you look at it, this is a bit strange. Lin Shen certainly couldn't imagine that these people were robbed by the robbery angel and hadn't been able to get a new pet. They did get some genetic mutation eggs. But genetic mutation eggs can't be turned into pets immediately. Xing Yan was overjoyed when he saw Lu Qing. After being robbed, they hunted genetic mutation creatures while hoping to find Lu Qing. As a result, they ran into some people, but unfortunately, they were not Lu Qing. Xing Yan was very worried that Lu Qing would get into trouble. If Lu Qing really got into trouble, it would be difficult for him to explain after he returned. What's more, he didn't want Lu Qing to get into trouble. He also planned to use Lu Qing to enter the core circle of the Lu family. Xing Yan was very happy to see that Lu Qing was fine, but when he saw Lin Shen standing in the cave, his brows frowned again. Su Tianga and Lu Qing brought everyone to the cave. When Xing Yan and others saw the body of the mutant sea monster god in the cave, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. They thought it was an ordinary crystal-based creature. Su Tianga and Lu Qing asked about their situation, and Lin Shen listened quietly. As Lin Shen thought, except for the dangerous ocean and mountain areas where they were, there were not so many crystal-based creatures in other places. They were all lucky and were not teleporting to a particularly dangerous place, except for Xing Yan and the others. Basically no crystal-based creatures were encountered. Therefore, their awareness of danger was relatively low, and they actually walked all the way to the mountain range. When Lin Shen listened to them, almost everyone mentioned the robbing angels with gritted teeth and talked about their experiences of being robbed by the robbing angels. Only then did Lin Shen understand why he felt so strange before. It turned out that their pets were not sacrificed, but were all looted by the robbing angels. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, thinking of the same person in their hearts. That guy from Tianjin is still here? I thought. He had gone back. Lin Shen thought to himself. He looted Tianjin before, and there was nothing left on Tianjin. Logically speaking, he should go back and prepare again. Unexpectedly, Tianjin did not go back, and has been lingering on this planet. I originally wanted to wait until the next time I come back to get some high-tech products from alien planets from him, but it's a pity that he didn't leave. Lin Shen felt a little regretful. There is likely to be the remains of the ancient realm king and the 3 treasure chests on this planet. When Tianjin came here, he came secretly and did not dare to let others know. Even if he went back again, he would definitely keep it a secret. After all, with his strength, he is naturally strong compared to humans, but among the powerful races in the universe, he is just a little shrimp. If this news really spreads, there is no chance that the ancient chaos things will still be his turn. So no matter what, Tianjin will definitely not spread the method of entering this planet. When everyone was communicating, it was natural to ask about the situation of Su Tiange and Lu Qing. After all, it seemed that their situation was relatively the best. They even hunted a crystal-based creature and had not been robbed. Yet, Su Tiange was so smart that he didn't mention Lin Shen's acquisition of the mutant crystal egg. He only mentioned that they worked together to kill the golden-armored sea monster and hunt down the mutant sea monster god general. This is a mutated crystal base. Only then did everyone realize that the corpse turned out to be a mutated crystal base, and they couldn't help but marvel. What surprised them the most was that Su Tiange actually said that Lin Shen did the most to kill the mutant crystal base. Jing Yan's eyes flickered, although Su Tiange did not say that Lin Shen had obtained the mutant crystal egg, nor did he mention Lin Shen's gun. But he was still keenly aware that something was wrong. How could Lin Shen, a steel gene changer, contribute the most? The only explanation is that he has a powerful pet that is powerful enough to kill mutant crystal-based creatures, so at least it is a crystal-based pet, and it may even be a mutant crystal-based pet. Also, when he heard that the bodies of the mutated Siren God General belonged to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, he thought of more. Why did Lin Shen contribute the most, but the body of the mutated sea monster general was given to Su Tiange and Lu Qing? Although Lin Shen took the genetic fluid and Wei Wufu took the trident, the value of these things is higher than the corpse. But Jing Yan always felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Shen might have gotten a better harvest. Thinking of what Su Tiange said before about killing the golden-armored siren and digging out the genetically modified eggs, Jing Yan guessed that Lin Shen might have obtained the genetically modified eggs from the mutated siren general. Jing Yan felt very unhappy when he thought that he had a chance to obtain the mutated crystal egg, but was snatched away by the robbing angel, while Lin Shen got a mutated crystal egg, and might still be able to survive until the countdown was over. After everyone exchanged information, most people decided to return to the plains and continue hunting genetically modified creatures. After coming to such a magical place, you can't go back empty-handed. Since you were robbed, then hunt some genetically modified creatures and get some materials or genetically modified eggs to go back. There are so many mutated creatures here. If you are lucky and get a mutated egg, even if it is just a mutated steel egg, all the losses will be recovered and you can still make a lot of money. As for the robbing angels, they weren't too worried. After all, the robbing angels usually only rob and never kill. The worst they could do was to be Robbed again. They had nothing to lose anyway. Lin Shen also felt a little moved when he heard this. Since the plane was not so dangerous, he also wanted to get some benefits. After all, he is still short of money now, and now he regrets giving the body of the mutated Siren General to Su Tiange and Lu Qing. If he had known that this place was not that dangerous, he could have just slowly dragged the body to the other side of the plane and would have been able to rest easy. He could have spent more time dragging the body over. But it's hard to say when you think about it. If you delay too slowly and something goes wrong on the way, it will be more of a loss than a gain. After resting for a while, everyone hit the road and left the cave together. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu rode iron-horned horses and swayed at the back of the crowd. The two of them had rubbish mounts before they came here, but now they were the only ones with mounts, which made them look a little more conspicuous. Why is the second ancestor's mount so rubbish? He is so rich, why can't he make a better mount? You know what you're talking about. It's called not showing off your wealth. The richer a person is, the more low-key he is. Before the second ancestor took action, you thought he was just a piece of trash. In the end, he shot the mutant sea monster god general. I see. Everyone watching the battle felt that Lin Shen was keeping a low profile. If Lin Shen knew about it, he would probably laugh so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. If he had money and high-end pets, who would ride such a poor horse, so slow and awkward? The other geneticists felt very unhappy and resented the robbing angel even more. If it weren't for the robbing angel, how could they only walk on 2 legs? Unfortunately, the robbery angel was too powerful, so they could only curse in their hearts, and no one dared to actually seek revenge from the robbery angel. The location where Lin Shen and the others were was originally a mountain pass leading to the plain from the sea, and they were not far away from the plain. We arrived safely all the way to the plain area. It was just as they said. There were many steel creatures on the plains here. From a distance, you could see groups of sheep-like steel creatures eating metal grass leaves. It's a pity that the value of those ordinary steel creatures is too low, and the genetic changes of the Lu and Su families will not look down on them unless there are mutations inside. They wanted to go to the mountainous area before, just to find some advanced genetically modified creatures. I just heard that the seaside is so dangerous, so I didn't dare to go there again. Because there are too many people, it is not convenient to hunt genetically modified creatures together. It is relatively safe here, so everyone plans to hunt separately. Su Tiange and Lu Qing are the leaders of the Su family team and the Lu family team respectively, so naturally, they have to go hunting with their own teams at this time. The mutated Siren General's corpse became a problem because it belonged to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, and it seemed inappropriate for either of them to carry it. If you can trust me, put the things here and I will look after them for you, Lin Shen said. Brother Shen, of course I believe you, no problem. Su Tiange immediately expressed his stance. Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen doubtfully and asked, aren't you going to hunt? There is no time, how much is left? It's hard to find a suitable prey here. So I won't go, Lin Shen said with a smile. The plane is safe, but the benefits are really not good. Looking over, there is not even an alloy in sight. The place is too big. I don't know how much time I waste walking. Lin Shen doesn't have a good mount to use, so he is too lazy to walk anymore. Instead of wasting time and energy looking for alloy creatures, It is better to rest here for a while to avoid danger. Lu Qing and Su Tiange had no objections. They temporarily put the body of the mutant sea monster here for Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to take care of. The two went out with their respective teams to look for prey. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were in a sitting down under the tree, watching the flocks of sheep wandering in the distance. I felt much more relaxed. Lu Qing and several mutants, under the guidance of Jing Yan, came to a place where the plains and mountains meet. Jing Yan and his friends had been here before and found a kind of alloy creature here, but they didn't like it at that time, so they didn't stay for too long. Now this alloy creature is the most suitable prey for them who don't have pets. And there is nothing to pick and choose. Lu Qing, you lead people to hunt here, I will go to other places to see if there are more suitable mutant creatures for hunting. Jing Yan said, and turned to the other side. After Jing Yan left the side of Lu Qing and others, he turned to the other side and went all the way to the valley where he was robbed by the angel. Not long after entering the valley, he saw the figure of an angel falling from the sky, and a hint of joy flashed in Jing Yan's eyes. Why is it you again? It's so unlucky. Tian Xian glanced at them and found that it was Jing Yan who had robbed them, and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. But since we are here, how can we go back empty-handed? Give me some face, my friend. Tian Xian narrowed his eyes and walked towards Jing Yan again. Wait a minute, I know someone who not only has a crystal-based pet, but also a mutant crystal-based egg. Jing Yan suddenly said. Jing Yan originally only wanted to take a look at the place where they were robbed by the angel before. But he didn't expect to meet the robbing angel here. Oh, so you are here to report the news. Tell me, what are your conditions? Tian Xian looked at Jing Yan with a smile. How dare I put forward conditions in front of the angel? Jing Yan said respectfully. Don't worry, you lead the way for me, then we are friends, and friends naturally need to help each other and share wealth and glory. Tell me, what are your conditions? Or what do you want? The smile on Tian Xian's face became more and more intense. I just want to make friends with the angel, and I have no other requests. If the angel gains too much and can't take it all away, I will be grateful if you give me the rest. Jing Yan bowed his head and said, I like to make friends with people like you. Don't worry, as long as the things you said are true, you will definitely benefit. Tian Xian promised. Thank you very much. Jing Yan pretended to be flattered, and then said, Angel, can we always be friends? Of course. In that case, please don't expose our relationship, otherwise I won't be able to provide you with information in the future, which would be a waste of the long-term friendship between friends. Jing Yan said. Haha. Tian Xian laughed happily. Don't worry, you go first later, I will follow you secretly, and when you get there, you just need to make a gesture, and you don't have to worry about other things. Thank you, Angel, for your help, I will be your friend for the rest of my life. Jing Yan bowed and saluted, and bowed directly to the ground. Jing Yan thought he had done it perfectly, and he never thought that his despicable behavior had been despised by people all over the world. Because of the information gap, Jing Yan was unable to accurately infer the current situation like Lin Shen. He thought the so-called observer must be an alien. What he did, even if the aliens saw it, what would it matter? It had no effect on him. It was impossible to imagine that the Kai King cultivation device fell down accidentally, and there was no observer at all. Of course, even Lin Shen did not expect that their footage would be seen by the whole world, and Jing Yan was even more unlikely to think of it. Xing Yan even suspected that the so-called observer was actually this angel, and that he was making a deal with the angel, which was a deal with the observer. Xing Yan had planned very well, but he did not expect that his ugly face had been seen by countless people around the world, and the people of the Lu family were even more ugly when they saw what he did. Xing Yan did not expect the plan to go so smoothly. Originally, he was thinking that he would lead the angel to rob Lin Shen alone, without alarming Lu Qing and the others. But now he has already talked to the angel, and changed his mind. If he goes back alone now, it will inevitably arouse suspicion if he is seen by others. It is better to find an excuse and go back with Lu Qing and the others. First, it can avoid being discovered that he led the robbery angel there, and second, it can also let Lu Qing see the embarrassment of Lin Shen being robbed. Thinking of this, Xing Yan and Tian Xian said a few more words, and then left alone. When they were almost at the place where Lu Qing and his friends were hunting, Xing Yan pretended to be panicked and ran to Lu Qing and his friends who were hunting alloy creatures. He lowered his voice and said, "Lu Qing, we must take people away from here quickly. There is a very scary genetic mutation creature nearby. If we alarm it, none of us will survive." After Su Tianga and Lu Qing took their people away, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu sat under the tree to rest. Lin Shen felt a little hungry, so he took out the water bag containing the genetic mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster god and drank 2 sips. If you just want to resist hunger, ordinary genetic mutation liquid will do. Logically speaking, given Lin Shen's current situation, the mutant genetic mutation liquid should not be of any use. Unfortunately, Lin Shen has a habit. When he eats, he always eats the best food first. He eats what he likes first. Because of this habit, he was scolded by his elder sister when he was a child. At that time, Lin Shen gave his elder sister an example, and since then, his elder sister has never scolded him for this habit again. The story Lin Shen told was actually very ordinary. It was about an old man who would eat the apples with problems first after buying them. As a result, the remaining good apples would have problems after a while, because they had been stored for too long. So the old man could only eat the apples with problems every time, and never ate the best and freshest apples. Of course, this example is not the same as Lin Shen's current situation, but it does not prevent him from drinking the best base liquid. After 2 sips of base liquid, Lin Shen suddenly felt like 2 balls of fire sliding down his throat into his stomach, and then spreading to his whole body. Lin Shen suddenly felt like there was a furnace burning in his body, and sweat soaked his clothes in a moment. He was only at the iron level, and the energy contained in the base liquid of the mutant crystal base was too much, which made him a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the theory of evolution played a role again, using the energy of the mutant base liquid to continuously refine his body, so that his body gradually strengthened the mutation, and soon he could adapt to the burning feeling. Absorb the mutant sea monster general's base transformation fluid, base transformation rate +1. The content of the reminder on the watch after it vibrated made Lin Shen slightly stunned. He originally thought that he had to find super base creatures to improve his base transformation fluid, but he didn't expect that it was not the case. He looked at his information on the watch, and the base mutation rate really became 1%. I have used the base mutation liquid before. Why didn't the base mutation liquid increase? Is it because the level is not enough? And I must use the crystal-based base mutation liquid? Lin Shen was puzzled for a while. It is always a good thing that the base mutation rate can be improved. Lin Shen drank the base mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster god one mouthful after another. At the beginning, the base mutation rate did increase a little, but the base mutation liquid increased more and more slowly. In the end, the base mutation liquid he drank could no longer make his body feel hot, and it stopped increasing the base mutation rate at all. Lin Shen looked at it and found that his base mutation rate reached 5%, and the remaining base mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster god was less than 1/10. Lin Shen simply drank it all, but the result was that the base mutation rate did not increase at all. Could it be that the reason why my base mutation rate can be improved is related to the effect of evolution? Otherwise, why did the base mutation rate stop increasing after the evolution stopped working? Lin Shen took out some base mutation liquid of the golden armored sea monster for experiment. It may be because the base mutation liquid of the golden armored sea monster and the base mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster general have the same properties, which can no longer stimulate Lin Shen's body to start evolution. Lin Shen thought of the base mutation liquid of the poisonous mushroom beast that he collected before. He didn't know whether it was mutated or not, so he drank it and tried it first. He took out the poisonous mushroom beast transmutation liquid and took a big sip first. He already had a certain immunity to the poisonous mushroom transmutation liquid, but he only had some skin contact before and did not drink it directly like this. After this sip, he still had some immunity. There were some real reactions. Lin Shen felt an itching sensation in his body, and a naked elf appeared flying in front of his eyes. The theory of evolution is up and running again. Soon, the hallucination and itching sensation disappeared, but the watch showed a message: absorb the mutated poisonous mushroom beast base transformation fluid, the base mutation rate +0. Lin Shen continued to drink poisonous mushroom base fluid unwillingly, making the symptoms of poisoning in his body more and more serious. Finally, when the mutated poisonous mushroom beast was about to drink up all its genetic fluid, the watch prompted that his genetic mutation rate was +1, reaching 6%. At this time, Lin Shen had already figured out in his heart that it was not the mutated crystal base that could increase his base change rate. It was possible that any mutated base change fluid would be sufficient, but it would have to be different types and the same kind of base change fluid. The more you use it, the more fundamental changes you will no longer need. The key lies in the theory of evolution. Before the theory of evolution, the mutation rate would not be increased when using mutational mutation fluid. This is the key point. With this discovery, Lin Shen was very excited. He could finally increase his genetic mutation rate, and his promotion to the alloy was just around the corner. Although it is a little bit difficult, you have to find different types of mutation fluids to increase the mutation rate, but it is better than not being able to increase it. Based on previous experience, Lin Shen probably guessed that the higher the level of the mutated genetic change liquid, the more the genetic mutation rate will be increased. Just like the mutant siren general, it can increase his genetic mutation rate by 5 points, and the mutant poisonous mushroom will increase his genetic mutation rate by 1 point. Calculating this, if there are mutant crystal-based creatures, he only needs to find 19 more different types to achieve a 100% genetic mutation rate. If it is a mutated steel creature, then 94 different varieties are needed. Thinking about it this way, it's really not easy. It certainly wouldn't be possible in my hometown, but it shouldn't be too difficult on this planet. After the countdown is over, do you want to stay here? Lin Shen was thinking about this question. If he didn't stay here, it would be difficult for him to get promoted outside. If he stayed here, it wouldn't be easy to kill the mutant crystal base. He would have to risk his life. He doesn't have many trump cards in his hand. Angel Revolver counts as one, Fat Boy counts as one, and if the die-hard fan can complete his evolution, he can count as one. The problem is that none of these three trump cards can produce stable output. Angel Revolver requires a high-grade capsule, and Lin Shen currently doesn't have one, only a dead powder is available. Fatty doesn't know how powerful it is, but it can suppress the black cap mushroom beast. To say it is strong, why didn't it kill the black cap mushroom beast? And although the black cap mushroom beast has a strong IQ and ability, it is just a mutated alloy after all. The most powerful thing about it is not its level, but its IQ, and too many brothers. When encountering mutant crystal-based organisms, it is still unknown how much role Fatty will play. Die-hard fans don't know when they will be able to evolve, and now they can only be used as bullets. In fact, Lin Shen still had a trump card, but too many people needed to die for that trump card, and he didn't count on that. Lin Shen was thinking about it when he suddenly saw Wei Wufu walking up to him, holding his shoulders with his strong hands, and looking into his eyes with emotion. Old Wei, what are you doing? Lin Shen wanted to step back, but there was a tree trunk behind him, and he had no way to retreat. Emotional injury, anesthesia, useless, cheer up, stand up, and she will change her mind. Lao Wei seemed to speak a little more eloquently than before. Lin Shen understood immediately. Lao Wei saw something between him and Lu Qing, and thought he was still in love with Lu Qing, so he used the poisonous mushroom beast genetic fluid to anesthetize himself. Brother, I understand, can you let me go first? Lin Shen said in a dumbfounded voice. It's uncomfortable, practicing swordsmanship is useful. Wei Wufu let go of Lin Shen, handed him his alloy sword, and said with a firm look. Lin Shen didn't want to take it at first, but seeing Wei Wufu's appearance, he took the knife anyway. It was rare for Wei Wufu to comfort others. He felt that if he didn't cooperate, he would feel a little sorry for Wei Wufu. Lin Shen took the knife, and Wei Wufu began to demonstrate the knife skills to him. Wei Wufu's sword skills are really strong, even if it was just a demonstration. Lin Shen would be dazzled by it. There are too many changes in sword skills and body movements. Lin Shen's memory is very average. He remembers the previous ones, but forgets the latter ones. After learning the latter ones, he can't remember the previous ones. He has to practice many times. Be able to remember. Old Wei, do you have any simpler sword skills? Lin Shen sighed, he really didn't want to practice anymore. It's simple, you can learn it in one day, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen didn't want to learn anymore after hearing this. You learned it in just one day. I've been learning for so many days, and I haven't even memorized all the changes. It's really irritating to me. Old Wei, don't you think it's boring to practice swordsmanship like this? Lin Shen inserted the sword beside him and sat down and said, No, it's interesting. Wei Wufu shook his head. Okay, you are not a normal person. It is normal for you to find such a boring exercise interesting. But I am an ordinary person. This kind of exercise is too boring and meaningless for me. Even if I learn it, I will not. If you can't practice, you won't be good at learning. If you're not good, you will have flaws. If you have flaws, you will be easily killed. Speak directly. Wei Wufu interrupted Lin Shen. Have you ever thought about teaching me in a different way? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and said. Change? Wei Wufu asked in confusion. Look, for example. Lin Shen became interested, stood up, picked up the heavy golden crystal trident beside Wei Wufu with both hands, and walked to the tree. Then he used the trident to draw circles on the tree, big circles inside small circles, like tree rings. After drawing a lot of circles with great effort, Lin Shen stepped back a distance with satisfaction, then held the handle of the alloy knife, aimed at the circle he drew for a while, and then threw the knife out fiercely. The alloy knife was inserted into the tree, right in a circle. Look, the outermost larger circle is 1 point, the part a little bit inward is 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, the point in the center is 10 points. Lin Shen explained on the side. Everyone watching the video of Lin Shen was dumbfounded. Lin Shen was not practicing swordsmanship at all. He was just playing a dart-throwing game. Although Wei Wufu had only demonstrated a few swordsmanship moves, anyone who knew a little bit could see that Wei Wufu's swordsmanship had probably reached the level of a master swordsmanship expert. I don't know how many people wanted to learn swordsmanship from Wei Wufu but couldn't. Even if he only gave them a few pointers, it would be enough to benefit them. Such a master swordsmanship expert taught Lin Shen step by step, but he didn't want to learn it. He thought it was too troublesome and even made up a sword-throwing game. This was simply an insult to Wei Wufu, a master swordsmanship expert. Many people could only sigh that rich people are willful and second-generation rich are second-generation rich. It's a pity that he could think of it. Okay. Wei Wufu didn't care and nodded to approve Lin Shen. Too easy, not good. Wei Wufu came over, pulled the alloy knife off the tree, and put it back into the sheath. He reached out and took the trident from Lin Shen, stood at a distance of 1 halberd and 1 arm from the tree, held the end of the trident with 1 hand, and suddenly shook his hand and stabbed continuously. The trident was like a machine gun firing, stabbing back and forth like lightning, and instantly stabbed countless times, each time accurately stabbing the center of the 10 points. 10 times, 10 times. Wei Wufu retracted his hand and stepped back, handing the trident in his hand to Lin Shen. Interesting. Lin Shen took the trident, then walked to where Wei Wufu had just stood, and imitated him, holding the end with 1 hand, suddenly raised the trident with force, and stabbed it into the circle on the tree. As a result, this stab only hit 7 points. And the halberd blade could not be inserted. Lin Shen could stab 7 points, not because he had the ability to hit 7 points, but because he could not control the position of the halberd blade, and the halberd blade randomly stabbed the 7-point area. For Lin Shen, this trident was too heavy, and the gravity of this planet was too strong. He could still wield the trident with both hands, and could barely hold it with 1 hand in the middle, but holding the end like this was beyond his ability to control his strength. This stab was already caused by explosive force, and there was no control at all. Lin Shen couldn't guarantee whether he could stab 10 times in a row, let alone as fast and accurate as Wei Wufu. This is really interesting. Lin Shen tried to stab a few more times, but he couldn't control the position of the halberd blade at all. Once he used too much force and it slid to the side. Not to mention scoring, he couldn't even stab the tree. Lin Shen's operation made people outside laugh. They all felt that someone like Lin Shen, who couldn't endure hardship, would Probably give up soon, and who knew what excuse he would find to stop practicing later. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Shen put the trident aside and sat down to stop practicing. It was just different from what they thought. He didn't lose patience and didn't want to practice anymore, but his wrists and arms were so sore that he couldn't use his strength anymore. Although he stopped practicing, Lin Shen didn't say he wouldn't practice anymore like he did last time. Instead, he was thinking in his heart how to practice to control the trident. What he lacked the most now was definitely strength. If he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't control the trident stably. However, he recalled Wei Wufu's movements and the way he exerted force. It seemed that he didn't control the trident with strong force, but also used a clever force. Closing his eyes, Lin Shen repeatedly recalled Wei Wufu's movements. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was indeed some cleverness in it, and strength was not everything. While running the theory of evolution, he thought about it. The theory of evolution effectively relieved the soreness of his arm, and after getting better, Lin Shen got up and tried again, but the result was still not satisfactory. This time it was even worse. The probability of stabbing the tree was lower than before. He stabbed 5 times in total, and failed to stab the tree 3 times. It seems that God is fair. Although the second-generation rich have everything, talent is something that is innate and cannot be bought with money. Guess when he will give up this time? I think it's almost time. He should give up soon. I'm curious about what excuse he will make later. In fact, I think Wei Wufu's trick is really not easy. I'm afraid we will be about the same as Lin Shen. It seems that it has become a daily routine for many people to gather 3 or 5 friends to watch the sky projection and discuss the performance of those people. Lin Shen sat down to rest again. The reason why he performed worse than before was because he wanted to imitate Wei Wufu's skills, but it was not so easy. Before the skills were mastered, his controllability became worse. However, Lin Shen had no intention of giving up. He was actually very patient with things he was interested in. Lin Shen rested for a while, and when he was about to try again, he saw a figure coming towards him in the distance. They both stood up and looked over, and found that the people coming were Lu Qing and the Lu family. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen both felt a little strange. They had only been gone for a few hours, how could they come back so soon? Could something have happened? After a while, Lu Qing and others had already run close, and many of them were panting. What happened? Lin Shen looked at their situation and found that they had no injuries on their bodies, and they did not look like they had been attacked. We encountered a crystal-based creature that looked very strong over there. We were afraid of alarming it, so we came back first. Jing Yan said first. Very strong? How strong? Lin Shen frowned and asked. He felt that Jing Yan's adjective was a bit strange. Very huge. Jing Yan said casually. Jing Yan's words were unclear. When Lin Shen wanted to ask again, he suddenly saw a figure flying from the sky in the distance. Seeing that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's eyes were not right, everyone turned their heads and looked over. They immediately saw a vague figure in the distant sky flying towards them at high speed. Because the distance was a bit far, they couldn't see what the figure looked like, but just from the pair of angel wings and the white robe, they could already confirm his identity. Robber Angel. Someone trembled and shouted, probably remembering the fear of being dominated by the Robber Angel. At this time, people around the world were already furious, and many people with bad tempers were cursing Jing Yan for being shameless. He was robbed by an angel, so he couldn't stand others doing well. He even took the initiative to sell out his teammates. He was simply a scum. Yi Yuzhen's heart was tightened when he saw this, and his clenched palms were sweaty. Most people don't know where Tian came from, but Yi Yuzhen knows that Tian is not an angel at all, but a famous celestial being. In the universe, celestial beings are born with crystal bases. Even if an adult celestial being has not been promoted, its combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary crystal bases. Yi Yuzhen also recognized the capsule launcher in Lin Shen's hand. From her perspective, that capsule launcher is indeed good, but being able to shoot the mutant sea monster god general is more or less a matter of luck, and he also took advantage of the sneak attack. It is much more difficult to kill an adult celestial being with that capsule launcher than to shoot the mutant sea monster god general. Everyone in the celestial race has a pet capsule launcher, and they are much more skilled than humans. It is impossible for them to give Lin Shen a chance to sneak attack, and they will not stand like the mutant sea monster god general and let him hit them. What's more, Lin Shen no longer had the golden crystal giant horned bull and ruby lion to hold him back, and the celestial beings had snatched many human pets, including Jing Yan's ruby lion. How are you going to deal with this? Bai Shenfei stood in front of the fence on the roof, watching Lin Shen's scene with interest. Angels are coming. Tian fell slowly in front of the big tree. Her white wings, blonde curls, and white robes all looked so holy in the sunshine, really like an angel, not contaminated by any dust. As the figure descended, his eyes gradually crossed the dense tree crown and saw the face of the man standing under the tree. This face? Tian's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized Lin Shen, and then saw Wei Wufu. Anger came to him instantly. And he was furious. You two bastards, how dare you come here? If I don't take off all your underwear today, I won't be Tian. Just as he was secretly feeling cruel, Tian Xian caught a glimpse of the mutated Siren General's corpse from the corner of his eye, and his heart suddenly shuddered. He had been here for so long, and he had seen the mutant sea monster general before. He originally wanted to hunt down the mutant sea monster general, but unfortunately, he couldn't take advantage of it in the sea. The mutant siren god's fighting ability in the sea is not inferior to the giant sea python he killed before, and can even be said to be more difficult to deal with. Tianqing didn't know that Lin Shen and the others killed him after the mutated siren god general came ashore, and he was immediately confused. Looking at the hole on the head of the mutated siren god general, my heart skipped a beat again. It can be seen that the mutant sea monster god general has no other injuries on his body, only a hole on his forehead, indicating that the mutated sea monster god general was killed by a single blow. Tianqing was naturally very afraid of the power that could kill the mutated sea monster god general with one blow. After all, he is still a crystal-based creature. Although he is considered the top of the crystal-based creatures and is stronger than ordinary mutant crystal-based creatures, he is not to the point where he can crush them, let alone kill the mutants with one blow. Siren God General. Looking at Lin Shen again, Tianqing thought of Lin Shen's strange ability to immobilize him with just a finger. His brain was once again dominated by fear. Lin Shen's figure seemed to have become a little taller, and it seemed vaguely there is also fog. In a daze, he seemed to see a faint smile on the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. This guy is not an ordinary human being. He didn't kill me before, but now he's back. he must be fully prepared. The mutant sea monsters and gods were all killed in one blow, which shows how vicious his prepared methods are. Maybe they are just waiting for me to come to your door and rob me again. Thinking of this, Tian suddenly became enlightened and realized in his heart, I asked why that damn human would betray his companions and report to me. How could there be such a person? It turns out that this is all a conspiracy. Those two bastards still want to rob me. Tian glanced at Jing Yan with a cold look, scolding all 8 generations of his ancestors in his heart, and swore that if he had the chance, he would make sure that he could live, but not die. The robbing angels, separate and run away. Lu Qing, you go first. I'll stop. Jing Yan's acting skills are excellent. He pulled Lu Qing away with a look of horror and was about to run away, not forgetting to shout to remind his companions. People watching outside couldn't help but praise Jing Yan's acting skills. They all felt that this person was really fucking sinister. If you hadn't seen what Jing Yan did from God's perspective, you might have been moved by him at this time. This person is so shameless. Even Wang Tian'er couldn't help but sigh. That man is indeed boring, but if he can kill Lin Shen, it would not be a bad thing. It depends on whether Lin Shen will be robbed obediently. Although the pistol in his hand is very powerful, it should not be a robber angel. The opponent. With the performance of the robbery angel, as long as Lin Shen dares to refuse the robbery, he will be dead. Qi Shuheng said. Wang Tian'er looked at Qi Shuheng and said, with a complicated expression, Lin Shen's death may not be good for us. Why is there no benefit? Didn't you see the power of his gun? If he comes back alive, that gun alone will be a huge threat to our family. Qi Shuheng said. Do you really think he is a threat to us? Wang Tian'er said. Why not? Qi Shuheng felt that Wang Tian'er's words were a bit strange today. Let's put it this way, Qi, Wang, and Lin, why are our two families so close? Before Qi Shuheng could speak, Wang Tian'er sighed and continued, although we don't want to admit it, we should all know it in our hearts, we can't do it with the Lin family brothers, we can't do it when the second master is here, and we still can't do it when the second master is gone, because we know deep down in our hearts that the Lin family has the ability to destroy us, so we subconsciously think we need to stay together. We couldn't deal with the third master and the fourth master now, but so what? If only the fifth brother dies, we can defeat the Lin family. Have you forgotten that we are here? Is that the person you met at Giant Mountain? Qi Shuheng remained silent after what he said. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also knew that Wang Tian'er was right. Now the secret of Calabash Mountain can no longer be kept. It is only a matter of time before the big families come over. Speaking of which, the three of us should be comrades on the same front. If the three families unite, there will be more opportunities to take advantage of those big families, to seek the most profit. After all, after living together in the same base for so many years, I know in my heart what kind of character the Lin family is. They are not people who want to kill everyone. Otherwise, your family and I would not be in this situation long ago. Wang Tian'er continued. Qi Shuheng was silent for a long time, then sighed softly and said, originally, we were counting on that place to be able to turn us around, but now there is nothing. On the alien planet, everyone in the Lu family who had been robbed fled in all directions. No one wanted to be robbed again. They finally saved up again. If you steal some belongings and then get robbed, you will Really lose everything. Let's go. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, but instead of running away, she shook off Xingyan's hand and ran to Lin Shen's side. Xingyan's face looked a little ugly, but at this time, he couldn't say anything more. Lin Shen glanced at Lu Qing in surprise, not expecting her to do this. When Lu Qing saw Lin Shen looking at her, she pretended to be relaxed and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just feel that I can't run away anyway, so I won't waste that energy." Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing and thought to himself, Lu Qing is really good. I can only say that fate is too difficult to figure out. Lu Qing turned her head away, not daring to meet Lin Shen's eyes, and looked at the angel who had landed on the ground opposite. She thought in her heart that they would be robbed together, and she didn't want to leave Lin Shen alone again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Angel, waiting for his familiar opening remarks, waiting for him to say, "Make a friend." What Lin Shen will choose is what everyone is curious about. Will this second generation ancestor be robbed obediently? I will still use that magical pistol to fight the angel. Not many people were optimistic about him. After all, Lin Shen's own level was too low. If he really took action, he might not even have a chance to shoot. After all, it takes time to shoot. There was no chance to shoot coldly this time, and the angel would not give him the chance to shoot. Tian, who was being looked forward to by everyone, wanted to turn around and leave at this moment. He regretted that he ran over arrogantly without seeing clearly who was here. He wanted to leave, but he was afraid of exposing his back to Lin Shen and letting Lin Shen catch his flaw. He has seen Lin Shen's speed. He is obviously a steel-level person, but he is faster than him. This is really unscientific. Tian was calm and composed in his dress, but refused to take another step forward. He showed an elegant smile, looked at Lin Shen and said, "It's great to have friends from far away. My dear friend, it seems that you have been having a great time recently, not bad." Everyone was expecting Tian to say the iconic saying about robbing and making friends, but when Tian opened his mouth, it was different from what they thought. He also added a sentence in classical Chinese, which confused everyone. As an angel, your speaking in Mandarin is outrageous enough, but you also practice classical Chinese. What kind of rhythm is this? Xiao Tian, it's you, come here. Lin Shen smiled and waved to Tian. Wei Wufu knew that Lin Shen was calling Tian, but others didn't know that. When the words fell into the ears of others, they turned into, "Sweetheart, it's you, come here, come here." As soon as this sentence came out, all the people who were a little confused were stunned. What the hell? Sweetie? Let me tell you, what does the second generation ancestor mean? Does he recognize this angel? More than just acquaintance, the little sweetheart screamed, this relationship is extraordinary. There must be adultery. Second generation ancestor and B, even angels are not spared. Are angels male or female? Lin Shen's words could confuse everyone in the world. Lu Qing on the side also looked at Lin Shen and Tian with wide eyes. She was also thinking in her heart, this angel looks like a male, right? Lin Shen, right? What did Shen call him just now? How long have we been apart? How come Lin Shen has such a hobby? Bah. What am I thinking? It must not be like that. Seeing Lin Shen's performance, Tian became even more convinced that Lin Shen was setting him up. He dared to go there, wishing he could have an extra pair of wings and double his flying speed to leave here. Friend, I have important things to do today, so I won't catch up with you now. Let's have a good chat another day. Tian Xian saw Lin Shen staring at him. But after finishing his words, she still didn't dare to turn around and leave, thinking in her heart as soon as he moved, he took out 2 things and threw them to Lin Shen. I am happy to meet a good friend. It's just that I was in a hurry today. I didn't expect to meet a good friend, and I didn't bring anything good with me. This is my personal collection. Just treat it as a meeting gift. I hope your friendship with me will last forever. Tian Xian's words are beautiful, but the subtext is, my brother came out in a hurry today and didn't bring anything valuable with him. It's useless for you to rob me. This is the only thing I have on me, and it's worth some money, so just take it. Stop messing with me. Tianqin was thrown a little high, and there were 2 things on the left and 1 on the right. Lin Shen raised his head and spotted the 2 things. After reaching out to catch them, when he looked at Tianqin again, he had already flown away into the sky. When Lin Shen saw Tian Xian walking away, he lowered his head and looked at the things in his hand. It was a ruby pet capsule and a key made of the same material, very similar to the ruby lion he had seen by Lu Qing. After collecting the things, Lin Shen had no intention of chasing him. He couldn't fly, so he couldn't catch up. The celestial race's ability to fly is really a huge advantage. Jing Yan, who did not run far and was watching from a distance, waiting for Lin Shen to be robbed, saw what happened here, and felt as if someone had punched a black tiger in his chest. His heart ached as if it was about to stop. Generally, why was this development completely different from what he thought? They were also friends, but the angel robbed all his pet capsules, but gave Lin Shen the ruby lion that robbed him. What the hell is this? Lu Qing stared blankly at Lin Shen and the things in his hands. The rumored robber angel came to Lin Shen. Not only did he not rob him, he also gave him a ruby lion as a meeting gift. The robbing angel stopped robbing and gave gifts instead. This change was hard to accept. Everyone thought that Lin Shen's background must be extremely strong. They originally thought that he just had a little background, but they didn't expect that his background was so strong. When the robbing angel saw him, he not only stopped robbing, but also gave the things he robbed to Lin Shen. It was like a mouse meeting a cat. For a time, everyone was guessing who Lin Shen was and which family he came from. Even the big families who had entered the universe were looking at each other in a daze, wondering which family Lin Shen came from. Some members of the big family have begun to investigate Lin Shen's identity. It's just that communication between bases is inherently difficult. Suenio base is a small and remote base, and it basically has little contact with those large bases. Lin Shen has never been out of Suenio base before, so it is difficult to check for a while. When it comes to him, the fastest way to find out is the Lu family and the Su family. The name of the second-generation ancestor became more and more famous. For a while, Lin Shen seemed to be the most wealthy son in the eyes of ordinary people. Now that some people say that Lin Shen's family is a wealthy family in the universe, I am afraid many people will believe it. Because there is no one named Lin among the well-known super-base families, rumors have begun to spread that Lin Shen is the son of a hidden family. Compared with those well-known big families, they are not worthy at all. One thing to mention: they are not on the same level. Lin Shen himself didn't know that he had such a big background, and he wouldn't care even if he knew. He carefully looked at the information on the red capsule. It was the Ruby Lion. It was a crystal-level little gem with a score of 38 and above. He also had 3 skills. Summon. When he called it out, he saw that the red jade lion was majestic, with no injuries on his body and full of fighting strength. It was not comparable to the injured red jade lion on Liu Qing's body. Brother Lin, that ruby lion was robbed from me by an angel. Only the Liu family has the ruby lion, and Liu Qing can vouch for this. If Brother Lin is willing to return it, we people here will have a little chance of survival. I also protected Liu Qing thoroughly, and the entire Liu family will be extremely grateful to Brother Lin, and I will thank you deeply in the future. Xing Yan actually came back to kidnap Lin Shen morally, and even dragged Liu Qing to get his own ruby lion. Damn, what a bitch. I've never seen such a disgusting person. This guy is really amazing. How can there be such a person? His whole body exudes a stench. Even the people watching outside couldn't stand it anymore. If barrages could be sent, Xing Yan would probably be sprayed to death. Get lost. Lin Shen didn't take Xing Yan's advice at all. He didn't even look at him after saying this with a cold face. He put away the ruby lion and walked back to the tree to sit down and rest. He had noticed that something was wrong with Xing Yan, and was thinking about how to deal with him. It would not be good to kill someone in person, and he also wanted to confirm his inference from Xing Yan. Xing Yan gritted his teeth secretly, but looked at Liu Qing with an aggrieved expression on his face. Liu Qing turned her face to the side and pretended not to see him. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After Tian left, the mutants of the Liu family came back one after another. After discussion, they decided to stay here and wait for the countdown to end. They were not Lin Shen. If they met Tian again, they would only have the gift they gave to Tian. They did not want the mutant eggs and materials they had just harvested to be robbed again, so they decided to stay with Lin Shen. Of course, Xing Yan also helped to stir up trouble. He was afraid that after he left here, the angel would come to trouble him. Although he did not know why the angel not only did not rob Lin Shen, but gave him the ruby lion, this was obviously not a good thing and was very disadvantageous to him. Lin Shen just watched coldly and said nothing. He had decided to go out to look for mutant creatures, but he agreed to help guard the body of the mutant sea monster general. Su Tiange did not come back, and it was not convenient for him to leave now. Fortunately, there were not many hours left before the countdown ended, and Su Tiange should be back soon. Lin Shen did not miss this little time. After the countdown ended, he did not plan to go back for the time being. Since the plane is relatively safe and can be teleported back at will after the countdown ends, there is nothing to worry about. Safely hunting mutations and obtaining base mutation rates are what Lin Shen needs to do most now. The steel level is still too weak. Now he relies on external forces to solve the battle. If his own strength is not improved, it will not be safe after all. After resting for a few hours, Su Tiange finally brought people back. Their harvest was quite good. They also got 2 mutant steel eggs, which was unimaginable before. Some people have lived their whole lives and have never seen mutant creatures, let alone mutant eggs. Lin Shen looked at the time. It was almost time. There was less than an hour left. He simply chatted with Su Tianga and the others to find out where they went and what they encountered. In such a place, the more information you know, the better. Lin Shen planned to wait until Lu Qing and Su Tianga left before looking for mutant creatures. Time passed quickly. When the countdown ended, something unexpected happened. The previous Black Watch transmitter had the option to go back or not, but this White Watch transmitter had no option at all, and without their consent, it directly sent them back when the countdown ended. Lin Shen only felt a violent dizziness, and when he came to his senses, he was already submerged in water. I can't swim. Lin Shen immediately held his breath, and tried to paddle his arms and legs to float himself up. He hadn't been in the water for so many years, and didn't know how to swim at all. It was okay if he didn't swing his limbs, but this swing made him sink even more. Lao Wei, come and save me quickly. Lin Shen could only think of Lao Wei to save him, but then he thought, it seems that Lao Wei doesn't know how to swim. Lao Wei's current situation is better than Lin Shen's, but not much better. He can do some doggy paddling, but he is not very skilled. He paddles desperately in the water, trying to rush to Lin Shen's side. The water has paddled him up to waves more than one person high, but his body just won't move forward. At the critical moment, a figure swam over like a mermaid, came to Lin Shen, and pulled him up. After a while, the two of them floated to the surface. Lin Shen breathed heavily and almost suffocated him. Don't worry, I'm here. Breathe slowly, don't move around, stay relaxed, and leave the rest to me. A familiar voice came to his ears. Lin Shen knew it was Lu Qing, and didn't say anything. He stayed relaxed as she said and let her swim with him. There were boats on the lake, and people from the Lu and Su families came to rescue and rescued everyone on the boat. After being pulled on the boat, Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting next to him and was soaked, and said thank you. Lu Qing rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, what is our relationship? Why are you so polite to me? After saying that, she felt something was wrong, her cheeks flushed slightly. And she quickly explained, when we were on that planet, you always took care of me. Now we are even. Okay. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The people from the Lu and Su families were unusually polite to Lin Shen, which made Lu Qing and others a little confused. Jing Yan's face was not very good, as if he had thought of something, but he was not sure. From the way the Lu family looked at him, he had realized something. He looked in the direction of the King of the Realm cultivation device, and found that the King of the Realm cultivation device was the same as when he first discovered it, without any movement. After they were teleported out, the sky projection of the King of the Realm cultivation device had ended, so Lin Shen and others did not see the projection. After getting ashore, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu said goodbye to Lu Qing and Su Tianga and went straight back to the Asian god base. The two of them felt strange along the way, and everyone who passed by them seemed to look at them strangely. Lin Shen could understand that the young girls and wives smiled at them, because he looked white and clean. But why did those old men smile at them, which made Lin Shen speechless? Lin Shen probably guessed what was going on and quickened his pace to the Yi family's castle. Master Lin. Master Xiao Wu, you still remember to come back? Before Lin Shen reached the castle gate, he saw Yi Yuzhen standing at the gate, smiling a little maliciously. Why didn't I know to come back? Lin Shen asked with a blink of his eyes. The hero saves the beauty protects the hero, both willing, the old love rekindles. I thought you followed the old man. My lover has returned home. Yi Yuzhen's words sounded a bit sour. Lin Shen said in his heart, sure enough, our images inside should have been seen by others. It seems that the synchronization of the images produced by the KO training device should have been played nearby, and the entire Yashin base would not have seen it. It's here. How is it possible that a good horse won't turn back to eat the grass? What's more, I and the grass are related, so we both died. Lin Shen smiled and stepped forward to gently hug Yi Yuzhen's slim waist. Who are you? Yi Yuzhen turned away from Lin Shen's hand and asked curiously. I'm not grass, I'm cabbage, a cabbage that belongs exclusively to you. I won't give in to anyone but you. Lin Shen said seriously. Kai? Yi Yuzhen was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted and started to pinch him. Who are you calling a pig? You are a pig. Back in the castle, Lin Shen asked Yi Yuzhen what was going on now. Yi Yuzhen gave an overview of the situation, and Lin Shen was dumbfounded. Void projection. Doesn't that mean that every move we make is seen by people all over the world? Lin Shen said with a strange expression. That should be the case. The projection is very weird. I heard from Tian that the image is like the atmosphere, covering the entire planet and can be seen anywhere. Yi Yuzhen said with a smile, you are all over the world now. A famous big shot. What's your name? Lin Shen asked, curiously. Wei Wufu is revered as the god of war guard, and you are now the strongest, second-generation ancestor that everyone respects. Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. Lin Shen doesn't care about his nickname of second-generation rich. What others think of him has no effect on him. Xingyan's actions are known to the whole world. This makes Lin Shen very curious about how the Lu family will deal with him. But it doesn't matter. Whether the Lu family will deal with Xingyan or not, he will not give Xingyan a second chance. Even if the Lu family protects him, they will take his life. What worries Lin Shen now is that there are more and more mushroom beasts in the Green Tree Sea, and mushroom beasts can be seen everywhere near the Yashin base. The spies sent by the Lu family and the Su family have discovered a huge purple crystal mushroom beast, which is as huge as a hill and exudes purple poisonous gas. It should be crystal-based. At present, the Yashin base is trying its best to eliminate the nearby mushroom beasts. But the more they kill, and they can't kill them all. Many people have obtained the base-mutated eggs of mushroom beasts, and many have hatched. Now almost everyone has a mushroom beast pet. The appearance of crystal-based mushroom beasts, coupled with the huge number of mushroom beasts, the situation of the Yashin base is very bleak. According to Yi Yuzhen, there are more than 20 crystal-based warriors in the Yashin base, and the number of crystal-based pets is conservatively estimated to be 40 to 50. If there are not too many crystal-based mushroom beasts, it should be possible to defend it, but it is also difficult to take care of the entire base. At that time, a large number of mushroom beasts may flood into the base, and street fighting is probably inevitable. If there are too many crystal-based mushroom beasts, it will be troublesome at that time. Why not take the initiative to attack? Don't give those mushroom beasts a chance to reproduce, rush into the Green Tree Sea, and kill them. Lin Shen asked, with some doubts. Do you think the Lu family and the Su family don't want to do this? The key is that in the place of the Green Tree Sea, some areas on the periphery can still be entered and exited, and the deeper area is a base change point, which has many crystal-based creatures. The people in the Yashin base may not be able to take it down. Yi Yuzhen thought about it and said. Lin Shen felt that this matter was a bit serious. There was actually a base change point in the Green Tree Sea. If something went wrong, the Yashan base might not be able to defend it. You don't have to worry too much. I heard that the Lu family and the Su family have spread the news of the King of Realms cultivation system through their channels. Yi Yuzhen said again. Lin Shen understood as soon as he heard it. The Lu family and the Su family are really open-minded. Such a great opportunity is given away as soon as they are said to be given. It's only a matter of time. Instead of being robbed by then, it's better to get some benefits now. I believe that a large number of gene changers will come soon, including strong people from big families. Even if there are any accidents in the Green Tree Sea, it won't be a big problem. Yi Yuzhen glanced at Lin Shen and said with a smile, you have to be careful. Those guys from big families may be very interested in you. You will protect me, right? Lin Shen asked with a smile, looking at Yi Yuzhen. You are so shameless. Go ask your Lu Qing to protect you. What is my relationship with you? Why should I protect you? Yi Yuzhen pretended to be angry. Forget it, I'll go ask Lu Qing later. I'm tired, I'll go to sleep first. Lin Shen said as he walked towards the guest room on the second floor. You. Yi Yuzhen was furious. Halfway up the stairs, Lin Shen seemed to remember something, turned around and said, lend me your hatching chamber. Since the whole world has seen what he did on that planet, there is nothing to hide. First, hatch the 2 mutant sea monsters. When the beast tide comes, this will be his main battle. When he goes to that planet again in the future, with 2 mutant crystal-based pets, he can almost walk sideways. Yi Yuzhen also guessed that he wanted to hatch the mutant sea monsters, and without saying much, he took him to his own special hatching chamber. Lin Shen put the eggs of the 2 mutant sea monsters and the mushroom beast in, hoping that they could hatch earlier. Yi Yuzhen's hatching chamber is a high-end product at first glance, much better than Lin Shen's, and it is estimated that the hatching time can be much shorter. Don't worry, I'm the only one using this incubator. No one can enter here except me, so don't worry. Yi Yuzhen also said this specially. What should I worry about? Mine is yours, and yours is mine. You can take it if you want. We are all family members. So it doesn't matter who you are. Lin Shen said with a smile. He had no other choice. He couldn't wait until the beast tide was over to hatch it. The beast tide was the biggest threat to him, and he had to hatch it before the beast tide. Now the best choice was to hatch it in the Yi family. It sounds good, but who knows what he thinks in his heart. Yi Yuzhen said this, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Back to the guest room, Lin Shen just lay down on the bed to rest, and felt something moving in his pocket. Fuck you, you didn't come out when I needed you, and now it's okay, you've evolved, are you kidding? Lin Shen saw a red rope-like thing drilled out of his pocket and crawled out along his body. It was a die-hard fan. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the dead powder and lifted it out. After the evolution, it looked more delicate, like a translucent dark red cow tendon rope, 3 or 4 meters long, with a smooth and round head and a thin and pointed tail. The weight has increased a lot compared to before. Although it is not as heavy as the trident, it is heavy enough for ordinary people. Has it been promoted to the crystal level? Lin Shen was happy and hurriedly checked its properties. Mutated death. Crusher, super base alloy creatures, can evolve. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Toughness, 21. Base transformation talents, super base devouring, super base. Evolution, super base armor piercing, super base instant speed, super base refining, super base solidification. It didn't even get promoted to crystal base. But mutated to super base? Lin Shen was a little surprised. The surroundings didn't change, but all the talent skills became super base prefixes, and there was an additional super base solidification. Lin Shen was thinking about how to test how much these talents have been enhanced. He shook it casually, and the dead powder that was originally as soft as a rope suddenly stood straight, like a large javelin, with the tail as the spearhead. Lin Shen was stunned at first. And then he immediately reacted. This should be the super base refining talent of the dead powder. After swinging it twice, it was quite smooth, but it was a little heavy, just a little lighter than the trident. It's good to practice stabbing with it. Lin Shen shook the gun and stabbed out, and the tip of the gun instantly turned into a phantom, incredibly fast. The super base instant speed is much stronger than the previous enhanced instant speed. Lin Shen was very surprised. It was not just a little bit stronger. The speed of the alloy, after using the super base instant stab, could catch up with the speed of the crystal base. There is still no way to test the super base swallowing and super base evolution, and the super base solidification can't test the effect. Lin Shen estimated that this super base solidification is likely related to the ability of the mutant stinging turtle to solidify the body. If it is really that ability, then this guy, the dead fan, is really a bit powerful. As long as he is injured by it, it means that it's all over. If I stab myself with the super base solidification of the dead fan, will it trigger the enhanced mutation of evolution? Lin Shen thought to himself. Lin Shen only thought about it. He was not crazy enough to risk his life for the experiment. He would first try it on the genetically modified creatures and then make plans. Lying on the bed, Lin Shen thought a lot, especially about the mysterious planet. His future promotion path must be inseparable from that planet. But the Lu and Su families have spread the news about the King Kai cultivation device, so it will not be so convenient to go through the King Kai cultivation device in the future. Moreover, the King Kai cultivation device will broadcast the whole process live. Lin Shen himself is not a person who likes to show off, so he will not go through the King Kai cultivation device unless necessary. We have to find a way to get the Suanio back from Wang Tianer and Qi Shuing. Going in from Hulu Mountain is the best choice. Lin Shen began to think about how to get the Suanio back. There are two huge advantages to going through Hulu Mountain. First, if you go in from Hulu Mountain, it will not be broadcast live throughout the whole process. Lin Shen has too many secrets and it is not suitable to be exposed to the public. Second, there is no time limit after entering Hulu Mountain. After the 3-day time limit, you will not be forced to teleport out. This is a huge advantage, which means that Lin Shen can hunt the genetically modified creatures on that planet indefinitely, without having to compete with others for the 3-day time limit. More importantly, after the 3-day countdown of the Black Watch transmission device is over, he can be transmitted out at any time. What is the concept? This is equivalent to having an extra life. If you encounter a genetically modified creature that you can't beat, or a situation where you are bound to die, you can be directly transmitted back. Is there a stronger life-saving artifact than this? So Lin Shen thought about it and decided that he must get the Suanio, and it would be best if he could shut up the people of the Qi family and the Wang family and keep the secret of the entrance to Hulu Mountain. This requires careful planning. Lin Shen plans to return to the Suanio base immediately after the beast tide ends, and do this first, so as to avoid more trouble. But before leaving, he must deal with Xingyan, the traitor, first. If the Lu family does not take any action, he has made up his mind to take action during the beast tide. When I have 2 mutant sea monster generals in hand, and I have fatty and dead powder to protect me, plus the crystal-based ruby lion, where can I not go on that planet? I can kill mutant creatures at will. Let alone upgrade to alloy, even upgrade to crystal is just around the corner. Lin Shen slept particularly sweetly today. This sleep was particularly good. He was woken up by Wei Wufu in the morning. It's not even dawn yet. Why are you calling me so early? Has the beast tide attacked the base? Lin Shen stretched and yawned, still a little sleepy. Practice. Wei Wufu said only 2 words. Practice does not necessarily have to be in the morning. The air quality in the morning is not good, and the viscosity of blood in the morning is the highest in the day, which is not suitable for practice. Lin Shen said and was about to lie down on the bed again. Let's go. Wei Wufu didn't care, and pulled Lin Shen out. Don't worry, at least let me wash first, Lin Shen said helplessly. Wei Wufu then let him go. After Lin Shen finished washing up, he wanted to have breakfast first, but was denied by Wei Wufu. Helplessly, Lin Shen could only practice on an empty stomach. The Yi family's castle didn't even have a garden, but there were several indoor martial arts training grounds, and Yi Yuzhen also had a special small indoor martial arts training ground. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu used the small martial arts training ground. When they arrived, Yi Yuzhen had already started practicing. Lin Shen, who was lazy and listless just now, entered the small martial arts training ground and immediately became energetic after seeing Yi Yuzhen. Now Lin Shen knew why Yi Yuzhen had a separate private martial arts training ground. If she went to those public martial arts training grounds, it would probably easily lead to crime. Sister, you are practicing martial arts, not dancing. What's the matter with your white lace? Lin Shen swallowed his saliva and walked in and said righteously. Today, Yi Yuzhen didn't wear her usual sportswear. She wore shorts and a vest that looked very sporty, plus a pair of lace stockings. The lace and the shorts formed a very eye-catching absolute zone, and a pair of round long legs that made people unable to take their eyes away. You said that her outfit was not suitable for martial arts practice, but it was actually quite sporty. You said that her outfit was suitable for martial arts practice, but it seemed a little wrong. I can wear whatever I want, and I didn't let you see it. If you don't like it, don't look at it. Yi Yuzhen rolled her eyes at Lin Shen and continued to practice. Lin Shen thought to himself, how can I not like it? All men like it. After watching for a while, Lin Shen couldn't help but applaud and said, you practiced really well. I have never seen such an amazing boxing. Can I ask, what is the name of your boxing, lady? Angry pervert fist. Yi Yuzhen said, and turned around and threw a swinging fist at Lin Shen. Lin Shen stepped back and dodged, thinking, you should call this the gangster excitement punch. Practice. Wei Wufu brought a target over and pulled Lin Shen over by the collar. Lin Shen was full of helplessness, and secretly complained. In his heart, Practicing martial arts is not as important as having a partner. You are ruining my important plan of continuing the family line. Wei Wufu pulled Lin Shen in front of the target and threw the trident in his hand to him. Lin Shen caught it with both hands, but threw the trident back to Wei Wufu, smiling and saying, "I'll use mine." Too light, useless. Wei Wufu wanted to say that ordinary weapons are too light, and practice will not have much effect. Not light. Lin Shen said, took out the death powder capsule, and then let it turn into a pet in his hand. Is it useful? Wei Wufu frowned as he looked at the soft rope in Lin Shen's hand. Yi Yuzhen also looked at the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand curiously, wondering why Lin Shen took out such a pet. Aren't they going to practice stabbing? How can a pet like a rope be used to practice stabbing? Of course it is useful. Why would I take it out if it's useless? Lin Shen shook it casually, and the originally soft dead powder instantly turned into a straight state. Lin Shen originally wanted to wave it a few times, but found that the dead powder seemed to be much heavier today than yesterday. It originally felt much lighter than the trident, but today it seemed to be almost as heavy as the trident. What is that thing of yours? It was so soft just now, how come it suddenly became so hard? Yi Yuzhen was also well informed, but he had never seen such a pet. I won't tell you, this is my secret weapon. Lin Shen looked serious, as if it was some state secret. Who cares? Yi Yuzhen turned away disdainfully and continued to practice her boxing. Is it heavy enough? Wei Wufu asked again. Try it yourself. Lin Shen threw the dead powder to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught it and weighed it. He felt that it was indeed not light. Not much lighter than the trident. He was very satisfied and threw the dead powder back to Lin Shen. Practice. Lin Shen caught the dead powder and began to practice the technique, stabbing, taught by Wei Wufu. A simple stabbing is the most essential technique in the cold weapon technique. As the saying goes, every inch is short and every inch is dangerous. The most common technique used by assassins in ancient times was thorns. Even their names were named after thorns. In melee combat, the effect of stabbing or poking is much greater than that of slashing and other seemingly powerful moves. And every inch long is also an inch strong. Among the ancient arms, the spearman was the most famous and most practical. As long as the spearmen train a little and learn how to stab, they can go to the battlefield and take advantage of length and group fighting. Enemies with swords and the like can't get in at all, and random spears will directly turn them into a hornet's nest. Therefore, in addition to special units such as archers, sword and shield soldiers and cavalry, the spearman's stab is the main theme of cold weapon battlefield fighting. Even in the early stages of thermal weapons, like bayonets, which combined the advantages of daggers and guns, were active on the battlefield. Therefore, the stabbing technique is the most practical and most vicious technique. This technique is not difficult to master, but it is difficult to master it. Lin Shen tried again and again, but the chance of success was not high. Fortunately, the target that way Wufu got for him also had score lines drawn on it like a dartboard, so Lin Shen regarded the practice as playing a game and didn't find it boring at all. As he practiced, Lin Shen felt a little strange. When I practiced before, it always got heavier and heavier as I practiced, and soon my arms were so sore that I couldn't lift them up. There was something strange today. He felt as if he was getting lighter as he practiced. The dead powder, which was originally very heavy, seemed to be gradually reducing its weight in his hands. It became lighter and lighter, making it easier for him to practice. Is it the dead fans who are causing trouble? Lin Shen originally thought it was the dead fans' problem, but he soon discovered that it was not the dead fans' problem. Lin Shen suddenly remembered that the person he signed the infinite strength contract with was the dead fan. As long as he took the dead fan with him, as the dead fan's weight increased, his strength would also increase. I see, no wonder. Lin Shen knew that the infinite power contract had played a role. The weight of the dead fans had increased, so his strength had also increased. That's why he felt that the dead fans in his hands were getting lighter and lighter. It was not that they were dead. Fans are causing trouble. In order to verify his thoughts, Lin Shen reached out and took Wei Wufu's trident over. The weight of the trident was about the same as that of a dead fan, maybe a little heavier than a dead fan, but not much. Now that Lin Shen was holding the trident in his hand, he suddenly felt much lighter than before. It no longer felt so heavy. He held the dead powder end in one hand and raised it easily. This contract of infinite strength is good. How much strength does it increase for me? It's definitely more than 11 points of strength, right? Lin Shen was pleasantly surprised. If the dead fan can continue to increase weight in the future, then his power can be infinitely improved. Maybe he will be able to have power comparable to Jingji at the steel level. Lin Shen felt extremely happy when he thought that a steel-level creature could crush the head of a crystal-based creature with one punch. Of course, this is just Lin Shen's imagination, and he doesn't know if the dead fan can continue to grow and gain weight. With such strong strength, Lin Shen's practice became much easier. However, he didn't dare to show it. Firstly, he didn't want others to know that he had this bug-like ability, and he didn't want to be remembered. Secondly, he is also afraid that Wei Wufu will increase his strength again. His current strength has far exceeded his own level. There is no need to train strength anymore, just practice skills. Seeing that way, Wufu was concentrating on practicing the transformation technique on the other side. Without looking at him, Lin Shen put down the trident and continued to practice the stabbing technique with the death powder. He didn't use force to control his aim, he still purely practiced his skills, using explosive power and inertia to stab into the center of the target. Again and again. Lu family. Uncle Li, how did the investigation I asked you to investigate go? Lu Qing was a little anxious. She wanted to know where Lin Shen had gone. It has been found. Uncle Li hesitated. Has something happened to Lin Shen? Looking at Uncle Li's expression, Lu Qing's first reaction was that something had happened to Lin Shen, and she felt a little anxious. No, nothing happened to Lin Shen. He is in our base. Uncle Li said. Then where does he live now? Lu Qing asked impatiently. He lives in the Yi family now. Uncle Li sighed. Yi family? Which Yi family? Lu Qing didn't react at all for a moment, because she never thought that Lin Shen would live in Yi Yuzhen's house. It's Miss Ye's home. Miss Yi? Do you mean Yi Yuzhen? Lu Qing was a little unbelievable and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yes. How is it possible? How could Lin Shen live in Yi Yuzhen's house? Why would he live there? Lu Qing still couldn't believe it. Uncle Li sighed. I have asked someone to inquire and confirmed that Lin Shen is living in the Yi family now, and he is not the Yi family who just went there now. He was already living in the Yi family before you went to that planet, and some people saw that he and Miss Yi were quite close, and their relationship seemed unusual. Lin Shen, Yi Yuzhen. Lu Qing felt a bang in her head, like a thunderbolt from the blue, which made her unable to recover for a long time. Scenes from the past flashed through Lu Qing's mind like a movie. What's good about Lin Shen? He's over 20 years old and hasn't even completed his genetic transformation. He won't have to rely on you to protect him in the future, right? Look at him like that. He spends all day eating, drinking, and having fun instead of doing his job. Do you really want to live with such a person for the rest of your life? Even if you are willing, can your family agree? You come back. Here it's been so long, has he come to see you? Don't be silly, if he has you in his heart, how could he not come to see you for so long? Lu Qing thought about what Yi Yuzhen said before, and her blood rushed to her head, making her feel dizzy. You are so good, Yi Yuzhen. I treat you as a good friend, but you treat me like this. Are you still a human being? Lu Qing felt that she was about to explode. She couldn't stand Yi Yuzhen's betrayal, and she couldn't accept that she was deceived like this. Miss, are you okay? Uncle Li saw that Lu Qing's face was extremely ugly and her spirit was a little dazed, and asked worriedly. I'm fine, Uncle Li, go back first, I have to go out. Lu Qing gritted her teeth and rushed out. She wanted to find Yi Yuzhen and ask her why she treated her like this and what she had done wrong to him. In the small martial arts training ground, after Yi Yuzhen finished practicing boxing, she drank water and rested beside him, but her eyes looked at Lin Shen from time to time. When she went to the Suanio base with Lu Qing before, they knew Lin Shen at the same time. At that time, her impression of Lin Shen was very different from now. At that time, Lin Shen was not serious all day long. When he was chasing Lu Qing, he took them to eat, drink, and have fun. He was good at everything, but he just didn't like practicing. He had never seen him practice so seriously. Suddenly, Lin Shen, who was practicing stabbing, stopped and walked straight towards her. Yi Yuzhen panicked, like a little girl who was caught peeking at something bad. She didn't dare to look at Lin Shen's eyes, and moved her eyes to the side, pretending to drink water. Lin Shen walked all the way to Yi Yuzhen, almost face to face, but he didn't mean to stop. What are you doing? Yi Yuzhen pressed Lin Shen's chest with her hand to prevent him from getting closer, and asked in a panic. Lin Shen put his lips close to her ear and said, with a smile, if you keep looking at me like that, I will mistakenly think that you are obsessed with me to the point of being unable to extricate yourself, and there is no room for anything else in your eyes except me. Bah, who is obsessed with you? Don't be so narcissistic. Yi Yuzhen was embarrassed and wanted to push Lin Shen away. But she felt her waist tightened, and a strong arm hugged her waist, forcing her body to lean forward, and the two bodies suddenly became intimate. The two people faced each other, and could clearly feel each other's breath, and their eyes communicated at close range, and the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous for a while. Yi Yuzhen's heart beat faster, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing became rapid and uneasy. Bang! The door of the martial arts training ground was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Qing walked in, staring at the two people angrily. Her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Yi Yuzhen, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Lu Qing gritted her teeth. She had never been so angry when she broke up with Lin Shen. Lu Qing, it's not what you think. Yi Yuzhen hurriedly pushed Lin Shen away and wanted to explain to Lu Qing. You are already like this, what else do you Want to explain? I am really blind. I actually treated you like a sister. When I was with Lin Shen. Before, I was greedy for you, right? You tried every means to destroy the relationship between us. You said so. Many bad things about Lin Shen in front of me, and tried your best to persuade us to break up. Now you finally got your wish, congratulations. Lu Qing said coldly. This was not only scolding Yi Yuzhen, but also speaking to Lin Shen. She wanted to let Lin Shen know that Yi Yuzhen was not a good person. The reason they broke up was because of Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen, who originally wanted to explain, was also angry when she heard Lu Qing say these words. Lu Qing, if you say that, then let's talk it out now. What bad things did I say about Lin Shen? Tell me clearly one by one. Yi Yuzhen was also angry. Don't. You know what bad things you said? Do you need me to tell you? I really don't know, tell me. Okay, tell me. You said that Lin Shen was not doing his job and was just drinking and having fun. Didn't you say that? I did. He said that he was in his 20s and had not mutated yet. What future can he have? Do you agree? I agree. He said that he was born in a humble family and my family would definitely not recognize him. Didn't you say that? I did. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu watched the two women confront each other. The gunpowder smell was about to explode. They didn't dare to interrupt and could only watch from the side. The war between women is more terrible than the battle between men. Even Wei Wufu is helpless. Lin Shen, you heard it all. Now you see her true face clearly, and know what kind of woman she is, right? After asking, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shen and said. Lin Shen certainly knew, in fact. He had known it for a long time, but what does it matter? He just wanted to find a suitable woman to continue the incense of the Lin family, and Yi Yuzhen is now the most suitable candidate. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Yi Yuzhen said first, yes, I mean that Lin Shen only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, that he is not motivated, that he comes from a humble family, and your family will definitely not agree to you being together. I have said all these, but who told me these words? How many times have I met Lin Shen before? How do I know what kind of person he is? Who told me these things? Lu Qing, you are noble, you are a good person, you let me say what you don't want to say, let me be the villain, and now you blame me for breaking you up. Okay, I am a bad person, I am despicable and shameless, I am not worthy of being your sister, from now on you go your way, I go mine, we have no relationship anymore. As he said, Yi Yuzhen walked to the door, opened the door and said, go, you are not welcome here. I will kill him. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were stunned. The duel between the two women was more dazzling than the duel between two martial arts masters. The back and forth was too exciting. You. Lu Qing was speechless for a moment, and looked like she had been completely defeated. Please. Yi Yuzhen made a gesture of invitation with a cold face. Lin Shen, do you believe me, or her? Lu Qing was still unwilling to give up, and looked at Lin Shen and asked. Let the past be the past. Lu Qing was not a bad person, but Lin Shen was not a person who would go back to his ex. From the moment they broke up, it was impossible for him to have any relationship with Lu Qing anymore. Lu Qing's mood suddenly fell to the bottom, and he said nothing more. He left the martial arts training ground in a daze, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. After Lu Qing left, Yi Yuzhen turned and looked at Lin Shen. Now you know what kind of person I am, why are you still standing here? Yi Yuzhen, there is something I am curious about. Lin Shen looked at Yi Yuzhen with a complicated look. What is it? Tell me. Anyway, it's like this, there is nothing that can't be said, I will tell you whatever you want to. No. Yi Yuzhen has begun to break the jar. I could hear your secrets when we were in the market. Before. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lin Shen asked. Yes, I arranged it on purpose. What about the blind date? I arranged it too. I knew you were going on a blind date, so I went to find the fat boss lady. I am such a scheming green tea bitch. Are you satisfied? Then I don't understand. You know my situation very well. I only know how to eat, drink and have fun, and I don't have any ambition. For others, I can still be considered a rich second generation. For a family background like yours, my family background is really nothing. Compared with you, it's not an exaggeration to say that I am a poor family. Why do you spend so much time on me? Lin Shen was really curious about what Yi Yuzhen was thinking. Did she just want to steal her best friend's boyfriend? Do you have such a hobby? Yi Yuzhen hesitated for a moment. But it had come to this point, and her emotions had reached this point, so she simply said without caring. You are not doing your job properly, you have no ambition, your family is average, and you are not serious. All day long, but so what? I am just cheap, I just like people like you, and I just want to get you, isn't it? Those problems are problems for others, but not for me. You have nothing, I have everything, you can play if you like, do whatever you like, I am a rich family, what's wrong with me? Supporting you? Lin Shen looked at Yi Yuzhen blankly, and for a moment there was something those who don't know what to say can only say that these sisters are too tough. But let me be clear, when you and Lu Qing were together, I never did anything to feel sorry for Lu Qing. Isn't it okay if I want her if she doesn't want her? Now that you're done, and you want to go back, I can't. Why should I give it to? Yi Yuzhen was completely willing to give up today. Before Yi Yu could finish speaking the truth, he was suddenly embraced by Lin Shen's strong arms. Lin Shen kissed Yi Yuzhen's forehead with his lips, feeling that this woman was not what he thought before, but he actually really liked her a little bit. Am I also a scumbag? Why else would I think that scheming girls are kind of cute? Indecent, neglect. Wei Wufu turned his head silently. Yi Yuzhen was trembling all over, her cheeks were red, and her mind was blank. After a long time, she used her only reason to push Lin Shen away. You really don't mind? Yi Yuzhen raised his head and looked up at Lin Shen, as if a spring breeze was caressing his brows. What do you mind? Lin Shen asked knowingly. I really didn't mean to belittle you. Those are really not shortcomings for me. I also didn't mean to insult you. In the past, I thought it was okay if you didn't seek to improve. I can support you, but now I already know, you don't need me at all. No, don't think that. My stomach is not very good. The doctor said that I can't eat too hard food and have to eat soft food. Lin Shen quickly interrupted Yi Yuzhen's words, for fear that she would misunderstand. Lu family's meeting room. Lu Mingchuan looked at Jing Yan, who was already locked up in shackles, but still had no regrets, and said coldly, Jing Yan, do you know what you did wrong? Jing Yan doesn't know, please teach me, head of the family. Jing Yan said expressionlessly. I don't care if you plot against Lin Shen, but you shouldn't involve my daughter, Lu Qing. Lu Mingchuan's eyes flashed with anger, and he was very dissatisfied with Xingyan's attitude. I didn't involve Lu Qing. Xingyan still had that indifferent attitude. No? You took the angel to Lu Qing. How can you be sure that the angel will not harm Lu Qing? When you have no ability to control the situation, you did something you can't control, and handed my daughter's fate to others. It's enough for you to die 10,000 times. Lu Mingchuan said angrily. Master, what's the point of talking to a man like him? A scum like him should be chopped up and fed to the dogs, so as not to tarnish the reputation of our Lu family. Most of the people in the Lu family looked down on Xingyan's actions and requested that Xingyan be chopped off directly. Master is right. I did not consider this matter carefully. Xingyan nodded and said, just admit it. This is your way to die. Since you have done it, you should accept your fate. Lu Mingchuan waved his hand to signal the servants to take Xingyan away. Wait a minute. Xingyan suddenly shouted loudly to stop the person who took him away, and said calmly, Master Lu, I did not do it properly, but you can't decide my life. In the Lu family, I can't decide, who else can decide? Lu Mingchuan snorted. Me. A voice came from outside. The faces of many masters of the Lu family changed at the same time. Someone broke into the core area of the Lu family silently, and they didn't even notice it beforehand. When I walked out of the meeting room, I saw a silver-haired old man floating in the sky above the Lu family compound. He had no wings on his back and no equipment on his body, but he could actually walk in the air. His white robe swayed in the wind, just like an immortal, stepping into the air. The Lu family guards immediately launched an attack, and alloy arrows like rain shot from the ground to the silver-haired old man walking in the air. The silver-haired old man had no intention of using the power of base transformation. He pointed casually, and tiny red crystal jade particles flowed out of his fingertips. Those particles condensed together and instantly turned into a red jade sword floating in front of the old man. The moment the alloy arrow rain approached, the red jade sword moved by itself, and suddenly turned into a red streamer that flashed quickly. The rain of alloy arrows in the sky was chopped into pieces, and fell into countless particles. No alloy arrow could reach the old man intact. Such a terrifying scene stunned the people of the Lu family. Looking at the silver-haired old man who looked like an immortal or a demon, the archers did not dare to make any more moves and were stunned for a while. If Lin Shen were here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this old man should be the ascender that Tian Xian and Wei Wufu mentioned. Ascendants and base changers are no longer the same concept, it is a real qualitative change. Steel, alloys, and crystal bases all belong to the base change level, while ascension is a level above base change, which is a big leap. Base change is just a physical transformation of humans, while ascension is a real rebirth, just like a mortal ascending in broad daylight to achieve the body of an immortal. Of course, the ascender is not really ascending in broad daylight to become an immortal, but just has a stronger physique and survival ability. The most important ability of the ascender is flying. In the space battle, if you can't fly, you don't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. You can't even break free from the constraints of the planet, and you can only be slaughtered by others. The physique of the ascender is also stronger, and can survive in the space environment without a spacesuit and oxygen supply. There is also the most important fundamental life base of the ascender, which some people also call the spiritual base or the blade of the heart. The life base is condensed from the base changer's body. When the base changer is promoted to the next level, the life base will be condensed at the same time. The life base can be freely integrated with the body, and can also fly away from the body to kill the enemy automatically. It can be controlled at will even if it is far away from the body. Although it is not a limb, it is better than a limb, so some people call it the fifth limb. In the cosmic war, the life base is the most important means of combat. In air combat, there are few opportunities for close combat. The long-range attack weapons such as the heart blade is the main weapon in air combat. Different evolutionary techniques, different talents, and even different base change fluids absorbed may condense different types of life bases when ascending. Generally speaking, most life bases are similar to weapons, so they are called heart blades. For base changers, ascenders are super bosses with overwhelming strength. The Yashin base is much larger than the Sueño base, but it is still a small base in a marginal area. Few people in the Lu family have seen the boss who has been upgraded. When they see the old man, they think they have seen the legendary immortal master who has ascended to the highest level. You have come to visit our Lu family. I wonder what you can teach me. Lu Mingchuan obviously recognized the ascender. He thought it was not good, but he still looked at the silver-haired old man and asked, "My surname is Jing, and I come from the Wanderer base." The silver-haired old man landed in the courtyard and stood with his hands behind his back. The red jade sword was suspended beside him, and he had the demeanor of a fairy. Jing family, from the Wanderer base? Lu Mingchuan's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Jing Yan. He also had the surname Jing. If Lu Mingchuan couldn't guess anything now, then he would not be the head of the Lu family. Not bad. Jing Guyuan nodded slightly. Although he did not show a trace of arrogance, his attitude was impossible to ignore. After the words fell, the sword light flashed, and the red jade sword beside Jing Guyuan flashed away like lightning. By the time everyone reacted, the shackles on Jing Yan's body had been shattered on the ground, and the red sword had returned to Jing Guyuan's side. Quickly. Incredible. Master Lu, I said before, you can't decide my life. Jing Yan moved his hands and feet, walked to Jing Guyuan's side, looked at Lu Mingchuan and said coldly, "Our Lu family has never had any grudges with the Jing family in the Rangers base." What does the Jing family mean by this? Lu Mingchuan was still neither humble nor arrogant. Master Lu, there is no need to worry. My nephew is training in your Lu family. I just stopped by to see him. Jing Guyuan said with a smile, I and Lu Xian from Haijiao base have traveled to alien worlds together. Counting you, they are also my descendants. When Lu Mingchuan heard what Jing Guyuan said, although he still remained vigilant, he also knew that Jing Guyuan would not embarrass the Lu family. Lu Xian is an ascendant who left the Lu family. Although she is no longer in the Lu family, since Jing Guyuan knows her, he should not attack anyone from the Lu family in public. Moreover, he has already spread the news about the KO training device to the Cape base, and he believes that someone will come from the Cape base soon. In that case, I will leave Jing Yan to your excellency. Lu Mingchuan was also helpless. He knew that Jing Guyuan rushed here so quickly because he knew Jing Yan and knew what Jing Yan would encounter when he came out, so he rushed there early. If you come here, you won't let them hurt Jing Yan. The Rangers base is much further away than the Cape base. the fact that he was able to get here first explains a lot of problems. Thank you very much, Master Lu. After Jinggu Yuan said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, there is one more thing I want to ask Master Lu for help with. Your Excellency, you are joking. The Lu family is just a house of genetic changers. What can it do to help a big shot like you? Lu Mingchuan frowned. Master Lu is worrying too much. With my relationship with the Lu family, how can I let the Lu family do something difficult? I just want to know where Lin Shen is now. Zhonggu Yuan stared at Lu Mingchuan and said, I believe you, you are a very bad old man. You don't have any idea about our Lu family, so why would you let Jing Yan hide his identity and come to my Lu family to be a thug? Chun is an undercover agent. Now that your identity has been exposed, and what's the origin? It's bullshit. Lu Mingchuan thought so in his heart, but did not show any trace of it on his face, and said with a smile, Your Excellency is saying that based on the relationship between you and my Lu family, our Lu family should help with such a trivial matter. It's a pity that Lin Shen didn't, he is not from our Lu family, and we have no way of knowing where he has gone. Otherwise, I will send someone to inquire about his whereabouts now, and let you know as soon as possible. What do you think? This is your Lu family's Yashan base. Do you still need to find out where Lin Shen is? Zhonggu Yuan was obviously dissatisfied. Lu Mingchuan sighed and said helplessly, in addition to my Lu family, there is also a Su family in the Yashan base. The relationship between Lin Shen and the Su family is extraordinary, and there is nothing I can do about it. Zhonggu Yuan frowned secretly. This Lu Mingchuan was really slippery, like a non-stick pan, making it impossible for him to start. He couldn't really do anything to the Lu family. If he, an ascended person, attacked the juniors of the Lu family without any reason, then Lu Xiener would dare to kill all the juniors of his Jing family. If Lu Mingchuan was really asked to inquire about Lin Shen, he was afraid that Lu Mingchuan would tip off the information. After all, this was the Yashan base, not the Rangers' base. There was no eyeliner or manpower available. So he had no good solution. If he wasn't worried about Jing Yan's safety or had some other reasons, he wouldn't have rushed over alone. If he had brought more people, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Lin Shen is indeed not in the Lu family. He and Wei Wufu left after coming out of the Kiowan training device, but I guess they are still at the Yashan base. It is not difficult to find them. Leave this matter to me. Jing Yan, he spoke. At that time, he watched Lin Shen and Wei Wufu leave, and also saw that Zhonggu Yuan might not be able to ask anything from Lu Mingchuan, so he took the initiative to speak to avoid leaving Jinggu Yuan in trouble. Okay, you can go ahead and do it. I'm a little thirsty. Wouldn't you mind asking for a cup of tea? Master Lu, right? Zhonggu Yuan didn't want to drink tea. This was to warn the Lu family not to leak information. Jing Yan turned around and left. He had been at the Yashan base for several years, so he naturally had his connections. It was not difficult to find someone in the Yashan base. Welcome, please come inside. Lu Mingchuan calmly welcomed Jinggu Yuan in. Jing Yan overestimated himself and underestimated the Yashan base. In fact, when Jinggu Yuan parachuted into the Lu family, the Yi family had already received the news. Madam, please come over. There is something important. The old housekeeper of the Yi family came to the small marshal. art's training ground and said to Yi Yuzhen, who was having an affair with Lin Shen. Yi Yuzhen was slightly startled. If it was not a very important matter, the old housekeeper would not invite her in such a tone. I'm going to see what's going on. I'll be back in a while. You are waiting for me here. Yi Yuzhen said to Lin Shen with a smile. Waiting for you to come back. Lin Shen nodded. Yi Yuzhen followed the old housekeeper out of the small training ground and asked, casually as he walked, what on earth is going on? You are so anxious to let me go. Could it be that the mushroom beast attacked the base? No. An ascended person came to the Lu family for Jingyan. I heard that he is Jingyan's uncle. Now they are looking for Mr. Lin. Madam asked you to discuss this matter. The old housekeeper said. Is there such a thing? Jingyan still has seniors who have been upgraded. Yi Yuzhen was a little surprised when he heard this, and quickly accelerated his pace to find Mrs. Yi. Lin Shen couldn't really hear the conversation between the two outside the door, but Wei Wufu listened to it. No, Jingyan, elders, ascended ones, are in trouble. Wei Wufu said to Lin Shen in a low voice. Lin Shen was startled after hearing this, and asked with some uncertainty. You said that bad guy Jingyan, who has an elder in his family who has been upgraded, is now looking for trouble with us? Yes. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen walked to the door and looked outside. Yi Yuzhen had already gone far. He pondered for a moment and said to Wei Wufu, Old Wei, let's go. Where to? Go? Wei Wufu asked as he walked. Leave the Yi family first, no. Leave the Yashan base first. Lin Shen said as he walked. He had never seen how strong the ascended ones were, but he knew that there were no ascending ones in places like the Yashan base, and there was no existence that could compete with the ascending ones. If he continues to stay in the Yi family and is approached by Jingyan and the ascended ones, it will put Yi Yuzhen and the Yi family in a difficult situation. If they didn't hand over Lin Shen, they would offend an ascended person and risk annihilating the family. If they hand over Lin Shen, they will make Yi really embarrassed. Lin Shen didn't want to embarrass Yi Yu, let alone test his humanity, so he had no choice but to leave. Before the ascendant found him, he left the Yashan base and rushed into the vast mountains. There might be a glimmer of hope. Old Wei, if the two of us together, if we work hard, can we kill an ascended person? After Lin Shen and the two left the Yashan base as quickly as possible, Lin Shen looked back at the gate of the base and said calmly. Ask Wei Wufu. We will die. Wei Wufu's answer completely extinguished Lin Shen's delusions. Then let's go quickly. Lin Shen summoned the ruby lion, rode with Wei Wufu, and rushed towards the forest path. Lin Shen was afraid of the beast tide, but an ascended person was far more terrifying than the beast tide. Not long after the two of them ran out of the Yashan base, Jing Yan had already received the news. He rushed back to the Lu family as quickly as possible and brought back the news that Lin Shen and the others had left the Yashan base. Run? Where can they run to? There is only death at the end of the world. Zheng Guiyuan snorted coldly and stood up and walked out. Second. Uncle, I will go with you. I want to chop off Lin Shen's head with my own hands. Jing Yan gritted his teeth. He was seen by the world with the ugliest face. He attributed all this to Lin Shen and had to kill Lin Shen. Okay. Zheng Guiyuan stretched out his hand and pulled Jing Yan and flew away. Directly. In the living room of the Yi family, Mrs. Yi was lying on the sofa, fiddling with the ears of the black cat. Mom, who is Jing Yan's ascended elder? Do you know him? Yi Yuzhen asked anxiously after entering the door. He is not looking for you, why are you so anxious? Mrs. Yi smiled and didn't seem to care at all. Mom. Yi Yuzhen came behind Madame Yi, massaging her shoulders with her hands, and said coquettishly. You will help him, right? Him? Which him? Madame Yi asked with a smile. Mom, don't play tricks on me. You know. Yi Yuzhen said coquettishly while shaking Madame Yi. Okay, stop shaking, my neck is about to be broken by you. Madame Yi smiled. Then you promised me? Yi Yuzhen's eyebrows were full of joy. It's useless for me to promise you, now that kid may have left the Asian god base. Madame Yi said. What do you mean? Yi Yuzhen was so smart that she figured it out as soon as she said it. She looked at Madame Yi in disbelief and asked, I wonder why the old housekeeper told me the reason so readily this time. It turns out that he deliberately told Lin Shen. Mom, why did you do this? Is Jing Yan's elder really that powerful? Even you have to use this method to force Lin Shen away? What difference does it make for an ascender to be powerful or not? I didn't force Lin Shen to leave. He wanted to leave. Do I have to stop him? Madame Yi said with a smile, if you want to blame someone, blame him. The Lin family members are all of the same character. They will only run away when they encounter problems. His second brother is like this, and he is also like this. I'm so angry. Yi Yuzhen was so angry that he didn't know who to blame for a while. Blame Madame Yi. Madame Yi really didn't drive Lin Shen away. Who made Lin Shen run away without saying a word when he heard that an ascender was looking for trouble with him? How did Lin Shen know that Yi Yuzhen's background was so tough? No normal person would have thought that there could be someone who could compete with the ascended ones in a mere Yashin base. If he knew that Yi You really said that she was from a wealthy family, and that she was not mixed with even a trace of moisture, that she was a truly super wealthy family, and that if she could deal with the ascended one, even if he broke his legs, he would not leave you half a step home. Who wants to run out and risk their lives when you have such thick thighs to hold? After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu left the Yashin base, they did not run towards the Blackbird base. They knew they couldn't outrun the ascended ones. Not even with crystal-based mounts. Running back to the Suanio base now will only bring trouble to the entire Lin family, and maybe the ascendant of the Jing family will discover Suanio's secret. So from the very beginning, the two of them ran towards the sea of green trees. Old Wei, can that ascendant really catch up with us? He won't think that we ran home and go to the Blackbird base to find us, right? Lin Shen looked at the steel jungle around him and said with some worry. Don't worry, I can catch up. Wei Wufu's eyes were firm. Naturally, his understanding of the ascended ones was far better than that of Lin Shen. Lin Shen felt relieved when he said he could catch up. Old Wei, let's do this. We'll run separately later. I'll run towards the Blue Tree Sea and lead them there. You go back to the Blackbird base and inform my eldest sister and ask her to find a place to take shelter first. Lin Shen thought about it. Want to say, it's useless, it's too late. Wei Wufu shook his head. Whether it works or not, you have to give it a try. I can't bet that he won't go to the Blackbird base after killing me. Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen for a long time, then looked into the depths of the steel jungle and said, "Let's take a gamble, maybe there is a glimmer of hope." "Where is the hope?" Lin Shen felt that Wei Wufu spoke much more fluently than before. "Bishuhai, genetic transformation point, original seed egg, Jingji," Wei Wufu said, waving the trident in his hand and sweeping away the flying mushroom beast. There are more and more mushroom beasts ahead. Although they are all red-capped mushroom beasts, their numbers are astonishing. There are dozens and dozens of red-capped mushroom beasts wandering together in groups everywhere. If you want to be promoted to Jingji, please tell me earlier. We have a mutant sea monster god general. You can use that to promote Jingji. Lin Shen didn't understand what Wei Wufu meant. "No, it's too late, original eggs, hurry up." The trident in Wei Wufu's hand was opened and closed. And the mushroom beasts were swept away and couldn't get close at all. The ruby lion kept running, rushing out of mushroom groups, one after another. They had no time to stay and had to enter the sea of green trees before the ascendants of the Jing family found them. "Bishuhai is so dangerous now, we may not be able to rush in. Even if we can rush in, we may not be able to find the original egg. Even if you find it, and even successfully promote to the crystal, do you think you, a newly promoted crystal base, are capable? Is it better than an ascended person?" Lin Shen sighed, "It's better to follow my method. I will lead the person away and go back to Suenio base to inform my eldest sister." "Try it." Wei Wufu ignored him and continued to rush towards the sea of green trees with the red jade lion. "We haven't even touched the edge of the blue sea tree yet. There are already so many mushroom beasts. The chance of success of your method is too low." Lin Shen felt helpless. Wei Wufu stopped talking and kept waving his trident to sweep away the flying mushroom beasts and clear the obstacles. These steel-level mushroom beasts still posed no threat to them, so neither Wei Wufu nor Lin Shen used the power of genetic transformation. The ruby lion ignored the bite of the red-capped mushroom beast at all, and kept jumping while running quickly, even stepping on the body of the red-capped mushroom beast and rushing forward. Finally, they saw the steel forest as green as the sea, the legendary sea of green trees. The red jade lion rushed towards the sea of green trees without stopping. After entering the sea of green trees, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu discovered that there were not as many mushroom beasts here as there were outside. Strange, isn't it said that the source of the mushroom beasts is the sea of green trees? Why are there fewer mushroom beasts here? Lin Shen looked around and saw that there were steel green trees everywhere, making it difficult to see the shadow of the mushroom beasts. When Lin Shen was wondering, he suddenly saw a black figure standing on the top of a huge green tree in the distance, staring at them coldly. If it weren't for the Q-version figure, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu would have almost regarded him as a knight in black wearing a bamboo hat. As a unique existence among mushroom beasts, Lin Shen recognized the black-capped mushroom beast at a glance. "Something's wrong, there's something wrong with that guy." As he got closer, Lin Shen discovered that the body of the black-capped mushroom beast standing on the canopy was a little different from before. What was once a jet black metal body is now black and crystal clear, as if it were carved from black crystal. It has been promoted to crystal base. Lin Shen felt a headache. The alloy-level black-capped mushroom beast is already so difficult to deal with. Now that it has been promoted to crystal base, the threat is even greater. Lin Shen originally thought that relying on the Crystal-level red jade lion should be able to make the black-capped mushroom beast fearful, but now it seems that he has thought too much. The black-capped mushroom beast still stood motionless on the canopy of the tree, staring at them coldly. Lin Shen could even see the sarcasm and ridicule at the corner of its mouth. Boom! The two felt as if there was an earthquake, and then they saw huge blue-capped mushroom beasts rising from the ground and appearing around Lin Shen and the others. Here, why are there so many alloy-grade blue-capped mushroom beasts? Lin Shen looked at the huge figures appearing in front of them. There were probably hundreds of them in the surrounding green forest, and he was shocked. He only encountered 2 blue-capped mushroom beasts last time, but this time there were hundreds of them. These guys reproduced too fast. Genetic transformation. When Wei Wufu spoke, he had already used the power of genetic transformation, and the purple shell wrapped his whole body. Lin Shen also used the power of genetic transformation without hesitation, and the mirror steel shell also turned into armor to protect his body. Both of them knew that it would be a fierce battle. If they couldn't rush out as soon as possible, they would be trapped by the blue-capped mushroom beasts even with crystal-based mounts. The ruby lions could fight all the time, but they couldn't use their genetic transformation power all the time. Once the power was consumed too much, they could no longer maintain the genetic transformation state. Without the protection of the metal shell, it would be difficult for their flesh and blood to survive in the beast group. What's more, there was a crystal-based black-capped mushroom beast not far away, staring at them. Just that one guy was enough for them to bear. What's more, there are deadly ascenders chasing them. It's really a dilemma with wolves in front and tigers behind. When the two were about to rush out of the blue-capped mushroom beasts, they suddenly saw a red lightning flash across the sky. For a moment, the red light flashed, crisscrossing in the sea of green trees, leaving a series of red phantoms. In just a moment, all the blue-capped mushroom beasts stopped moving, as if they were acupunctured. Boom! The next second, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu saw the heads of all the blue-capped mushroom beasts explode at the same time, one by one, and hundreds of blue-capped mushroom beasts were not spared. All of them fell to the ground with their heads exploded, the earth shook, the broken steel branches trembled, and dust rose. 2 figures broke through the air, like immortals flying in the air. One of them was Jing Yan, who was very familiar to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The red lightning turned into a red jade sword and floated beside another silver-haired old man, letting Lin Shen and Wei Wufu know clearly that he was the ascender of the Jing family. Although he had known for a long time that the ascenders were very scary, it still made Lin Shen feel numb when he saw the ascender kill hundreds of blue-capped mushroom beasts with a sword before the ascender arrived. This made Lin Shen not know how to fight this battle for a while. The speed of the red jade sword was faster than the bullets he fired with the angel revolver. Just this speed was enough to make people despair. Boom! The 2 figures in the sky seemed to have turned on the accelerator and fell to the ground in an instant. The terrifying power made the stone ground under the feet of the silver-haired old man, which was harder than granite, crack like a spider web. The ascender is too scary. Lin Shen frowned slightly. If the opponent is a crystal base, even a top crystal base, with his current strength and trump card, he can still fight. But facing the ascender, Lin Shen can't see any possibility of victory. Wei Wufu jumped down from the back of the ruby lion, holding the trident horizontally, staring at Jinggu Yuan with scorching eyes. Your name is Wei Wufu, right? A member of the Tiancheng Wei family? Zhonggu Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Wufu. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Wei Wufu stood in front of Lin Shen expressionlessly and said. The Tianqing Wei family has guarded a city for 100 years. They are the strongest backbone of our human race. I can't wait to admire them. I will never hurt anyone in the Wei family. Zhonggu Yuan said, looking at Lin Shen, who was still riding on the ruby lion. This man took something that should have belonged to my nephew. I am seeking justice for my nephew. This is also a matter of course. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave. Lin Shen sneered. In his heart. What he said was nice, but he was afraid of the reputation of the Tianqing Wei family. And didn't want to kill Wei Wufu and cause trouble. With a turn of his eyes, Lin Shen looked at Zhonggu Yuan and said, Who are you to Jing Yan? This is my second uncle Zhonggu Yuan, an ascender. I'm afraid you haven't even heard of this name. Jing Yan continued disdainfully, You have a way to die, and you can't blame others. If you want to blame someone, blame you for not being my enemy. You chose the wrong opponent. Lin Shen ignored Jing Yan at all, still looking at Zhonggu Yuan and sneered, You came to me, I'm afraid it's not as simple as revenge for Jing Yan. Do you want my 2 mutant sea monster eggs, or do you want this angel revolver in my hand? Both. Zhonggu Yuan's face did not change at all. The red jade sword floating beside him trembled for a moment, and suddenly disappeared in the next second. Not on me. Lin Shen didn't see anything, but when Zhonggu Yuan spoke, he heard that his tone was wrong. Before the red jade sword moved, he had already turned over and jumped off the back of the red jade lion, shouting at the same time. Buzz! The red jade sword stopped in front of Lin Shen, and the tip of the sword was already on Lin Shen's forehead. Just by touching, the tip of the sword pierced the mirror shell, and blood slowly seeped out of the shell. Wei Wufu's face changed, and his movements slowed down a lot. He didn't have time to block the red jade sword. Old Wei, don't move. Lin Shen called Wei Wufu, who raised the trident and wanted to sweep the red jade sword away. Lin Shen stared at the red jade sword in front of him. There were strange patterns on the sword body that looked like blood jade. The pattern was not engraved on the surface of the sword body, but more like growing inside the jade sword, faintly emitting a strange light, like an evil dragon or a poisonous snake. And it was also changing like a life. Lin Shen knew that this was the spirit of the life base. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the life base. If an ordinary person saw such a magical thing as the red jade sword, he would have been. Zhonggu Yuan and Jing Yan looked in the direction Lin Shen pointed, but they didn't see anything. In fact, that was the direction they came from, and they didn't see anything when they came. Of course they couldn't see it. Because there was nothing there, at least when they looked there, there was nothing there. When Lin Shen looked at that place just now, there was still something there. He saw the black-capped mushroom beast standing quietly behind a big tree, only half of its gloomy face was exposed, and its claws pointed in one direction. The next second, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly disappeared without a sound. Zhonggu Yuan and Jing Yan were staring at Lin Shen at that time, and they couldn't see what was behind them at all. However, the ability of the black-capped mushroom beast to make Zhonggu Yuan an ascender hear no sound was not comparable to that of ordinary crystal bases. Lin Shen knew that the black-capped mushroom beast was not a good person. It was afraid of Zhonggu Yuan and didn't dare to take action by itself. It wanted Lin Shen to lead Zhonggu Yuan to a certain place. That place should be a trap designed by the black-capped mushroom beast. If Lin Shen went there, he might be more unlucky than Zhongguyuan. But Lin Shen had no other choice now. If he went there, he might have a chance of survival. If he didn't go there, he would be dead. Lin Shen, don't think that you can just point in a direction and that's it. Lead the way. If you can't find it, I will skin you alive and make you wish you were dead. Xing Yan didn't hide his disgust and hatred for Lin Shen at all. Does he have the final say, or do you? If he has the final say, we'll all die anyway, so just kill me now. Lin Shen ignored Xing Yan and looked at Zhongguyuan and said. Zhongguyuan looked at Lin Shen and saw that Lin Shen was not moved at all, as if he was determined, so he said lightly, "You are trading with me, so of course I have the final say. Okay, you are a big shot, and your words are as good as gold. I believe you," Lin Shen said and prepared to pick up all his things. "Don't move." Xing Yan called him and took all of Lin Shen's things. "Damn it, I thought you were so arrogant, but you're just a poor guy." Xing Yan flipped through Lin Shen's things. Only an angel revolver and his ruby lion pet were valuable, and the rest were garbage. Xing Yan threw pets like the iron-horned horse directly on the ground, and was too lazy to even pick them up. The backpack and the fat boy inside were also thrown on the ground by Xing Yan, and he kicked it, cursing, "It's really a matter of people playing with birds. Trash pets have to be kept as trash." Lin Shen was silent, squatting down to pick up the unwanted pet capsules that Xing Yan threw on the ground. Crack! Xing Yan stepped down and crushed the pet capsule that Lin Shen wanted to pick up into pieces. Wei Wufu was about to charge forward with the trident, but Lin Shen, who was squatting there, raised his head and stopped Wei Wufu, saying lightly, "When you are under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Old Wei, bear it for a while and save your life first. A man who knows the times is a hero. You are really flexible. I have begun to admire you a little," Xing Yan said sarcastically. Watching Lin Shen picking up the things on the ground like picking up garbage, Xing Yan was incomparably happy. "If you want to live, that's impossible. Just bear it. In the end, your life will be mine." Xing Yan seemed to have seen Lin Shen's regret, unwillingness, despair, and frustration when he was tortured and killed by him. Watching Lin Shen endure humiliation and survive, just for a glimmer of hope, and finally having to watch him being trampled to death, only in this way could Xing Yan feel relieved and relieve his hatred. No matter what Xing Yan thought, Lin Shen packed up his things and led the way in front of them, going the way they came. Although Zhongguyuan and Xing Yan also had doubts, they also felt that it was reasonable. The thing was not on Lin Shen, so it could only be hidden on the way they escaped. If Lin Shen went to the depths of the green tree sea, or went in other directions, Zhongguyuan would not hesitate at all and would directly cut off one of his arms first. Lin Shen walked along the way he came, but he had no idea what the black-capped mushroom beast was doing. Can the trap it set work on an ascender? If it doesn't work, Lin Shen will be dead. If it works, even the ascender can't resist it, then can he and Wei Wufu withstand it? The result is probably not good. Lin Shen wanted Wei Wufu to leave first. It is estimated that Zhongguyuan would not stop him because he was afraid of the Tianqing Wei family. But Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu was definitely not the kind of person who could leave first. If Lin Shen forced him to leave, it would make Zhongguyuan and others suspicious. It's a difficult thing, and Lin Shen Can only take it one step at a time. How far is it? Don't delay any longer. For every minute you delay, I will let you live one more day when I come back to peel your skin. Jing Yan urged Lin Shen to hurry up. Give me the ruby lion, I will ride it and I will be faster. Lin Shen said calmly. Jing Yan was about to say something, but suddenly felt the ground shaking, and the big trees around him shook violently. The place where they stepped on, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, suddenly lifted up, and a huge purple crystal mushroom beast drilled out from the ground. Zheng Guiyuan grabbed Xing Yan and flew into the air in an instant. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were not so lucky. As the giant purple crystal mushroom drilled out, the two fell and rolled down. Seeing a purple crystal mushroom beast like a hill breaking out of the ground and swallowing Zheng Guiyuan and Xing Yan in the air, Lin Shen felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Such a huge crystal-based creature, the strength of the body must also be extremely powerful. Maybe it can compete with the ascended ones, at least for a while, and maybe they can have hope of escaping. Bang! Lin Shen's hope was shattered with a loud noise. The red jade sword beside Zheng Guiyuan flashed away and directly penetrated the amethyst mushroom beast's head. Seeing the amethyst mushroom beast's head and mushroom cap explode together, Lin Shen's mood sank to the bottom. The strength of the ascended ones is already ridiculously strong and cannot be matched by genetically modified creatures. The design of the black-capped mushroom beast is useless at all, let alone an amethyst mushroom beast. Even if there were 10 more, Zheng Guiyuan could kill them all with just one sword. In the face of absolute strength, it seems that all conspiracies and tricks have become a joke. Is this just the design of the black-capped mushroom beast? Lin Shen felt a little confused as he watched the amethyst mushroom beast collapse, stirring up dust and steel fragments all over the sky. Given the ruthless character of the black-capped mushroom beast, Lin Shen would have thought it was normal if a few more amethyst mushroom beasts appeared, but now only one appeared, as if it was a deliberate gift, which made Lin Shen a little suspicious. Is there any backup plan? Lin Shen thought to himself. After Zheng Guiyuan was sure that the amethyst mushroom beast was dead, he flew down with Xing Yan. He didn't know that there was such an insidious and cunning existence as the black-capped mushroom beast. He just thought that he was being attacked by a crystal-based creature, so he naturally didn't take it seriously. Xing Yan was even a little excited. This amethyst mushroom beast looked like a mutated creature. If it gave birth to mutated eggs, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Lin Shen watched Xing Yan walking towards the body of the amethyst mushroom beast, wanting to see if there were any genetically altered eggs in the broken mushroom cap, and suddenly his heart moved. Could it be poison? No. It's not poison. It should be something more advanced. Otherwise, I can't hide it from Zheng Guiyuan. Lin Shen seemed to have guessed something. But before he could take any action, he suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him seemed to have become dreamy. The real scenery seemed to have turned into something from a comic book, with little elves spinning in front of his eyes. Lin Shen only felt that the scene in front of him seemed to have turned into a grotesque world painted by an abstract painter, with all kinds of bizarre things that were difficult to describe. The trees seemed to come alive, turning into monsters rising from the ground. They did not attack Lin Shen, but instead swung their waists and hips to dance the third subject, which was an outrageous one. The white clouds in the sky dripped down like milk. Looking closely, it was clearly bubbles in the bathtub. A beautiful woman was taking a bubble bath in the Sky. Those bubbles are really out of place. Lin Shen's brain was extremely excited because he saw a rope that went all the way to the sky and connected to the bathtub. Lin Shen rushed up and pulled the rope. To climb up, beauty, wait for me, I will go over and have a baby with you. On the other side, Wei Wufu was lying on the ground, his arms and legs kept kicking, sometimes breaststroke, sometimes butterfly stroke, sometimes backstroke, and he was still muttering to himself, swimming, simple. I know it. I'm not afraid. Seeing the abnormality of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, his first reaction was to grab Xingyan's collar and fly up to the sky, instantly reaching a high altitude. Lin Shen was like this, no one could have imagined that it was Lin Shen who led him into a trap. Of course, Jinggu Yuan didn't realize that this was a trap at all at this time and thought that the purple crystal mushroom beast appeared by chance. After all, he didn't know that there would be such a sinister black-capped mushroom beast to plot against him, so he didn't have the intention to kill Lin Shen at the first time. Jinggu Yuan felt that something was wrong with his brain, and his eyes were a little dazed. Just when he was about to do something, he suddenly felt that Xingyan, who was caught by him, seemed to be a little wrong. Looking down, he saw Xingyan holding his legs with both hands, licking them with his tongue, with a perverted smile on his face, saying, fragrant. Really fragrant. Jinggu Yuan gritted his teeth, threw Xingyan down, turned his head and looked for Lin Shen in the forest, wanting to kill him first to avoid any problems. But when he turned his head, what he saw was no longer a forest, but a huge sea of spiritual bases. All kinds of spiritual bases piled up together, like an ocean, each of which was dazzling, and there seemed to be various spiritual patterns flowing inside. Spirit bases. So many spiritual bases. Hallucinations. No. All spiritual bases are mine. Jinggu Yuan still had some willpower at first, and wanted to escape far away, and even cut himself with a sword, trying to stay clear, but it was useless, and he slowly fell. At the beginning, the steel-level poisonous mushroom beast could make Wei Wufu hallucinate. The hallucinogenic ability of this mutant purple crystal mushroom was obviously many times stronger than that of the mutant poisonous mushroom beast, and even the Ascenders could not escape. The red jade sword beside Jinggu Yuan fell crookedly because no one was controlling it, and it was stuck in the mud of the forest. Jinggu Yuan's mouth was cracked, drooling, he threw away his backpack and the things on his body, fell down like a fool, and reached out to pull the branches on the tree. Mine, all mine. I will become the strongest ascender. Everyone fell into a frenzy, but at this time a black figure, like a killer wearing a hat, appeared in the distant forest, looking coldly at the few people who were in hallucinations here. It did not go to Lin Shen and the others, but instead went to the body of the purple crystal mushroom beast, flew up, and with a beautiful roundhouse kick, kicked the damaged mushroom cap of the purple crystal mushroom beast. Countless purple dust that was difficult to see with the naked eye exploded, gathered together, and covered a large area nearby like smoke and fog. Looking at Lin Shen and the others covered by purple smoke, the black-capped mushroom beast showed a hint of evil smile at the corner of its mouth. The next second, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly jumped up and came to Jinggu Yuan. It punched and kicked at the same time, and a set of silky combos, with its front and hind claws falling on Jinggu Yuan like a storm, hitting Jinggu Yuan and making him retreat again and again, like a big sandbag being ravaged crazily. But he still had a satisfied smile on his face, and he was still saying, all mine. All mine. Bang. In the end, Jinggu Yuan's body hit a big tree, breaking the steel tree as thick as a bucket, and his clothes were torn into pieces, hanging like strands of rags. The exposed skin and muscles were blue and purple, and looked miserable, but the black-capped mushroom beast looked at him with some doubt. Without the protection of the shell, the crystal-based black-capped mushroom beast, with all its strength, could only make him blue and purple, but could not cause fatal injuries. Such physical strength is indeed a bit terrifying. The black-capped mushroom rolled its eyes, as if it had thought of something, and turned to run to another place. Lin Shen was holding a sapling as thick as a fist, climbing there, as if he was going to the sky, but he couldn't climb up. Suddenly, Lin Shen shuddered, and the bizarre scene in front of him became even more bizarre, and the whole world seemed to be about to be distorted. After that, the distortion in front of him was slowly corrected, and Lin Shen gradually felt the power in his body flowing with the theory of evolution. Now Lin Shen realized that he was affected by the hallucination just now, and it was the theory of evolution that saved him and pulled him out of the hallucination. It's not just as simple as pulling it out. The theory of evolution is strengthening and mutating his body, making him resistant to the root cause of the hallucination. This is an ongoing process. The distorted world in front of Lin Shen has not yet fully recovered, and the theory of evolution has not stopped. It is running, indicating that his enhanced mutation is not over yet. After a while, Lin Shen felt that the twisted world in front of him had almost returned to normal. At least he could see the situation clearly. Not far away from me, I saw Wei Wufu constantly changing his posture while swimming. In another place, Jing Yan was holding a tree branch and kissing and licking it. With that perverted smile, no one knew he was hallucinating. What was done in? Even Jing Guyuan seemed to be a pervert, frantically pulling out nearby steel grass leaves and branches, while muttering something in his mouth. It's such a powerful hallucinogenic ability that even those who ascend can't be spared? Lin Shen was surprised and happy in his heart. What surprised me was the ability of the amethyst mushroom beast, but I was happy that the theory of evolution could allow him to withstand it. This was an ability that even the ascended ones could not withstand. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard some sounds, as if something was dragging in the steel jungle. His heart moved, and he quickly hugged the sapling and started his performance. During a break in the performance, Lin Shen took a sneak peek and saw the black-capped mushroom beast walking over, dragging a red jade sword. The red jade sword was only 3 or 4 feet long and only 3 fingers wide. For ordinary humans, it was already a relatively large sword, but for a crystal-based creature, how heavy could such a large sword be? It can be seen that the sword seems to be really heavy, and the crystal level black-capped mushroom beast is dragging it over. Lin Shen recognized the red jade sword at a glance as Jing Guyuan's heart blade, and his heart couldn't help but move. Regardless of life base, spiritual base, or heart blade, they are actually the same thing, a tool condensed by the ascendant. When the ascended person is alive, his life base is one with him. However, if the ascended person dies and his life base can be preserved and used by others, then it becomes his spiritual base. Because there is a spirit within the heart blade, it can exist on its own and will not die along with the ascended one. In ascended battles, it is very common to rob other creatures of their heart blades and use them for their own use. After all, each ascended person can only condense one heart blade, and everything else must be looted. I don't know if the genetic changer can use the heart blade. I have forgotten to ask Tian. Lin Shen continued to show off his acting skills, secretly spying on the black-capped mushroom beast's every move. The black-capped mushroom beast dragged the red jade sword to the front of Jinggu Yuan, clamped the hilt of the sword with both claws. Suddenly lifted the red jade sword with force, and stabbed Jinggu Yuan's heart. Jinggu Yuan never dreamed that he would be pierced through the heart by his own heart blade. If Jinggu Yuan was awake, this move of the black-capped mushroom beast would undoubtedly be seeking death. As long as Jinggu Yuan makes a thought, the heart blade can be decomposed and integrated into his body, and in turn become his assistants. But now he was still hallucinating and had no such consciousness at all. The red jade sword pierced his chest directly, along with the heart inside. Perhaps because of his flashback, Jinggu Yuan suddenly came to his senses. He lowered his head and glanced at the red jade sword that penetrated his chest, and then at the black-capped mushroom beast in front of him. This frightened the black-capped mushroom beast, and it flew back dozens of meters. Jinggu Yuan seemed to be extremely angry. The red jade sword inserted in his chest turned into red particles and merged into his body, and then condensed into a sword from his hand. He threw it directly at the black-capped mushroom beast, who was retreating quickly. The red jade sword turned into a red lightning and instantly crossed the distance between one person and the beast. It didn't even give the black-capped mushroom beast a chance to dodge. It entered its chest and penetrated instantly, as if the crystal body was made of paper. The unparalleled power directly flew the body of the black-capped mushroom beast into the air, breaking countless big trees, before being nailed to a giant steel tree that required several people to hug it. Jinggu Yuan stared at the black-capped mushroom beast, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. With a thought, he wanted to control the red jade sword and cut the black-capped mushroom beast into pieces. But when he thought about it, the red jade sword that was supposed to move with his thoughts only trembled and failed to fly. I saw the black-capped mushroom beast holding a red jade sword between its claws. The black crystal mushroom cap on its head was emitting crystal white light. Even the air seemed to be much cleaner wherever it was illuminated by the crystal white light. I don't know if they were affected by the white light, but Wei Wufu and Jing Yan, who were trapped in hallucinations, gradually woke up. Lin Shen originally wanted to continue pretending, but seeing this situation, he could only pretend to have just woken up. Wei Wufu looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. The black-capped mushroom beast was nailed to the tree, and Jinggu Yuan's white robe on his chest and back was stained red with blood. On the contrary, he and Lin Shen looked unhurt at all. This was a scene he never dared to imagine in his dreams. After Jing Yan regained consciousness, when he saw this scene, he immediately ran to Jinggu Yuan and asked worriedly, "Second uncle, are you okay?" When Lin Shen heard what he said, he wanted to slap him for Jinggu Yuan. Seeing the injuries on Jinggu Yuan's body, how could he be fine? His heart had been penetrated. For humans, that was not a small injury. After all, ascended people are still flesh and blood. Unless they are those who have practiced special evolution techniques or have special talents that can quickly recover from injuries, death is inevitable if their hearts are penetrated. The white clothes on Jinggu Yuan's body are almost dyed red. At first glance, he should not be the kind of ascendant with the ability to recover quickly. Even if this injury does not kill him, I am afraid he only has half a life left. Jinggu Yuan ignored Jing Yan and walked towards the black-capped mushroom beast step by step, with a red jade carapace emerging from its body. As Jinggu Yuan approached, the red jade sword inserted into the black-capped mushroom beast trembled more and more violently, as if it would fly out at any time. The black-capped mushroom beast gritted its teeth and persisted. The white light above its head became more and more intense, and the red jade sword was still unable to fly back. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both a little surprised that the black-capped mushroom beast, with its crystal base, could actually compete with the Ascended One. Its ability was indeed terrifying. Of course, this is also because Jingguyuan was seriously injured first, otherwise the black-capped mushroom beast would have been killed by him long ago. Jingguyuan's body was protected by the carapace. Others could not see anything, but he knew very well that the blood flowing out from the heart wound was accumulated in his body. He would not live long. He had to wear the black cover before he died. Mushroom Beast and Lin Shen set out on the road together. He hated himself for being careless. He had been fighting on alien planets all year round, and he never thought that he would die on his home planet. In his opinion, only those mysterious genetically modified areas on the mother planet could harm him. The genetically modified creatures in other places are not a concern to him at all. If he had been more careful and used carapace protection from the beginning, he would not have ended up like this. He had survived the strong wind and waves, but his boat capsized in such a small ditch. Jingguyuan's hatred was no longer enough to be described in words. He forcefully destroyed his life base, but he used too much force. The blood in his heart exploded even more violently. If it wasn't wrapped in a carapace, it would have spurted out. Jingguyuan, who was already unable to use his full strength, staggered even more. One time, Lin Shen, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape with Wei Wufu, saw this situation. The two of them looked at each other and silently took out their weapons. Wei Wufu tightened his grip on the trident, and Lin Shen also pulled out the dead powder wrapped around him. With a shake of his hand, the dead powder turned from the rope into a spear in an instant. There is a pet launcher in my backpack. Use the pet inside to kill Lin Shen. Jingguyuan saw the backpack falling in the distance and said to Jing Yan beside him. He had no chance of survival and did not expect Lin Shen to find the mutant sea monster general again. He had to kill Lin Shen. Jing Yan hurried over to pick up the backpack on the ground and took out a simple pistol-style pet launcher from the backpack and pointed it directly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not surprised, but happy to see Jing Yan pointing the pet launcher at him. There must be someone who can kill him with this thing. Jing Yan certainly can't do it. This is an Ascension-level pet launcher. You haven't activated its ability yet. Take out the pet capsules. Inside. The first 3 are Ascension pets, which you can't use. The last 5 are mutant crystal-based pets. Take them out and activate them directly, or put them in the Angel Revolver. They are enough to kill Lin Shen. Jingguyuan was competing with the black-capped mushroom beast while instructing Jing Yan. Upon hearing this, Jing Yan immediately opened the magazine and took out the pet capsule and key inside. He hesitated for a moment and did not choose to directly activate the mutant crystal pet, but put it into the Angel Revolver and pointed the gun at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, when you relied on this Angel Revolver to show off your power on that planet, you didn't expect that one day you would die under its gun, right? Jing Yan pointed the gun at Lin Shen and said coldly, "Don't you want the mutant sea monster, General?" Lin Shen said as he rushed forward, trying to seduce Jing Yan with words. "I want it, but I want to kill you more." Jing Yan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wei Wufu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he rushed towards Jing Yan like a tiger. Lin Shen also rushed over, and at the same time, he threw the dead powder in his hand directly at Jingyan as a javelin. The dead powder turned into a dark red light and flew towards Jingyan, who was about to shoot. Jingyan showed disdain in his eyes and fired a shot at the dead powder in the air. In his opinion, it was just an alloy-grade weapon, nothing more than a dead object. The mutant crystal-based pet that was shot out could directly smash the dead powder. Gunshot. The mutant crystal-based capsule shot out at a speed of 44. After leaving the muzzle, it turned into a foot-long mutant black-armored centipede and crashed into the dead powder. At the moment when the mutant black-armored centipede was about to collide with the dead powder, which was originally as straight as a gun, bent its body into a spring shape, and the mutant black-armored centipede passed through it. The dead powder became straight again and stabbed Xingyan's forehead at an incredible speed. The speed of the super base burst out instantly, so Xingyan, who was also at the alloy level, could not react at all. He could only watch the dead powder stab at him with horror in his heart. On the other side, the purple carapace on Wei Wufu's body suddenly swelled up. The originally thin carapace turned into heavy armor, making Wei Wufu, who was already very majestic, look like a humanoid mecha warrior. The trident in Wei Wufu's hand stabbed wildly and met the mutant black-armored centipede flying over. Sparks flew everywhere, and the powerful impact made Wei Wufu's body retreat continuously. His legs plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground, and the mutant black-armored centipede also bounced to the ground beside him. The mutant crystal-based creatures didn't gain much advantage against Wei Wufu. Almost at the same time, a hand wrapped in a red jade shell grabbed the dead powder that was stabbing at Jingyan's face. It was Zheng Guyuan who grabbed the dead powder. Zheng Guyuan wanted to crush the dead powder directly, but he felt that the hard gun head suddenly became soft and boneless when he squeezed it hard, just like squeezing cotton. He couldn't crush it at once. The dead powder went up and wrapped around Zheng Guyuan's arm, just like a soft silk around his fingers. Shoot, kill them. Zheng Guyuan almost shouted. When he was fighting against the black-capped mushroom beast, he also pulled out his hand to block the dead powder for Jingyan. With his distraction, his control over the heart blade became weaker. There was a rumbling sound all around, as if the earth was shaking, and a large number of mushroom beasts were rushing towards this side. Jingyan reacted and raised his gun again to point at Lin Shen. The carapace on Lin Shen's body had turned into a red-hot iron block, and the whole person was like an Iron Man who had just crawled out of a high-temperature furnace, rushing towards Jingyan frantically. Go to hell. Jingyan's face was distorted, and he roared and pulled the trigger directly. Too late. Lin Shen, who had rushed to less than 5 meters away from Jingyan, suddenly increased his speed to an incredible level. Before Zheng Yan's finger could be fully pressed, Lin Shen, who was emitting brilliant light, had already appeared in front of him. He took the angel revolver with one hand and pointed at Jingyan with the other hand. Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why a steel level could burst out at such a speed. Even a crystal-based level couldn't have such a speed. Zheng Guyuan also discovered this incredible scene and was extremely shocked. He actually gave up the fight for the heart blade with the black-capped mushroom beast. With his other hand, he pulled Jingyan and pulled him behind him, making Lin Shen's finger miss. You must die. Zheng Guyuan suddenly realized that if he couldn't kill Lin Shen today, this young man would probably become the biggest nightmare of the Jing family. So he would rather give up killing the black-capped mushroom beast that put him in a deadly situation, and kill Lin Shen. To eliminate future troubles. Zheng Guyuan appeared in front of Lin Shen like a ghost, and the other hand that was not entangled by the death powder grabbed Lin Shen's chest like a blood-red jade claw. Too fast, too fast. Lin Shen didn't even have time to fire a gun to bless the seven-step dry weapon. Zheng Guyuan's hand had already reached his chest, and this grab would probably tear his chest directly and grab his heart out. Wei Wufu was fighting with the mutant black-armored centipede and had no time to rescue Lin Shen. Even if there was no mutant black-armored centipede, Wei Wufu's speed would not be able to catch up to save Lin Shen. Even if he was seriously injured, he would still ascend, which was far from being comparable to an alloy. Seeing that Lin Shen's chest was about to be dug through, Jing Yan's eyes were full of fanaticism, looking forward to the scene of Lin Shen's stomach being disemboweled. Zheng Guyuan's eyes were also full of madness. This was a blow that he used up all his remaining vitality, just to kill Lin Shen with one blow, regardless of the consequences. The blood in his chest was surging, but it could not stop Zheng Guyuan's determination to crush Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen tried desperately to retreat, but compared to Zheng Guyuan's speed, his speed was like a snail crawling. At the critical moment, a small white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Shen and landed on the back of Zheng Guyuan's hand. Zheng Guyuan grabbed Lin Shen's palm like lightning, but there was a momentary pause. This momentary pause gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope. The gunshot, Lin Shen's figure also moved left crazily, avoiding the palm that Zheng Guyuan grabbed. The small white figure on the back of Zheng Guyuan's hand also flapped its wings and flew, landing on Lin Shen's shoulder as if teleporting. Everyone looked at the white pigeon on Lin Shen's shoulder, showing incredible shock. Even Zheng Guyuan was stunned for a second. He couldn't believe that an ordinary pigeon that looked like a flesh and blood body could actually make his attack pause for a moment. This was completely beyond his cognition. Jing Yan couldn't accept it. Even more, a pet that looked extremely ordinary, not even a genetically modified creature, could actually hinder the attack of the Ascender. Not long ago, he thought it was a useless garbage pet. This had a double blow to his psychology, and his mind was completely lost. The die-hard fan took advantage of Zheng Guyuan's distraction to escape his control and return to Lin Shen. Mushroom beasts swarmed in from all directions, including blue-capped mushroom beasts and amethyst mushroom beast. Zheng Guyuan felt that the power in his body was rapidly passing away, his vitality was getting weaker and weaker. And he knew that he would not live long. But he couldn't reconcile himself to not killing Lin Shen, but the situation in front of him was beyond his control. Zheng Guyuan gritted his teeth, grabbed Xing Yan and flew directly into the air, trying to escape from the sea of green trees with Xing Yan. It's just that his current speed is far less than before, and even not as good as the top-speed crystal-based creatures. It was obvious that he didn't want to kill Lin Shen. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't kill Lin Shen anymore. The blow just now was his last desperate blow and exhausted all his efforts. Zheng Guyuan, who now has only one breath left, just wants to use the ascended person's remaining flying advantage to escape from the green tree. See with Xing Yan before he dies, so that Xing Yan can return to the ranger's base and take Lin Shen away. Tell the people of the Jing family about his presence and let them make plans in advance. Enmity has been forged, and such a character must be killed before he truly grows up, otherwise he will become a nightmare for the Jing family. Lin Shen, I will kill you the next time we meet. Xing Yan roared crazily. not only venting his inner anger and unwillingness, but also alleviating his inner fear. With the second uncle, the Ascendant, he was not able to kill Lin Shen, and he was even almost killed by Lin Shen. This made him feel uncontrollable fear in his heart. You have no chance. Even the Ascended One can't save your life today. Lin Shen threw away his hand and fired. Hearing the gunfire, Jingguyuan used his body to protect Xingyan. The hardness of his carapace was still there, and the mutated black armored centipede could not hurt him. Fart, who are you, you? Can't kill me, I will come back, next time I'll kill you all, bang. Before Xingyan's crazy roar ended, a mutated animal struck his head. The black armored centipede penetrated, and his eyes widened to the extreme. He never understood until his death how the mutated black armored centipede shot by Lin Shen bypassed Jingguyuan and hit him. Jingguyuan originally held on for his last breath and wanted to take Xingyan out. Now that Xingyan was killed in front of him, Jingguyuan felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He could no longer hold on. The genetically transformed carapace on his body receded, and blood fell like raindrops from his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, holding Xingyan's body in his arms. They fell into the forest together. He had killed countless people in his life and fought on alien planets for many years. He never imagined that he would be brought to such a state today by two genetic changers and a group of genetically modified creatures. In unwillingness and regret, his body and Xingyan's body were submerged in the crowd of mushroom beasts. Lin Shen raised the angel revolver in his hand, and all the mutant black armored centipedes that were launched flew back and landed next to Lin Shen. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the tide of mushroom beasts around them and secretly complained in their hearts. They finally managed to deal with the Ascended Ones, and now they are caught in the tide of beasts again. They are really unlucky today. Fortunately, I got 5 mutated crystal-based pets. If I work hard, there may be a glimmer of hope. The two people were back to back, and when they were about to fight, they heard a strange cry, and all the mushroom beasts stopped charging at them. Under the suspicious gazes of the two people, the beast tide turned and gradually receded, disappearing into the depths of the forest. After a while, it completely retreated. Only then did Lin Shen and Wei Wufu see the black-capped mushroom beast standing in the forest in the distance, with Jingguyuan's red jade sword stuck on the ground in front of him. Its gaze was fixed on Lin Shen. Although it was still cold and stern, it seemed to be a little less vicious. After looking at Lin Shen for a moment, the black-capped mushroom beast slowly retreated behind the tree and slowly disappeared. Is it letting us off the hook? Lin Shen asked with a bitter smile. Yes. After Wei Wufu finished speaking, he pointed to the heart blade that was still stuck on the ground and said, You didn't take it away, but gave it to us? Probably so. Lin Shen wasn't sure. Wei Wufu walked over directly and pulled out the heart blade. Even with his strength, it felt extremely heavy. He couldn't pick it up with both hands and could only drag it on the ground. Lin Shen actually wanted to find Xingyan's body. There was also an upgraded pet launcher and 3 upgraded pet capsules there. Unfortunately, taking a look at the place where Jingguyuan and Xingyan fell, there was nothing left except a bloody mess. They were probably all taken away by the mushroom beast. Turning his eyes, Lin Shen saw the backpack that Jingguyuan had dropped on the ground. He ran over and looked through it, and found that there was only a pet egg and some worthless sundries left in it. This is Lin Shen and Wei Wufu screamed at the same time, but the reasons for their screams were different. The reason why Lin Shen screamed was because there was a mosaic on the pet egg. And the reason why Wei Wufu screamed was because it was an ascending egg. Lin Shen put away his backpack and the ascension egg together. He really made a lot of money this time. Wei Wufu was holding the red jade sword. The black-capped mushroom beast did not want the red jade sword, but took away Jingguyuan's pet launcher and 3 ascending pet capsules. Can a genetically modified creature also use pet launchers and pet capsules? Lin Shen secretly cursed in his heart. If it were other genetically modified creatures, Lin Shen could be sure that they would not use pet launchers and pet capsules, but that black-capped mushroom beast really could not be sure. After discussing with Wei Wufu, the two decided to return to the Blackbird base first, without the black-capped mushroom beast blocking their way. It would be easy for them to return to the Blackbird base, but the Jing family's problem was not so easy to solve. The Jing family may be able to tolerate Jing Yan's death, but if an ascended person dies outside, the Jing family may not be willing to let it go. Even if Jingguyuan was not killed by Lin Shen and others, everyone in Yashan base knew that Jingguyuan came after Lin Shen, and the Jing family would still find him when the time comes. I hope the Jing family will not find out that Jing Guyuan and Jing Yan are dead so soon. Lin Shen had no choice but to go back to Suenio base to discuss with the eldest sister, to see if there was any solution. Old Wei, you said that the reason why the black-capped mushroom beast left Jingguyuan's heart blade to us is that it was also afraid that Jing Guyuan's companions would trouble it. By giving us the heart blade, it is equivalent to giving this heart blade to us. Has the trouble been thrown to us? Lin Shen suddenly thought of this question. It's very smart, Wei Wufu said. After thinking for a long time. Hide the things first. Lin Shen was helpless. Even if it was what he thought, there was no reason not to want it. Wei Wufu said nothing, not knowing what he was thinking. Old Wei, please tell me the truth. Are you from the Tiancheng Wei family? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. Before deciding to keep Wei Wufu by his side, Lin Shen had a conversation with him. At that time, Wei Wufu said that it was his third brother who asked him to take care of Lin Shen. At that time, Lin Shen was actually a little suspicious. After getting along for such a long time, Lin Shen really believed it now. Because based on Lin Shen's understanding of him over the past few days, Wei Wufu would never lie. But Lin Shen also knew nothing about Wei Wufu's origins. Yes, Wei Wufu readily admitted. That's easy to handle, but if it doesn't work out, how about our Lin family moving to Tiancheng to hang out with you? If there were other ways, Lin Shen would naturally not want to rely on others. But if there is really no other way, it is better to live under someone else's roof than to die. Besides, with Wei Wufu, a member of the Wei family taking care of them, they shouldn't do too badly in Tiancheng. Celestial City is dangerous and too painful, Wei Wufu said. How bitter can it be? Lin Shen asked, curiously. With Wei Wufu's personality, he said it was too bitter, so how bitter must it be? There are still 13 people in the Wei family. This is the most complete and fluent sentence Wei Wufu has said since Lin Shen met him. This sentence made Lin Shen silent. More than 200 years ago, there were more than 1,000 people in the Wei family, but now there are only 13 people left. The danger of Tiancheng can be imagined. Even the Tiancheng Wei family, who are respected and feared by everyone, are not doing well in Tiancheng. The more people die, the fewer they die. After returning to Suanio base, everyone who saw them was very enthusiastic about them. The names of the god of war and the second-generation ancestor are also known to the people in Suanio base. Now the whole Suanio base is spreading that the three families in Suanio base will probably be united in the future. Lin Shen shot and killed the mutant sea monster god general. In the eyes of the people in Suanio base, this is the strongest person in the world. The Qi and Wang families tied together are not enough for Lin Shen to shoot. Back at the Lin family compound, Lin Miao, who had received the news long ago, did not come out to greet him. As soon as Lin Shen walked into the living room, he saw Lin Miao standing in front of his parents' tablets with a serious face, holding a bamboo stick in his hand. Kneel down. Lin Miao's first words when they met made Lin Shen kneel down. Lin Shen knelt down with a plop. To him, Lin Miao was not just a sister, but more like Lin Shen's mother. Sister, what are you doing? Lin Shen did not dare to get up, so he could only kneel down and speak in a coquettish tone, looking at Lin Miao pitifully. Given the degree of Lin Miao's doting on him, he should have helped him up in the next second with heartache. Unfortunately, Lin Shen miscalculated this time. Lin Miao still said with a cold face, "What did the four of us siblings agree on? In front of our parents' tablets? Have you forgotten it all?" "No." Lin Shen said seriously. "You didn't forget? If you didn't forget, why did you go to such a dangerous place to take risks? What if something happened?" Lin Miao said angrily, "Didn't we agree long ago? Your eldest sister and your third and fourth brothers will take care of the outside affairs. You just need to protect your life, live well for me, get married and have children as soon as possible, and continue the incense for my Lin family. Do these agreements still count?" "Of course it counts." Lin Shen hurriedly smiled. "Since it counts, then get married and have children as soon as possible, and don't go out to take risks again." Lin Miao's tone softened a lot. "Sister, I have been trying very hard to get married and have children. You know my situation. With Lu Qing's incident, it's hard to find someone to marry. I want to get married, but no one is willing." Lin Shen said with a wronged look. "This is not a problem. Sister has already found someone for you. When you meet him later, we will have a good talk. Try to get things done this month and give birth to a big fat boy next year." Lin Miao smiled and helped Lin Shen up. Please subscribe in the 5th update. Who? Lin Shen was confused. He really couldn't think of what kind of woman Lin Miao could find for him. Based on Lin Shen's understanding of her, the women Lin Miao knew were basically other people's wives, not young girls. Thinking of this, Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he is introducing me to a second married woman? Lin Shen didn't really believe that Lin Miao would introduce him to a second married woman, but once he heard Song Yin say something, saying that there were many famous big figures in ancient times who liked to find second married women, and the best ones were those with children. He said that women who had given birth to children had proved their ability, and marrying them would guarantee that they would be able to give birth. At that time, Song Yun told Lin Shen as a joke, and now Lin Miao suddenly did this to him, which made Lin Shen very suspicious whether Lin Miao was going to introduce him to a rich wife whose husband had died. Although Lin Shen didn't mind being a gigolo, there was a premise, and the premise was that he must be able to look up to that person. She's already in the garden at the back. Let's go. I'll take her to meet him and have a good chat. If you marry her, you won't have to worry about anything in the future. Lin Miao pulled Lin Shen to the backyard. Sister, I have something important to tell you. Why don't we wait until we finish talking before we go? After hearing what Lin Miao said, Lin Shen felt that his guess was correct. His sister was so crazy that she wanted to introduce him to a single rich lady. Nothing is as important as this. Let's talk about it after we meet her. Lin Miao didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak, and directly pulled him to the garden in the backyard. How about it? Pretty, isn't it? I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen such a beautiful woman. If you marry her, it will be your blessing. Lin Miao looked at a place in the garden and whispered to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw a mosaic figure standing by the fish pond from afar. His face changed slightly. He looked at Lin Miao and said, Sister, do you know who she is? Of course I know. She is your fourth brother's junior sister, Bai Shenfei. Didn't she help you some time ago? If it weren't for her, how could you have the chance to escape back? I should repay you for saving my life. Lin Miao said seriously. Sister, what are you talking about? Lin Shen was speechless. Why, do you dislike her because she is older than you? I have asked. Although she is your fourth brother's junior sister, she is much younger than your fourth brother, only 3 years older than you. A woman who is 3 years older than you is a treasure. 3 years is not a problem at all. It's not this problem. Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a while. What is this problem or that problem? Go and talk to me. If you can't talk well, you are not allowed to eat today. Lin Miao pushed Lin Shen forward and left the garden by himself. Such a beautiful girl is the most suitable to carry on the family line for our old Lin family. Try to win her over. Sister is optimistic about you. Before leaving, Lin Miao did not forget to cheer Lin Shen up and made a heart shape with her fingers. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly and walked towards the fish pond. Why are you here? Lin Shen came to the side of Bai Shenfei, found a place to sit down, and asked weakly. Why, after you became a second-generation ancestor, I, your senior sister, can't afford you? Bai Shenfei's words were thorny. Senior sister Bai, don't laugh at me. Is second-generation ancestor a good word? Lin Shen sighed. How are you practicing the base transformation technique I gave you? Bai Shenfei said with a smile. I haven't practiced it. Lin Shen said directly. Why didn't you practice it? Bai Shenfei frowned. I can't practice it. Lin Shen told the truth. In terms of talent, he really couldn't practice it. He couldn't get into the door anyway. Maybe his talent was really not enough. Don't try again? Bai Shenfei was obviously a little unhappy. No more trying. I've already chosen the base transformation technique and have already started practicing it. Lin Shen has decided to keep practicing the wrong version of evolution. The effect of the wrong version of evolution is good enough. At least Lin Shen has never heard of any base transformation technique that is more practical than the wrong version of evolution he practiced. After practicing evolution, even when he uses super base transformation, the duration can be increased a lot, and the ordinary base transformation state can also last longer than the average base transformation. This was discovered during the battle with Xingu Yuan. The higher his body load, the stronger his body's tolerance will be when evolution is used. The more times he uses super-base transformation, the longer evolution allows him to stay in the super-base state, which is an effect that is difficult to achieve with any other base transformation technique. Using evolution on the steel shell is more effective than using it on his flesh and blood. What base transformation technique did you practice? Bai Shenfei asked thoughtfully. Evolution. Lin Shen answered truthfully. Bai Shenfei frowned immediately after hearing this. Why did you choose the theory of evolution? Didn't anyone tell you that it was the most basic transformation technique? Basic things are not necessarily bad. I think the theory of evolution is pretty good. Lin Shen asked curiously, why are you suddenly interested in the transformation technique I practice? Didn't you say you wanted to be my boyfriend? I thought you were working hard to practice the theory of talent recently. It seems that what others say is right. Men's mouths are deceitful and unreliable. Bai Shenfei sighed. Why, you were also urged to get married? Lin Shen heard Bai Shenfei's sigh and seemed to be indescribably melancholy, and his heart became even more curious. It would be nice if I was just urged to get married. Concubine Bai threw all the fish food in her hands into the fish pond, leaned against the railing, supported her cheek with one hand, tilted her head and watched the fish snatch food. What's that for? The longer Concubine Bai Shen didn't say anything, the more curious Lin Shen became, and he could hardly hide the spirit of gossip in his body. If you were asked to spend your life hand in hand with a man you have never met before, would you be willing? Concubine Bai Shen suddenly said this, startling Lin Shen. First, I don't like men. Second, what age are we in now, and there is such a thing as arranged marriage. Senior sister, you don't have to be afraid, you have to stand up bravely and resist the old ideas and traditions. Concubine Bai Shen interrupted Lin Shen's impassioned speech, rolled her eyes at him and said, what are you talking about? No one forced me, God chose the person for me. No, senior sister, what do you mean? What do you mean by the person chosen by God for you? You couldn't have been deceived by a fortune teller, right? Lin Shen felt more and more strange that Concubine Bai Shen didn't seem to be able to be deceived by a liar. How could she say that? The genetic transformation technique I gave you is called innate theory. Concubine Bai Shen lazily chatted with him again, and said calmly, it is a genetic transformation technique purely created by humans, but since innate theory was from the time it was created until now, no one has been able to practice talent theory to a flying level. You know flying leveling, right? I know. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The person who created innate theory is called Byakuya, and he is the elder in my family. Our family has been studying innate theory for a long time. In my generation, we finally found a way to break through innate theory. What method? Lin Shen had already guessed something. Double cultivation. Concubine Bai Shen slowly spit out two words. Double cultivation? Is it the dual cultivation I thought about? Some images that were not suitable for children suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind. Concubine Bai Shen glanced at Lin Shen coldly. If you think about such messy things in your mind again, I will cut it off. You said it yourself, can you blame me? Lin Shen curled his lips. Concubine Bai obviously only allowed the state officials to set fires, but not the people to light lamps. Double cultivation refers to the dual sublimation of mind and body, not the messy things you think. Bai Shenfei said. Are you sure this doesn't mean the same thing? Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. No. Concubine Bai Shen replied. Firmly. What does that mean? Lin Shen felt that Bai Shenfei's explanation had the same meaning as what he thought. For example, a manual worker's body will be stronger, and a mental worker's thinking will be more divergent, but there is no conflict between the two. You can have both physical and mental strength. Bai Shenfei said thoughtfully. Lin Shen really understood now that he had indeed misunderstood before. The dual cultivation that Bai Shenfei mentioned was not what he thought, but the dual cultivation of spirit and body, which could also be said to be dual cultivation of mind and body. Lin Shen remembered that he had seen a word called double cultivation of life and life before, which probably meant this. If I didn't understand the mistake this time, what you mean is that as long as you cultivate both body and mind, you can make the talent theory breakthrough to a flying upgrade, right? So what does it have to do with your God helping you select people? Lin asked in deep confusion. It is not difficult to cultivate both mind and body. What is difficult is that the body structures of men and women are different. Men do not possess certain qualities of women, and women do not possess certain qualities of men. To achieve physical and mental perfection, one person cannot. It's done. Concubine Bai Shen continued to explain. After all, after going around for a long time, it's not what I originally thought. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen secretly cursed in his heart. Seemingly reading through Lin Shen's thoughts, Concubine Bai Shen continued, this kind of trait requires two people of different genders who can practice innate theory to exchange the power gained from practicing innate theory with each other, so that they can truly achieve it. The perfect state of physical and mental cultivation builds the foundation of life by ascending in the daytime. How to exchange? Lin Shen was more interested in this question. Blood exchange. Bai Shenfei's answer made Lin Shen very disappointed. It was completely different from what he thought. When the basic transformation technique is operating, a large part of the basic transformation particles that one possesses are transmitted to various parts of the body through the blood flow. When the blood is exchanged at that time, one can obtain each other's basic transformation particles, thus perfecting oneself. Missing. This process takes day after day, year after year. It is a long-term process. Even after you are promoted to an ascended person, you still have to continue this process. A man and a woman need to be together often and exchange each other's blood. I would like to ask if my significant other is not him, what kind of man in the world would not be suspicious? What's more, there is only one person in a million who can practice innate theory. It is rare in the world for two people to be able to practice innate theory at the same time. If they are still a man and a woman, this is not destiny destined by God. What is it? What you said makes sense. It is indeed fate given by God. Lin Shen also felt that the conditions were a bit too harsh. It's a pity that I don't have the talent to practice talent theory, so I can only disappoint you. Lin Shen thought of the talent theory given to him by Bai Shenfei, and couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. A handsome man has this kind of helplessness. Who can I love it when I see it? Oh, my damn charm has nowhere to go. There's nothing to be disappointed about. I've given it to many people, but none of them succeeded. It's not surprising that you can't succeed. Concubine Bai Shen's words made Lin Shen's mood instantly not so good. Besides this method, is there no other way to perfect dual cultivation? Isn't it true that one person can't make the talent theory breakthrough to a flying upgrade? Lin Shen asked patiently. Yes, there is another way, but this method can only be used by men, not Women. What method is so magical? Lin Shen was very curious. From the palace, a man from the palace can have two qualities at the same time, and he can practice them without exchanging them. Concubine by Shen's words made Lin Shen feel cold. This method is not very good, not to mention you are not a man. Lin Shen quickly changed the subject. There is no need to worry about practicing this kind of thing. Maybe someone will be able to practice talent theory in a few days, and then there will be no need to practice dual cultivation. Late. You don't have to wait a few days, it's already here. Bai Shenfei said calmly. Ah. Someone has already practiced. Talent theory? Male or female? Lin Shen was slightly startled. Male Ouyang Yudu from the Ouyang family of the gods. Love base. Lin Shen couldn't help being surprised when he heard the words Ouyang Yudu. He had actually heard of this name. In this era, in a small place like the Blackbird base, most people who want to get information from the outside world can only rely on radios. Lin Shen often listens to the radio, and one program he especially likes to listen to is called Kuizui Storytelling. The anchor, Kuizui Uncle, is humorous and tells stories that Lin Shen also likes to listen to. The stories Uncle Kuizui told were all stories that happened in various bases. Lin Shen was not sure whether there were any fabricated elements in them, but they sounded quite exciting anyway. There are many stories in it, all related to this Ouyang Yu. What kind of natural prodigy, photographic memory, can practice at the age of 3, can learn martial arts at the age of 7, looks like Panin at the age of 18, and is proficient in all 18 weapons, can fight tigers in the mountains and catch turtles in the sea. Anyway, in the mouth of the quick-mouthed uncle, Ouyang Yudu is a perfect person. Born well, there are few richer families in the world than the Ouyang family in the God's Love base. Looks good, every time the quick-mouthed uncle talks about the story of Ouyang Yudu, there is always a classic plot of beautiful women and ugly women falling in love with Ouyang Yudu at first sight. Learn well, whether it is literary knowledge or actual fighting, he can learn at once, and can draw inferences from one example. The character is even better, no one in the God's Love base will praise Ouyang Yudu, and no one has ever said a bad word about Ouyang Yudu. Anyway, it can't be better, there is only one good person in the world, whoever picks him up will win. Now Lin Shen heard that he had actually mastered the talent theory. It was not strange to think about it. It can be seen that the story told by the fast-mouthed uncle was not all made up. Ouyang Yudu's talent was indeed good. He even mastered the talent theory that few people could master. Lin Shen now had a problem that was difficult to solve. If Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu really succeeded, how could he convince Bai Shenfei to let her sleep with him for one night before marrying Ouyang Yudu? If it was after marriage, Lin Shen didn't dare to think about it. He couldn't afford to provoke the Ouyang family of the God's Love base. His high standards of self-morality did not allow him to do that. Looking at your expression, you should know him. Bai Shenfei smiled and said, I heard that he is very good, but I haven't seen him, but except for him, I don't seem to have any other choice. It's just that other men are not motivated and can't do it. Why did Lin Shen feel that Bai Shenfei seemed to be scolding him, but he couldn't find evidence? Ahem. Actually, I think nothing is absolute, and you don't have to go to extremes. If one road doesn't work, you can try another one. Lin Shen pointed at himself and said, look at me, although I have average talent and can't practice the theory of talent, it's the same to practice the theory of evolution now. Give yourself more Room for choice. Life is not just the road in front of you. Dual cultivation is certainly a road, but you don't have to take it. Maybe there are many better roads waiting for you. Don't give up the whole forest for a tree. As long as you still have dreams, without Ouyang Yudu, it's still Li Yudu, Lu Yudu, Wang Yudu. What road? Practice evolution theory with you? Bai Shenfei curled her lips. Practicing talent theory makes you invincible. At the same level, practicing evolution theory makes you easily beaten at the same level. Tell me why they are the same? You are a bit too absolute. Who said that practicing talent theory will definitely make you invincible at the same level, and practicing evolution theory will definitely make you easily beaten? I think it depends on the person. There is an old saying, there is no rubbish-based transformation technique, only rubbish people. Lin Shen persuaded earnestly. It doesn't matter to him whether Bai Shenfei marries or not, and it doesn't matter to him who she marries, but how to make Bai Shenfei sleep with him for one night, this is the big problem. If she really gets married with Ouyang Yudu now, Lin Shen will not expect to get the fire from her. As expected of Lin Xiangdong's younger brother, as expected of the fifth master of the Lin family of Suanio base, what you said is really beautiful. There are no rubbish-based transformation techniques, only rubbish people. What you said is really good. How about this? Aren't you practicing the theory of evolution? Go and deal with Ouyang Yu. If you can deal with Ouyang Yu, I will follow you to practice the theory of evolution. Bai Shenfei said with a pout. Ahem, there will be a chance in the future. Lin Shen was vague and immediately changed the subject. By the way, why are you back again? You didn't come here to talk to me about this, did you? Of course not. Bai Shenfei pondered and said, the news that the King of the Realm transmission device was discovered in Jinshui Lake has spread to all major bases, and many big families have sent people there. I don't care about that thing. It's more convenient to enter from Hulu Mountain, so I came here and bought Suanio from the Qi family and the Lin family. Lin Shen was extremely depressed. This was what he wanted to do, but he didn't expect to be preempted by Bai Shenfei. It cost a lot of money to buy 2 blackbirds, didn't it? Lin Shen sighed. It's okay. The news here is too closed. When I came, they didn't know about the King of the World cultivation device. They thought you used the Lin family's blackbird to bring those people in, so they were very anxious to exchange their blackbirds for some benefits. Now they probably regret it to death. Lin Shen felt more and more depressed as he listened. Bai Shenfei picked up a ready-made bargain. It can only be said that he came back late. Let's chat too, Bai Shenfei said with a smile. What do we have to talk about? I don't have a blackbird. Lin Shen spread his hands and said. The Qi and Wang families have already made confidentiality measures. The matter of the blackbird and Hulu Mountain will not be spread from them. Bai Shenfei looked into Lin Shen's eyes and said. Give me a blackbird, and I promise to keep it secret. Lin Shen understood what Bai Shenfei meant and immediately became energetic. You dream. Bai Shenfei had the urge to kill Lin Shen. How about this? I'll give you a quota, and you can follow me into Hulu Mountain in the future. Bai Shenfei gave her conditions. How many quotas does the Qi family and the Wang family have? Lin Shen knew that if the 2 families did not have quotas, the secret would not be kept unless they were killed. 3 quotas each time. Bai Shenfei said. Okay, then I want 3 quotas too. Lin Shen said. They only got 3 quotas after. They took out the suenio. Do you have the suenio? Bai Shenfei said unhappily. They didn't just ask for quotas. I didn't ask for anything else. Lin Shen shrugged. 3 quotas are 3 quotas, but let me say this first. If you are seen by someone who goes into the Kaiwang training device and your identity is exposed, you will bear the consequences yourself. If you dare to spread the news that the suenio is in my hands, don't blame me for being rude then. It's a deal. Lin Shen laughed. When do you plan to go? Take me and Lao Wei with you. Tomorrow. Bai Shenfei said. So urgent? Lin Shen hesitated. The Jing family's matter had not been resolved yet, so he definitely couldn't go tomorrow. If you want to go, we can go together. If you don't want to go, wait until next time. After saying that, Concubine Bai got up and left. Lin Shen didn't say anything else. When he sent Concubine Bai away, his elder sister just came out and wanted to keep Concubine Bai at the Lin family, but was politely rejected by Concubine Bai. Are you doing something weird to me again? Why did she leave after just talking for a while? Lin Miao suspected that Lin Shen was deliberately making trouble and angered her away. Absolutely not. How can we afford her status? Lin Shen said perfunctorily. Why can't we afford her? Our family is not bad either. Lin Miao said. One of their candidates is Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu, that's no wonder. Compared to Ouyang Yudu, you are indeed a little worse. Lin Miao looked up and down at Lin Shen for a while and suddenly realized. Thank you, you are really my sister. Lin Shen was a little amused. Sister, let's go to the secret room to talk. I really have something important to tell you. Lin Shen said seriously. Lin Miao nodded and took Lin Shen to the secret room. Lin Shen roughly told her about Jing Yan and Zheng Guyuan. You kill an ascended person died. After hearing this, Lin Miao pointed at Lin Shen in surprise. Sister, do you know about the ascended ones? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Nonsense, of course I know. Do you think your sister and I have been traveling around all these years and all our business has been in vain? Lin Miao said angrily. Okay. Lin Shen felt that Lin Miao was not telling the truth, but since there were some things that she didn't want to say, Lin Shen stopped asking. Actually, we shouldn't say that we killed Jingu Yuan. It was the black-capped mushroom beast that really killed Jingu Yuan. But if we say this, I'm afraid the Jing family won't believe it. This is the situation. Sister, please see what we should do. Lin Miao laughed. Simple, just deny it. No one will see you killing Jingu Yuan, and no one will think that you are capable of killing Jingu Yuan. I'm afraid that the Jing family will use this situation as an excuse. Now is not the legal society of the past. Even if the Jing family does not think that Lin Shen and the others have the ability to kill Jingu Yuan, it does not mean that they will let Lin Shen and the Lin family go. After all, there are no ascendants covering the Lin family, so no one cares what they think. In this case, we can only ask our parents to come forward. Lin Miao said thoughtfully. Please ask our parents to come forward? How many years have they been dead? Is this a fake corpse or a resurrection? Lin Shen was almost frightened to death by Lin Miao's words. What are you thinking about? I mean, we can only use our parents' face to ask someone to help mediate. Lin Miao pondered and said, I remember that when Instructor Mu of the Cape Base was killed, he stayed in our house for a long time to recuperate. The fourth child was able to enter the training camp of the Cape Base because of his help. I will go find him, it should be possible. Can it be possible? Lin Shen felt that this might not be so easy. It will definitely be possible. Instructor Mu is a good person. And a man of character. The fourth child has been in the training camp of the Cape Base for so many years and has been taken care of by him. He will definitely not watch us being bullied by the Zheng family. Lin Miao thought for a while and said, I will prepare a batch of goods tomorrow and take it to the Cape Base. Then ask Instructor Mu to help us think of a solution. Will people like the things in our small place? If you want to give it something good, don't let people say we are stingy. Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. Lin Miao went to the Cape Base. Whether the matter could be accomplished or not, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to go back and forth. If it could be accomplished, it would be the best. If it could not be accomplished, it would be considered as going out to avoid the limelight. What are you thinking about? I brought the goods to the Cape Base to sell them to make money. I will buy some gifts to see Instructor Mu with the money. When I come back, I will bring another batch of goods back to sell. With this round trip, the money for the gifts will be earned back. You are too good at calculating. Lin Shen was stunned. Lin Miao stretched out her finger and tapped Lin Shen's forehead, and laughed and scolded, you are so good at squandering money. If your sister doesn't make more money, how can I save money for you to marry a wife? It's because you are good to me, big sister. Lin Shen immediately turned into a little fan. After the brother and sister had discussed it, Lin Shen finally had time to go back to sleep. Now he is looking forward to what kind of surprises the fire on the ascending egg can bring him. Alloy-level die-hard fans can give him an imperfect fire. The fire on the ascending egg can't be worse than the alloy-level die-hard fans, right? Maybe it's a perfect superbase evolution spark. With a beautiful expectation for the future, Lin Shen fell asleep in a short while. In the middle of the night, Lin Shen felt a little uncomfortable. He always slept until dawn, but he woke up in the middle of the night for the first time. He sat up and was about to put on his shoes and go to the bathroom, when he suddenly saw a figure sitting on the bay window. Lin Shen was frightened and shuddered. In the middle of the night, there was a person sitting quietly in his bedroom. It would be the same for anyone. It was good that he didn't get scared. Lin Shen almost reflexively used the power of base change, and at the same time grabbed the dead powder wrapped around him, stared at the figure and shouted, "Who is it?" The man seemed very calm, sitting on the bay window without saying a word, and still holding the teapot and cup to drink by himself. Lin Shen saw that the man actually used his teapot to make tea, and it was estimated that the tea leaves were also from him. You are a thief, you came to my house to steal things, and you used my teapot and tea leaves to make tea, and drank it under the moonlight. This is not the way to pretend. Lin Shen was so angry that he was about to call Wei Wufu over, but he saw that man turned his head and looked at him with a smile. That sharp face, which was handsome, except for its handsomeness, immediately made Lin Shen stunned. Fourth brother. Lin Shen was extremely happy, rushed forward in 2 steps, and snatched the teapot and tea from his hand. Don't you know that I got this tea with great difficulty, and there are only a few taels in total? Why did you make it all for me? Do you know how to drink tea? Tea is not brewed like this. Xiaowu, I remember that this tea was bought with the money I gave you. Lin Shandong's words made Lin Shen speechless. Ahem, it's not about money, that's not how. You drink tea. Lin Shen looked around and said something else. When did you come back? Why didn't you call me? Have you seen the eldest sister? I have to go later, I won't go to the eldest sister's place, lest she drags me to talk endlessly. Lin Shandong said while drinking tea. You're leaving so soon? Where's the third brother? Has the third brother come back? Lin Shen frowned and asked. The third brother hasn't come back. Lin Shandong looked a little strange. Third brother won't be in trouble. Lin Shen's heart trembled. Nothing happened, just some things tripped him up. It's hard to come back without a result. Lin Shandong looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, I know everything about you. The name of the second-generation ancestor is not bad, I think it suits you. Well. What do you mean it suits me well? I have always relied on myself, how can I be a second-generation ancestor? Lin Shen pouted. I know about Jing Guyuan's affairs. You don't have to worry about the Jing family's affairs. You can do what you should do in the future, but you don't have to say anything to your elder sister. Let her go to the Cape base to find Instructor Mu. Lin Shandong said again. You still eavesdropped on my conversation with my elder sister. Where did you and your third brother go during this period? What were you doing? Lin Shen was a little angry. They were brothers. There was nothing that could not be said directly. Lin Shandong said with a smile, your third brother and I have been collecting debts during this period. Collecting debts? What debts? Who to collect debts from? Lin Shen looked confused. It's hard to explain. Seeing that Lin Shen was about to get angry again, Lin Shandong spoke first. There are too many creditors, and this debt is not easy to collect. We have to take it slowly. Don't ask, we agreed before that we will handle the outside affairs, you will be responsible for the family, and we will solve our own affairs. Okay, I don't care about the matter, but I have the right to know. Lin Shen still refused to give up. Xiaowu, do you remember one year when we went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms? Lin Shandong suddenly said this. Lin Shen was stunned, and he really remembered that it seemed like this. In the past, when the ancient city was not submerged by plants, they went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms together. At that time, there were many pear blossoms planted inside and outside the ancient city. When they went there, it was the time when the pear blossoms were in full bloom. A gust of wind blew, and the white pear blossom petals fell like snow. Lin Shen was too young at that time, and he didn't remember it very clearly. He only remembered that there seemed to be an eldest sister, a third brother and a fourth brother. He couldn't remember whether there was a second brother. It seemed that the eldest sister was holding him at that time. It seemed that the petals fell on the candied haws in his hand. When the eldest sister tried to get the petals on it, she accidentally knocked his candied haws off, causing him to cry. Fourth brother was very mean. Not only did he not come to coax him, but he also deliberately ate candied haws in front of him, pretending that they were delicious. But he just didn't give them to him, which made him cry even harder. I don't remember what happened afterwards. It seems that the eldest sister gave the fourth brother a lesson, but Lin Shen couldn't remember clearly whether it happened or not. After all, he was too young at that time. I'm asking you something serious, don't change the subject. Lin Shen was almost led astray, and quickly pulled the subject back. Do you want to see it again? Lin Shen said with a smile. Maybe he was born too good-looking, the best-looking among the brothers, so no matter what he did excessively, as long as he smiled, he would be angry no matter how big it was. It's only a few months, where are the pear blossoms? Besides, the ancient city is gone now, let alone the pear blossoms. Why are you talking about this to me? Lin Shen felt a little inexplicably irritated. Yes, look over there. Lin Shen pointed his finger out of the window. Lin Shen looked out along his finger, but saw nothing. It was a dark and windy night outside. Apart from the steel buildings, not even a single star could be seen. There was only a hazy, hairy moon, and no pear blossoms. He turned around angrily, to settle the score with Lin Shen, but there was no figure on the bay window. If it weren't for the steam still coming out of the teacup, Lin Shen would have suspected that he was dreaming. In recent days, the vicinity of Jinshui Lake has been very lively. Many people from big families have come here, one after another, and started to study the Kaiwang cultivation device. Unfortunately, so far, no one knows how to start the Kaiwang cultivation device. Some people who forcibly want to touch the Kaiwang cultivation device, no matter what level, are directly swept into ashes by the aura of the Kaiwang cultivation device. Some members of big families who have studied the transmission device have realized that this is not an ordinary transmission device. According to some authoritative experts, the Kaiwang cultivation device is likely to have an automatic program that will automatically start every once in a while. All forces are secretly working hard to get a share of the pie. Even the families that have already established a foothold on the alien planet are unwilling to give up the resources of Kaiwang Star. That planet is temporarily called Kaiwang Star. The rich base mutation resources on Kaiwang Star are undoubtedly top-notch for base mutations. All forces are constantly sending more people and occupying different areas near Jinshui Lake. The major forces have a tacit understanding of not interfering with each other. The masters of more than a dozen super bases, such as the God's Love base, the Wanderer base, and the Cape base, have almost monopolized the entire area near the Jinshui Lake. Not to mention a small base like the Subgod base, even some large bases with ascenders have found it difficult to intervene. At first, only one ascender came to the Wanderer base to sit in the formation, but later it was found that one ascender could not suppress the formation at all, and 4 more ascenders came. In addition to the missing Jingguyuan, there are already 5 ascenders sitting in the Jinshui Lake, and there are hundreds of base changers. Other families are almost the same. Without 4 or 5 ascenders sitting in the formation, they are embarrassed to say that they are from a big family. The Jinshui Lake at night is particularly quiet. On a starless night, there is only a round of hairy moon that emits a hazy light. Where is the Jing family of the Wanderer base? A voice cut through the quiet night sky. The ascenders of the major families stationed on the shore of Jinshui Lake were very surprised. Who was shouting outside in the middle of the night? Who has the Jing family offended again? Ouyang Juemiao, who was talking to Ouyang Yudu, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the voice. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "The Wanderer base has been developing rapidly in the past decade or so. Many small families or lone ascenders have joined them. In terms of the number of ascenders on the mother planet, they have surpassed our Ouyang family." Ouyang Juemiao said disapprovingly, the base founded by the Jing family was named the Wanderer base. From the beginning, they had planned to accommodate lone strongmen from all sides, to form a trend of embracing all rivers. The idea is good, But unfortunately, the Lone Rangers who were actually accommodated are most likely people with character problems, otherwise they would not have fallen to the point of going to the Wanderer base. The Wanderer base should have been renamed long ago. It would be more appropriate to call it the Bandit base. Having said that, the current strength of the Jing family is indeed not to be underestimated. I don't know who is so courageous that he actually provokes the Jing family here. Ouyang Yudu stood up and said, "Auntie, let's go and take a look." Okay. Ouyang Juemiao nodded slightly. The two of them left the temporary wooden house and saw that many people were standing outside, all of whom came out to watch the excitement. In fact, it was not just them. Most of the major families stationed by the Jinshui Lake came out to watch the excitement. It was an unknown ascender. Ouyang Yudu saw the person floating above the Jingguang Lake and couldn't help but be a little surprised. That ascender is so handsome, not worse than you. Ouyang Juemiao was also a little surprised, but unfortunately the two people were surprised at completely different points. Ouyang Yudu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Auntie, my appearance is just average, there are not many people worse than me." Ouyang Juemiao looked at Ouyang Yudu from top to bottom, and said with a curled lip, "Are you being modest or being Versailles? If you still call your appearance average, then there are not many good-looking men in the world." Ouyang Yudu didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. Looking at the handsome man in white clothes in the air, he said curiously, "I don't know what deep hatred he has with the Jing family. He actually came here alone to find trouble with the Jing family. Doesn't he know that the Jing family already has 5 ascenders stationed here? If he comes alone, he will probably suffer a loss. There are so many people who have suffered losses from the Jing family on the mother planet over the years, and he is not the only one." Ouyang Juemiao curled his lips and said, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. That man never wants to suffer a loss." A fat man walked over. Although he looks fat, he is fat evenly. He is obviously fat, but he doesn't look like a burden at all. "Sun Jian, do you know him?" Ouyang Juemiao was a little surprised. She thought he was an unknown Lone Ranger, but she didn't expect that Sun Jian, the ascender from the Cape base, actually knew him. "I know him. He is my fellow disciple. We have received training under Instructor Mu. He is a few years younger than me," Sun Jian said. "So he is Mr. Mu's disciple, so his strength must be very strong?" Ouyang Yudu asked curiously. "I don't know." Sun Jian's answer was a little unexpected. "What do you mean by not knowing?" Ouyang Juemiao and Sun Jian are very familiar with each other, and they are not polite at all. He has been training under Instructor Mu for 10 years. He has challenged almost all of Instructor Mu's disciples, but he has never won. He is nicknamed the 100 Defeat King. Sun Jian smiled. "He has never won, so how can you say he has never suffered a loss?" Ouyang Yudu was more and more puzzled. Although he has never won once, no one has ever fought him a second time. It's not that he doesn't dare, but that the people who beat him don't dare. Sun Jian's words made Ouyang Yudu and Ouyang Juemiao interested. A person who has never won, but makes the people who beat him afraid of him, then this person must be very powerful. Ouyang Yudu couldn't help asking, "What's his name?" "Lin Shen." While several people were talking, the 5 ascenders from the Wanderer base came together and confronted Lin Shen in the air. "Who are you? What do you want from my Jing family?" The leading ascender Jing Jianhui looked at Lin Shen. As a man, he couldn't help but secretly praise that this person was so handsome. Is Jing Guiyuan an ascender from your wanderer base? Lin Shen asked. The 5 people couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this. Jing Jianhui replied, yes, he is an ascender from our wanderer base. Why are you asking him? He wants to kill my brother. Lin Shen said. Jing Jianhui couldn't help but frowned when he heard this, and he blamed Jing Guiyuan in his heart. When you kill someone, you should also find out about the other party's background. Killing a close relative of an ascender, even if you are alone ranger without any background, it will be a bit troublesome. Jing Guiyuan is not here. Jing Jianhui said. I know. He is dead. Lin Shen's words shocked several people. You killed him? Jing Jianhui and several others were all shocked. Although Jing Guiyuan is not very strong among the ascenders, he is also a veteran. The ascender who can kill him is more or less capable. Lin Shen smiled but didn't say anything, just looked at Jing Jianhui quietly. Is your brother dead? Jing Jianhui frowned and asked again. No. Lin Shen replied. Jing Guiyuan wanted to kill your brother. But he died. Your brother is not dead, so why are you here? Are you here to inform us? Jing Jianhui was already a little annoyed. He had seen that this man was here to make trouble. No, I'm here to tell you something else. What is it? Within 100 miles of Jinshui Lake, wanderers are prohibited. Get the hell out of here. When Lin Shen said this, Jing Jianhui and the other 5 ascenders were all furious, and the people watching from the major families also felt that this person was really outrageous. Before Jing Jianhui was about to say anything, the wind suddenly blew on the lake, and a snow-white petal floated slowly towards Jing Jianhui and others like a snowflake. The prosperity has fallen, and the wind and snow have returned. This night, this scene, is so beautiful. Ouyang. Yuda looked up at the night sky, and the petals in the sky were reflected in his beautiful eyes, like a galaxy flowing across the sky, like snow washing the sky, violently submerging everything in the white torrent, and only one figure stood in the wind and snow, with hair and white clothes wantonly messed up in the wind and flowers. That night, the flowers on Jinshui Lake fell. The Wanderer base evacuated Jinshui Lake overnight. The life bases of the 5 ascenders were all shattered into slag, but they only got one sentence. The falling flowers on Jiyun Mountain should be beautiful. I want to go and see them next time I have a chance. Jiyun Mountain is where the Wanderer base is located, so they naturally know what this sentence means. If the Jing family dares to touch his relatives again, the next place where prosperity will end will be Jiyun Mountain. Poor Jing Jianhui and the other 5 still don't know who the other party's brother is, and they are extremely frustrated. But they dare not look back. Until now, they still can't get rid of the terrifying white storm in their minds and the picture of their life base being washed away. This time it was because the other party's relatives did not die. What if they died? They dare not imagine. If they didn't die, the man killed Jing Guiyuan and broke the life bases of the 5 ascenders. If they died, they couldn't imagine what the picture would be like when the petals fell from Jiyun Mountain. I'm afraid there would be a river of blood. Maybe there are ascenders who can resist the white petal storm, but 99% of the people in the Wanderer base will die. They couldn't figure out why the life base of an ascender would look like that. Shouldn't the life base be a sword or a knife? Why would someone's life base be a storm, or a petal storm, which is more terrifying than 10,000 swords coming out at the same time? Each petal is like a sharp blade. Under the pile of such terrifying numbers, everything is dried to pieces. Lin Shen didn't see the beautiful scenery of falling flowers. At that time, he was sleeping with the ascending egg. When he woke up, Lin Shen's face was not very good. He had high expectations for this ascending egg, but found that the mosaic on the ascending egg was gone, but he only got a failed superbase evolution fire seed. Failed superbase evolution fire seed. Ascending the ladder, the left and right feet can step on each other to borrow strength and jump again. What are the conditions for the formation of fire seeds? Why does it feel so messy? Lin Shen, who was originally a little disappointed, found out what the fire seed ability he got was, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is really unscientific. Lin Shen was very happy. If nothing else, is there any difference between having this skill and being able to fly? Tian has wings and can fly, and I can also step on my left foot and jump twice with my right foot. Next time I meet Tian, I won't be afraid that he can fly to the sky. Of course, the benefits of the ladder to heaven are not limited to this. Being able to borrow force twice in the air means that he doesn't have to worry about being ambushed by others when he jumps into the air, because he can't borrow force. Lin Shen found a deserted place and tried it. The feeling of flying up again by stepping on his left foot and right foot was really wonderful. After stepping on it several times, it was really like climbing a ladder to heaven. When his body reached a very high place, Lin Shen suddenly found a very sad thing. He didn't know how to land from such a high place. Fuck you. Lin Shen could only wait until his body fell a distance, and then use the ladder to heaven again. To make himself jump a short distance, and then fall and jump again until he was not too high from the ground, and then he landed directly. I have the ability, but I still need to practice the skills. After Lin Shen went back, he collected the flying egg. He did not plan to hatch the ascension egg now, because even if it was hatched, he would not be able to use it. Even if the mutant has the key, it cannot activate the ascension pet capsule. It must have the corresponding level and strength to activate it. Lin Miao did not know that Lin Shandong had driven away the Wanderer base, and he transported a batch of goods to the Cape base early the next morning. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Lin Shen not to go to those dangerous places. After sending Lin Miao away, Lin Shen was considering whether he should go to Bai Shenfei and go to Kai Wanxing with her. He was not rebellious, nor was he in a rebellious period, because he felt that the place was no longer a dangerous place for him, so he did not disobey his eldest sister. Fourth brother should still be reliable, right? After hesitating again and again, Lin Shen decided to go to Bai Shenfei and go to Kai Wanxing with her. As a result, when he arrived at Bai Shenfei's residence, the boss told him that Bai Shenfei had left the store an hour ago. Lin Shen hurriedly took Wei Wufu to chase in the direction of Hulu Mountain. As long as they found Bai Shenfei before she arrived at Hulu Mountain, it would not be too late. The two of them galloped and chased all the way. After passing through the flower path and the canyon, they still did not see the trace of Bai Shenfei and others, and their hearts suddenly sank. No. Lin Shen, who was about to turn back, suddenly realized that something was wrong and looked up at the mountains in the distance. Among the mountains, there was a gourd-shaped mountain, which stood very abruptly among the mountains, but was much higher than the surrounding peaks. Old Wei, did you see it? Lin Shen thought he was dazzled. Without the black bird, how could he see Hulu Mountain? Yeah. Wei Wufu nodded. That's right, let's go quickly, Bai Shenfei and others should be in front. Lin Shen thought that Bai Shenfei and others had just entered, so he could see Hulu Mountain. The two of them sped up and rushed towards Hulu Mountain. When we got to the foot of Hulu Mountain, we found that the mountain was indeed quite high. Old Wei, did you come here last time? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu while climbing up. Yes. That's all right, let's climb up quickly, the cave entrance is at the top of the mountain, right? Lin Shen confirmed again. Yes. Old Wei. Nonsense, climbing a mountain. The two finally climbed to the top of the mountain, but still did not see Bai Shenfei and the others. Just as Wei Wufu said, there was a cave on the top of the mountain. Lin Shen looked inside and it didn't seem as dark as Wei Wufu said. Let's go. Wei Wufu couldn't stand Lin Shen, so he lifted his legs and walked inside. But when Wei Wufu walked in, he was stunned there. Lin Shen, who followed behind, bumped into his back and said speechlessly, why did you stop? No. Wei Wufu said, staring at the front in a daze. What's wrong? Lin Shen reacted as soon as he said it. Wei Wufu told him that when they came here last time, they entered the dark cave and were immediately teleported to King Kai's planet. But now they are already in the cave. It's not pitch dark here, and they haven't been teleported to King Kai's planet. Are you sure this is the cave you came to before? Lin Shen walked around the tall Wei Wufu and looked into the cave. Lin Shen was also stunned after seeing this. The cave was not very deep, and one could see the bottom at a glance. There were obvious signs of people living inside, with tables, chairs, benches, pots and pans, and neatly stacked quilts and clothes on the bed. However, there was thick dust everywhere, and it must have been a long time since anyone lived there. The shape of that thing looks familiar. Lin Shen saw something on the table, which looked like a watch for teleportation, and it was also covered with thick dust, so no details could be seen. The two looked at each other, Lin Shen nodded slightly, and Wei Wufu took out a pet capsule and threw it out. The capsule fell to the ground and turned into a metal dog. Under Wei Wufu's command, it turned around inside and there was nothing unusual. The two walked over with confidence and looked at the various things inside. The other things didn't look special. I picked up a piece of clothing on the bed. The material of the clothes had become a little brittle due to the invasion of time, and it rotted with a slight pull. Other things were not much better. What made Lin Shen a little puzzled was that the furniture here was made of wood, and the clothes were made of cotton or chemical fiber. No base mutated metal materials were found on these furniture and clothes. This shows that these furniture and clothes are likely to be things from more than 200 years ago. Since the emergence of base mutated creatures, base mutated materials have been slowly added to various human supplies. Except for some products with special requirements, few people have made furniture purely with wood. Most clothes are also mixed with metal wire, which has a certain protective effect. In this era, safety is the first priority. Clothes made of pure cotton and chemical fiber materials are no longer popular. Clothes mixed with metal wires can at least have some defensive functions when facing steel creatures. Not finding anything else worth paying attention to, Lin Shen looked at the watch covered with dust on the table, pulled out the dead powder and turned it into a gun, and used the tip of the gun to pick up the watch on the table. The watch was easily picked up, nothing strange happened, and the dust on it fell everywhere. Putting the picked watch on the ground again to make sure there was no abnormal reaction, Lin Shen was relieved and reached out to pick up the watch. Carefully wipe off the dust on it. And the watch soon revealed its true appearance. It was a little different from what Lin Shen expected. This watch was different from the black transmission device. The shape was a bit similar, but the material was completely different. Whether it is a black watch or a white watch, their dials are in the style of LCD displays. This one is in the style of a mechanical watch, with hour, minute and second hands, but the circle of numbers on the dial is divided into 24 grids, which is somewhat different from ordinary 12-hour watches. There is also a small grid on the dial with numbers on it, which should be used to display the date. The strap and the body of the watch are both made of metal, and the glass on the dial looks no different from ordinary glass. The hands did not move, so it should be broken. This made Lin Shen a little disappointed. It looked like an ordinary mechanical watch, and it was broken. The time on the hands was fixed at 10:03, and the date was the 1st. It's an antique anyway, I don't know if it can still work. Lin Shen has this old-fashioned mechanical watch at home. He used to wear it for fun, but he just felt it was too troublesome. So he stopped wearing it after a few days. This kind of mechanical watch needs to be wound up, and it may not be broken, but it has been left for too long without winding up, so it doesn't work. First adjust the time, then turn the spring. Buzz. When Lin Shen adjusted and let go, the surrounding scenery suddenly became like a data stream and everything was blurry. Oh my God! The blur only lasted for a moment. When Lin Shen regained his vision, he no longer saw the cave. In front of him was a series of undulating grass slopes, one after another, like an endless green desert hills. Of course, the grass on the grass slopes was not an ordinary plant, and the roots and leaves were all green metal. This thing is really a teleportation device. Lin Shen looked at the watch in his hand and was extremely surprised. Because this thing looks too much like an old-fashioned mechanical watch, it is completely impossible to tell that it is a product with such high technological content. Time is running, but there is no countdown, and he doesn't know when he can be teleported back. He doesn't dare to touch the watch anymore, so as to avoid unpredictable things happening again, so he put the watch away. First, looking around, he didn't find Wei Wufu's figure. He didn't know whether he was not teleported here or was teleported to another place. Fortunately, everything on him was still there, including the dead powder wrapped around him, the angel revolver on his waist, and the fat man in his backpack. Lin Shen used the power of mutation directly, and the steel armor protected his whole body. In such a place, saving his life was the first priority. Being in the mutation state all the time can also stimulate the enhanced mutation effect of evolution. As long as he does not use super base transformation, with the blessing of evolution, Lin Shen can almost keep it up all the time, which is much stronger than ordinary mutations. Ordinary mutations can only maintain the mutation state for a few hours at most, and dozens of hours at most. Depending on the intensity of the battle, the increase in consumption will also reduce the time. It is impossible to maintain the mutation state like Lin Shen. He took out 3 capsules from the angel revolver and activated them directly into mutant black armored centipedes, letting them scatter around to ensure Lin Shen's own safety. He did not use the angel revolver to activate it directly because he was afraid that the gunshot would cause unnecessary trouble. After doing all this, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the 3 mutant black-armored centipedes to circle around him like satellites about 50 meters away, and slowly crawl towards a grass slope in front. Standing on the grass slope, as far as the eye can see, there is still an endless grass slope that rises and falls like waves, and only 1 or 2 can be seen occasionally. A big tree grew on the grass slope, which was different from the places he had visited on King Kai's planet before. Under the grass slope, Lin Shen saw a group of iron roosters foraging for food. That was a real iron rooster, with feathers as black and shiny as black iron, iron claws, and steel beaks, and a peck would definitely make people bleed. A group of more than a dozen iron roosters strolled under the grass slope, pecking at the grass from time to time and swallowing something. Lin Shen looked carefully for a while and found that the thing the iron rooster pecked was actually a steel creature. It was a relative of Lin Shen's mutated black-armored centipede, and it was also a centipede, but the level was much lower. It was a steel centipede. Lin Shen had no interest in iron roosters and steel centipedes, and the materials on steel creatures were not worth much. I've been chasing and climbing all the way, and I'm a little hungry. Kill 2 iron roosters and drink some base transformation fluid to fill my stomach. Lin Shen was about to go downhill to kill 2 iron roosters, but suddenly heard the iron roosters crowing. A colorful centipede with colorful patterns on its body and a body length of more than 1 meter, came out from under the bushes, biting a stingy rooster and directly biting off the neck of the stingy rooster. The remaining stingy roosters were in a panic, and several of them were bitten to death in a moment. Is this thing a mutant creature? Lin Shen looked at the colorful iron centipede and was overjoyed. He came to King Kai's planet just for this thing. He no longer hesitated and let a mutant black-armored centipede fly over. That's right, the mutant black-armored centipede can actually fly, and its cicada wing-like wings are usually folded under the black shell. After all, the colorful iron centipede is only steel level. No matter how big it is or how mutated it is no match for the crystal level black-armored centipede and was killed in one blow. When the colorful iron centipede was killed, Lin Shen felt the watch in his pocket vibrate. He took it out and saw that the glass on the surface was like a transparent display, showing some information. Killing the mutated steel creature colorful giant poisonous centipede, it was found that the base fluid of the colorful giant poisonous centipede contained toxins and was not suitable for direct drinking. It's really advanced. Lin Shen was amazed at the technological content of this watch, and said to the watch whimsically, "Look at my own information." The watch actually received his command and displayed his information, which was the same as what he had seen before. Since the user is too weak, please act with caution. Finally, there was a warm reminder on the watch. Sure enough, this thing has artificial intelligence. I said, such a high-tech thing, how can it not have an intelligent brain? But why can't this thing talk? It can only send text messages. Lin Shen didn't care so much, and asked how to use it first. But before that, Lin Shen first collected the base mutation liquid from the 5-colored giant poisonous centipede. He also wanted the mutation materials, but it was too troublesome to carry them. He didn't know how many mutant creatures he would have to hunt later, and he didn't know if he could take them all away. When he was worrying, the dead powder swam over, and his body swelled up. It looked a little bigger than when it was transformed before. After Lin Shen's permission, it swallowed the corpse of the mutated 5-colored giant poisonous centipede in one bite, and then quickly returned to the thin rope state and returned to Lin Shen. Lin Shen did this, and the stingy man was scared away, and the steel centipede also burrowed into the ground. Lin Shen was not in the mood to catch them, so he sat on the grass slope and tried to talk to the watch, trying to figure out the function of this watch. What functions do you have? The device is faulty and cannot answer the user's questions. Is there an instruction manual? The device is faulty, the internal files are missing, and the instruction manual cannot be found. How do I set the transmission time? The transmission settings are as follows. 1. Adjust the date. 2. Adjust the precise time in hours, minutes, and seconds. 3. After a long time, Lin Shen finally figured out how to use this watch-style transmission device. This watch can actually set the transmission time by itself. The date is the number of days entered, and the hour hand can be automatically transmitted to the precise time, minutes, and seconds. The time Lin Shen adjusted is 11:23 and the date is 1, which means that he will only stay here until 11:23 tomorrow, and the watch will transmit him back. Lin Shen feels that the functions of this watch are far more than this, but because of the malfunction, he can't ask for more information, and other functions may not be used. Think about it, if it is a complete watch, how can its owner not take it away? But even so, this watch is already very amazing. With this watch, he can set the time to teleport at any time, and he doesn't need to go to Hulu Mountain and the King Kai cultivation device. For this reason alone, its value is immeasurable. I don't know who the owner of the cave is, and he actually left such a watch there. Unfortunately, there is no text in the cave, nor any information about the owner of the cave. Knowing that he will be able to go back soon, Lin Shen is not idle. He first applied a little base change liquid of the 5-colored giant poisonous centipede to his lips, but he didn't feel any effect. After waiting for a while, he remembered that some toxins may need to contact blood to work. So Lin Shen broke his finger skin a little, applied the base change liquid on it, and there was an immediate reaction. The toxin is still very effective, and the wound quickly turned black. Fortunately, the theory of evolution was also touched. After a while, black water flowed out of the black wound, which seemed to be more serious, but after a while, the black water gradually disappeared, and the wound gradually changed from black to flesh color, and the blood that flowed out gradually turned into fresh blood. Evolution is effective, so Lin Shen was relieved and boldly poured the base mutation liquid into his stomach. Absorb the base mutation liquid of the mutated 5-colored giant poisonous centipede, base mutation rate +0. Absorb the base mutation liquid of the mutated 5-colored giant poisonous centipede, base mutation rate +0. Absorb the base mutation liquid of the mutated 5-colored giant poisonous centipede, base mutation rate +1. After swallowing all the mutated base mutation liquids, after a while, after the reaction of evolution, he finally gained a little base mutation rate. My base mutation rate, here I come. Lin Shen took 3 mutated black armored centipedes and started his hunting journey. This grass slope should be far away from the seaside where Lin Shen went before. It should not be in the same area. And it may not even be on the same continent. The base mutation creatures here are completely different from those over there. The most common ones are stingy people, and there are also various base mutation creatures of poisonous insects. Lin Shen didn't walk far before he encountered a group of poisonous toads and found a mutant. In the end, the mutant poisonous toad became his base mutation rate. When he killed the mutant poisonous toad, the watch also reminded him that the mutant poisonous toad had a mutation egg in its body. Later, he hunted a mutant poisonous snake. a mutant scorpion and a mutant dragonfly, and the mutation rate reached 11 points. The mutation creatures on the grass side Lin Shen saw were all steel level, and he didn't even encounter an alloy creature. There are many kinds of them. Here and the seaside are two extremes. There are high-level mutations at the seaside, and steel-level ones are rarely seen. Here are all low-level stuff. Lin Shen thought it was not bad. He hunted steel creatures safely. In addition, he had the theory of evolution to protect his body, which could protect him from all poisons. This place was heaven for him. If it were someone else, they might want to find high-level mutation creatures, but Lin Shen was always looking for mutation, steel creatures here. He killed a lot of poisonous insects along the way. Those poisonous insect type mutation creatures were really strange. Some looked similar to the creatures on the mother planet, and some were completely different. If it weren't for the watch's prompt, Lin Shen couldn't even name them. Except for the miser, all the genetically modified creatures here are poisonous. If there is no theory of evolution, if someone of alloy level or even crystal level comes here, I am afraid they may not be able to live so easily. When a high-level genetic changer encounters a swarm of poisonous bees that covers the sky, I'm afraid it would be difficult to deal with it. Unless he could kill all the poisonous bees before his genetic power was exhausted. That's a bit too difficult. There are tens of thousands of poisonous bees, and the larger swarms are even more numerous. It's impossible for ordinary geneticists to kill them all. Lin Shen relied on the fact that he could always be in a mutated state and was not afraid of poison. He managed to kill the mutated queen despite the dense swarm of bees, and then ignored the poisonous bees and stung them as they pleased. Of course, he could actually be simpler and let 3 mutated black-armored centipedes take action. Lin Shen didn't do that because he wanted to practice the stinging technique and sting the poisonous bees one by one with death powder. The super solidification of the dead powder is similar to what Lin Shen thought. As long as it is injured by the dead powder, the genetic fluid in the organism will begin to solidify, causing the genetically modified creature to gradually become unable to move and turn into a steel statue. All the mutated creatures that were killed were eaten by the dead fans. This guy has become picky about food now, and will not eat the ones that are not mutated. Lin Shen wasted no time in searching for mutated creatures, and transformed into a grassland overlord, poisonous insect nemesis, and insect killer. He killed countless steel, poisonous insects, and obtained several mutated eggs, but they were all eaten by Fatty. Once, Lin Shen dug up a nest of poisonous ants and dug out many poisonous ant eggs, which he gave to Fatty as snacks. The dead fan and the fat boy, one eats the corpse and the other eats the genetically modified eggs. This combination is simply a combination that eliminates the roots and leaves nothing behind. Fortunately, Lin Shen doesn't need those things now. He can just eat them and it doesn't matter. The set time limit is about to arrive. Do you want to record the current coordinates? You can choose to transmit to this coordinate next time. When the time was about to arrive, the watch vibrated again, and such a message appeared. It turns out that you can also choose the teleportation location. Lin Shen was greatly surprised. He no longer had to be randomly teleported in the future. Time was flowing in front of him, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Shen returned to the previous cave, and the position was still the same, as if he had not moved. But when he looked around, he did not see Wei Wufu. Was Wei Wufu teleported in, or did he go back? Lin Shen frowned slightly. With Wei Wufu's character, if he was not teleported in, he would definitely wait here for him to come out. But the watch can only teleport the user, and it should not teleport Wei Wufu in. Now there is no figure of Wei Wufu here, and I don't know what's going on. Lin Shen came out of the cave and looked for it on Hulu Mountain again, but still did not find Wei Wufu's figure, and he was very puzzled. Did he really get teleported in? Lin Shen calculated the time. If Wei Wufu was teleported in by other means, there should be a time limit of 3 days, and he can only come out after 3 days. Excluding the day he spent on King Kai, it will take 2 more days for Wei Wufu to come out. Thinking of this, Lin Shen went down Hulu Mountain to see if he could take the watch away. The result was the same as he thought. The watch was still with him after leaving Hulu Mountain. It did not disappear like the black watch. He came to the canyon, found a hidden place, adjusted the time of the watch, and started the transmission again. This time, Lin Shen adjusted the time to 47 hours. If Wei Wufu had a 3-day limit, Lin Shen would have come out earlier than him. The canyon was the only way back to the Suenio base, so he should not miss Wei Wufu. The transmission started, and the transmission coordinates were selected. Lin Shen then found that there were actually 2 coordinates in it. One was the coordinate on the grass slope that he recorded, and the other coordinate was recorded by someone unknown, probably the original owner of the watch. Lin Shen did not dare to try it casually, and went to the grass slope to be his insect removal expert. Sure enough, he appeared on the grass slope where he left before, and looked at his information. When he left last time, the base mutation rate had reached 23%, which was still a long way from the promotion to alloy. Mutated poisonous insects, start trembling, your grandfather is back. Lin Shen summoned his mount and ran fast on the grass slope, looking for a new target. While Lin Shen was frantically killing poisonous insects, the Kai King cultivation device at Jinshui Lake finally started up again. The ascendants from the major families, who were originally very excited, could no longer be happy. The Kai King transmission device could only transmit the mutants to Kai King planet. Seeing the mutants around them disappear, the ascendants were still standing there. For a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Originally, they wanted to enter Kai King planet as soon as possible, and then kill as many people as possible to clean up the crystal resources inside, especially the mutant crystals, but who knew that they couldn't get in at all? So many ascendants have waited for so long. And in the end, they still have to rely on those mutants to go in and fight. The Jing family is so wronged. For this thing, 1 ascendant died and 5 ascendants were wasted, but in the end, the ascendants couldn't get in at all. Ouyang Juemiao looked at the camp where there were few people and muttered to himself. From this point of view, the transmission range of the Kai King cultivation device is only so large. Send more crystal bases in next time. We didn't prepare this time. We only sent 6 crystal bases in. How about your side? Did Ouyang Yudu go in? Sun Jian walked over and said. Yes, including Yudu, we only sent 5 crystal bases in, which is less than you. Who knew that this thing can only transmit base changers? Ouyang Juemiao was a little helpless. This is not bad. The resources of Kai King planet will not be looted by the ascenders in a short time, and young people can also go in for training. It's a 2-pronged approach, Sun Jian said, and looked at the sky. The Kai King cultivation device turned on the sky projection system again, projecting the images of those people. Ouyang Juemiao saw that Ouyang Yudu and several other crystal bases of the Ouyang family were together and not separated, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ouyang Yudu is indeed very strong, he is almost invincible among the base changers. But King Kai's planet is too weird. Who knows what kind of base changing creatures with strange abilities there will be? If one is not careful, the crystal base may die. There are several crystal bases together, and they can take care of each other, so it is difficult for anything to happen. As for the robber angel, Ouyang Yudu had said before that he wanted to meet the robber angel. Lin Shen suddenly had a reminder of sacrifice +1 in his mind, and he couldn't help but frowned secretly. Someone died on the side of Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen didn't know that thousands of people from the major families had entered King Kai's planet, and he thought someone died on the side of Bai Shenfei. But soon he knew that it shouldn't be someone from Bai Shenfei who died. It was probably that the King Kai training device was activated again, because he kept having reminders of sacrifice +1 in his mind. His body also glowed red. In this short while, more than a dozen people have died. There are only a few people on Bai Shenfei's side, so it is impossible for so many to die. Maybe they were teleported by the Kai King training device. Some of them were teleported to dangerous places and were killed right after they came in. Lin Shen felt the power in his body increasing and quickly hid the heaven sacrifice aura. His guess was not wrong. The dozen or so base changers who died were indeed teleported to a more dangerous place. However, they encountered only a group of alloy creatures. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary steel base changers, responsible for providing supplies and food to the camp. Who knew that they were also teleported in and met this group of alloy creatures, and they were immediately wiped out. Those ascendants from big families should come on, I have to be careful not to be targeted by them. Lin Shen didn't want to give anyone a chance to kill him, so he didn't dare to continue galloping wildly. Instead, he put away his mount and carefully searched for poisonous insects on the grassy slope. It has been more than 20 hours since he came in again, and the genetic mutation rate has also increased to 31. Because poisonous insects of the same type cannot increase the genetic mutation rate even if they mutate, the rate of increase in the genetic mutation rate has also slowed down. What is that? Lin Shen had just walked up from the grass slope when he saw a figure appearing out of thin air on another grass slope in the distance. Lin Shen immediately lay down on the spot and put away his carapace. His mirror-like carapace was too eye-catching. Lin Shen originally thought it was someone sent in by those big families, but when he took a closer look, he found something was wrong. There was a pair of horns growing on the top of that person's head. Let me go, is that a Tauren? Lin Shen's eyes widened in surprise. The Tauren was about 2.45 meters tall, much taller than most humans. His face had features of both a human face and a cow's face. Coupled with the horns on his head, he looked very weird. He was wearing strange clothing, which looked like tights. The smooth black fabric clung tightly to his body, highlighting all the muscles on his body that looked like beef tendons. Besides Tianqin, there are aliens from other races who know how to enter Kaiwang? Lin Shen looked at the Tauren with surprise in his heart. The Minotaur also wore a watch on his wrist, and it was black, just like the black teleportation device that Lin Shen wore at the beginning. The Minotaur looked around and found no people or genetically modified creatures, so he took off the backpack on his back and took out a few things from it. What is that? Lin Shen saw that the Minotaur actually put on a motorcycle helmet that looked like a three-quarter helmet on his head, and then glanced around. Lin Shen immediately felt a little bad, and sure enough, when the Minotaur's eyes swept over him, he immediately paused. The Minotaur showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and assembled several tubes taken out of the backpack together to form a double-edged long battle axe. The double-edged battle axe was very strange. Most of it was alloy, the axe blade was red crystal, and there were crystal patterns on the rod. The next second, the Minotaur suddenly used the genetic power, and the black alloy armor quickly wrapped his whole body. The tall figure and heavy armor made him look like a heavy mecha warrior. When Lin Shen used his base transformation power, he found that the tights were not torn, and the base transformation material actually penetrated the tights and formed a carapace. This is a bit magical. On Lin Shen's home planet, base transformers usually wear relatively large robes to avoid damage when using base transformation power. This is the first time I have seen such a high-tech product. The Minotaur can also use pet capsules, and suddenly made a big alloy black bull, riding the alloy big black bull and rushing over here. How did he find me? It must be the helmet that did it. Lin Shen stared at the equipment on the Minotaur, and his eyes began to shine. An alloy-level alien is nothing great. Tian is still crystal-based, and he also robbed the angel revolver. This Minotaur is just an alloy, far worse than Tian, so Lin Shen is naturally not afraid of him. However, Lin Shen immediately transformed, and the mirror carapace wrapped his whole body. His right hand behind his back tightly grasped the angel revolver, and his finger was on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. The three mutant black armored centipedes that were originally hiding nearby were lying in ambush at 3 points around Lin Shen, ready to attack at any time. Even when facing an alloy-level Minotaur, Lin Shen had to fight with all his strength. If he didn't attack, it would be fine. If he did, it would be a thundering attack, and he couldn't give him any chance. When the Minotaur saw that Lin Shen was a human, and an iron-level human, he stopped and didn't continue to charge. Human? I didn't expect to see a human here. The Minotaur spoke fluent Mandarin. Riding a black bull as big as an elephant, holding a double-edged giant axe in one arm, pointing at Lin Shen and said arrogantly, "Tell me how you got here, maybe I can let you go." I said I'm a native here, do you believe it? Lin Shen thought, it would be good to talk to this Minotaur, maybe I can get some useful information. Originally, Lin Shen thought that Tian Xian was the only alien who knew how to enter this planet, but he didn't expect that there were other aliens who also entered. Now Lin Shen wanted to know how many other aliens had entered besides this Minotaur, and whether there were any more powerful ones among them. Natives? There are natives on this planet? The Minotaur's copper bell-like eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that this planet is the human mother planet that has been missing? The birthplace of the human race? Lin Shen learned from Tian Xian that there is no channel to teleport to the human mother planet, so now only humans who have walked out can reach the mother planet, and no aliens can reach the mother planet. The Minotaur said this, obviously under Lin Shen's wrong guidance. He took King Kai's planet as the human mother planet. It can be seen that the Minotaur did not know where he was teleported from, which made Lin Shen feel a little relieved. Haha, that's great. I didn't expect that the transmission device actually leads to the human home planet. That's great, that's great. The eyes under the Minotaur's helmet shone, staring at Lin Shen, and said, as the first human to meet me, I allow you to become the first slave of the great super burning warrior August Man. You can now kneel down to your master. The arrogant look of the Minotaur August man seemed to be a blessing that Lin Shen would never get in several lifetimes to become his slave. Respected super burning warrior, I don't know how many warriors the nobles have come. We humans are very yearning for a powerful race like the super burning tribe. Many humans want to become slaves of the super burning tribe. I don't know if we have the honor. Lin Shen talked nonsense. Anyway, it's not against the law to talk nonsense. Hearing Lin Shen say this, August man became even more proud, and his nose was almost up to the sky. Not everyone is qualified to become a slave of my super burning warriors. It depends on their qualifications. At least they must be iron grade. This is the bottom line. If they are female humans, and they are good-looking, the restrictions can be relaxed a little. How many people are there in your human race? Augustus man said, staring at Lin Shen with greed. There are a lot of good-looking ones. The population is probably less than 1 billion. Lin Shen said casually. 1 billion, the population is not too small. This time, the pioneering army has 30,000 warriors, in addition to the benefits of the Legion commander and the deputy Legion commander. Each warrior can also get a lot of human slaves. Augustus man muttered to himself, as if he was calculating how many human slaves he could get. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Human, take me to your city. I can reluctantly accept the allegiance of some humans first. August man said. Thank you for your kindness and tolerance. Great brave men like you warrior, he must also be a very great existence among the super combustion legion, right? Seeing that Augustman's brain was not very good, Lin Shen continued to compliment. Of course. August man seemed a little impatient and shouted to Lin Shen, why don't you hurry up and lead the way? Let me lead the way, but before I go, I still need to confirm whether you are really a great super combustion tribe warrior. Humans only want to serve the real super combustion tribe warriors. Lin Shen said. Of course I am, can't you see? August man said coldly. Please forgive humans for their shallow knowledge. Lin Shen said. With a smile. How do you want to confirm? August man interrupted Lin Shen impatiently. As long as you can defeat me, I will recognize you as a true super burning warrior. Lin Shen said, raising the javelin like death powder in his hand. What's so difficult about this? August man looked up to the sky and laughed. He raised his other free hand, hooked his fingers at Lin Shen, and said arrogantly, come on, if you can take one of my moves, and not die, in the future you are my first slave. Then I'm here. A sly smile appeared on Lin Shen's lips. It was a rare encounter with a low-level alien, so he could test his current strength. After summoning the iron-horned horse and getting on his horse, Lin Shen raised his gun and rode his horse, rushing down the grassy slope and heading straight towards Augustman, whose nostrils were pointing upward. Augustman saw Lin Shen coming over on an iron-horned horse, and the arrogance on his face became even stronger. He sat on the back of the big black bull without moving, looking down at Lin Shen, just waiting for Lin Shen to come over and kill him with an axe. Iron level is considered trash in the super burning clan. Most super burning clan members are born with iron level. Some super burning clan members with excellent qualifications are born with alloy level. If the super burning clan members are still iron level after adulthood, they are basically at the bottom of society, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are trash. A mere iron-level human, for Augustman, is nothing but trash. Looking at Lin Shen, who was riding a horse and rushing over, August Man slowly raised the double-edged giant axe in his hand. At this time, on the grass slope on the other side, several more Super Burning Clan members came out. The leader was wearing a red tights, and the others were wearing black tights like August Man. Deputy leader, August Man is over there. He seems to have fought with a human. There are humans here? One of the super burning warriors in black tights said, in surprise, while watching the two people fighting. The super burning warrior wearing a red tights, who was called the deputy leader, laughed and said, a trash steel level human. We will know when we catch him and torture him later. Several super burning warriors talked and laughed, not taking Lin Shen seriously at all. But when Lin Shen rode on the iron-horned horse, rushed to the side of August Man, and stabbed out with a gun, everyone changed color. The long gun that looked a little strange stabbed out like a phantom. It was so fast that everyone could hardly believe that it was the speed of a steel-level stab. August Man only felt a flash of red light in front of his eyes. And the double-edged axe in his hand did not have time to lift up. The death powder had already stabbed into his throat and pierced through directly. Impossible. The super burning warriors on the grassy slope on the other side all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that August Man was stabbed to death by a steel-level human. So aliens are just like this, very weak. Lin Shen did not expect that he could actually stab August Man to death with one shot, and he did not even react. Originally, he thought that August Man could fight him for a few rounds, and then he would take out the angel revolver and shoot him away with one shot. In fact, this is not surprising. The power brought to him by the infinite power contract, the blessing brought by the heaven sacrifice halo, plus the super base instant speed and super base armor-piercing thorns of the die-hard fans, it is not that difficult to kill an LA level, and August Man is so arrogant. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to plunder the spoils on August Man, but he heard the curses and roars from the other side. Turning around, he saw 8 minotaurs roaring and rushing over. Most of them were crystal-based, and the other 3 were also alloy level like August Man. They were all wearing tights, most of them were black, and only one was red. When they rushed over, the base substance had already surged out of their bodies, turning into a shell, to protect their entire bodies. Lin Shen turned around and ran, but the speed of the iron-horned horse was much slower than that of the crystal-based one, and several crystal-based minotaurs were about to catch up. The 2 crystal-based minotaurs chasing in front suddenly screamed, and a mutant black-armored centipede rolled around each of their legs, biting through their crystal-based shells. The red-clothed minotaur reacted quickly and actually found the mutant black armored centipede rushing out of the bushes beside him. He jumped up and avoided the bite of the mutant black-armored centipede. Lin Shen saw the red-clothed minotaur jump into the air, and he raised his gun without hesitation and shot. With a bang, a pet capsule shot out and turned into a white jade tiger in the air. With the blessing of 44 speed, it instantly arrived in front of the red-clothed minotaur. The red-clothed minotaur was obviously much stronger than the average crystal-based one. He grabbed the red crystal double-edged axe on his back and slashed at the flying white jade tiger. The tiger claws collided with the red crystal double-edged axe, sparks flew everywhere, the white jade tiger was chopped down, and several tiger claws were cut off. The situation of the minotaurs on the other side was not optimistic. 2 crystal-based minotaurs, whose shells were bitten through by the mutant black armored centipedes, hugged their legs and held on the ground. The venom of the mutant black armored centipede was very strong. Although it was not the Type that could kill people in a short time. It would make people feel so painful that it was difficult for ordinary people to endure that kind of pain. Once it attacked, they basically had no combat power. The mutant black-armored centipede that failed to sneak attack the red-cloaked minotaur turned around and flapped its wings to pounce on another crystal-based minotaur. The two mutant black-armored centipedes that bit the minotaur also pounced on other minotaurs, respectively. One of the crystal-based minotaurs was able to fight with a mutant black-armored centipede. The remaining 3 alloy-level minotaurs were in a miserable state. After being attacked by another mutant black-armored centipede, they all fell to the ground and howled miserably. They did not have the vitality of the crystal-based minotaurs, and they died of poison in a short while. Bang! Lin Shen fired another shot, and a black crystal stone man with a height of more than 3 meters rushed towards the red-cloaked minotaurs, and besieged the red-cloaked minotaurs together with the white jade tiger. All the 5 mutant crystal-based pets taken from Jingguyuan were sent out, and Lin Shen stood aside to watch the battle. The minotaurs were shocked and angry. How could they have imagined that a steel-level human would have so many mutant crystal-based pets, more than the mutant pets of the Legion commander-level bosses? The only 2 remaining crystal-based minotaurs hurriedly took out their pet launchers and launched several pets, which barely stabilized the situation. The 2 launched a total of 6 pets, all of which were crystal-based, but there were no mutants. The red-cloaked minotaur also pulled out his pet launcher, while resisting the attacks of the white jade tiger and the black crystal stone man. He launched continuously and got 2 pets, both of which were crystal-based, a mutant big red bull, and an ordinary jade armor warrior. With the help of so many pets, the battle situation was finally stabilized. The red-cloaked minotaur was even more powerful, and the black crystal stone man retreated repeatedly. The black crystal body was smashed by the red crystal giant axe, and deep scars were left. Just now, I heard from August Man that their legion has 30,000 people. I don't know how many of them are crystal-based. Lin Shen frowned secretly, worried that Wei Wufu would meet them. In terms of combat ability, Lin Shen does not think that a minotaur of the same level can fight Wei Wufu. Even if he faces an ordinary crystal base, Wei Wufu has a certain chance of winning. But if there are too many minotaurs, Wei Wufu will have no way to deal with them. After all, he is just one person, and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Human, I will make you pay with blood. The red-cloaked minotaur chopped the black crystal stone man to sit on the ground with an axe, roaring excitedly. The white jade tiger fought against the mutant big red bull, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while, but the claws of the white jade tiger were previously injured by the red-cloaked minotaur, and it was obviously affected, and it seemed to have fallen behind. The 3 mutant black-armored centipedes were entangled by the other 2 crystal-based minotaurs and crystal-based pets, and it was difficult to do anything for a while. The situation was quite unfavorable to Lin Shen. After the red-cloaked minotaur chopped the black crystal stone man to sit on the ground, he turned around and rushed towards Lin Shen. As long as Lin Shen was killed and his pet launcher was obtained, those pets would fall apart. The red-cloaked minotaur had long coveted Lin Shen's 5 mutated crystal-based pets and wanted to take them all for himself, otherwise he would continue to attack the black crystal stone man, and a few more hits would kill the black crystal stone man. Lin Shen had no intention of escaping, and he urged his horse to rush towards the red-cloaked minotaur. You are looking for death. Seeing that Lin Shen dared to rush forward, the red-cloaked minotaur became even more angry, as if he was insulted. Lin Shen's gun was Very fast, but that was only for the alloy level. The red-clothed Minotaur did not take that speed seriously. But when Lin Shen charged, the steel shell on his body became redder and redder, and soon it was like a red-hot iron block, emitting a brilliant glow that looked very hot. Go to hell. The red-clothed Minotaur ignored him. And his majestic body exploded at an unimaginable speed. With a sonic boom, he flew into the air with his double-edged axe, and rushed towards Lin Shen. At the same time, the red crystal axe slashed down wildly, trying to smash the spear in Lin Shen's hand, along with the man and the horse. Lin Shen did not thrust out the spear, but pulled the trigger of the angel revolver with his backhand, and at the same time jumped up from the back of the iron-horned horse, and rushed towards the red-clothed Minotaur who was slashing in the air at a faster speed. The red-clothed Minotaur was startled when he saw Lin Shen shooting at him. Lin Shen had fired 5 mutated crystal-based pets in succession before, which was really too scary. Now another one was fired, which made him subconsciously think that it was another mutated crystal-based pet. He slightly adjusted the direction of the double-edged axe and met the pet flying at high speed. What he didn't expect was that the pet actually responded to the axe and was split in half like a paper-made one. It was just a steel pet. The red-clothed Minotaur had no time to be angry that he was fooled, because he saw Lin Shen actually jump to his side at the same speed. This scared the red-clothed Minotaur again. How could a steel-level person have such a fast speed? Even if he took stimulants, it would not be so fast. Without time to think about it, the red-clothed Minotaur burst out with the power of the wild, roaring and forcibly changing the direction of the double-edged axe that was chopped down, sweeping across Lin Shen. The red-clothed Minotaur thought to himself, "You are in the air and cannot use the force. It is impossible for you to avoid my axe. Even if I risk being shot by you, I will cut you in half. I am a crystal-based person. You can't even defend against my shot. You are a piece of trash steel. I will kill you with one axe." But the next second, the red-clothed Minotaur's eyes widened to the limit. Lin Shen, who was in the air, somehow jumped up again in the air, dodged his sweeping axe, and turned over his head at a faster speed. Lin Shen was upside down, and at the moment when he almost turned over head to head with the red-clothed Minotaur, he reached out and tapped his neck hard. The red-burning, bright iron rod-like fingers hit the red-clothed Minotaur's neck heavily, and sparks flew everywhere, just like the iron flowers bursting out of iron. The red-clothed Minotaur was shocked and angry. He was not an ascender, but he could use the force to change direction in the air. This was too weird. But then he thought, even if he could hit him, what would it matter? A steel-level trash couldn't even break his defense. But when he was hit by Lin Shen, he suddenly felt as if his body was imprisoned by some magical power. He lost his ability to move and fell straight down while swinging his axe. After pressing the acupoints of the red-clothed Minotaur, Lin Shen didn't wait for himself to land. He fired a shot at another crystal-based Minotaur who was fighting. At the same time, he stepped on his right foot with his left foot and rushed out like a bullet. The other crystal-based Minotaur saw that the deputy Legion commander was knocked down by the steel-level human face-to-face, and he was already panicked. In a panic, he dodged the pet that shot at him quickly, but he had no ability to deal with Lin Shen, who rushed to his head at the same time. Lin Shen easily pressed him and rushed out again. The remaining crystal-based Minotaur was already scared silly. Lin Shen didn't even touch the ground, but he managed to deal with the deputy Legion commander and a crystal-based warrior with just one finger, which made him doubt whether Lin Shen was an ascender. How could a genetically modified creature play like this? It was as if it could fly. In the end, the already frightened crystal-based minotaur was also pressed by Lin Shen on the acupoints, and stood there unable to move. Lin Shen quickly took away the pet transmitters from all of them. All the pets stopped and looked at Lin Shen. Now their owner has changed to Lin Shen. Thank you for the gift, old friend. Lin Shen had the urge to bow to the minotaur. 5 crystal-based minotaur, 5 pet transmitters, this is the rhythm of prosperity. In addition to these pet transmitters and the pets inside, Lin Shen is more interested in the helmets and clothes on them. Clothes that can penetrate genetically modified substances and will not be damaged are too convenient. The effect of the helmet seems to be very wonderful. August Man was able to find him lying on the grass slope before, relying on that helmet. I ask, you answer. If you answer well, I'll let you live. If you answer badly, you'll have to leave your life behind. Lin Shen walked up to the red-clothed minotaur and pointed at him with his dye powder. Kill me if you want. The red-clothed minotaur was still very stubborn, with a tough attitude that said, you'll kill me now. Very good, I like tough guys. Lin Shen stabbed the red-clothed minotaur's waist directly. The instant speed plus. The armor-piercing spikes directly pierced the red-clothed minotaur's shell and pierced into his waist. The hardness of the red-clothed minotaur's shell is comparable to that of a mutant crystal base, and its shell is thicker than that of an ordinary person. This stab only penetrated a few inches and failed to pierce his waist directly. But it doesn't matter. Lin Shen pulled out the dye powder, looked at the red-clothed minotaur and asked again, what now? Garbage human, stop dreaming. The great super-burning warrior will not bow to a garbage race like humans. The red-clothed minotaur stiffened his neck and roared and cursed. I really admire you more and more. Lin Shen was not angry, and smiled at the red-clothed minotaur. The red-clothed minotaur continued to curse, but Lin Shen was still not angry, just looking at him silently. But gradually, the red-clothed minotaur's curse became lower, and his face gradually showed a look of horror. What did you do to me? The red-clothed minotaur felt that something was wrong with his body. After being acupunctured, although he could not move, he could still feel the power flowing in his body. But now he felt that the power in his body seemed to solidify, and his brain was not working well, as if it was about to become rigid. Lin Shen looked at the red-clothed minotaur like that, and the base transformation fluid in his body solidified into a solid, and he completely lost his vitality and turned into a lifeless crystal-based statue. The remaining 2, the minotaurs, looked at Lin Shen as if he were looking at a monster. You, choose one, do you want to die in pain like them, or do you want to be like him and become an immortal statue? I suggest you choose the latter, and the world will remember your majestic figure. Lin Shen glanced at the 2 crystal-based minotaurs who were almost dying of pain on the ground not far away, and said, I, a super-burning warrior, will never be a slave. The crystal-based minotaurs gritted their teeth and shouted. Lin Shen said nothing, and directly ordered the mutant black-armored centipede to bite it, and the intense pain gradually came. The minotaurs gritted their teeth and endured it at first, but it didn't take long, and finally couldn't help howling heartbreakingly. What about you? Do you choose it yourself, or do I choose it for you? Lin Shen looked at the last minotaur. What do you want to know? The minotaur asked tremblingly. My question is very simple. Lin Shen smiled. What he asked was not confidential. He just asked how many people from the superburning tribe came this time, what level they were, and how they came. Also, what are the uses of the equipment on them and how to use them? This Minotaur was quite cooperative and answered all the questions Lin Shen asked. After listening to this, Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He had learned from August Man that the superburning tribe had 30,000 warriors. The scary thing was that 3,000 of the 30,000 warriors were crystal-based, and the rest were alloys. In the words of the Minotaur, the steel level was not worthy of being a superburning warrior. The good news was that the Minotaur said that the teleportation device could not teleport the Ascenders, and only the base changers could enter here. In other words, although there were many warriors from the superburning tribe, the strongest Legion commander was only a crystal-based, which was very beneficial to Lin Shen. As long as there were no Ascenders, Lin Shen was not very afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, he had the ability to escape. What surprised Lin Shen the most was the devices on them. The tights they were wearing were called superburning suits. The Minotaur didn't know how they were made. The superburning suits themselves had certain defensive functions. The most important thing was that they could penetrate the base mutated substances and would not block the shape of the base mutated shell. The helmet was called the superburning helmet, which was similar to a thermal imaging device, but it could not see the heat source, but the energy in the body of the base mutated person. According to the energy in the body of the base mutated person, the level of the base mutated person could be roughly judged. Lin Shen removed a superburning helmet from a dead Minotaur and put it on his head. The helmet was too big for Lin Shen, and there were 2 holes for the horns on it. I thought it would be very unsuitable to wear. But after putting it on and starting it up, the superburning helmet actually shrunk to fit Lin Shen's head shape, and there was no discomfort at all. Looking outside through the front goggles, the clarity was quite good, and there was almost no obstruction to the vision. Looking at the Minotaur corpse on the ground, the superburning helmet did not react. Then he looked at the living Minotaur warrior, and the goggles immediately showed a red blood bar next to it. The blood bar was divided into grids. The more grids on the blood bar, the stronger the opponent's base energy. The crystal-based Minotaur has 3 grids. According to him, under normal circumstances, steel has only 1 grid, alloy has 2 grids, and crystal-based has 3 grids. If it exceeds 3 grids, it is an ascender. This thing is still quite useful. When the opponent does not use the base power, you can roughly see the opponent's level. Lin Shen is quite satisfied with the superburning helmet. The superburning helmet and superburning suit are equipped by every superburning warrior, but not every superburning warrior can be equipped with a pet launcher. Among these superburning warriors, there are a total of 5 who have pet launchers, and the 3 alloy warriors do not have them. According to this Minotaur, not every crystal-based superburning warrior has one, and most of them don't have it. The reason why they all have them is that they are the guards of the deputy commander, so they are all equipped with pet launchers. Lin Shen tried it, and the speed of their pet launchers is much slower than that of the Angel revolver. The pet launchers of these guards have a firing rate of only 20 to 30, and the firing rate of the deputy commander's pet launcher is 38 to 39, and it has not reached 40. However, even if the firing rate is 20 to 30, it is still much faster than activating it by hand, and it is still a good thing. For humans, it is even more valuable. There are also many pets inside, there are 16 crystal bases alone, and the only mutant crystal base is a mutant Big Red Bull on the deputy commander, and there are also many alloy pets. Lin Shen changed his guns and cannons at once. The Angel revolver was filled with crystal base capsules, and 6 of them were mutants. Have a good journey. After asking the question, Lin Shen took off his super burning helmet and let the black crystal stone man smash his head with a punch, so that he could go on the road without pain. August Man directly said that he wanted to enslave humans, which shows that there must be human slaves in their tribe, otherwise August Man would not blurt it out. Lin Shen would not have any mercy on such a race. He stripped off their super-burning battle suits and helmets, and the battle axes were also good stuff, all packed and hung on the back of the Big Red Bull. What surprised Lin Shen the most was not these, but when he killed these minotaurs, the heaven sacrifice actually responded. Every time he killed a minotaur, the heaven sacrifice aura was strengthened. It seems that as long as they come in wearing a teleportation watch, no matter what race or style of teleportation watch, they are all my teammates. This makes it convenient for me to accumulate the heaven sacrifice aura. Lin Shen was very satisfied. However, Lin Shen did not use the power of the heaven sacrifice aura. He completed all the operations just now with his own strength. After killing these 8 minotaurs, the total blessing that the heaven sacrifice aura can give him has reached 47, that is, if he uses the power of the heaven sacrifice aura, all his surrounding attributes will be added by 47. This power is already unimaginably terrifying, and it is not much different from when he killed the giant king before. Unfortunately, the power of the heaven sacrifice can only be used once, and it must be accumulated again after use. Lin Shen has no plan to use it for the time being. Such power is Lin Shen's biggest trump card. If he encounters insurmountable difficulties, he can rely on this blow to kill a bloody way. It is estimated that no one on King Kai's planet can resist this power. Lin Shen himself guessed that since the Ascenders from the Super Burning Clan could not enter, it is estimated that the King Kai's cultivation device could not enter either. As long as there are no Ascenders, the blessing given to him by the heaven sacrifice halo is invincible. Of course, Lin Shen has no way to confirm that there are no Ascenders on King Kai's planet, so he should be low-key when he can. Life is more important than anything else. Lin Shen put on the red super burning battle suit of the Deputy Legion commander, and the battle suit automatically tightened and fit his figure. The place where the dead powder pierced his waist was almost invisible. The tightness of this battle suit is very good. Wearing a battle suit and helmet, Lin Shen had an idea and packed up all his things. Even the heaven backpack was put into the Deputy Legion commander's backpack, and he wore the Deputy Legion commander's pet transmitter on his waist, plus the red crystal battle axe, riding the Big Red Bull. No one should be able to tell that he is Lin Shen. In this way, even if he is discovered by humans and broadcast live, no one will know that he is the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen. There are other channels to enter the secret of King Kai's planet, and no one will discover it. I'm dressed like this, so I won't be misunderstood by humans as a super burning warrior, right? Lin Shen looked at himself, wearing a red sexy tights. I feel a little ashamed no matter what. After thinking about it, Lin Shen took out a large white robe from his backpack and put it on, finally feeling better. It's time to go on a killing spree. Lin Shen felt that he could hunt down some lone super burning warriors and get some more battle clothes, battle helmets, and battle axes, and he would definitely be able to sell them at a good price. Of course, what Lin Shen wanted most was the pet launcher, which could be sold for a big price. After preparing everything, Lin Shen set off again on the big Red Bull. After Xingqi from Cape Base teleported in, he discovered that most of the more than 20 genetic changes around him were the Steel Level 1s in charge of logistics in the camp, and there were only a few Alloy Level 1s. He was just a Jingji, and he had to be careful while traveling on Kaiu with more than 20 support staff. Fortunately, they were teleported to the grassy slope. Apart from not noticing the poisonous insects hidden in the grass at first and a few Steel Level 1s being bitten by poisonous insects, they did not encounter any danger later. With their strength, as long as they be careful not to get bitten by poisonous insects, there is no danger here on the grassy slope. Originally, Xingqi thought that he could be a nanny safely on this trip, not seeking any merit, but only hoping to bring everyone back alive, but he encountered a team of super burning warriors. Seeing hundreds of alloy super combustion warriors riding alloy big black bulls, led by 7 or 8 crystal-based super combustion warriors, charging like a group of lions, everyone was shocked, and even Xing was surprised. His face turned ugly. Others don't know where these guys with weird clothes and horns on their heads come from. As the key training target of the younger generation of the family, Xingqi has been to many alien planets and has heard of the Super Burning Clan, but he has never seen them before. The main reason is that there are too many races in the universe, and he has never encountered the Super Burning Clan on the alien planets he has been to. Escape. Separately, I will hold them off for a while. Xingqi gave the order directly. The other side is large in number, and their level is not comparable to the group of logistics personnel he brought. Now they can only escape one by one, otherwise not even one will survive. The logistics personnel behind him fled in all directions. Xingqi pulled out an ice crystal sword and held a pet launcher in his other hand. His body was wrapped in a blue shell. My sword has not been stained with super burning blood yet, so let's have some meat today. Xingqi urged the 6-hoofed Tyrannosaurus Rex to sit down and rushed towards the super burning legion that was as fierce as a wolf. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunshots, crystal-based pets flew out one after another, facing the super burning legion. The super burning legion also threw out pet capsules one after another. Among them, a crystal-based super burning warrior had a pet launcher in his hand and launched crystal-based pets one after another. The battle here immediately attracted many humans from the mother planet to watch. They had seen super burning warriors in images from other perspectives before, but they were scattered and had not had a large-scale conflict with humans. This was the first time to see so many super burning warriors. Seeing Xingqi fighting so many super burning warriors alone, my heart was hanging, knowing that Xingqi's trip was likely to be dangerous. Knowing that it is impossible, he still did it. Xingqi is worthy of being a mutator from the Cape Base and a strong man among humans. Damn it, let me in. I want to fight with Xingqi and kill all those bastards of the Super Burning Clan. Thousands of ships are going with the flow, but only one rider is going against the flow. It is sad and heroic. People gave the greatest respect and admiration to Xingqi, who wanted to fight against the Super Burning Legion on his own. There has never been a lack of heroes among humans, but heroes often bleed and cry. Beasts were biting each other, and swords and axes were fighting. Xingqi's pets were intercepted by the pets of the opposite side, and they were outnumbered. Even so, Xingqi still did not hesitate at all, and the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus rushed into the super-burning legion. Waving the ice crystal long sword in his hand, he swung it wantonly. Wherever the long sword went, an alloy super-burning warrior had his throat cut by one sword before he could see what happened. The man passed, the sword left, but no blood was seen. After the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus rushed out for several meters, the blood spurted out of the throat of the super-burning warrior like a spring. Mo-Xingqi's swordsmanship was as treacherous as clouds, unpredictable, and the sword left no trace. If it was a one-on-one duel, this swordsmanship was enough to compete with any swordsmanship master. But in the battle formation, there was no room for illusion. Countless battle axes chopped down continuously. Mo-Xingqi couldn't dodge in time, so he could only swing his sword to meet them. No matter how many changes in swordsmanship, it was useless. The sword and the axe collided continuously, and the sound of collision was endless. The sword is always a light weapon, and it is disadvantageous to compete with heavy weapons. Under the siege of 4 crystal-based super-burning warriors, Mo-Xingqi's sword blade was broken into gaps one after another. The other super-burning warriors separated like a wolf pack and chased after the fleeing logistics personnel, obviously wanting to kill them all. Seeing that he was powerless to stop the super-burning legion, Mo-Xingqi's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. He suddenly jumped up from the back of the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus. Like a glimpse of a startled wild goose, he merged with his sword and turned into a phantom that flashed past a crystal-based super-burning warrior. The sword passed, and the head fell. Mo-Xingqi also fell into more super-burning warriors. Although his sword was sharp, it was like the last sunset glow at dusk. Although the glow was thousands of feet high, it was only the last afterglow, and it was about to be submerged in the crowd. The people watching the battle were dead silent. Perhaps most people were not heroes, and could not become heroes, but this did not mean that they had no heroic spirit in their hearts. In Mo-Xingqi, they saw the look they had longed for in their childhood. How much they hoped that a miracle would happen, and that figure could soar into the sky again and become a hero who saved the world as in their childhood dreams. But if miracles could happen casually, they would not be miracles. The super-burning warriors, like a pack of wolves, were about to catch up with the logistics personnel. The six-legged Tyrannosaurus roared angrily and powerlessly during the siege, and its body was already covered with scars. The blue color in the group of super-burning warriors was about to become the last remaining light before the darkness came. Suddenly, the rumbling sound of hooves came, and the sound like thunder and drums was still so unique in the noisy battlefield. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the hoof sound, and saw a huge red bull like a mammoth running wildly from the grass slope on the left. The size of the big red bull was obviously much taller and more majestic than the big black bulls of these super-burning warriors. Its body was crystal, clear like jade, and it had a kind of arrogance that could knock a hole in the mountain. On the back of the big red bull, a knight in a white robe and red clothes, wearing a helmet, held a revolver in one hand and a blood crystal double-edged axe in the other. There were many axes and helmets stuck on the package behind him, which looked extremely weird. Is that a human or a super-burning race? What a weird creature. Yeah, it looks like this one is stronger. Is he the helper of the super-burning clan? My dear Mo-Xingqi, I just met you today, you must not die. People were looking at the weird Red Bull Knight, and the super-burning warriors were also looking at him. Naturally, they knew in their hearts that he was definitely not a super-burning warrior. There is no adult in the Super Burning clan who is less than 2 meters tall, and it is impossible for them to be without horns. They knew that it was not one of their own, but they were all shocked when they saw the mutated Red Bull he was sitting on, the red suit and helmet on his body, and the blood crystal battle axe in his hand. They naturally recognized it. It belonged to the deputy commander of the Wasteland Reclamation Corps. How could it fall on someone else? Looking at the giant axes, helmets, and other items stuck in the baggage on his back, I was even more shocked. Among those giant axes, several were pure crystal-based axes. They were weapons that only guards crystal-based warriors were qualified to use. It is different from the crystal-encrusted battle axe used by ordinary super-burning warriors. Did that guy kill all the deputy commander and his guards by himself? Several crystal-level super-burning warriors couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Before they could think about it, the big Red Bull Knight had not yet arrived, and had already opened fire. Each pet capsule transformed into a crystal-based pet in the air, and rushed into the battlefield. With the addition of 8 crystal-based pets, the originally Mo Xingqi, who was almost unable to resist Wei O, suddenly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Mo Xingqi desperately waved the long sword that was full of gaps and looked like jagged teeth. In his peripheral vision, he saw a flaming knight running towards him and rushing into the battle formation. Lin Shen wandered around, looking for mutants and super-burning warriors to hunt. Who knew that he had not walked for long before he saw Mo Xingqi and others being besieged by a team of super-burning warriors. Originally, Lin Shen looked at it from a distance and did not intend to meddle in other people's business. Who knows if it would be an ungrateful person like Xing Yan. Lin Shen was also a person who was bitten by a snake once, and was afraid of the rope for 10 years. What if he rescued someone and then provoked an ascender to hunt him down? I don't know if he would be so lucky to be surrounded and rescued by the black-capped mushroom beast. So he looked at it from a distance. When he was hesitating, he saw Mo Xingqi's feat of fighting the super-burning army alone, and he was still somewhat touched. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen still rushed out on the big Red Bull. He did not use the Angel Revolver, but just used the pet launcher of the Deputy Legion Commander to shoot out the several crystal-based pets he had put in. He rushed over with the blood crystal double-edged giant axe in his hand, just pretending, and did not intend to really fight with those crystal-based super-burning warriors. When he got close, he planned to throw the blood crystal double-edged battle axe as a flying blade, and then pull out the other 2 pet launchers on his waist to shoot, catching them off guard. Lin Shen didn't want to do this, but he didn't know how to use this kind of battle axe. He could stab a few times with a spear, but he really couldn't use the battle axe. The plan was very good. But before Lin Shen found a chance to throw the flying axe, the super-burning warriors who besieged Mo Xingqi suddenly turned around and ran away, riding big black bulls one by one, running faster than the other. Even the super-burning warriors who went to chase the logistics personnel also turned their mounts and ran away desperately. This confused Lin Shen. Why are these super-burning warriors so much more cowardly than August Man and others? They all ran away before they even fought. Lin Shen really wanted to tell them, don't run, Buddy is not strong enough, and the axe is very bad, you don't play, come and chop me. They all ran away. Who can Lin Shen go to steal the battle suit, helmet and battle axe? He saw it clearly just now. One of the crystal-based super-burning warriors also has a pet launcher. Although the firing rate seems to be very low, only more than 20, it can also Be sold for money. Lin Shen had no idea that the so-called pioneering army was just a nice word, but in fact it was a cannon fodder army, all used as a death squad. Except for the chief and deputy commanders and some of their cronies, they were basically miscellaneous troops, and there were even many prisoners who had committed crimes. Being cannon fodder was also considered as a meritorious service to atone for their sins. These guys are really fierce at ordinary times, but when they saw Lin Shen's equipment, which was obviously stolen from the deputy commander, and he was carrying so many battle axes and helmets, they couldn't guess what was going on. The deputy commander and his guards were killed by this man. With their little strength, how could they dare to fight Lin Shen head-on? They were scared away directly. If one ran away, they all ran away soon, giving Lin Shen no chance to realize his plan. Lin Shen finally met a super-burning warrior with a pet launcher, so he was not willing to let him go. He patted the big Red Bull and rushed towards the crystal-based super-burning warrior. It was okay to not have the battle suit and helmet, but the pet launcher must be obtained. Xingqi and the logistics staff were also confused. The disaster was already imminent, and everyone was determined to fight to the death. Who knew that those super-burning legions that looked more terrifying than tigers and wolves would turn around and run, and each one ran faster than the other? What's going on? Xingqi and the others stared blankly at the big Red Bull Knight, waving a blood crystal double-edged axe, chasing the super-burning legion of hundreds of riders. The super-burning legion, which was so numerous and powerful, didn't even dare to turn its head back, and had no courage to fight with it. Lin Shen's big Red Bull was much faster than their mounts. When it caught up with a slow runner, it directly raised its axe and chopped the super-burning warrior's head. The alloy-level super-burning warriors were already frightened, trembling, and turning around to raise their axes to block, without even the courage to chop back. How could his alloy battle axe compete with Lin Shen's blood crystal battle axe? The blood crystal battle axe directly cut off the axe handle, and then chopped off half of his body. The super-burning warriors who were running for their lives in front turned around and saw this scene, and were even more frightened. They fled in all directions, each one cherishing his life more than the other. Fuck, whose general is that big Red Bull Knight? He's so fierce. Strange, why don't I see his exclusive image? Isn't he a human? It must be a human. How could aliens help humans? I thought Lu Bu was invincible, but I didn't expect there would be such a fierce man as Big Red Bull Knight. Look at the axes and helmets in the big package behind him. How many high-level super-burning warriors have he killed? Great. Xingqi is saved. One person chased a team of super-burning warriors. My big Red Bull Knight is so strong. What super-burning warriors are trash. There is not even a warrior who dares to turn back and fight with my big Red Bull Knight. Seeing Lin Shen chasing 100 riders, everyone felt excited and wished they could go on the field and kill the enemy with Lin Shen for thousands of miles. There are also many people who are very confused. Why is there no exclusive image of this person on the Tsangqiang projection system? They suspect that he is not a human. Xingqi reacted and wanted to call Lin Shen, but he only saw Lin Shen raise the pet launcher in his hand, and the pets he had just launched followed and soon disappeared behind the grass slope in the distance. Ah, alas, stop it, why is there no more footage? I still want to watch the big Red Bull Knight slaughter the Minotaur. Many people were very depressed, but there was nothing they could do. Only Those who were sent from the Kai-King cultivation device had images. Lin Shen was far away from them, so he could not see them. Who is that person? He is so brave. Could it be Ouyang Yudu? Mo Xingqi looked at the direction where the big Red Bull Knight was going with a complicated expression, and guessed in his heart. Those who watched the battle naturally knew that the big Red Bull Knight was not Ouyang Yudu, because at this time Ouyang Yudu and his group encountered a group of crystal-based creatures and were also in a bitter battle. Lin Shen chased the Minotaur with the pet transmitter. The other Minotaurs soon saw it and moved away from the Minotaur one by one and fled in all directions. The Minotaur watched Lin Shen getting closer and closer, and was shocked and angry in his heart. He didn't know why Lin Shen kept chasing him. Warrior, you and I have no grudges in the past or today, why are you chasing me? The Minotaur shouted while desperately urging his mount to speed up. Surrender your guns and I won't kill you. Put down everything on your body and I will spare your life. Lin Shen responded. I can keep the things, but how can you guarantee that you won't kill me? There are obviously some smart people among the Minotaurs, not all of them are fools like August Man. You are just too talkative. Lin Shen was impatient. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out the angel revolver and shot the Minotaur. The Minotaur was startled and quickly blocked the giant axe behind him, but he didn't hear the sound of the pet hitting the axe. A mutant black armored centipede drew a strange arc, bypassed the giant axe, and hit his head. Countless claws hugged his head and bit it. Ah! The Minotaur screamed and fell off the back of the big black bull. It was not known whether it was good luck or bad luck, but Ouyang Yudu and his companions were teleported into the mountainous area. Not far away, they encountered a group of four-winged gray crystal dragons. The four-winged gray crystal dragons have 2 pairs of dragon wings, and their bodies are like gray quartz stones. They are more than 10 meters in size and usually live on cliffs. They lie on the stone walls and look like part of the stone walls. You can't see them without careful observation. Ouyang Yudu and his companions had just entered the area of the four-winged gray crystal dragons when they saw a huge creature swooping down from the mountain wall. At first glance, it was a crystal-based creature, and the brothers were quite happy, thinking that they had such a harvest as soon as they came. It was really God's blessing. But the next second, they saw four-winged gray crystal dragons flapping their wings and flying over the entire mountain wall. There were actually more than a dozen of them. What was even more terrifying was that one of them was a four-winged gray crystal dragon that looked like a green ghost gem, which was obviously a mutant creature. Several people quickly activated their pets and fought with the four-winged gray crystal dragon. Ouyang Yudu did not take out his pet, but looked at the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon with interest. White armor like crystal and jade gradually appeared on his body, protecting his whole body. His shell style is very special. The shells of general mutants are relatively simple, while his shell is more like a complete set of armor. There are even mysterious patterns on the armor, like clouds and fog. It's a pity that Lin Shen couldn't see the armor of Bai Shenfei, otherwise he would find that the two are really similar when he saw Ouyang Yudu's armor again, but one shape is more masculine and the other is more feminine. The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon seemed to have sensed something, staring at Ouyang Yudu with his eyes, making a dragon cry, vibrating his four wings, and rushing towards Ouyang Yudu. Boom! The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon flew at high speed, causing a sonic boom. And the airwaves outside formed a circle of air explosion rings. The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon dived towards Ouyang Yudu like a super fighter flying at high speed. At the moment when it was about to reach the ground, the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon passed by the ground, leaving a trail of afterimages. When it was about to hit Ouyang Yudu just jumped lightly, seemingly very relaxed, but just happened to ride on the neck of the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon, and his two hands just happened to hold the dragon horns on its head on the left and right. The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon rushed straight into the sky angrily, rolling and folding in the air, trying to throw Ouyang Yudu off his neck. This wind is so comfortable. Little gray. Faster. Ouyang Yudu seemed to enjoy it very much. No matter how the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon rolled and shook its head, it couldn't throw him off. During the flight, it even stood sideways and flew with its back against the mountain wall, trying to use the mountain wall to knock Ouyang Yudu off. There was a series of crackling sounds, and a deep mark several hundred meters long was scratched on the mountain wall, but Ouyang Yudu still held it tightly. Boom boom boom. The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon continued to accelerate, forming circles of air explosions in the air, but it was still useless. The spectators were stunned. Many people in ordinary bases had never seen anyone play like this, and they all felt it was too crazy. Ouyang Yudu in the air laughed very wantonly, and even when the mutant gray crystal dragon rushed into the sky, he let go of his hands and sat up straight, as if enjoying the huge wind pressure coming towards him, and only relied on the strength of his legs to clamp the mutant gray crystal dragon's neck. Plop! The mutant gray crystal dragon failed to throw him off, and suddenly rushed down like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing into a lake from 1,000 meters high, stirring up waves more than 10 high. This is too much. Ouyang Yudu will play himself to death, right? I don't think so. He is Ouyang Yudu. So what about Ouyang Yudu? He is also a person. He will die. It's not good to die like this. Just as people were talking about it, they suddenly heard a splash of water, and the mutant gray crystal dragon climbed onto the shore from the lake. Ouyang Yudu was still riding on its neck, and the man and the dragon were all covered with water, flowing everywhere. The mutant gray crystal dragon lowered its head, and Ouyang Yudu's body slid down and lay directly on the ground, looking at the sky motionless. What did I say? You played too much. If you don't do it, you won't die. Can't you just be good? The Ouyang family must be crying to death. The successor they have cultivated with great difficulty just died like this. People watched the mutant gray crystal dragon open its mouth and reach out to Ouyang Yudu, who was lying motionless on the ground, thinking that it was going to swallow Ouyang Yudu. The next second, everyone's eyes widened. The mutant gray crystal dragon did not bite Ouyang Yudu, but instead spit out a small gray-green key from its mouth. What did I see? A wild crystal base recognized its master. Is this really something that humans can do? I said it, Ouyang Yudu is Ouyang Yudu, not something that mortals can imagine. Fuck, a wild crystal base recognized its master. How low is the probability? And it's a mutant crystal base. Thanks to the sky projection system for broadening my horizons, is this possible? Under the gaze of countless people who were envious, jealous, or worshipful, Ouyang Yudu reached out to catch the key, but did not take it back. He sat up and hugged the mutant gray crystal dragon's head, and stroked the gray-green scales on its cheek with his fingers. The mutant gray crystal dragon was very obedient, without any consciousness of resistance. After releasing the mutant gray crystal dragon, Ouyang Yudu did something that no one expected, and actually Threw the pet key back to the mutant gray crystal dragon. The mutant gray crystal dragon opened its mouth to swallow the key, but once again leaned down in front of Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu turned over and rode on it. The mutant gray crystal dragon let out a dragon roar, and its 4 wings fluttered wildly and soared into the sky, carrying Ouyang Yudu straight into the sky. From now on, you will be my little gray. The armor on Ouyang Yudu's body retreated, revealing his true face, opening his hands, and wantonly enjoying the impact of the wind. Pressure. The dragon roared in the sky, and the 4-winged gray crystal dragons that were originally fighting with other mutants stopped and looked up at the mutant gray crystal dragon and Ouyang Yudu in the sky. This time Ouyang Yudu was completely famous all over the world, and everyone knew that the God's Love base had produced a proud child. Young man, being too ostentatious is not a good thing. If you want to be ostentatious, you have to have the ability to do it. Before the sky projection system, I thought the alloy-based mutators in our base were already super strong. Now I realize that alloys are nothing. Ouyang Yudu, when I grow up and marry you, I must keep your virginity. Who do you think is stronger, the big Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yudu? I think Ouyang Yudu is stronger. I just want to ask you if you have heard of wild mutant crystal bases recognizing their master? I still think the big Red Bull Knight is stronger. He is a fierce man that the 100-man super Burning Core ran away when they saw him. For a while, all major bases were discussing this topic: who is stronger, the big Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yudu? There are obviously more people supporting Ouyang Yudu, because the big Red Bull Knight has not really demonstrated his strength, and no one knows whether he is a human or not. Not only the big Red Bull Knight and Ouyang Yudu, more and more young strong men have shown amazing talents and combat effectiveness on King Kai. In fact, all the humans teleported from the King Kai training device were from super bases, and many of them were successors trained by large families. They can be said to be the most elite young people among humans today. Lin Shen didn't know that others compared him with Ouyang Yudu, and even if he knew, he was too lazy to pay attention, especially at this time. Little bastard, don't let me catch you, otherwise you will be miserable. Lin Shen threw the water bag on the ground angrily. After killing the super burning warrior and shedding wool, Lin Shen continued to look for mutant creatures and other minotaurs. Just below a grass slope not far from where the super burning warrior was killed, Lin Shen found a colorful iron rooster. Ordinary iron roosters are the color of pig iron, but the feathers on this iron rooster are colorful and look very gorgeous. Lin Shen killed so many mutant poisonous insects on this grass slope, but this is the first time he has seen a mutant iron rooster. Originally, he thought that this kind of steel-level small mutation could be knocked down directly with one shot, so Lin Shen didn't care much and fired a shot from a distance on the grass slope. Who knew that the mutant iron rooster fell to the ground and disappeared? When Lin Shen ran over, he saw that there was a grass hole, the size of a football, where the mutant iron rooster fell. After pushing aside the grass beside the hole and looking inside, I thought the body of the mutant iron rooster had fallen inside, but there was nothing inside. The hole was not deep, but it turned inside. I don't know where it turned to. Didn't the shot just now hit? Lin Shen was a little confused. Although the pet launcher he used was the one with more than 20 speeds, it was not something that a steel creature could dodge. Just as he was about to get a pet into the hole to look for it, he heard a clucking sound coming from behind. Turning around, he saw that the mutant iron rooster was sticking its neck out of a grass hole on the other side of the grass slope, and was still barking at Lin Shen, as if provoking him. If there is a road to heaven, you don't take it. If there is no door to hell, you come and throw yourself. Lin Shen quickly drew his gun and shot, thinking that this time it would be foolproof. As a result, the iron rooster shrank back after a shot, and the pet hit the grass slope, hitting the grass leaves flying, but it didn't hit the iron rooster. Lin Shen ran over and looked again. This hole was the same as the previous one, and it turned inside. Before Lin Shen could study it carefully, the sound of a rooster came from the other side. The stingy rooster stretched out his neck from another grass hole. Lin Shen was so angry. This was clearly a provocation to him. Lin Shen remained calm and deliberately did not look at the place where the mutant stingy rooster was. He quietly took out the angel revolver and thought, I want to see whether your neck shrinks faster or my bullets. While pretending to walk in another direction, he suddenly turned back and fired a shot. The mutant black armored centipede flew out like lightning. You won't die this time. Lin Shen was secretly ruthless in his heart, but the result made him widen his eyes. This shot actually missed, and the mutant stingy rooster shrank back again. Impossible? Can a steel creature avoid the shooting of the angel revolver? Lin Shen was surprised. The mutant stingy rooster appeared at another hole again. For nearly half an hour, Lin Shen was like playing whack-a-mole, constantly shooting at the stingy mutant stingy rooster. The result surprised him very much. He didn't hit it once. The mutant stingy rooster didn't run away, but confronted him, which made Lin Shen's mentality explode. You want to play with me, right? Okay, I'll help you. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and got out the 3 mutant black armored centipedes, letting them drill into a hole, respectively. With the speed of the mutant black armored centipedes, as long as they met the mutant stingy rooster in the hole, they would definitely catch up with it and kill it. Who knew that after the 3 mutant black armored centipedes drilled in, they didn't react for a long time. Instead, the mutant stingy rooster drilled out from another hole, stretched its neck and clucked at Lin Shen, as if laughing at him. Is this chicken really a spirit? Lin Shen was depressed. He still held a glimmer of hope, waiting for the mutant black armored centipedes to catch it in the hole, but the result made him very disappointed. He didn't know whether the 3 mutant black armored centipedes had low IQ or the situation in the hole was too complicated. Anyway, after waiting for a long time, they still couldn't crawl to the hole where the mutant stingy rooster was. Lin Shen estimated that there must be many branches in the cave, and the 3 mutant black armored centipedes didn't know the way, so they might have lost their way inside. After thinking about it, Lin Shen simply summoned all his pets, 1 pet to block a cave entrance, and he had to catch this mutant miser. Lin Shen kept shooting, forcing the mutant miser to change to different cave entrances. There were more than 20 cave entrances on this grass slope. Fortunately, Lin Shen had enough pets and he guarded all the cave entrances. Where will you run this time? Seeing that the mutant miser didn't appear for a while, Lin Shen knew that all the cave entrances must have been guarded, and he was just waiting for the 3 mutant black armored centipedes to catch the turtle in the jar. It was only a matter of time before he caught the mutant miser. Play with me. I have never lost in playing games since I was a child. I always get full marks in the whack-a-mole game. Lin Shen boasted shamelessly. After bragging for a while, Lin Shen felt a little bored. No matter how much he bragged, he was still fooled by the mutant stingy rooster. He could only use cheating methods to kill it. Just when he was feeling depressed, he suddenly saw the mutant stingy rooster rushing out from a hole not far away, flapping its wings and rushing forward desperately. Soon, a mutant black-armored centipede also rushed out from the same hole. The speed of the mutant stingy rooster was actually not that fast. It was able to dodge the shooting of the angel revolver before, mainly because it only stretched out its head. When Lin Shen fired, it shrank back. In terms of pure speed, this mutant iron rooster is indeed much faster than ordinary steel creatures, and can almost compete with the mutant alloy for speed. This surprised Lin Shen. He had never seen a genetically modified creature that could break through its own level limit in terms of speed. Seeing that the mutant iron rooster rushed out not far from him, Lin Shen quickly rushed over on the big red bull, hoping to catch the mutant iron rooster alive to see what was so special about it. The mutated iron rooster flapped its wings and landed at a place under the grass slope. The mutated black-armored centipede behind it had also caught up, but Lin Shen did not let the mutated black-armored centipede bite it and chased after it on a big red bull. Thump! Seeing that he was almost catching up, with the mutated iron rooster right in front of him, Lin Shen suddenly felt his body falling sharply. There was a big hole here, with grass and leaves intertwined on it, and it was covered tightly. Nothing could be seen from the outside. The big red bull ran up and fell directly. "I'll go, there's a trap." Lin Shen was startled, and he didn't care much at this time. He stepped on the back of the big red bull, flew up and landed outside the cave. The big red bull and the mutated iron rooster both fell down. Lin Shen quickly lay on the edge of the hole and looked down. He didn't know how deep the hole was. It was so dark below that he couldn't see anything. However, he heard a splash. It should be have water. Fortunately, Lin Shen was well prepared. He quickly took out a strong flashlight from his backpack and shined it into the cave. When the strong light shined in, the big red bull was immediately seen below, but the mutant miser was nowhere to be found. The cave was estimated to be more than 10 meters deep. Apart from the grass slope and soil on the top, the bottom was all black rocks with a metallic luster. The big red bull stood in the water, and the water just covered its calves, not very deep. The light of the flashlight shone on the water surface and actually penetrated directly to the bottom. The water here was clear and visible to the bottom. But this was not the main problem. The problem was that Lin Shen actually saw golden bricks in the water. Yes, it was bricks. The bottom of the water was covered with golden bricks. The size of the gold bricks was about the same as that of ordinary red bricks, and you could vaguely see strange patterns on them. Hey, why? Are there artificial things here? Are there really natives on King Kai? Lin Shen had come here several times and had been to some places. Apart from the genetically modified creatures, he had not seen any alien creatures similar to humans. Although there are some genetically modified creatures with high IQs, even smarter than humans, very few genetically modified creatures would make anything. On the contrary, humanoid creatures, such as the Celestials and the Super Burning Tribe, all have their own technology and manufacturing industry. The big red bull did not find any danger below, and Lin Shen asked the mutant black-armored centipede to check, but also did not find anything dangerous. Could it be that the story of the ancient king of the world and the 3 treasure chests that Tian said is true? Could this be the place where the ancient king of the world was buried? Although Lin Shen thought it should not be so coincidental, he was still a little curious. Fortunately, there was no danger below. Lin Shen took protective measures and went down into the cave carefully. Under the cave is an arched waterway, which is artificially built at first glance. The entire waterway is built with golden bricks. The space is very large, similar to a subway tunnel. The water is not deep, but it is running water. It flows from one end of the tunnel to the other end. When it is more than 100 meters ahead, the water flow turns. The Kai King cultivation device will not teleport people to this planet for no reason, and the name of this Kai King cultivation device seems to be in conflict with the ancient Kai King. Could there really be something here? Lin Shen kept shining a flashlight around. The place where he fell was a gap in the arched waterway. For some unknown reason, a large hole collapsed here, and many gold bricks fell into the water. Lin Shen picked up a gold brick and tried it. It was not real gold, but the color and texture were somewhat similar. However, this thing is much harder than gold, and it may be some kind of alloy material. Using so many alloy materials to build such a large project, this is not a small hand. Lin Shen became more and more curious. After thinking about it, he decided to see what was inside first. Of course, he would not take risks himself, so he summoned the white jade tiger and let it explore the way ahead. Not long after going upstream, he reached the end. There was only a sluice at the end, and outside the sluice was an underground undercurrent, and there was nothing else. Lin Shen had no choice but to turn around and walk down the water. After turning a few corners along the waterway, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. What is that? Lin Shen looked at everything in front of him, and his heart was extremely shocked. Outside the end of this waterway, there is a huge underground cave. The waterway mouth is located halfway up the underground cave. The water in the waterway flows into the underground cave like a small waterfall. There are many waterways like this on the walls of the underground space, all with water flowing. The top of the entire underground cave is like a starry sky, with stars flashing one by one. Looking closely, it is some kind of luminous crystal that illuminates the entire underground cave. On the left side of the waterway, there is a stone statue standing upright. The stone statue is obviously as black as ink, but there are countless fluorescent lights flashing on its body, like the fluorescence reflected by quartz stone after being illuminated by light. The shape of the stone statue is very strange. It is a half-squatting person, holding up the stone top like the starry sky with his hands and back. This action seemed to be exerting force, trying to lift up the dome, but it was not lifted up yet. There was water under his feet, but it didn't seem deep. The water flowed from the other side of the underground hole to the deeper underground cave. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that there was a stone platform at the foot of the stone statue, and there were 3 golden treasure chests on the stone platform. My God, is it really luck that made me accidentally find the 3 treasure chests of the ancient king of the world that Tian had been looking for? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. It seems that my luck is not so good. Lin Shen didn't dare to take chances, and let the mutant black armored centipede fly down first to see if there was anything. The mutant black armored centipede flew around the underground hole, and no other creatures or mechanisms were found, and no genetically modified creatures were found in the water. Lin Shen gave another order to let it fly to the stone platform. The mutant black armored centipede landed on the stone platform, slowly crawled towards one of the golden treasure chests, and soon touched the treasure chest. Nothing unusual happened. Lin Shen was delighted, and quickly ordered the mutant black armored centipede to lift the golden treasure chest. The treasure chest was not very big, just a little bigger than a shoebox. The mutant black armored centipede wrapped its body around the treasure chest and flapped its wings, trying to pull it up. But no matter how hard it tried, the golden treasure chest did not move at all. It was unknown whether the treasure chest was too heavy or because of its special design. Lin Shen did not want to take the risk himself, so he ordered the mutant black armored centipede to bite the keyhole on the treasure chest directly, wanting to open the treasure chest and see what was inside first. The result surprised him a little. The mutant black armored centipede, which was already a top pet of the crystal base level, could not leave any traces on the treasure chest. This made Lin Shen more convinced that perhaps this was really the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world. Ordinary materials could not be so hard. Lin Shen asked the mutant black armored centipede to try the other two treasure chests, but the result was the same. It could not be pulled or chewed. Lin Shen took out the two golden crystal keys from his pocket and carefully looked at the lock on the treasure chest. Looking at the size, it seems to be really like the key to open the treasure chest. Lin Shen thought to himself. One of the two keys was snatched from Tian, and the other was found from Lao Yi. In fact, Lin Shen did not believe that these two keys were really the keys to open the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world. Let's try it, just in case it is true. Of course, Lin Shen would not try it himself. He summoned the mutant black armored centipede back and let it grab a key with its claws and fly towards the stone platform again. The mutant black armored centipede landed on the stone platform and, following Lin Shen's instructions, inserted the key into the leftmost treasure chest keyhole. After several attempts, it still failed to get in. I told you, how could you be so lucky? Lin Shen had no choice but to let the mutant black armored centipede try another treasure chest. This time it was surprisingly smooth, and the key was inserted in at once. With a click, the lock on the treasure chest was opened, and the lid of the treasure chest bounced up a little. Open the treasure chest. Lin Shen was delighted and gave the mutant black armored centipede another order. The mutant black armored centipede rolled up its tail, and the lid of the treasure chest was immediately opened, which was easier than Lin Shen had imagined. There was no mechanism design, and there was only a white egg and a crystal plate in the treasure chest. A beam of light shot out from the crystal plate, projecting a few lines of words in the air. Predestined person, please read the following content patiently, if you are willing to be an enemy of the whole world, please take the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, please lock the treasure chest again and pass the key out, waiting for the arrival of the next destined person. What do you mean? I just took an egg, and you want me to be an enemy of the whole world? Don't talk nonsense here. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe such nonsense, so he asked the mutant black armored centipede to take out the egg directly. After the egg left the treasure chest, the crystal plate projected a few more lines of words. I am very satisfied with your courage and determination, but courage and determination alone are not enough. Since you have decided to be an enemy of the whole world, then accept this evolution technique. It will be your greatest asset to be an enemy of the whole world. I hope you can survive successfully. After this text lasted for a while, new text was projected from the crystal board. The first 7 characters appeared, the Book of Coveting Life and Fearing Death, and the next is the main content. Why is the name of this evolution technique so unserious? Are you sure you are serious? This kind of evolution technique can be an enemy of the whole world? Lin Shen felt more and more that the person who left the treasure chest was most likely making a joke. Originally, he thought that this treasure chest might really be the treasure chest left by the ancient king of the world, and he was looking forward to what treasure would be inside. If it is really the treasure that the ancient king of the world cherishes most, then he will really be rich. Who knows that there is only an egg inside, and it is not clear what level of the base-changing egg it is for the time being, but these words make him feel that it is not something left by the ancient king of the world. After all, the ancient king was once the master of the universe. How could his most precious thing be just a genetic mutation egg? And the name of the Book of Life and Death is not serious. It doesn't seem like an evolutionary technique left by a master of the universe. No matter what Lin Shen thought, the crystal board began to project the main content of the Book of Life and Death. Lin Shen thought about it and quickly took out paper and pen from his backpack to write down the content projected by the crystal board. What if the ancient king is illiterate and bad at naming, and the name he gave is not nice, but the evolutionary technique itself is really a good thing? The content of the Book of Life and Death is quite long. If I didn't bring paper and pen, I really couldn't memorize it in a short time. After Lin Shen wrote down all the content, when he went to read the Book of Life and Death, he saw new words at the end. If you have memorized the scripture of the cowardly and fearful of death, it proves that your aptitude is not bad. If you haven't memorized it, then you don't need to memorize it again. With your aptitude, it's useless to practice it. It's better to put it down and leave. Maybe you can save your life and live longer. When these lines of words appeared, the previous content of the scripture of the cowardly and fearful of death had disappeared. Lin Shen thought, this person is mentally ill. Doesn't he know that there is something called paper and pen? Even if there is no paper and pen, people with equipment can take pictures and videos. What's the use of your thing? After waiting for a while, it seemed that because it didn't sense that the egg was put back, the crystal plate projected new text again. Since you have decided, then go. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Child, I wish you good luck. After this paragraph of text ended, the light beam on the crystal plate converged and disappeared, returning to its original appearance. What the hell is going on? Are you kidding me? Lin Shen thought to himself, this guy is quite interesting. If that's the case, I can't be worse than him. Lin Shen thought about it and rummaged through his backpack, took out an ordinary steel poisonous bee egg he had picked up before, and asked the mutant black-armored centipede to put it in. If someone comes again in the future, we can't let them go back empty-handed, right? The mutant black-armored centipede pressed the lid hard, and the treasure chest was locked again. There is another key, which should correspond to the last treasure chest, right? Lin Shen took back the previous key, took out another key, and gave it to the mutant black-armored centipede to open the last treasure chest. This key is the one on Lao Yi, and Lin Shen is not sure whether it can open the treasure chest. The result surprised Lin Shen a little. The key easily opened the last treasure chest. Like the treasure chest in the middle, there is also a white egg inside, and there is also a crystal plate, which also projects text. Predestined person, please read the following content patiently. If you choose to be an enemy of the whole world, please take the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, please lock the treasure chest again and pass the key to others, waiting for the arrival of the next destined person. This again? Lin Shen was speechless. Sure. Enough. After taking the egg, the crystal plate projected the same text again, saying that there was an evolutionary technique, which was his capital to be an enemy of the whole world in the future. It was still the old routine. Lin Shen originally thought it was still the scripture of greedy life and fear of death, but the content projected was different from before. This time, the name of the evolutionary technique was not projected directly, but a few sentences appeared first. I was originally a guest in the world. I had no intention of walking at night. The sky wanted to not wait for me. I walked into the fairy court. After the 4 sentences disappeared, the name of the evolutionary technique treading the fairy court was projected. This is quite arrogant, compared with the previous that the Book of Fear of Death has a bit more spirit, but it is still a bit petty. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. Took out paper and pen, wanted to record the content of stepping on the immortal courtyard. But what was projected on the back was not text, but some human-shaped pictures. Fortunately, I learned everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting when I was a child. Although I am not proficient, I still have a few skills. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by you. Lin Shen looked at the projected picture and immediately started to draw. Lin Shen was not being modest. He was really not unskilled. The picture he projected was lifelike. Although it was just a human-shaped light and shadow, without details such as facial features, the artistic conception was not bad. As a result, what Lin Shen drew was a stick figure. Fortunately, his drawing was not very good, but the movement of light and shadow was shown. The light and shadow kept changing, and pictures were projected one after another, all of which were human-shaped light and shadow with different movements. Lin Shen also drew stick figures one by one. I don't know how long it took, but the picture projection finally disappeared. After that, there was another persuasion. Lin Shen didn't listen to the persuasion, and the crystal plate returned to its original appearance. Lin Shen looked at the stick figures he drew. There were more than 100 in total, and each one had a different movement. Fortunately, I am smart. Lin Shen was quite satisfied with his painting. As expected, Lin Shen took out another ordinary genetic mutation egg and put it in, then locked the treasure chest again and took back the key. When there is a chance in the future, pass these 2 keys out. Lin Shen was thinking that if someone came here with the keys in the future, they would have some gains. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a sound like someone coming from deeper underground. Lin Shen quickly collected the mutant black armored centipede and shrank back, hiding in the waterway, quietly looking at the situation below. After a while, Lin Shen saw a mosaic figure rushing out of the deepest cave. Hey, this should be the white god concubine, right? Why is she here too? Lin Shen could only see the mosaic figure of a woman, and couldn't see what she looked like. However, apart from the white god concubine, he had never seen a second person with mosaics. Just thinking about it, he saw several figures rushing out of the deep cave one after another. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw them. Those figures were all made of golden crystals, with 3 arms and 6 arms. The 3 faces looked like evil spirits, and the 6 hands were holding golden crystal weapons such as knives, swords, circles, seals, shields, and rings. Just looking at their speed, they were not inferior to the mutant black armored centipede, and they were probably mutant crystal-based creatures. At this moment, more than a dozen 3-headed and 6-armed Monsters rushed out and chased after Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei didn't find the waterway above for a while, thinking that she had reached a dead end, so she had to stop and was surrounded by those three-headed and six-armed monsters. A fierce battle started immediately. Before, Bai Shenfei and the Giant King had fought back and forth, and Lin Shen thought that Bai Shenfei was just SOSO. After he practiced more, even if he didn't use those cheating fire abilities, he could still compete with Bai Shenfei. But at this time, seeing Bai Shenfei fighting against more than 10 people, those three-headed and six-armed monsters couldn't do anything to her for a while, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The theory of talent is really strong. Lin Shen hid and watched the battle, not daring to show his head, for fear of being discovered by those three-headed and six-armed monsters. When she was thinking about whether to escape quietly from the waterway, she heard a scream from below. A three-headed and six-armed monster was slapped 3 times by Bai Shenfei in an instant, and 3 heads were smashed. Bai Shenfei suddenly seemed to have taken stimulants. Not only did her speed become extremely fast, but she was also erratic like a ghost. The monsters that had been fighting back and forth with her seemed to have become lambs to be slaughtered. In a moment, Bai Shenfei killed several of them. Lin Shen knew that Bai Shenfei must have used some special ability, otherwise her combat power would not have increased to such a terrifying level. It was a pity that she had mosaics on her body, and Lin Shen could not see any changes in her. The three-headed and six-armed monsters had extremely strong vitality. They would not die even if their arms were cut off or their bodies were pierced. They could also regenerate broken arms and heal their wounds. The only way to kill them was to smash 3 heads in a short period of time to really kill them. Bai Shenfei was like a female war god. In a short while, she actually killed 9 monsters. But her own situation did not look good either. Lin Shen found that her speed and strength had obviously begun to decline. Those monsters had lost so many companions, but they still rushed up fearlessly. Bai Shenfei became ruthless and killed 3 monsters in a row. Her situation was getting worse and worse. The remaining monsters kept rushing up, as if they didn't know what fear was. Concubine Bai opened her mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The next second, her speed and strength burst out again. Her body moved at high speed, creating phantoms one after another. Almost at the same time, the heads of the remaining monsters were all blown up by her. The bodies of the monsters fell to the ground. Concubine Bai stood in the water and spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Finally, she couldn't support herself and sat down in the water. Faint. Faint quickly. Lin Shen prayed in his heart. If Concubine Bai fainted here, wouldn't he have a chance to sleep beside her? Unfortunately, the sky did not go as people wished. Concubine Bai did not faint. She stood up shakily and waited through the water to stagger towards the stone platform. Did she come here for the stone platform? Did she accidentally break into this place, or did she know that there was this place? Lin Shen thought to himself. Concubine Bai's situation looked very bad. The stone platform was only more than 3 meters high. She had a hard time jumping up and almost fell down without standing firmly. Lin Shen watched as Bai Shenfei walked to the treasure chest, took out a golden crystal key, and inserted it into a treasure chest. That treasure chest was one that Lin Shen had opened before. Bai Shenfei tried, but the key didn't go in, so she changed to another one. Her luck wasn't very good. When she got to the third treasure chest, the key finally went in. Lin Shen stretched his head to see if there was an egg and a crystal plate in the treasure chest that he hadn't opened. When Lin Shen looked carefully, he was surprised. There was no egg or crystal plate in the treasure chest, but there seemed to be a note inside. Bai Shenfei seemed to be surprised too. She stood in front of the treasure chest for a while, before she reached out and took out the note inside. The distance was too far, so Lin Shen couldn't see what was written on the note. After Bai Shenfei looked at it for a while, she stood there in a daze. Lin Shen was curious about what was written on the note, and when Bai Shenfei was stunned, he suddenly saw Bai Shenfei spit out a large mouthful of blood mist and fell on the stone platform. What's going on? Seeing that Bai Shenfei fell on the stone platform and didn't make any movement, Lin Shen was a little afraid that Bai Shenfei was dead. He was not sure whether there would be mosaics on the dead person. Even if there were, Lin Shen didn't want to sleep with a dead person for a night. With a thought, Lin Shen rushed out and used the skill of climbing the ladder to the stone platform. Bai Shenfei really didn't react at all, and he didn't know whether she was dead or unconscious. Lin Shen hurried forward to check her breath and pulse. Fortunately, they were still there. She was not dead. She should have just fainted. However, her condition did not look good. Her breath and pulse were very weak. What on earth was written to make her so angry? Lin Shen picked up the note that fell to the side. He almost laughed out loud after taking a look at the words written on the note. There was a line of words written crookedly on the note. Lin Shen's handwriting was already very ugly. This person's handwriting was even uglier than his, but the content was very confident. The world's most beautiful man visited here. Lin Shen muttered to himself, no wonder the white goddess was so angry that she vomited blood. She came to this place after a narrow escape from death and opened the treasure chest with hope. In the end, she saw such a thing. It would be strange if she didn't get angry to death. Lin Shen was glad that his two keys did not correspond to this treasure chest, otherwise he would be very angry. Put the note back into the treasure chest and then lock the treasure chest again. Who made you unlucky? Lin Shen looked at the still unconscious Bai Shenfei, and then looked at his watch. There were more than 20 hours left. There should be enough time. Lin Shen thought for a while, picked up Bai Shenfei, and then used the ladder to return to the waterway. Bai Shenfei definitely did not come in from this side of the waterway. There is another entrance here, but it must be very dangerous over there, and Lin Shen did not plan to go there. Put Bai Shenfei on the back of the bull, and Lin Shen also rode on it, letting the big red bull return to the original route, back to the gap in the waterway, and hesitated for a while before going out. There is a platform at every distance in the waterway. Lin Shen put Bai Shenfei on the platform, and then released pets such as the mutant black armored centipede to guard around. He took out a potion, forcibly pried open Bai Shenfei's mouth, and poured it into her. Bai Shenfei, I have saved your life, and it's not too much to sleep together, right? Lin Shen lay down next to Bai Shenfei. Thinking about it, he felt that this was not very elegant. If someone fell in from the grass cave and saw him, he would not be able to explain himself, and it would not be good for Bai Shenfei's reputation. But he did not bring a tent or anything like that. He was not out camping, so who would bring that kind of thing? Lin Shen had no choice but to take off his white robe and cover Bai Shenfei's body, including her face, so that even if others saw him, they would not know who was sleeping next to him. Opportunities are rare, and they will never come back. In order to get the fire from Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen did not care about much and slept next to her. Thinking about it, it was still not appropriate. He was wearing a red tights and a helmet, sleeping next to a woman. What if Bai Shenfei woke up first and thought he was a pervert? That would be bad. Lin Shen quickly took off his battle suit and helmet, changed back into his own clothes, put the other things in the package on the back of the big red bull, and let the dead powder get into his clothes and wrap around his body, and then he lay down next to Bai Shenfei again. Even if concubine Bai wakes up first, she won't do anything wrong when she sees me. Lin Shen wanted to fall asleep quickly, but he couldn't. It's not that he has any idea about concubine Bai. In fact, he can't see what concubine Bai looks like. Men are visual animals. If he can't see anything, then he really has no idea. The problem is that he is really not sleepy now. He has no sleepiness at all. In desperation, Lin Shen took out the 2 eggs he got from the treasure chest and played with them in his hands. These 2 eggs are very strange. They are the size of ostrich eggs. The shell is not metal or crystal, but an eggshell similar to an egg. There is a red mark on both eggs. The difference is that there is a red mark on each of the 2 eggs, as if it was stained with blood. The 2 marks are also different. One mark looks like a red heart, and the other mark is a red dot. Other than that, Lin Shen can't see what's special about these 2 eggs. Is this thing really a treasure left by the ancient realm king? Lin Shen was not sure, but he still did not quite believe that these 2 eggs were the most precious things of the ancient realm king. What was in the last treasure chest, and who took it away, were also the questions in Lin Shen's mind. Someone came earlier than him and Bai Shenfei. If that person did not have the key, the things in the other 2 treasure chests would definitely not be saved. Who could it be? Tian? With his narcissistic personality, it is possible that he would leave such a note. Lin Shen thought for a while and felt a little sleepy. He put away the 2 eggs and turned to look at Bai Shenfei again. Seeing that she was breathing evenly, she should be better, but she was still unconscious. Lin Shen closed his eyes and tried his best to relax. After a while, he really fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Bai Shenfei slowly opened her eyes, and there was a white in front of her. Realizing something, Bai Shenfei stretched out her hand and slowly pulled open the white robe covering her, looking at the situation outside with a cold look. Turning around, she saw Lin Shen lying next to her, and Bai Shenfei's eyes suddenly condensed. A man and a woman were lying alone in a cave, and she was covered with a white robe, which was Lin Shen's clothes. Concubine Bai immediately imagined a lot of scenes in her mind, and her eyes suddenly turned red, staring at Lin Shen, who was still asleep beside her. Lin Shen was a normal person, and his thinking was naturally normal. Concubine Bai's robe and shoes were still neat, and normal people should think that nothing happened. Besides, women should be able to feel whether something happened or not. However, Concubine Bai was not a completely normal person. She was devoted to cultivation and participated in the research of talent theory since she was a child. Her lifelong wish was to practice talent theory. She had almost no contact with men and women, and had never thought about it. At most, she thought about finding a double cultivation partner in the future, but no one taught her about men and women. Concubine Bai was naive in this regard. Although she occasionally heard about it, she only had a half understanding. The only thing to blame was that the education in this era was really too imperfect. And there were no physiological hygiene classes. Concubine Bai's understanding of physiological knowledge is only slightly better than those women who think that kissing can give birth to a child. She knows that she has to do something unspeakable, but that's all. In Concubine Bai's opinion, Lin Shen must have taken advantage of her to do something to her by sleeping with her like this. She has no experience and doesn't know what it feels like after that. In fact, it can't be blamed entirely on Concubine Bai. When she was desperately killing those three-headed and six-armed monsters, the power she burst out tore her underwear inside. The wide robe and shoes outside were still intact, but it was not like this inside. No wonder she thought too much. Lin Shen certainly didn't pay attention to what was going on inside her, and didn't know that there would be such a thing. He thought that he was fully prepared, and Concubine Bai would definitely not misunderstand him. Concubine Bai gritted her teeth and stared at the sleeping Lin Shen, slowly raised her hand, but didn't let it fall. Her eyes changed and her expression was extremely complicated. After a long time, Concubine Bai didn't know what she thought of. She put down her hand and glared at Lin Shen fiercely, then turned and left with some staggers. Lin Shen was awakened by this time, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was thinking about how to tell Bai Shenfei about this, but he heard the footsteps of Bai Shenfei leaving. That's good. Lin Shen thought it was good, so he didn't have to say anything more. Besides, he really didn't know what to say. Although he didn't do anything, it was hard to explain why you slept next to someone. Since Concubine Bai doesn't mind, that's all the better. How could he know that Concubine Bai didn't mind, but had a big misunderstanding? Strange, why is there no new fire information? After Lin Shen was awakened, he was thinking about how to explain to Concubine Bai. Only then did he realize that he didn't seem to get any new fire. He quickly opened his eyes and stood up to look in the direction where Concubine Bai left, but saw that Concubine Bai had already walked to the gap in the waterway. Under the sunlight shining in from the hole, he could see that the mosaic on her body was still there. Is it because I didn't hold her to sleep? Lin Shen was a little depressed. With such a rare opportunity, he couldn't get the fire. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity in the future. Does it have to be held to sleep? In the past, I just kept those genetic mutation eggs by my side, and I didn't hold them all the time. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what went wrong for a while. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of something cracking from the backpack. Lin Shen was slightly startled, but he reacted in an instant, and quickly took the backpack over and unzipped it to take a look. As he thought, cracks appeared on the top of the 2 eggs, and it was estimated that the genetically modified creatures inside were about to come out. Lin Shen was still thinking about how to hatch them, but he didn't expect them to come out by themselves. I wonder what it will be? Lin Shen was still looking forward to the genetically modified creatures inside. He took the 2 eggs out of the backpack and put them on the ground, watching the cracks on the 2 eggs increase. Finally, one of the eggshells split into 2, and a small figure rolled out from it. Then the other eggshell also split into 2, and another small figure rolled out. After seeing the appearance of the 2 little things clearly, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. What is this? Thumbelina? Lin Shen was stunned as he looked at the things that rolled out of the 2 eggs. It's not like Lin Shen hasn't seen humanoid mutants before. The speedster he won before was also a humanoid mutant. But a mutant should look like a mutant. The two things that rolled out of the eggs had white and tender faces, like peeled eggs. Their hair was black and beautiful, smoother than after using Rejoice. There was no coldness and hardness of a mutant. The things that rolled out of the two eggs turned out to be two little people who were not even as big as a palm, with fair skin, wearing a white wedding dress, a headdress and a veil, one holding a thin-necked porcelain bottle, and the other holding a gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. They looked like two small figurines, but they were clearly flesh and blood. The flowing eyes were even more agile. They didn't look like cold mutants, but flesh and blood humans. Lin Shen was still in surprise, and something even more surprising happened. The two little people wearing white gloves waved their hands lightly, and the broken eggshells on the ground flew towards them, and they broke into tiny pieces in the air and flew directly into their mouths. Lin Shen reacted immediately and reached out to grab the flying eggshells, but he was still a step too late. The eggshells seemed to have spirits, bypassing Lin Shen's palms and flying into the mouths of the two little people. As the eggshells were swallowed, something even more incredible happened. After eating the eggshells, the two little people, who were only the size of a palm, actually enlarged their bodies rapidly. Yes, it was enlarged, not grown up, it was enlarged in proportion. Even the clothes in their hands and the porcelain bottles in their hands were enlarged in the same proportion. In just a blink of an eye, the two little people, who were originally only the size of a palm, turned into two big girls wearing white gauze skirts similar to wedding dresses, and they looked exactly the same. Needless to say, the beauty is natural, but the key is that the skin is really white and tender. Lin Shen's mind bursts out a word he has never heard of before: milk girl. Lin Shen thinks that the two of them are indeed worthy of creating a new word. Each beauty has its own beauty, but no one's skin should be whiter than theirs. The white dresses on the two people are actually somewhat different. They can be distinguished by the style of the white dresses, but there is another more obvious feature. The girl on the left has a red mark like a cinnabar mole on her forehead, and the girl on the right has a red heart mark on her forehead, which is exactly the same as the mark on the egg. Looking at the two beautiful girls holding porcelain bottles in front of him, like brides, Lin Shen thought of something called a DVD that his fourth brother took him to watch before. Lin Shen remembered that the TV series played in the DVD was called Journey to the West, the story of Sun Wukong and his 4 disciples going to the West to obtain scriptures and fighting monsters along the way. In one episode, they met 2 monsters, one called the Golden Horn King and the other called the Silver Horn King. They each held a magic weapon in their hands, which was very similar to the porcelain bottles held by the 2 girls. One was a sheep-fat jade bottle, and the other was a purple gold red gourd. Of course, the styles were similar. The 2 girls held porcelain in their hands, and the materials were different. But seeing them holding 2 of these things, and thinking of the dead fans on their bodies like a rope, why did it feel like it matched that episode in that mythological drama? Lin Shen looked at the 2 girls and didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't even know how to call the 2 girls. If they were genetically modified creatures, who would believe that they were genetically modified creatures with such white and tender looks? If they were not genetically modified creatures, Lin Shen knew that people should not be judged by appearance. After having the previous experience of Fatty, not to mention that Lin Shen watched them come out of the egg with his own eyes. But the eggshells had been eaten by them, and it seemed impossible to tame them with eggshells. And with the experience of Fatty, Lin Shen felt that even if he got the eggshell, it would be difficult to tame them. Besides, he didn't know if they had the pet key. Lin Shen had been with Fatty for so long, and had used all means such as deception, coercion and inducement, but he didn't see Fatty give him the key. Maybe he didn't have the key at all. After all, he was a flesh and blood body. Where could he hide the key? Looking at the two girls with red lips and white teeth, wearing white gauze skirts, and skin as tender as if it would be squeezed out of water, the black and white beautiful eyes were looking at him. Lin Shen coughed lightly and said, "You too, can you hand over the key first? You also know that life is not easy and how hard it is to make money. Now you give me the key, and I will be responsible for supporting you in the future. No matter how hard, tired or difficult it is. I will guarantee that you can eat whatever you want and drink whatever you want. Follow me, eating delicious food and drinking spicy food is absolutely no problem." Lin Shen observed the expressions of the two girls while speaking, trying to judge from their expressions what they meant. After hearing Lin Shen's words, the two girls looked at each other, holding the porcelain bottle in one hand with expressionless faces, and touching their foreheads with the other hand. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the two girls actually pulled out a small red key from the red mark on their foreheads. Yes. Yes, yes, this is it. From now on, you will follow me, and I promise that you will enjoy princess-level treatment. Seeing this, Lin Shen was ecstatic in his heart, but his face was sanctimonious. He walked over and slowly took the key from the two people's hands. I wonder if the beautiful girl pet can give birth to a child? With the key in hand, Lin Shen felt relieved, but immediately glared at his backpack. Don't I have the key? Fatty, that bastard, has refused to hand it over. I have worked so hard to raise it as my son. I have raised it with my life. You just wait. The sleeping Fatty in the backpack suddenly shuddered, turned over, and continued to sleep. Two beautiful ladies, let's take a break first, Lin Shen said, using the key to turn them back into pet capsules. Lin Shen looked at them without blinking, wanting to see how two living beautiful girls turned into pet capsules. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the white wedding dresses on the two girls moved, wrapped their bodies, and spun at the same time. The white gauze skirts wrapped them like cocoons, and became smaller and smaller, while spinning, and finally turned into two small gauze cocoon-shaped pet capsules, which fell into Lin Shen's hands. Obviously different from ordinary pet capsules, these two pet capsules are soft and elastic. They feel a little warm in the hand. And you can even smell a faint fragrance, who knows if it is the body fragrance of the girl. Lin Shen took the pet capsules and immediately looked at their properties. After taking a look, he was immediately full of question marks. Little Princess Number 1, the super-based steel creature can evolve. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Toughness, 11. Fundamental change rate, 100%. The upper limit of the theoretical activity of a living body? Talent skills? Little Princess Number 2, the super-based steel creature can evolve. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Toughness, 11. Fundamental change rate, 100%. The upper limit of the theoretical activity of a living body? Talent skills? Super basic steel, surrounded by everything. Why is their genetic mutation rate directly 100%? This is quite good. The Problem is that their lifespan and talent skills are question marks. What the hell? As your masters, you is there. Anything else on you that I can't see or know? Lin Shen frowned slightly. When he saw these two beautiful girls' pets, he felt that maybe the treasure chest might actually be related to the ancient KO king. Now seeing their names, Lin Shen couldn't help but become more suspicious. These two beautiful girl pets might actually be related to the two princesses in Tian's story. After all, their names were little princesses. But when I think about it, I feel that it should be impossible. How could a princess who was a descendant of the ancient KO turn into a genetically modified creature? This is obviously unscientific. Then again, Lin Shen has seen a lot of unscientific things during this period. What if? With a thought in his mind, Lin Shen transformed them into the state of beautiful girls and pets. The one with the red heart on the forehead is the little princess number 1, and the one with the red dot on the forehead is the little princess number 2. You can only tell them by their clothing and marks. Are you descendants of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen asked, looking at the two little princesses. The expressions of the two little princesses did not change much. They looked at him in black and white, as if they did not understand what he was talking about. Lin Shen asked a few more questions and found that although the two little princesses looked almost the same as humans, they seemed to be unable to understand human speech. Is it so difficult for super gay pets to communicate? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Fatty usually has a hard time communicating. He doesn't seem to understand what he says, so he just rubs himself on him and acts cute. I didn't expect that these two beautiful girl pets are like this too. Forget it, let's train him slowly. In the future. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not easy. The two eggs in the treasure box turned into two flesh and blood little princess pets that looked very much like humans. Thinking about the words inside the treasure box again, the more Lin Shen thought about it, the more horrified he became. Before, he never believed that because he took 2 pills, the whole world would become his enemy. The worst thing he can do is not practice the eternal life sutra of greed of life and fear of death and stepping on the immortal courtyard. In this way, even if the other party has an enemy, it will be impossible to find him through those 2 evolutionary techniques. As for the 2 pets, if there is a big problem, just don't use them in front of people, or you can destroy them directly if you are more ruthless. Thinking about it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe the root cause is not in the Eternal Life Sutra of greed of life and fear of death and treading the immortal courtyard, but rather these 2 beautiful girls' pets are the key to everything. He had thought wrong before. Lin Shen has made up his mind that outsiders must not let these 2 beautiful girls see the pets unless absolutely necessary. In order to facilitate communication between us, let me give you a name. From now on, you will be called Xiaoya. Lin Shen pointed at little Princess No. 1, then pointed at little Princess number 2 and said, from now on, you will be called Xiaoya. Call her Xiaona. The 2 little princesses still looked at Lin Shen with curious faces, as if they did not understand what Lin Shen meant. They're not 2 fools, are they? Lin Shen was speechless. No matter what, Lin Shen decided for them to put Xiaoya and Xiaona away first and leave this place quickly. He doesn't want others to see that he has been here. If there is any problem here in the future, it will have nothing to do with him. The only person who knew that he had been here was Concubine by Shen. Concubine by Shen is a pretty good character. At any rate, I saved her and gave her medicine. This can be considered a favor. She will definitely not spread the news about me. Lin Shen thought to himself. How did he know that this was not as simple as a favor? After coming out, I didn't see the mutated iron rooster. I don't know where it went. Before the time is up, Lin Shen plans to find some more mutated creatures to increase his mutation rate as soon as possible. Now his mutation rate has reached 45%, not far from 100%. Of course, it doesn't have to be 100%. In fact, even if the mutation rate is only 1%, you can try your luck with a genetically modified egg, and maybe it will work. With a basic mutation rate exceeding 80%, the probability of being promoted to alloy is already very high. There are also many people who are promoted without waiting for 100%, but Lin Shen doesn't plan to do that. He wants to wait until the genetic mutation rate is 100% before being promoted to alloy. This is what fourth brother and third brother have said before. Although promotion with a low mutation rate will not see any difference in a short period of time, there will still be some differences in the future. As for what was different, they didn't explain in detail, because Lin Shen hadn't even had a genetic change at that time, so it was too early to talk about this. Now that Lin Shen thought about it, the third brother and the fourth brother were actually planning for his future at that time. But for some unknown reason, a suitable genetically modified egg has not been found for him. Lin Shen didn't know whether his current situation was good or bad. He used the original egg mutation given by Wei Wufu and practiced the wrong version of theory of evolution, but he felt pretty good about himself. He put on his battle suit and helmet and rode the big red bull to continue his hunting journey. However, when he encountered a few super burning tribes or mutant creatures, he didn't need to do anything at all, and his pets under his command would deal with them. Lin Shen, who had nothing to do, took out the immortal court and the scripture of greedy life and fear of death to study them. Before, Lin Shen wanted to find the evolutionary techniques of aliens to see if he could practice them. Now he has 2 evolutionary techniques of alien races in his hands, and they may be very top-level ones. Of course, he has to give it a try. These 2 evolutionary techniques may be left by the ancient king of the world, and they may be more powerful than the evolutionary techniques practiced by Wei Wufu. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen put away the immortal court first, and picked up the scripture of greedy life and fear of death to read word by word. The name is a bit vulgar and not very pleasing, but Lin Shen thought about it again. Maybe this evolution technique has a unique feature in saving lives? Otherwise, why would it be named like this? Lin Shen felt that it was okay to be responsible for his own life. If he really mastered it would have a miraculous effect on saving lives. Wouldn't that be great? After reading it for a while, Lin Shen frowned more and more tightly, and flipped back. His expression became even weirder. Are you sure you are not kidding? How can this be practiced? Lin Shen was more and more speechless as he read it, thinking that this thing could not be practiced by humans at all. The first step to practice this thing actually requires holding your breath. If you can't breathe all the time, can the alien race that created the Book of Fear of Death and Immortality survive without breathing? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that it was not right. If the person who created this thing did not need to breathe, then he would not require holding his breath.